Chen Qi woke up and found that the world had changed. His mother raised her big eyes. I just bought some grapes this morning. Try them. They are so fresh. His father brought back 2 bloody sanitary napkins after get off work. I brought you your favorite sesame cakes. The noodle shop owner fished out a bowl of tapeworms from the pot of pus, the wide noodles you asked for. The hospital doctor brought fried chicken legs covered with cauliflower. Eat it, you can be discharged from the hospital after eating. Eat it quickly. Don't eat? Open his mouth. Tasty. Jinghai Medical College Affiliated Hospital, Psychiatry Inpatient Department. Inside the No. 2 wardrobe in 408 ward. In the cramped, dark space, Chen Qi held a bright red apple, taking a deep sniff. The fresh fruity aroma instantly ignited his suppressed appetite. He couldn't wait to open his mouth and bite off a large piece of the fruit. As he chewed rapidly, the apple's juice filled his mouth, and the sweet taste brought him immense satisfaction. He swallowed the not fully chewed fruit in his mouth, then quickly took a second bite, a third bite. Just then, footsteps suddenly sounded from outside. Chen Qi quickly sped up his eating. Where's the patient in bed No. 2? The footsteps suddenly accelerated. While chewing the apple in his mouth, Chen Qi peeked through the wardrobe door crack to observe the situation outside, just in time to see a girl in a nurse's uniform rush into the ward's restroom. In less than 2 seconds, the nurse walked out of the restroom, looked around, and finally her gaze landed on the wardrobe where Chen Qi was hiding. The footsteps rapidly approached, and Chen Qi took another large bite of the apple. The wardrobe door was opened. Chen Qi turned his head, his eyes meeting the nurse's, and a few drops of apple juice slid from the corner of his mouth. Ugh! The nurse suddenly covered her mouth and dry heaved. Then she shrieked, "Security! Ugh! Security!" 2 middle-aged men in security uniforms rushed into the ward. Quick, pull him out, ugh! The nurse turned and rushed back into the restroom. The 2 security guards glanced at Chen Qi, their expressions also slightly changing, and one of them also dry-heaved. Chen Qi was used to this. He simply turned his back to protect the half-eaten apple still in his hand. Severe malnutrition had made his body very thin. The 2 security guards each grabbed one of his arms from behind, and with little effort, dragged him out of the wardrobe. Chen Qi didn't make a sound, but took the opportunity to take another bite of the apple. One security guard reached out to grab the apple from Chen Qi's hand, but he seemed hesitant, a hint of disgust on his face. Finally, he gritted his teeth, snatched the apple, and immediately threw it aside. He didn't forget to secretly wipe his hands on Chen Qi's hospital gown. Just then, the nurse, who had finished vomiting in the restroom, returned, screaming, "Quick, pry open his mouth, don't let him swallow it." One security guard immediately pinched Chen Qi's chin, and the other security guard held Chen Qi's head, forcibly prying open his mouth. The nurse reached out, intending to scoop out the food residue from Chen Qi's mouth, but hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a glove from the side and put it on. But it was precisely this delay that allowed Chen Qi to forcibly swallow the apple he had chewed a few times in his mouth. He calmly asked, "Can you let me go now?" The 2 security guards looked up at the nurse, seeking her opinion. The nurse took out her phone, recorded a video of the apple on the floor, and took a few photos of Chen Qi's mouth before saying, "Uncle Security, let him go." The 2 security guards pulled Chen Qi up from the floor and prepared to leave. The nurse, however, called out to them, saying, "You 2 keep an eye on him. I'll go ask Dr. Zhao if he needs to have his stomach pumped." Chen Qi frowned. "A stomach pump isn't necessary, is it? I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere." The nurse glared and said, "Now you're scared? Why don't you just behave? If you cooperate with the treatment, none of this would happen." Just then, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat walked in. He had a scholarly appearance, exuding a strong academic aura. "Xiaoru, what's going on? I heard your voice from outside." The middle-aged man's tone was gentle but carried a strange authority. "Dr. Zhao." Nurse Xiaoru lowered her head apologetically, pointed to the half-eaten apple on the floor, and said, "The patient in bed no. 2 stole food again. I was just about to ask you if we should give him a stomach pump." Dr. Zhao's gaze met Chen Qi's, and he asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Chen Qi shook his head. Dr. Zhao motioned for the 2 security guards to leave and said to Nurse Xiaoru, "If the patient shows no symptoms of discomfort, there's no need to arrange a stomach pump for now. First, clean up the ward." "Oh, did you take photos?" Xiaoru shook her phone, "Already taken, and I recorded a video too." Dr. Zhao nodded slightly. "These videos and photos are important treatment materials. Remember to save them well." Xiaoru acknowledged, then held her phone screen in front of Chen Qi, saying, "Look. This is what you just ate. Don't you feel disgusted?" Chen Qi's gaze fixated on the phone screen. The video showed a rotten apple, only a small portion left, with black fruit flesh. Round, plump, white maggots were piled on the surface of the rotten apple, wriggling. Near the bite marks on the cut surface of the fruit, there were also many white maggots with only half their bodies remaining. Even with their bodies bitten off, they still struggled to twist, and light green pus continuously flowed from their bodies. Xiaoru slid the screen, switching to the next photo. The photo showed the lower half of Chen Qi's face, a distinct jawline, pale and bloodless lips, and a few drops of light green liquid remaining at the corner of his mouth. Disgusted? If it had been a month ago, Chen Qi would definitely have felt disgusted, but now he stuck out his tongue and licked clean the liquid remaining at the corner of his mouth. Sweet, apple-flavored. The nausea Nurse Xiaoru had just suppressed surged again. She shook her head, ignoring Chen Qi, and grabbed a broom and dustpan to clean up the apple on the floor. After dumping the apple into the trash can, Xiaoru directly took out the not yet full trash bag to dispose of it, seemingly afraid that Chen Qi would retrieve the apple from the trash can. Only Dr. Zhao, Chen Qi, and the patient in bed no. 1 remained in the ward. Dr. Zhao stepped forward and patted Chen Qi's shoulder, saying gently, "Don't do this again next time. Your mother cares about you very much. Don't make her worry anymore." At the mention of his mother, Chen Qi's always expressionless face showed a slight change. He asked with a complex tone, "Dr. Zhao, when can I be discharged from the hospital?" Dr. Zhao raised his wrist and looked at his watch, saying, "Come to the consultation room in half an hour. We'll have a treatment session. If the treatment is effective, we can arrange your discharge soon." Chen Qi nodded blankly, but he didn't hold much hope in his heart. Conventional treatment methods seemed to have no effect on him. Half an hour later, Chen Qi followed Nurse Xiaoru to the consultation room next to the nurse's station. Dr. Zhao was already sitting behind the desk, waiting for him. Chen Qi sat down in the chair opposite Dr. Zhao, while Xiaoru pushed the door open and left. On Dr. Zhao's desk was an inpatient medical record, which contained Chen Qi's basic information and medical condition. Name, Chen Qi. Gender, male. Age, 23 years old. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Marital status, unmarried. Admission date, August 29, 2024. History provider, patient himself and his mother. Chief complaint, refused to eat for 3 weeks. Present illness, the patient developed sudden loss of appetite 3 weeks prior to admission, refusing normal food intake, and experienced significant weight loss. After admission, medical staff observed an abnormal desire to eat rotten and spoiled food, with no nausea or vomiting reaction during eating, and a dissociation between subjective perception and objective reality, self-reported eating fresh apples, but actually ingesting decayed organic matter. During this period, he was repeatedly stopped for secretly eating spoiled food within the hospital. Conventional persuasion and nutritional support therapy were ineffective, with strong resistant behavior. Past medical history, generally in good health, no history of major organic diseases. Denies family history of mental illness. Diagnosis: 1. Severe malnutrition. 2. Anorexia nervosa. 3. Pica. Treatment plan: 1. Cognitive behavioral therapy, exposure intervention for distorted food perception. 2. Medication regimen, olanzapine. Dr. Zhao closed the medical record. As Chen Qi's attending physician, he was intimately familiar with the information on the record. Dr. Zhao scratched his temple and asked, "Chen Qi, you've been transferred to our hospital for a week now. How do you feel?" Because he wanted to be discharged as soon as possible, Chen Qi could only say against his true feelings, "I feel much better." Dr. Zhao smiled and said, "How can you tell?" Chen Qi said, "Before I came, I couldn't eat anything. Now I can eat some rotten apples. Does that count as an improvement?" Dr. Zhao opened his mouth to say something but was momentarily speechless. If he had to say, why wouldn't it count? However, Dr. Zhao quickly found another breakthrough, asking, "Do you realize that what you're eating is a rotten apple?" Chen Qi nodded, "I figured it out a long time ago. It's impossible for everyone's eyes and camera lenses to have problems, so it can only be me who has the problem. It's good that you can rationally look at your own problem." Dr. Zhao nodded with satisfaction, "I'm very happy. Today you've shown an unprecedented level of positivity and cooperation, which gives me even more confidence to cure you. Next, I will show you some videos and pictures. After watching them, tell me your truest feelings." Chen Qi nodded to indicate understanding. Dr. Zhao operated the computer, and soon a video began playing on the large screen on the wall behind him. It was a compilation of food videos, edited from the most popular videos of several internet food bloggers. The screen alternately showed famous internet celebrities with millions or even tens of millions of fans, eating all kinds of delicious food. Hot pot, grilled meat, steak, barbecue, various cuisines. Combined with the food bloggers' unique commentary and appetite-stimulating eating shots, it made people outside the screen feel as if they could smell the aroma. For Chen Qi, who had been in a state of hunger, it was even more appealing, constantly stimulating his saliva secretion. Chen Qi swallowed. Dr. Zhao keenly observed the movement in Chen Qi's throat and smiled, "Did it whet your appetite?" Chen Qi nodded, "It did make him crave food." "Then let's look at another set of photos." Dr. Zhao opened a photo, and the screen displayed half of an orange covered in greenish-white mold. "This is the orange you stole and ate on your first day of admission. You swallowed half an orange, peel and all, and of course, that included a thick layer of mold on the peel." The images switched, and the screen successively showed ham sausages with black mold spots, rotten chicken legs, and maggot-infested apples. These were all the spoiled foods Chen Qi had secretly eaten during his week in the hospital. But not all of them, only the ones that were discovered. Including before his hospitalization, over the past month, he had also intermittently stolen and eaten some food. Otherwise, if he hadn't eaten for a month and relied only on intravenous fluids, he wouldn't have survived until now. Now that you see these spoiled foods you secretly ate over the past week, how do you feel? Dr. Zhao asked. "They don't look edible," Chen Qi said truthfully. In reality, if these foods looked the same to him as they did in the photos, he wouldn't eat them either. Dr. Zhao split the computer screen. The left screen showed various delicacies, and the right screen showed various spoiled foods. Now make a simple choice. If you feel hungry and need to eat, would you choose the left side or the right side? Chen Qi felt that such a question was meaningless, it was detached from reality, making a choice only on the screen, which would not help his condition at all. But he still replied, "The left side." "Very good." Dr. Zhao suddenly tapped the table. The consultation room door behind Chen Qi was immediately pushed open, and Nurse Xiaoru walked in, carrying a disposable lunchbox. She placed the lunchbox on the table and opened the lid. Dr. Zhao stood up, glanced at it, and smiled. Sautéed pork intestines, braised hairtail, chives and bean sprouts, stir-fried winter melon. 2 meat, 2 vegetable dishes. The cafeteria food is good today. He walked to Chen Qi's side and said, "This is my lunch today. If you eat this meal, you can prepare for discharge." Chen Qi took a deep breath and picked up his chopsticks. He extended his chopsticks towards the sautéed pork intestines, but then they hovered in midair. He saw that each segment of pork intestine was covered in polyps, and filled with coral-like yellow fat granules. Upon closer inspection, he could see that the pork intestine was still contracting slightly. Chen Qi moved his chopsticks to the braised hairtail. But in his eyes, it was not hairtail at all. The purple fish pieces were covered on both sides with something like tongue coating, and continuously secreted phlegm-like mucus. He picked up a chopstickful of chives and bean sprouts. But it was a small clump of tangled hair. The chives were black hair, and the bean sprouts were white hair, with some curly, coarse hairs of unknown origin mixed in. While they were inanimate hair in the lunchbox, they instantly came alive when picked up, wrapping around the chopsticks and tightening rapidly, preventing Chen Qi from separating the 2 chopsticks. Yet, Nurse Xiaoru and Dr. Zhao, standing on either side of Chen Qi, seemed to not notice such an anomaly at all. Chen Qi struggled a bit to flick off the chives and bean sprouts from his chopsticks, then looked at the last dish, stir-fried winter melon. A blob of snot-like winter melon, with some blood-like impurities mixed in. He sighed in his heart, giving up on the last dish directly, and stuck his chopsticks into the rice. If he couldn't eat the dishes, eating some rice would also be fine. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that this was not rice at all. Every grain of rice was a white insect egg, densely piled together, and from time to time, wriggling off white maggots would break out of the eggs. Chen Qi put down his chopsticks. He suddenly felt he didn't want to go home that much anymore. The hospital was actually quite good. Chen Qi sighed in his heart. No. He simply couldn't eat it. Ultimately, he still couldn't get past that hurdle in his own mind. It seems you're not ready yet. Dr. Zhao picked up the lunchbox and chopsticks, sat back in his chair, and scooped up a large mouthful of insect eggs, coated in bloody, thick snot, and put it into his mouth. He chewed, letting out a satisfied groan. Delicious. The cafeteria auntie's cooking is getting better and better. Love you, Mom, see you tomorrow. Chen Qi returned to 408 ward and sat back on the hospital bed. Nurse Xiaoru brought nutrient solution and connected it to the indwelling needle in Chen Qi's left hand. Because Chen Qi refused to eat and did not want a nasogastric tube inserted, he could only supplement nutrition through intravenous fluids. However, this was not a long-term solution. Once Chen Qi's physical condition further deteriorated, even if he disagreed, he would have to accept tube feeding, which meant ingesting enteral nutrients and liquid food through a nasogastric tube. While he was receiving the 4-drip, Nurse Xiaoru returned Chen Qi's phone to him. Chen Qi was admitted to an open ward in the psychiatry department, where patients could bring their phones, but they had to be handed over to medical staff for unified management and could only be used in the afternoon. Patients who could stay in an open ward generally had milder symptoms and posed no harm to others. However, to leave, a signature from the attending physician was required, or they needed to be accompanied by family members or medical staff. Chen Qi opened WeChat on his phone and found several unread messages, all from Mom. Mom, good son, how are you feeling today? Did you eat? Mom will come to see you tomorrow. Is there anything you need? Mom will bring it to you. Mom, we had agreed to visit you together after your dad returned from his business trip, but he hasn't finished his work there and can't come back for now. Chen Qi's expression softened, and he replied, I feel much better. I even ate half an apple today. Zhang Enqi, why don't you take me back with you tomorrow? Mom, smiling emoji. Mom, missing home? Is it uncomfortable staying at the hospital? Mom will ask Dr. Zhao tomorrow. If he says it's okay, Mom will take you home. Well, it looks like there's no hope, Chen Qi sighed. Chen Qi's family was quite well off. His mother was an elementary school teacher, and his father worked as an after-sales engineer at a large local factory with good pay, but he was constantly on business trips. He himself had just graduated from university and was looking for a job, having already interviewed with several companies. Under normal circumstances, he should have found a job by now and started working like a dog. But a month ago, he woke up one morning and suddenly found that the world had changed. That day, shortly after he got up, he saw his mother approach him with a fruit plate. Mom just bought these grapes from the market this morning. They're really fresh. Try some. After saying that, his mother lifted a bunch of grapes from the fruit plate and held them in front of him. A thick, purplish-red blood vessel was densely covered with spherical objects. Each grape was a bloodshot eyeball, its semi-coagulated pupil staring fixedly at him through a cloudy lens. Chen Qi was terrified at that moment. His mother, seeing his lack of reaction, simply picked an eyeball and popped it into her mouth. Hearing the crunching sounds, Chen Qi couldn't help but imagine the eyeball bursting in her mouth. To this day, that scene remained his nightmare. He initially thought he was trapped in a nightmare, but he quickly realized something was wrong. Not only the grapes, but in his eyes, all food had become bizarre and terrifying. Restaurants, takeaways, and even home-cooked meals, he couldn't find any food that looked normal. However, in the eyes of others, these foods had no problems whatsoever. Even food photographed with a phone looked perfectly normal, completely different from what Chen Qi saw. Chen Qi wasn't so delusional as to think, it's not me who's wrong, but the whole world. From the very beginning, he felt that something was wrong with himself. But he couldn't bring himself to ignore what his eyes saw and what his nose smelled, and put various disgusting and terrifying foods into his mouth. He began to refuse to eat, but hunger constantly tormented him, making his body weak. He didn't tough it out, he promptly informed his parents of his condition. His parents took him to the hospital, went to several hospitals, saw numerous doctors, underwent examinations, took medicine, and received intravenous fluids. A series of treatments yielded no improvement. However, during this process, he discovered that wild food would occasionally appear in the hospital. In trash cans, in green belts, on public benches, and even growing on trees, in any reasonable or unreasonable place, there was a small chance of wild food appearing. The types of food were also varied, including fruits, snacks, and various meats. Moreover, these foods appeared normal in Chen Qi's eyes and were incredibly appealing to his hungry self. But what appeared as normal food to Chen Qi was rotten and spoiled food in the eyes of others. Initially, Chen Qi also kept his distance from these wild foods, but one time, he was so hungry that he secretly ate a piece of wild chocolate. The result was not only a significant relief from his hunger but also a considerable recovery of his weakened body. From then on, he was no longer so repulsed by these foods that others saw as spoiled. However, the probability of wild food appearing was extremely low at first, and Chen Qi still had doubts, so he didn't dare to eat those wild foods recklessly. Therefore, he only occasionally ate wild food when he was extremely hungry. It was with the help of these wild foods that he didn't need tube feeding and survived until today solely on 4 drips. But relying on a small amount of wild food could not restore his health. He still grew thinner day by day, and his body became weaker and weaker. A week ago, through a referral, he transferred from another hospital to the affiliated hospital of Jinghai Medical College. It was said that the psychiatry department here was the most authoritative in Jinghai City. Choosing inpatient treatment was not only his parents' wish but also Chen Qi's own decision. He also wanted to cure his illness and regain his health. But by now, Chen Qi's thoughts had gradually begun to change. He was starting to think about giving up on treatment. Not only because inpatient treatment had not been effective, but also because he noticed that wild food in the hospital had become increasingly common. Recently, wild food, which used to be extremely rare, could now be found almost daily in this inpatient building. For example, the apple he ate today was one he found in the hallway, and yesterday he even found a braised chicken drumstick near the nurse's station. And this was despite him being confined to the inpatient building with limited mobility. If he could move freely within the hospital, he would find even more wild food. Perhaps it could satisfy his body's needs and allow him to regain his health. This was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Of course, the most important point was that Chen Qi began to have doubts. Before this, he firmly believed he was ill. But as he reviewed his experiences over the past month, as he calmed down and thought, a voice occasionally surfaced in his mind. What if it's really not me who's wrong, but the whole world? What if I'm not sick? This thought wasn't strong, but it had been flickering in Chen Qi's mind recently. His thinking was not baseless. Chen Qi could attribute the anomaly of food to his own hallucinations. But there was one thing that couldn't be explained: he had eaten so much wild food, which others saw as rotten and spoiled food, so why was he completely fine? No food poisoning, no vomiting and diarrhea, and no illness as a result. On the contrary, every time he ate a piece of wild food, he could clearly feel his weakened body recovering. So, was he really eating spoiled food? Of course, this alone wasn't enough to prove that Chen Qi was right and everyone else was wrong. Everyone around Chen Qi, Dr. Zhao, Nurse Xiaoru, and Chen Qi's parents all ate the food that appeared terrifying and bizarre in Chen Qi's eyes, but they experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Either I am wrong, or this world is. Who is wrong, after all? Chen Qi would rather be wrong himself. If he was right, then this world, he couldn't quite imagine it. Chen Qi scratched his head irritably. The monotonous hospital life, coupled with having to ponder such heavy questions every day, put him under immense pressure. He planned to have an open and honest talk with his mother after meeting her tomorrow, hoping she would help him arrange his discharge as soon as possible. Whether he was sick or not was beside the point. Since the hospital couldn't cure him, he had to find a way to survive on his own. Currently, eating more wild food seemed to be his only way to survive. And his current situation restricted him from finding and eating wild food. Chen Qi chatted with his mother for a few more moments, then opened a social app called Passerby and posted an update: Day 28 of fighting anorexia. Today I ate half an apple. He downloaded this app after he got sick. He could post updates, and people in the same city might see them. They could like and comment, but there was no adding friends or private messaging function. He needed an outlet to confide in, but he didn't want to post on his moments or let his friends and classmates know about his condition. This app was like a confessional, protecting his privacy while satisfying his need to express himself. Just like the app's name, every user was a passerby, able to care for each other without disturbing one another. Chen Qi saw a notification for an unread comment. He opened it and saw that a post he made yesterday had received a comment. It was just two simple words: keep it up. The comment was from a netizen named Momo. Since downloading this app, Chen Qi posted at least one update every day, like writing a diary, to record the progress of his illness. But obviously, this wasn't an interesting topic. At first, there were very few likes, and no comments at all. Until one day, this netizen named Momo appeared, liked his post, and left a keep it up message. From then on, Momo's comment, always the simple two words keep it up, appeared under every new post by Chen Qi. That keep it up wasn't particularly powerful, but sometimes people persevere simply because they have their first audience. Chen Qi consistently posted updates every day, and Momo commented and liked them daily. The two seemed to have reached some kind of agreement, forming a tacit understanding. Chen Qi, as he had many times before, replied thank you under Momo's comment. Then, he habitually clicked on Momo's personal profile. Like many users on this platform, there was no basic gender or age information. Even the username Momo had at least 8,000, if not 10,000, occurrences on the platform. Momo didn't post updates either. The entire profile only had one signature, the Lonely Gourmet. Chen Qi smiled, feeling that this signature was somehow very fitting for himself too. Time always passed quickly when he was on his phone. Not long after finishing his 4-drip, Nurse Xiaoru came on time to collect Chen Qi's phone. Before handing over his phone, Chen Qi sent one last message to his mother. "Love you, Mom, see you tomorrow." After a restless night, Chen Qi woke up early, eagerly awaiting his mother's arrival. Whenever his mother came to visit him at the hospital, she would usually arrive around 8 in the morning. This way, she could see him early without disturbing his rest by arriving too soon. But today, Chen Qi waited until 8:30 and still didn't see his mother, Zheng Qin. Maybe she was delayed by something. Chen Qi got up and went to the window. His ward window faced the hospital's parking lot, where visitors parked their cars. "That car looks like Mom's little Polo." Chen Qi noticed a red Polo in the parking lot, almost identical to his mother Zhang Qin's car, but he couldn't see the license plate due to other cars blocking it. Maybe it really is Mom's car. Maybe she's on her way up now. However, after waiting another 10 minutes, his mother still hadn't arrived. Chen Qi looked at the clock, it was almost 9. He walked out of the ward and went to the nurse's station, requesting to temporarily get his phone back to contact his mother. However, he was refused, with the reason being that phones could only be used at a fixed time in the afternoon. Chen Qi felt it was too unreasonable, but he didn't argue much with the nurses and could only return to his ward to continue waiting. Normally at this time, he would be foraging, wandering around the inpatient building to look for today's wild food. But his mother's unusual lateness today made him lose his motivation. After all, in Chen Qi's plan, this was not just a regular visit, he also intended to persuade his mother in person to help him arrange his discharge. Chen Qi returned to the window once more and suddenly his eyes widened. He happened to witness an incredibly familiar figure open a car door and get into the red Polo he had seen earlier. "Mom!" Chen Qi opened his mouth, wanting to shout, but found his throat incredibly dry. The sound he made was hoarse and low, like the faint babbling of a critically ill patient. In fact, even if he had shouted, no matter how loudly, his mother would most likely not have heard him. As the car door closed, inside and outside the car seemed to become two separate worlds. Chen Qi quickly swallowed some saliva to moisten his throat, but before he could shout again, he saw the red Polo quickly drive out of the parking lot, disappearing into his blind spot in an instant. Chen Qi's lips moved. His already pale lips seemed even more bloodless. "Mom, she clearly came, but she didn't come to see me and just left." "Why?" Chen Qi couldn't understand. He would rather his mother hadn't come to the hospital at all, than it might have been due to some delay. But according to his observation, the red Polo had been parked in the parking lot since before 8:30 a.m. and only drove away after 9 a.m. During that half-hour period, his mother hadn't come up to the 4th floor to see him. Chen Qi couldn't figure out the reason, but he could sense that things had become more complicated. Amidst the anxious waiting, the time reached the afternoon. Chen Qi immediately retrieved his phone and found an unread message from Mom. "Found food again. Mom, my dear son, there's something urgent at school, so Mom can't visit you today, pat head emoji." Chen Qi stared at the message on his phone screen, his gaze slightly frozen. The message was sent at 9:08 a.m., shortly after his mother left the hospital. "I saw you in the hospital parking lot." Chen Qi typed this sentence on his phone but then deleted it. He had always been close to his parents since childhood. In the past, he might have directly exposed his mother's lie and then pressed for the reason. But this time, he sensed something unusual. His mother said she would visit him but then stood him up, which was understandable. However, she clearly came but didn't visit him, which was problematic. Lying about it afterward only highlighted the seriousness of the issue. If his mother had decided not to visit him from the start, she should have sent this message before coming to the hospital. But in reality, she arrived at the hospital, stayed for at least half an hour, and only sent this message after leaving at 9 o'clock. Mom intended to visit me, but changed her mind after arriving at the hospital. So, what happened during her time at the hospital that made her decide not to see me and lie to me? Chen Qi never doubted his mother's love for him, but precisely because of this, he was even more confused. What could possibly make a mother abandon visiting her child? Chen Qi suppressed the doubts in his heart, calmed his emotions, and pretended as if nothing had happened, typing his reply, Chen Qi, when do you plan to visit me? This time was the only period in Chen Qi's day when he could use his phone, so unless he had class, his mother, Chen Qi, would always be by her phone to chat with Chen Qi for a while, almost instantly replying to messages. But today was different. Chen Qi waited for a while before receiving his mother's reply. Mom, school just started, and there's a lot going on. Mom will visit you after I've arranged my work. Mom, my dear son, you must work hard and cooperate well with the doctors for your treatment. Get well soon. Chen Qi frowned, feeling his mother's abnormality even more. His mother didn't directly answer his question and didn't explicitly say when she would visit him. As an elementary school teacher, his mother had relatively ample free time. Even coming to the hospital after work would be perfectly feasible. Moreover, the day after tomorrow was Saturday, and no matter how busy she was, she could surely find time on the weekend. But his mother didn't mention it at all. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, then replied directly with a voice message, Mom, I want to be discharged and go home. I feel much better. Mom, you naughty child, are you being disobedient again? Mom, I only have you as a son, and I don't want anything to happen to you. If you go home before your body has fully recovered, Mom will be worried sick every day, unable to work in peace, terrified that something might happen to you. Mom, listen to the doctors at the hospital, cooperate with the treatment, and recover soon. Mom and Dad will pick you up when you're ready to come home. Chen Qi felt increasingly strange. His mother's attitude today was completely different from yesterday. Yesterday, when he suggested being discharged and going home, his mother didn't say that. He could only settle for a compromise, saying, Chen Qi, I miss you. If I can't be discharged, then at least pick me up to stay for 2 days this weekend. This wasn't an excessive request, open wards were already quite liberal. But Chen Qi didn't expect his mother to directly refuse. Mom has to go on a business trip this weekend, so it'll have to wait until next week. Such a coincidence? In Chen Qi's memory, his mother had gone on business trips only a handful of times since he was little, and never on a weekend. With one lie already established, Chen Qi had ample reason to suspect this was also a lie. He scrolled through his phone, reviewing today's chat history, and noticed a slight, though not entirely abnormal, anomaly. In the few short messages today, his mother twice mentioned that he should cooperate with the treatment. This seemed normal, but it had never happened before. Did the doctors say something to her? The more Chen Qi thought about it, the more likely it seemed. When Mom came to the hospital this morning, the most likely people she would have contacted were the medical staff. She also said yesterday that she wanted to talk to the doctors about my condition. If the doctors said that reducing visits would be beneficial for my treatment, then everything would make sense. Thinking of this, Chen Qi sent a message asking, Chen Qi, did the doctors say bad things about me? Mom, no, why do you ask? Chen Qi, because you keep telling me to cooperate with the treatment. Mom, I just want you to recover quickly. Although his mother vehemently denied it, Chen Qi still felt that his guess was probably correct. He could understand why the hospital wouldn't let him eat spoiled food. But now they were even preventing family visits, which he couldn't understand. An unidentifiable anger flared in Chen Qi's heart. He was just a patient, not a prisoner. At the same time, his determination to be discharged became even stronger. He couldn't stay in this hospital. He was hospitalized to cure his illness, but not only was the illness not getting better, they were also practically soft imprisoning him and preventing him from seeing his family and parents. Currently, the only purpose of his hospitalization was to obtain nutrition through intravenous drips daily. However, as long as he could consume a sufficient amount of wild food, he could completely break free from his reliance on nutrient solutions. To convince Mom to let me be discharged, the best way is to restore my health. Once my body is healthy, even if my parents don't help me with the discharge procedures, the hospital will have no reason to stop me from leaving. So, I still need to eat more wild food. Chen Qi quickly clarified his goal. Eating more wild food was the best way to help him recover his physical condition as quickly as possible. Chen Qi glanced at the nutrient solution hanging on the floor stand. There was only a little left. He opened the Passerby app. As expected, the post he published yesterday again received a keep it up comment from Momo. Chen Qi replied with a customary thank you and then posted today's new update. Day 29 of fighting anorexia. I want to give up treatment. Locking his phone, he pressed the call bell. Soon, Nurse Xiaoru came over to remove his 4-needle. After Nurse Xiaoru left, Chen Qi got out of bed and quietly slipped out of the ward. He hadn't gone foraging in the morning because of his mother's situation and intended to make up for it now. If he couldn't find wild food today, he would go hungry, and his body would become even weaker. Generally, patients were allowed to move freely within the entire inpatient building. As long as they didn't leave the building, security guards wouldn't stop them. But Chen Qi was special. Because of his previous snack-stealing record, the nurses and patrolling security guards paid extra attention to him. Once he left the ward and was discovered by a nurse or security guard, he would be closely monitored. However, Chen Qi chose an excellent time. It was currently the time when people were concentrated on playing with their phones in the afternoon. Usually, at this time, he and other patients would quietly lie in bed playing with their phones. So, this was also when the nurses and security guards were most relaxed. Chen Qi, dragging his weak body, quickly passed through the corridor and turned into the stairwell. He quickly scanned his surroundings but found no wild food in the stairwell, then descended to the stair platform between the 3rd and 4th floors. Through the sealed glass window, he looked at a flower bed about 100 meters away, near the back door of the hospital's outpatient department. The flower bed was filled with various colors of cosmos flowers, looking a bit wilted in the hot afternoon. Chen Qi's eyes lit up, staring intently at something hidden beneath the stems and leaves of those cosmos flowers. Good, it's still there. As early as 4 days ago, when he was foraging and passed by here, he was attracted by something in the distant flower bed, even though he couldn't see what it was. For these 4 days, he would come here every day to check if the item was still there. Chen Qi took out his phone, opened the camera, focused on that flower bed, and continuously zoomed in. Soon, a supersized pancake appeared on his phone screen. It seemed someone had taken a bite and thrown it into the flower bed. After several days of rain, it had swollen, and with insects and ants gnawing at it, it was already beyond recognition. But this was only how it looked through the camera. As a piece of wild food, in Chen Qi's eyes, it must have been an enticing delicacy. And even among wild foods, this pancake was special enough. It was the first time he encountered a wild food that could attract him from over 100 meters away. He couldn't even clearly see what was in the flower bed before, but he was instinctively drawn to it. Just looking at it from afar made his appetite stir. If I could eat that special pancake, my body would surely recover a lot. Usually, the more you crave something, the more your body lacks it. Chen Qi felt his body lacked that pancake. His intuition told him that eating this special wild food would also have a special effect. Unfortunately, he had no chance to get close to that flower bed. Even if he asked a nurse to take him for a walk, the nurse would closely guard him the whole way, and he would have no chance to secretly hide any food. Chen Qi had originally planned to take advantage of his mother's visit today to ask her to accompany him for a walk and secretly pocket that pancake. However, his mother standing him up also disrupted his plan. Chen Qi swallowed, then took a photo of the rotten pancake. I need to find a way to get this pancake. He pondered various solutions in his mind, then turned and continued down the stairs. Over the past week, he had accumulated rich foraging experience. The stairwell was his preferred foraging spot every day. Actually, the chance of finding wild food in the stairwell wasn't high, but it was safe. Medical staff usually took the elevator up and down, rarely using the stairs. He could explore here with relative peace of mind. Chen Qi went all the way down to the first floor but found no wild food in the stairwell. He could only turn and go up, reaching the 8th floor, or he had to stop and rest. The entire inpatient building had 15 floors, and Chen Qi had only ever gone up to the 8th floor at most. His severe physical weakness greatly affected his stamina. Reaching the 8th floor in one go left him panting. My luck isn't great today. From the first to the 8th floor, no wild food was found in the stairwell. After Chen Qi had recovered some strength, he didn't continue to climb higher floors but chose to risk entering the ward area to forage. Although he called it risky, it wasn't too bad. He was only relatively well known on the 4th floor ward. Once on other floors, the medical staff might not recognize him. Entering the corridor on the 8th floor, Chen Qi first glanced left and right, confirmed there was no wild food in the corridor, then began checking each ward one by one. He pushed open the door of the nearest ward and found it was an empty ward, but this did not affect the appearance of wild food. Same old rule, check the trash can first. Based on his extensive foraging experience, Chen Qi concluded, whether indoors or outdoors, trash cans were always the place with the highest probability of wild food appearing. Next were various hidden corners, such as under beds, wall corners, drawers, windowsills, and so on. Chen Qi moved swiftly, quickly searching the entire ward, confirmed no harvest, and immediately moved to the adjacent ward. This ward was occupied, so he had to be careful with his actions, not appearing too conspicuous, to avoid alarming the patients or their families. Chen Qi slowed his movements, as if he were just a fellow patient dropping by, seemingly wandering casually, even smiling and nodding to others in the ward, but his gaze silently swept over every corner of the room. Finding no wild food, he ambled into the ward's restroom. A moment later, Chen Qi's sigh came from the restroom. What a pity. Chen Qi looked at a fresh, thick, greenish-yellow banana floating in the toilet bowl and shook his head helplessly. Although he picked food from trash cans, he also had his bottom line. For example, he only ate wild food found on the sink in the restroom. As for wild food in the restroom trash can or the toilet bowl, he would absolutely not touch it. Moreover, even in outdoor trash cans, he would only pick wild food with intact outer packaging. At the very least, they had to be fruits like bananas or oranges that were covered by their peels. He would also not pick up wild food that had direct contact with trash and was contaminated. Chen Qi was sometimes swift, sometimes slow, sometimes tense, sometimes leisurely, like a seasoned predator moving through the 8th floor of the inpatient building. The entire inpatient building was his hunting ground. Occasionally, nurses passed by him, but none noticed anything unusual. Using his skilled techniques, he quietly searched most of the wards on the 8th floor. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Foraging had consumed too much of his physical strength, but he hadn't gotten any food replenishment. Chen Qi already felt somewhat tired. Just as he was about to push himself to the next floor to continue foraging, he pushed open the last ward on the 8th floor and quickly found something. In the crevice between the ward door and the wall corner, there was a triangle on a gyri. Found food again. Chen Qi was pleasantly surprised. Seeing no one in the ward, he quickly closed the door and picked up the onigiri. The onigiri was wrapped in a layer of plastic, the packaging was intact, and it was even warm to the touch. Although his stomach was rumbling with hunger, Chen Qi didn't immediately enjoy the onigiri. Instead, he first locked the ward door, then entered the ward's restroom and locked the restroom door as well. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but every time he secretly ate wild food during his week in the hospital, someone would always come looking for him. Even when he hid in the closet to eat an apple, he would be discovered. He wanted to use this opportunity to verify it again. Chen Qi tore open the onigiri's packaging, took a deep breath, and bit off half of the onigiri. Before he could even swallow that bite of onigiri, a knock suddenly sounded from outside. Who's in there? Open the door. Mental patients have spirit. Sure enough. Chen Qi's eyes narrowed when he heard the female voice from outside the ward. The similar scene playing out again made him certain this was no coincidence. On August 29, he found an orange in the hospital corridor, hid in the stairwell to eat it, and just as he had eaten half, the patrolling security guard arrived. On August 30, he found a candy, and not long after he put it in his mouth, Nurse Xiaoru found him. Left with no choice, he could only bite the candy into pieces and swallow it directly. On August 31, he was lucky that day and found a small biscuit and a sausage. He hid under the quilt to sneak a bite, and just as he finished the biscuit and took one bite of the sausage, Dr. Zhao pulled back the quilt. Every day after that was the same, no matter where he hid, whether it was in the stairwell or under the covers, in the closet or under the bed. And no matter what time he chose, day, night, or early morning. As soon as he snuck a bite, someone would show up like a cat that smelled fish. This time was even more absurd. He was in the restroom of an empty ward, and as soon as he took a bite of a rice ball, someone knocked on the door. Chen Qi, unhurried, calmly chewed the food in his mouth. With 2 door locks blocking the way, and the rice ball not being large, he could finish it in 2 bites, giving him ample time to eat. The triangular rice ball was wrapped in a layer of seaweed, with ham, egg, and pork floss inside, offering a rich texture and delicious taste. He didn't know if it was a delusion caused by extreme hunger, but Chen Qi always felt that these wild foods tasted even more delicious than what he had eaten before he fell ill. He chewed the food thoroughly, allowing its deliciousness to fully blossom in his mouth, and he felt completely satisfied as a result. At this moment, the knocking outside became more urgent, accompanied by shouts, "Bring the key for room 832. A moment later, the sound of a key turning came, followed by the sound of the ward door being pushed open. "Who's in the restroom?" Bang, bang, bang. As the restroom doorknob was twisted, violent knocking followed. However, the restroom door was different from the ward door. Once locked from the inside, it could not be opened with a key from the outside. At this point, Chen Qi had already swallowed the rice ball in his mouth and popped the remaining half of the rice ball into his mouth. While chewing quickly, he crumpled the plastic wrapper in his hand and threw it into the toilet, then pressed and held the flush button, watching the wrapper disappear down the toilet drain. "If you don't come out, we're going to break down the door." A deep male voice came from outside. It seemed the security guards had arrived. That speed is really something. Chen Qi chewed a few more bites quickly, swallowing the half rice ball in his mouth. He then turned on the faucet at the sink, washed his hands, and rinsed his mouth, making sure there were no food residues, before calmly opening the restroom door. He looked outside and saw 2 security guards in a posture ready to ram the door. If he had opened the door a few seconds later, they would have already crashed into it. "What are you doing?" Chen Qi asked calmly. Besides the 2 security guards outside, there were also 4 nurses, one of whom, the oldest, frowned and scolded. "You ask us what we're doing? What exactly were you doing in there? Why did you lock the door? Why didn't you open the door?" "I was just walking here and suddenly had to use the restroom, that's all." Chen Qi spread his hands. "Do you really need to make such a big fuss? It's you again, kid. Are you sneaking something to eat in the restroom?" The 2 security guards recognized Chen Qi at a glance. Recently, Chen Qi had become famous in their security team, a legendary figure. Chen Qi said helplessly, "What could I possibly sneak to eat in a restroom?" The 2 security guards' expressions changed, and they ran into the restroom to check around, then made Chen Qi open his mouth and shined a flashlight into it. Finally, finding nothing, they notified the nurses on the 4th floor to come and collect him. Soon after, Chen Qi was led by Nurse Xiaoru, who had rushed up, and took the elevator back to the 4th floor. This also forced him to interrupt his foraging. Along the way, Nurse Xiaoru repeatedly confirmed, "You really didn't eat anything strange?" "Really didn't." "Then why were you running around?" "I was just going for a walk." "You're so weak, you should tell me in advance if you want to go for a walk so I can accompany you." Chen Qi thought for a moment and said, "Then tomorrow morning, you can accompany me to stroll around the hospital." Nurse Xiaoru hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Okay, but I'll have to wait until I'm done with my morning duties." After eating an entire rice ball, Chen Qi felt his mental state had improved significantly, and his body's fatigue also dissipated. Wild foods seemed to have richer nutrients than the normal foods he remembered, and they were absorbed more quickly. Eating 1 portion of wild food daily, supplemented with intravenous nutrient fluid, was enough to sustain his life. But eating only 1 portion of wild food daily was not enough to help his body recover from its weakness. Chen Qi lay on the bed, summarizing his thoughts based on his memories. As soon as wild food enters my mouth, it's like my location is marked in a game. People nearby immediately rush to stop me. To say this is a coincidence would be too much of a coincidence. But to say it isn't a coincidence, it seems the people who rush over don't know beforehand that I'm sneaking a bite. Also, they act too anxiously. Just now, for example, he ate a rice ball in less than 3 minutes. As a result, the nurse brought the key, opened the ward door, and the security guards had already arrived and were preparing to break down the door. It's hard to believe all of this happened within 3 minutes. Both the nurse and security guards reacted excessively. Chen Qi truly couldn't find a reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. He was still focusing on his physical recovery for now. If I merely possess wild food, as long as I don't eat it, I won't attract medical staff. So, if I don't want my foraging process to be interrupted, I should hoard more wild food and eat it all at once. But the more wild food there is, the more time it takes to eat, so I need to find a sufficiently safe place to ensure I can eat in peace. But such a place is not easy to find. Chen Qi glanced at the time and gave up on continuing to forage outside. A moment later, Nurse Xiaoru entered the ward, took away his phone, then took Chen Qi for a series of physical examinations, and then sent him back to the ward. Chen Qi lay on the bed, forcing himself to sleep. Besides playing on his phone in the afternoon, nighttime was also a very suitable time for foraging. He planned to sleep early, conserve his energy, and go out foraging again at night. To recover his body as soon as possible, he had to increase the frequency of his foraging, seize every opportunity to forage, and hoard more wild food. Chen Qi slept until nearly 2 in the morning, feeling refreshed, though his body still felt a little weak. At this time, the night shift nurses had already checked the rooms, and the number of security guards and nurses on the night shift was far fewer than during the day, and most patients were asleep. Therefore, it was very convenient to move around, and the chance of being discovered was relatively small. Chen Qi sat up, and suddenly felt something. Looking to the side, he was startled. He saw the patient in the next bed, bed number 1, staring at him with wide-open eyes. Their eyes met, and neither said a word. The ward was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of the air conditioner's airflow. Chen Qi was frozen for a full 3 or 4 seconds before turning his head away. About the patient in the next bed, bed number 1, he only knew that his name was Sun Xuechao, probably in his early 30s, and nothing else. Sun Xuechao spoke very little, to be precise, almost never spoke, and had never had any communication with Chen Qi. He either stared blankly all day or counted his hair with both hands, fitting Chen Qi's stereotype of a mentally ill person. Chen Qi was quite satisfied with this roommate because he was quiet enough and didn't cause trouble, so he could be completely ignored. His mind raced, and he quickly made a decision, still getting up, putting on his shoes, and walking towards the ward door. He was unwilling to give up such a good foraging opportunity, and Sun Xuechao didn't look like someone who would report him. This was Chen Qi's first time foraging late at night. Foraging at night was not without its drawbacks. First, visibility was not as good as during the day, and second, he had to give up searching rooms where people were present. Sneaking into someone else's ward in the middle of the night, Chen Qi was also afraid of scaring them. This meant the searchable area was very limited, only the stairwells and corridors on each floor, as well as some confirmed empty wards. 2 hours later, Chen Qi dragged his tired body back to the entrance of 408 ward, his eyes sparkling. He pushed open the door and tiptoed inside. As he turned his head, he came face to face with Sun Xuechao's eyes, as big as bull's eggs. Chen Qi was startled. This guy still wasn't asleep. He hadn't seen him sleep during the day either. As expected of a mentally ill person, he really had spirit. Chen Qi ignored Sun Xuechao's gaze, lay down on his own bed, turned his back to Sun Xuechao, and took out the items hidden in his clothes one by one. During his foraging tonight, Chen Qi gave up his usual search on floors 1 to 8, took the elevator directly to the 9th floor, and searched from the 9th floor stairwell all the way to the top, 15th floor stairwell. He also searched several empty wards on the 9th and 10th floors. Perhaps because floors 9 and above were new maps he had never explored, his harvest was quite good. 2 hours of foraging, even after deducting the time he rested in between, and often having to grope in the dark, the actual search efficiency was not high. But in the end, he found 3 pieces of wild food. A large white steamed bun, a head of lettuce, and a braised duck neck. He stuffed all 3 food items into his pillowcase. From the outside, there was nothing unusual. I wonder if storing food this way will make it go bad. It was early September now, and the temperature was still high. Normal food cooped up under a pillow would definitely spoil within 2 or 3 days. But wild food was already considered spoiled in other people's eyes, and Chen Qi wasn't sure if it could spoil further. In the past, whenever he found wild food, he would eat it the same day, never overnight, so he had no experience in this regard. I can continue foraging tomorrow night. If I can still find 3 or 4 more items, I can consider eating them all at once. Nurse Xiaoru promised to take me for a walk tomorrow morning. I wonder if I'll have a chance to get my hands on that pancake. Chen Qi couldn't sleep anymore, his mind filled with thoughts, and soon it was dawn. However, Nurse Xiaoru was incredibly busy today, running around without a break all morning, as Chen Qi observed. Chen Qi could only wait for her to be free before bringing up the topic of going for a walk. Who knew this wait would last until past 11 in the morning? What about the walk you promised me? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Let's go down now. Now. Yes, I'm just about to go to the cafeteria for lunch. You can come with me. No, who goes for a walk in a cafeteria? Chen Qi protested. To him, there were few places in this world more terrifying than a cafeteria. It's all the same where you go for a walk. Go to the cafeteria more often, maybe it'll even whet your appetite. Seeing Chen Qi's bitter face, Xiaoru had to add, I'll accompany you to stroll around the hospital after we eat. Alright then, let's go. The two took the elevator down to the first floor and saw people coming and going outside, many of them medical staff in white coats, forming a white tide surging towards the cafeteria. Chen Qi and Xiaoru also walked through the internal passage to the hospital cafeteria. It was lunchtime now, and the cafeteria inside and out was bustling with people, medical staff, patients, and their families, all here to eat. Let's go, we'll go to the second floor. The second floor was the staff cafeteria, only open to medical personnel. Chen Qi was pulled by Xiaoru up to the second floor, and what greeted his eyes was a hellish scene. Medical staff in white coats sat around various dining tables, eating all sorts of things. Today's stir-fried pig liver is especially tender. A young nurse picked up a clump of tender, red organ meat, so fresh it was still dripping blood, its surface covered with dense, tiny bumps, like countless small eyes constantly blinking. The knife-cut noodles are also good, so chewy. The male doctor sitting across from her fished out several long tapeworms from the blood-like noodle soup and put them into his mouth. As he bit the tapeworms, the remaining half of the tapeworms struggled violently and writhed on the chopsticks in his hand, blood and pus splattering everywhere. Chen Qi glanced around, and the food on everyone's plates was more shocking and indescribable than the last. Are you eating? My treat. Xiaoru asked, picking up a tray. Chen Qi's face turned pale, and he shook his head. Xiaoru knew Chen Qi's situation and only asked out of politeness, but she still pulled Chen Qi to get food with her. Upon reaching the serving area, a strong stench of decay mixed with blood rushed over, making Chen Qi's stomach churn. Brain tofu, cold mixed worms, stir-fried tentacles with green onions, human organ soup. Chen Qi quickly turned his head and happened to see a back figure in a white coat with a ponytail in the corner, operating the cafeteria's microwave oven. Ding! The microwave made a soft sound and stopped working. The person opened the microwave, took out a burnt, dry bread, and sat at a corner dining table, quietly gnawing on the bread. Chen Qi finally saw her face. She was a girl who looked even younger than him, with a tall figure, a plain face, delicate features, and she was very beautiful. However, Chen Qi filtered all of that out, his eyes were only on the dry bread in the girl's hand. He actually saw someone eating normal food. Among a group of people eating raw meat and drinking blood in the cafeteria, a girl quietly gnawing on bread stood out to Chen Qi like a crane among chickens. She doesn't like thin dogs. A kindred spirit. Chen Qi's heart was completely filled with the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Daily, caught in a dilemma between self-doubt and doubting the world, nothing excited him more than finding someone similar to him. The existence of such a person was, by nature, a form of affirmation for him. But very quickly, he noticed something was off. She's not my kindred spirit, at least not entirely. A simple point, the people around him didn't show any unusual reactions to the girl eating bread. If Chen Qi dared to sit there openly eating wild food, he would definitely be surrounded the next second. So the dry bread in her hand not only seems like normal food to me, but also to others. Nurse Xiaoru had already gotten her meal and said to Chen Qi, "Let's go, find a seat." Chen Qi came back to his senses, hesitated slightly, and chose a seat directly facing the bread girl. His gaze went past Xiaoru, who was sitting opposite him, and continued to observe the bread girl. After a short while, Chen Qi came to a conclusion: the dry bread in the girl's hand was definitely not wild food. The reason he was so certain was not only because of the reactions of those around him, but also because the bread completely failed to whet his appetite. One had to know that even the simplest wild food would look incredibly appetizing to Chen Qi, making him full of desire to eat. Even a plain steamed bun or a single lettuce leaf was like that. He had initially thought he was too hungry, which was why he salivated over everything that looked edible, but after seeing the dry bread, he realized that wasn't the case. He was merely not repulsed by the dry bread, he couldn't even say he had an appetite for it. Can I eat that dry bread? This thought naturally arose in Chen Qi's mind. If there was such a food that could fill his stomach without causing trouble, even if it tasted bad, he could completely accept it. If I can eat it, wouldn't I be able to prove to Dr. Su that I can also eat normal food? I need to find a way to talk to her. Chen Qi mused inwardly. Not just for the dry bread. Chen Qi was certain that the girl knew something. She should also be able to see it. The other party came to the cafeteria and chose to microwave a piece of dry bread instead of eating the many other foods available. It was very likely that she also saw something wrong with the hospital's food. During his month of illness, Chen Qi always felt like he was standing on the opposite side of the world, but if there was someone who could see the same sights as him, it meant that all of this was not just his hallucination. His heart had always been conflicted, both fearing that something was wrong with the world and longing for recognition. But at this moment, encountering someone with similar characteristics to him, he was absolutely unwilling to miss the opportunity. Chen Qi continued to observe while thinking about how to establish contact with the other party. He noticed that the girl seemed to really like eating that dry bread, taking bite after bite, not even drinking water. Chen Qi felt choked just watching her. Nurse Xiaoru ate her meal while occasionally chatting with Chen Qi. Chen Qi responded vaguely, his mind completely elsewhere, not knowing what she was saying. It wasn't until he heard the words stomach tube insertion that his attention was pulled back. What did you say? Stomach tube insertion? That's right, we just checked your body yesterday. Although all the data are stable, there's no sign of improvement. Dr. Zhao is already considering nasogastric feeding. I don't agree. Chen Qi refused directly. It wasn't that he was afraid of how uncomfortable a stomach tube insertion would be, the main thing was that once a stomach tube was inserted, what he ate or didn't eat would no longer be up to him. Nasogastric feeding could not only infuse nutrient solutions but also introduce various liquid foods into his stomach. Imagine blending these strange and terrifying foods from the cafeteria into a paste and pouring them into his stomach. Chen Qi felt nauseous just thinking about it. Xiaoru licked a maggot from the corner of her mouth, rolled her eyes at Chen Qi, and said, "You came to our hospital to get treated, not for a vacation. If your condition doesn't improve, we have to change the treatment method. Do you want to live in our hospital forever?" Chen Qi was about the same age as Xiaoru, and he wasn't polite to this young nurse, retorting, "If you can't cure me, I'll go to another hospital. I don't have to be treated here." Nurse Xiaoru pouted and said, "Even if you don't agree, it won't work. Dr. Zhao has already communicated with your mother, and she agrees with our treatment plan. Chen Qi's expression changed slightly. His mom agreed without even discussing it with him? Xiaoru saw his bad expression and comforted him, you don't have to worry too much. You still have one more chance tomorrow. As long as you can pass Dr. Zhao's test, you can be discharged directly. Test? You mean? That's right, it's still the same as last time. Prove that you can eat normally, and you can be discharged. Chen Qi was not comforted, instead, his expression became even worse. What test? How was this any different from forcing him to eat feces? If he could eat it, he wouldn't be in this situation today. What if the test isn't passed? If you don't pass, of course, you'll cooperate obediently with us for the stomach tube insertion. It will be arranged for you that very day. Don't even think about resisting, with your small physique, the security guards can easily subdue you. Chen Qi sighed. He was at least a male university student of 1.8 meters tall, or at least he was 2 months ago before graduating, and now he was being looked down upon by a young nurse. He felt an even more urgent desire to restore his strong physique, and another sense of urgency pressed down on his heart like heavy dark clouds, making him breathless. If I don't pass the test tomorrow, I'll be inserted. I absolutely cannot accept a stomach tube insertion. I must act today, I must find every possible way to break this deadlock. Chen Qi's thoughts raced, planning one scheme after another in his mind. Just then, the girl eating bread put the remaining half of her bread into her canvas bag and stood up, about to leave. Chen Qi knew this was an opportunity not to be missed, especially given his current predicament. He should strive for all possible help. So he stood up and quickly chased after her. Wait a moment. Chen Qi blocked the girl's path and looked down at her chest. The badge pinned there read Intern Doctor in large characters, and below it, in smaller font, was written name, Suanan. What is it? Suanan stopped. Dr. Su, can I add you on WeChat? Chen Qi asked shamelessly. To be honest, he didn't have much experience with picking up girls, but because his purpose was simple, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Do we know each other? No, but we can get to know each other. Suanan took a step back, looked Chen Qi up and down thoroughly, then shook her head and said, forget it, I don't like them too skinny. After saying that, she walked around Chen Qi and left directly. Chen Qi was helpless. What does my being skinny have to do with you? Adding WeChat means dating? Couldn't it be for saving the world? Xiaoru, who had been watching the drama, came over at some point and patted Chen Qi's arm, saying, stop looking. She already said she doesn't like skinny dogs. Chen Qi thought for a moment, then shouted at Suanan's retreating back, can I try your bread? Suanan's steps faltered. Why not eat bread? Nurse Xiaoru covered her forehead, looking speechless. How could anyone strike up a conversation like that? Taste her bread? Anyone who didn't know would think you were talking about some other bread. But that girl's bread was indeed quite big. Nurse Xiaoru looked down and saw her own abdomen without any obstruction, feeling a surge of envy. However, she hadn't expected that as soon as Chen Qi spoke, Suanan would actually stop and turn around. Chen Qi quickly stepped forward and hinted, it seems you, like me, don't like eating the hospital's cafeteria food. Suanan pondered, glanced at the identification band on Chen Qi's wrist, and asked in a low voice, what's your illness? Anorexia, I can't eat normal food. Chen Qi emphasized the word normal. Suanan subtly raised an eyebrow, then took out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and said, okay, you can scan me. Chen Qi awkwardly said, I didn't bring my phone. You add me, and I'll accept it when I get back. Suanan didn't say anything, just handed over her phone, letting Chen Qi input his phone number himself, then search an ad. Chen Qi returned the phone to Suanan and watched her turn and leave. Nurse Xiaoru saw Chen Qi add the other person's WeChat so easily and expressed her incomprehension, but was greatly shocked. This works too? She leaned over to Chen Qi, patted him, and teased, you're something, kid. Even sick, you don't forget to pursue love. Chen Qi smiled and didn't explain much, just said, Xiaoru, are you done eating? Let's go, let's go. I'm on a diet recently, so a little is enough. As they left the cafeteria, Xiaoru was still chattering, your taste is good, kid. That girl just now is pretty and young, probably a student from Jinghai Medical College. You should seize the opportunity. Do you want me to help you find out if she has a boyfriend? Suanen's name tag said intern doctor, which actually meant she was a medical student studying at the hospital. Chen Qi casually brushed her off. His mind was currently filled with self-preservation. How could he have any thoughts of romance? The two wandered around the hospital. The hospital's greenery was well maintained, and some areas were built like small parks. Chen Qi had been confined for so many days, so occasionally being able to go out for a stroll indeed made him feel physically and mentally refreshed. Under his intentional guidance, the two passed by a flowerbed full of cosmos. Chen Qi secretly glanced into the flowerbed and indeed saw a large pancake, half hidden. However, in his eyes, this pancake was perfectly packaged, with a paper bag inside and another layer of plastic bag outside. Only 1/3 of the pancake was exposed from the paper bag, with an enticing golden color that looked very fresh at a glance. Chen Qi swallowed, his stomach rumbling uncooperatively. As he got closer to the pancake, the attraction became even stronger, making him want to pick it up and take a few bites right there. But Nurse Xiaoru seemed to be chatting idly, yet her gaze never left him. Chen Qi passed by the pancake twice, but couldn't find an opportunity to act, and he was also afraid of being too obvious in drawing Nurse Xiaoru's attention to the pancake. So, he ultimately had to give up. Back in the ward, Chen Qi leaned on the bed, contemplating what he needed to do today. The test is tomorrow at noon, so I don't have much time left. Tonight, it has to be tonight. I'll go out foraging again and then eat all the wild food I find at once. But where to eat? I need to think carefully and look for a suitable place while foraging tonight. If tonight's foraging went smoothly, he would have at least 5 or 6 pieces of wild food in his hand. Eating so much food at once would take a lot of time. Before, when he hid in the ward's restroom, with 2 doors blocking, the time was only enough for him to eat 1 rice ball. Even if he sped up his eating then, at most he could only eat 2 items. Therefore, for this meal, the location and timing were very important. He chose to eat at midnight because there were fewer nurses and security guards in the hospital at that time, and fewer people would come to stop him from eating. But the eating location was still a headache. Where else in this inpatient building was safer and more secure than the restroom? A moment later, Nurse Xiaoru brought today's nutrient solution and also brought Chen Qi his phone. It was time to play with his phone again. With the nutrient solution hooked up, Chen Qi found a comfortable position leaning against the headboard, then opened his phone. He immediately clicked on WeChat. Besides 1 friend request, there were no other messages. Dad and Mom didn't even send me a message. Are they planning to abandon this main account and start a new alt account? This sudden distancing made Chen Qi very unaccustomed. He clicked on the friend request from Suanen and saw that her nickname was simply Sue. Her profile picture. Her profile picture was a dried bread. How much does she love it? After accepting the friend request, Chen Qi proactively sent a greeting. Chen Qi, Dr. Sue, I'm Chen Qi. We just met in the cafeteria. After a moment, Suanen replied, just say what you need to say directly. I prefer efficient communication. Chen Qi naturally had no objections. He pondered for a moment and replied, I think we should be the same kind. You should be able to see them too, I mean those foods. Chen Qi was certain that Suanen, like him, had something abnormal, so he didn't hide anything and spoke frankly. About a few minutes later, Suanen replied, what do foods look like in your eyes? Chen Qi, disgusting, bizarre, strange, varied, in short, none of them look edible. Suanen, then we're similar. Chen Qi, so. You can see them too? Suanen, it started about a month ago. Chen Qi's heart rate suddenly quickened. Although he had guessed it earlier, hearing Suonin admit it herself, he still couldn't help but feel excited. He wasn't alone. He wasn't insane. There were people in the world who could see the same things as him. Since there was one Suonin, there must be more people. Chen Qi took a deep breath, gradually calming his mind. Suonin's appearance only proved that the abnormality happening to him was not an isolated case, and it didn't mean that what he saw was the truth. Chen Qi could find a bunch of reasons to prove that this world had problems, but he could also find a bunch of reasons to prove that he himself had problems. So, who was right and who was wrong? There was still no conclusion in his mind. He wanted to ask Suonin for her thoughts, wondering if she was also as conflicted and confused as him, if she was also deeply caught in a whirlpool of self-doubt and feeling disoriented. But to Chen Qi's question, Suonin replied lightly. Suonin, I don't know who's right or wrong, and I don't know if what I see is real or fake, but it doesn't matter. It's enough for me to have bread to eat. Suonin, speaking of which, why did you get anorexia? Why don't you eat bread? Suonin, can't you make bread? Let's eat. Why don't you eat bread? Don't you want to? Chen Qi wore a helpless expression. Not to mention whether he could make bread, the key was what to make it with. In his eyes, he couldn't find a single normal ingredient. Moreover, it wasn't that he hadn't tried cooking himself, the result was just making the already disgusting ingredients even more disgusting. However, he knew this should be the difference between him and Suonin. Their situations were clearly not the same. They both saw the abnormality of the food, but Chen Qi, because he was almost starved to death, had to be hospitalized for treatment. Suonin, however, acted as if nothing was wrong, her studies and life were unaffected, and she went about her business as usual. The difference between the two should lie in that dry bread. Chen Qi, where on earth did you get that bread? Suonin, I made it myself. Don't you know how? Chen Qi, shocked pandahead.jpg. Chen Qi, should I? Suonin, it's very simple. Any food, after cooking and processing, can turn into bread. Suonin, the food I'm talking about refers to what others see as food, which are those disgusting things in our eyes. Chen Qi, are you saying you can turn all those messed up things into bread? Chen Qi, your bread isn't picked up from outside? Suonin, you can still pick up food outside? Chen Qi, can't you? Suonin, should I? Chen Qi, don't you see the wild food outside? Suonin, look at what you're saying. Is there such a thing as wild food? Inside the outpatient department, Suonin, holding her phone, looked as if she had been struck by lightning. As Chen Qi meticulously recounted his numerous foraging and eating experiences, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened wider and wider. What the hell? Wild chocolate? Wild roasted chicken drumsticks? And wild braised duck necks? Is he really not kidding me? Suonin felt the world was becoming increasingly topsy-turvy. She never agonized over whether she was sick or if there was something wrong with the world. As long as she could get by, she continued to live. But at this moment, she truly began to doubt herself. I'm probably really sick. If I'm not sick, then Chen Qi isn't sick either, but it's highly unlikely that Chen Qi isn't sick. And Chen Qi, after understanding Suonin's process of making dry bread, had pretty much the same thoughts. Reason to suspect I'm sick +1. The process of making this dry bread is too fantastical. Doesn't she think this is very wrong? According to Suonin, she only needed to put any bizarre food into a pot, fry, stir-fry, steam, or deep-fry it, or even just boil it in water, to get a portion of dry bread. Every day, she would make bread in her dormitory and bring it to the hospital, heating it in the microwave for her lunch. Chen Qi was 100% certain that he did not possess such an ability. He couldn't help but feel envious. The difficulty of obtaining food was too low. However, the difference between dry bread and wild food was also very obvious. Dry bread did not possess the powerful restorative effects of wild food, its nutrition and absorption speed were similar to ordinary food. But it also wouldn't be marked upon consumption, unlike wild food. In the eyes of others, dry bread also had the appearance of normal food, making it perfectly acceptable to eat in public. I don't even have to hide when I eat anymore, just thinking about it makes me jealous. Chen Qi felt a pang of envy. In short, when the two compared notes, they both felt that the other's method of obtaining food was somewhat absurd. Chen Qi, Dr. Sue, could you let me try a bread? Suanan, okay, I'll bring 2 bread tomorrow and give 1 to you. Actually, Suanan still had half a bread left from lunch, but she didn't want to share her eaten bread with a stranger. Chen Qi, thank you. Also, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. Suanan, speak. Chen Qi, help me get something, it's in the flower bed behind the outpatient department. Chen Qi sent over the photo he had taken of the pancake. Suanan, a rotten pancake? Chen Qi, this is wild food. In my eyes, it's fresh. After a while, Suanan replied, I just went to the flower bed and saw it. It's a supersized rotten pancake, exactly like in the picture. Before Chen Qi could explain further, Suanan proactively added, I believe it's very special, because it's only rotten, at least it hasn't turned into strange and disgusting things like other foods. But Suanan's subsequent words made Chen Qi's heart sink to rock bottom. Suanan, I can't help you with this. If the hospital finds out I secretly brought rotten food to a patient, they will definitely report it to the school. The consequences are not something I can bear. Chen Qi quickly said, you don't have to hand it to me personally. Just secretly bring it in, throw it somewhere without surveillance, and I can go get it myself. Suanan, no, what if something happens later and you expose me? Then I'm finished. After all, I've only met you once. Chen Qi, please help me. Tomorrow they're going to force a feeding tube on me. This pancake is very important to me, it might be my hope for self-rescue. After that, no matter what Chen Qi said, Suanan did not respond. Chen Qi sighed. He fully understood Suanan's choice, but he couldn't help but feel disappointed. He then sent messages to his parents separately. His father was still on a business trip, so Chen Qi simply expressed that he really wanted to go home and asked him to talk to his mother properly. To his mother, Chen Qi chose to break the silence this time, directly exposing her lies. Chen Qi, Zhang Yanxi, why did you agree to the hospital inserting a feeding tube without discussing it with me? Chen Qi, and yesterday, you clearly came to the hospital, so why did you lie to me? Chen Qi, do you have an illegitimate child outside? His mother's actions over the past 2 days had left Chen Qi with some resentment, which made him unable to resist questioning her. He used a half-joking, half-serious tone to expose his mother's lies, not wanting to embarrass her too much. At the same time, he wanted to try and awaken her maternal love, hoping that if Zhang Qin suddenly realized her mistake and changed her ways, coming to pick him up from the hospital in time, he wouldn't have to worry about the feeding tube. After sending the message, while waiting for a reply, he opened the Passerby app. He felt a faint sense of anticipation. In his update yesterday, he mentioned wanting to give up on treatment, and he wondered how Momo would comment. Surely they won't just comment keep it up again today, that would be too perfunctory. Chen Qi clicked on the unread comment and saw Momo's comment, why? Why give up on treatment? Chen Qi typed a reply, I don't think I'm sick. Normally, Momo would leave comments for him at night, and he wouldn't see Momo's comments from the previous day until the next afternoon. But today, Momo, uncharacteristically, replied to his comment quickly. Momo, then trust your intuition and do what you want to do. Chen Qi frowned slightly. Momo's reply didn't seem like a normal person's reaction. He seems to have instantly accepted my idea and even affirmed and encouraged it. Recalling the other party's signature, Lonely Gourmet. Chen Qi guessed that Momo was very likely his kind, just like Suanan. However, the Passerby app did not have a private chat function, so Chen Qi did not directly ask about the other party's situation in the public comments, only expressing hope to add WeChat for private communication. Momo did not reply again, seemingly not wanting to be too involved with Chen Qi, or perhaps unwilling to expose more of his information. Until his phone was taken away by the nurse, Chen Qi did not receive any reply. Suonin didn't reply to him, his parents didn't respond, and neither did Momo. I still have to rely on myself. Chen Qi lay down and slept, conserving his energy. Preparing for tonight's action. At 1 a.m., Chen Qi woke up from his sleep. Ample sleep made him feel refreshed, but the hunger in his stomach made his body feel weak. He hadn't eaten any wild food all day yesterday, precisely because he didn't want to cause any extra trouble. Just bear with it a little longer, I'll be able to have a feast soon. Chen Qi sat up, and as he turned his head, he met Sun Xuechao's wide-open eyes again. Does this guy not sleep at all every night? Thinking that for the past week, every night after he fell asleep, there might have been a pair of eyes staring at him, Chen Qi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. However, nothing could stop Chen Qi's determination to fill his stomach. He got up and began to pack his things. Holding the tote bag he had prepared long ago, he put the 3 wild foods hidden in his pillow inside, and Chen Qi also brought a bottle of water. Fortunately, water still appeared normal in Chen Qi's eyes, of course, not including beverages and soups. Because of this, Chen Qi successfully quit drinking beverages. Carrying the tote bag, Chen Qi quietly slipped out of the ward. Familiar with the route, he passed through the corridor and entered the elevator. Lobby. At 1 a.m., the inpatient building was completely silent, and the warm-toned lighting instead made one feel a chill. The elevator lobby was connected to the stairwell. Usually, at this time, Chen Qi would directly turn into the stairwell. But today, he pressed the elevator button. Because he hadn't eaten wild food, his body was weaker than yesterday, so he had to choose a foraging plan that conserved more energy. He took the elevator to the 15th floor. Next, he would start searching downwards from the 15th floor, as going downstairs was much less strenuous than going up. Standing in the 15th floor elevator lobby, the first thing Chen Qi saw was the entrance to the ward area, blocked by a heavy electronic iron door. Floors 13 to 15 were all like this. These top 3 floors were the closed wards of the psychiatry department. They housed some dangerous mental patients. Chen Qi went directly into the stairwell, his eyes scanning around. Besides foraging today, he also needed to look for suitable places to eat. Above the 15th floor is the rooftop, but the door to the rooftop is sealed shut. Otherwise, the rooftop would be a good place to eat. Chen Qi shook his head and began to explore downwards. He had already searched the stairwell area yesterday. Today, he was just searching it again along the way. Today's search focus was still the ward areas on the 11th floor and 12th floor. More than an hour later, Chen Qi finished a rough search of the 2 floors of wards. Because there weren't many empty wards on these 2 floors, the harvest was only passable. He ultimately found 2 wild foods. Adding yesterday's 3, that's a total of 5 wild foods, which isn't a small amount. No matter how much wild food there was, it was useless without a safe place to eat. Next, Chen Qi followed the stairs all the way down to the 1st floor, but he neither found any more wild food nor found any suitable eating places. Recalling that he had once found wild food in the elevator, Chen Qi came to the 1st floor elevator lobby and pressed all the elevator buttons. There were a total of 6 elevators installed on both sides of the elevator lobby, 3 on each side. However, 4 of these elevators stopped on specific floors, 2 on the left only stopped on odd-numbered floors, and 2 on the right only stopped on even-numbered floors and the 1st floor. The remaining 2 elevators stopped on all floors. Therefore, to check all 6 elevators, only the 1st floor allowed for it. As the elevator doors opened one after another, Chen Qi checked them one by one, and to his surprise, he really did find another wild food. The number of wild foods in his hand reached 6. Eating 6 wild foods in one go would take quite some time. Where should I choose to eat? Chen Qi frowned and thought. If he couldn't find a suitable place, he would have to consider eating in batches, saving a portion of the wild food for later consumption. As for whether he could eat it all, Chen Qi wasn't too worried about this problem. He felt so hungry he could eat a whole cow. Most importantly, wild food seemed to be absorbed by him as soon as it entered his stomach and did not accumulate in his stomach. Chen Qi secretly peeked at the exit on the 1st floor and found that the main door was closed, leaving only a small door. The night shift security guard had moved a chair and completely blocked the small door, leaning back in the chair and snoring away. It was impossible to sneak out without alerting the security guard. But there was truly no safe place to eat inside the inpatient building. Chen Qi looked around, and as his gaze swept over the 6 elevators stopped on the first floor, his heart suddenly stirred. Elevator? That's right. The elevator. When the elevator was running, it was a private, enclosed space where no one could come in and stop him from eating. So why not eat in the elevator? Chen Qi weighed the feasibility of the plan in his mind, his expression at times tense, at times relaxed. While thinking, he walked into the stairwell, sat on the steps, opened the tote bag he carried, and took out the food inside one by one. A steamed bun, a head of lettuce, a braised duck neck, a lion's head, a piece of crispy noodles, and a hot sticky bean bun. The last one, the sticky bean bun, was what he found in the elevator. Chen Qi had thought at the time whether to throw it back into the elevator, because this thing was too difficult to eat, especially since the sticky bean bun was even larger than a normal one. But in the end, he kept it. This sticky bean bun would be the final challenge. If he still had time after eating the other foods, he would consider challenging this sticky bean bun. After all, he had found it with great difficulty, and it would be a shame to throw it away. The severe hunger made Chen Qi a little flustered. The aroma of the food constantly lingered around him, testing his willpower. But he still unhurriedly processed the food. 6 items of food, if he ate them one by one, he definitely wouldn't have enough time, so he could integrate them beforehand. As long as he didn't start eating, no matter how he processed the food, it wouldn't attract medical staff. For example, picking the meat off the duck neck saved the time of gnawing on bones. There wasn't much meat on one duck neck, so it could be swallowed in one bite. Chen Qi tore open the steamed bun, put the lettuce inside, thought for a moment, then flattened the lion's head and stuffed it in, and finally wrapped the duck neck meat inside as well. A steamed bun sandwiching everything. A homemade burger was complete. This one burger directly integrated 4 wild foods. Finally, only the crispy noodles and the sticky bean bun remained. A flash of inspiration struck him. He crushed the crispy noodles into crumbs and then put the sticky bean bun inside. After rubbing it through the packaging, a sticky bean bun thoroughly adhered inside and out with crispy noodles was ready. The reason why sticky bean buns are called sticky bean buns is because they are too sticky. Eating this thing is a huge test for the roof of one's mouth. Chen Qi's eating time was precious, it was no exaggeration to say he was racing against time. That's why he considered whether to give up on the sticky bean bun. But after the crispy noodle crumbs were fully integrated with the sticky bean bun, the stickiness of the sticky bean bun was greatly reduced, lowering the difficulty of eating. Now, the 6 items of food were condensed into 2. Having processed the ingredients, Chen Qi was full of fighting spirit and returned to the elevator lobby. He took a deep breath, feeling his heartbeat seem to become stronger. The upcoming eating plan went through his mind again and again. He admitted that the plan had risks. But there weren't that many foolproof things. For freedom, it was worth a try. Time to eat. Full of energy. Chen Qi had already decided to eat in the elevator, but choosing an elevator required some thought. Assuming the elevator doesn't stop during operation, a single-floor stop elevator can go from the first floor to the 15th floor. However, a double-floor stop elevator can only reach the 14th floor at most. This means a single-floor elevator can buy me an extra floor's worth of time. Double-floor elevator, eliminated. Although a full-floor stop elevator can also go directly to the 15th floor, the risk is double. Chen Qi chose to eat inside the elevator precisely because of its enclosed nature. His biggest fear was the elevator being stopped by someone while in operation. A single-floor elevator could only be stopped on odd-numbered floors. But a full-floor elevator had the risk of being stopped on every floor. So, Chen Qi, without a doubt, chose the single-floor elevator. Currently, all elevators were stopped on the first floor. Chen Qi pressed open both full-floor elevators and the single-floor elevator one by one, went inside, pressed a floor button, and then came out. Those 3 elevators quickly ascended. Chen Qi kept observing the elevator's floor changes, silently counting and calculating the time. Ultimately, the 3 elevators stopped on the 5th, 7th, and 9th floors respectively. There was also a single-floor elevator stopped on the 1st floor, which was the elevator Chen Qi was about to take. It's about to begin. I can do it, and I must do it. Chen Qi glanced at the 2 large bundles of wild food in his tote bag. This was crucial for him to restore his physical condition. As long as he ate them, making his body no longer weak, and proving that his condition had improved, he would have sufficient reason to refuse the stomach tube. He could also tell his parents that his illness was cured and ask them to take him home. Chen Qi first took a sip of water to moisten his mouth and esophagus, ensuring smoother eating later. Then he picked up his homemade big steamed bun burger and brought it to his mouth. The large burger, filled with lettuce, lion's head meatballs, and duck neck meat, was almost too big for Chen Qi to hold with one hand. He took a deep breath, knowing that as soon as he took a bite, it would be like flipping a switch, instantly attracting the aggro of the surrounding NPCs. Eating time has arrived. Chen Qi's eyes were firm as he resolutely bit into the burger. This bite was neither too big nor too small. Biting too large a mouthful would impede chewing and affect eating speed. He chewed quickly. The rich textures of the food complemented each other. The juice from the lion's head meatballs alleviated the dryness of the steamed bun, and the freshness of the lettuce balanced the greasiness of the lion's head meatballs. Every piece of wild food was delicious to Chen Qi. The taste had never been bad. The mixture of the 4 wild foods erupted with unexpected effects. Chen Qi's taste buds were satisfied like never before, making him involuntarily want to close his eyes and slow down his chewing to fully enjoy the moment. But rationality told him not to do that. He had to finish eating as quickly as possible, and while eating, he also had to distract himself by observing his surroundings to prevent sudden ganks. Chen Qi didn't rush into the elevator. He pricked up his ears, watching all directions and listening intently. Fortunately, the inpatient building was silent at this time, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. He would immediately notice any movement. The 1st floor of the inpatient building had no patient rooms. Late at night, the entire 1st floor only had 1 security guard on duty. This was also why Chen Qi chose to eat at dawn. If it were daytime and he dared to eat wild food on the 1st floor, he would have already been subdued. Chen Qi's eyelids twitched. He noticed the security guard, who had been dozing in a chair, suddenly stood up. It even has a wake-up function? Chen Qi cursed inwardly and pressed the elevator button. The single-floor elevator stopped on the 1st floor immediately opened its doors. He still didn't rush into the elevator. He was trying to buy time, and at the same time, he was observing the mechanism by which wild food marked his location. He was currently eating in front of the elevator door. The wild food exposed his current location to the medical staff. But if he then entered the elevator and moved upwards while eating, would the medical staff remain on the 1st floor, or would they go upstairs to chase him? If it was the latter, it meant that during his eating, the wild food would continuously update his location. The sound of the duty security guard dragging a chair came from the exit, particularly harsh in the quiet night. The security guard, a man in his 40s with a beer belly, rushed towards the elevator lobby with nimble steps. Due to the angle, he couldn't actually see Chen Qi, but it was as if he had wall hacks, directly locking onto Chen Qi's position. At the same time, Chen Qi heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairwell, indicating someone was rushing down the stairs to the 1st floor. People from upstairs are coming to catch me too. Can't wait any longer. Chen Qi stepped into the elevator, pressed the 15th floor button, then frantically ate while furiously pressing the close door button. There was a delay in the elevator door's response. It closed slowly after 2 seconds. In the last moment before the elevator door completely closed, Chen Qi vaguely saw several figures lunging through the gap. Fortunately, the elevator door successfully closed, and the elevator then slowly accelerated upwards. Chen Qi, however, dared not relax. He continued to eat incessantly while staring intently at the floor display panel inside the elevator. Watching the numbers on the panel change from 1 to 2, then to 3, Chen Qi's heart also rose. The single-floor elevator he was on would stop at floors 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 15. Therefore, the third floor was the first floor where the elevator might be intercepted. There are very few medical staff on duty at night. The medical staff on the second and third floors should have been immediately attracted to the first floor to find me. By the time they get down to the first floor, I'll have taken the elevator to the third floor. Even if they think of coming to the third floor to press the elevator, they definitely won't have enough time. Even if someone from the fourth floor rushes to the third floor, there won't be enough time. After all, to intercept the elevator on the third floor, you'd have to press the third floor elevator button at least when the elevator passes the second floor, otherwise, the elevator won't have time to react and won't stop. Although Chen Qi had considered every aspect, no one could predict unexpected events. It wasn't until he saw the number on the floor display panel change to 4 that Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no accident occurred. Crunch, crunch, gulp. Chewing, swallowing, Chen Qi mechanically repeated these actions, like a ruthless eating machine. When the elevator reached the fifth floor, Chen Qi heard noisy footsteps outside through the elevator door. His eyes narrowed. At this moment, people gathered in the elevator lobby on the fifth floor were undoubtedly coming for him. And it was unlikely to be the group who had just gone to the first floor. Those who could quickly reach the fifth floor elevator lobby were probably people from the fifth floor. This confirmed his previous guess, meaning that during his eating, the wild food would continuously update his location and attract people from the surroundings. It's important to note that the wild food's ability to call for people was limited. When Chen Qi ate on the first floor, it could probably only attract the aggro of people up to the third floor, not the entire building's medical staff. But now, people from the fifth floor were coming to intercept him, indicating that as the elevator ascended and he continued to eat, he was continuously attracting more aggro. Despite this, Chen Qi was only slightly nervous, not panicked. In Chen Qi's plan, the fifth floor was safer and more secure than the third floor. Not just the fifth floor, but also the upcoming seventh and ninth floors were the same. He had intentionally sent the other 3 elevators to the fifth, seventh, and ninth floors in advance. This way, once someone pressed the elevator button on these 3 floors, the elevator stopped on that floor would open directly. Elevator operation follows the proximity principle. If there's an idle elevator on the current floor, it will prioritize arranging that elevator to pick up passengers. It will not intercept an elevator that is currently in operation. This also meant that no one on these 3 floors could intercept the elevator Chen Qi was riding. The third floor had a time difference, and the fifth, seventh, and ninth floors had 3 escorting elevators, creating a very safe eating environment for Chen Qi from the first floor to the 10th floor. This was Chen Qi's plan. He could eat with peace of mind while the elevator ascended from the first floor to the 10th floor. What he truly worried about was the 11th floor. On that floor, he had no guarantees, no arrangements made, and it was very likely to be intercepted. Even knowing this risk, he couldn't avoid it. He could only try to speed up his eating and aim to finish before reaching the 11th floor. The numbers on the elevator floor panel kept jumping, 5, 6, 7. As it passed the 7th floor, Chen Qi heard noisy sounds outside. Someone was frantically pounding on the elevator button, but then he heard a ding, and it seemed the door of the adjacent elevator opened. Chen Qi paid no mind to the commotion outside, his face flushed red, as he bit into the steamed bun burger in his hand, bite after bite. Not much time left. Must finish eating. His masseter, temporalis, medial pterygoid, and lateral pterygoid muscles were used to their extreme, making his chewing speed incredibly fast. His pharyngeal muscles rapidly contracted and relaxed, repeatedly, helping him achieve high-frequency swallowing. His esophageal muscles continuously contracted and, making his esophagus like a high-speed channel, rapidly pushing food into his stomach. Eat. Eat big bites. He roared in his heart, his eyes filled with nothing but determination. Faster. Even faster. This isn't my limit. The food in his hand was decreasing, the elevator was continuously ascending, and time was constantly slipping away. As it passed the 9th floor, the elevator door was pounded loudly. Someone forcefully pried open a crack in the elevator door, and Chen Qi vaguely saw an eye through the gap. This scene made Chen Qi's already tense emotions even more strained. Someone prying open the elevator door on the 9th floor meant they had ample time to press the elevator button to intercept it. The reason they didn't succeed was because there was another elevator ready on the 9th floor, prepared by Chen Qi. But there were no other elevators on the 11th floor, meaning the elevator would most likely be intercepted on the 11th floor. 2 more floors, and the elevator door might open. This mountain-like urgency caused Chen Qi's adrenaline to surge. His eyes were bloodshot, his spirit extremely excited. He unleashed his full eating power, beginning his final sprint. Previously, every time he ate, he tried to control the size of his bites to avoid affecting chewing and slowing down his eating speed. But that was for continuous eating. Now that he was in the sprint phase, he didn't need to worry about those things. Bite as big as you can, stuff in as much as you can. His mouth filled with food, Chen Qi's mouth, throat, and esophagus were like a high-speed machine. At this moment, their power was cranked to the maximum, even operating at an overclocked frequency. His cheeks were incredibly sore, and his throat ached faintly. But none of this could deter Chen Qi's determination. My eating power is more than this. Faster, faster. I'm someone who's been hungry for a month. I can eat it, and I must eat it. He kept hinting to himself, cheering himself on. Watching the elevator reach the 10th floor, Chen Qi transformed into a glutton, consuming food in a storm, finally stuffing the entire large steamed bun burger into his mouth. He didn't stop at all. Before he had even swallowed the food in his mouth, without even taking a sip of water, he had already pulled out the crispy noodles wrapped around sticky bean buns from his tote bag. He was ready for seamless eating. At the same time, a large amount of food in his stomach was rapidly digested, making Chen Qi feel his body recovering quickly. The hunger and weakness from not eating all day instantly disappeared. His body was like parched earth suddenly nourished by sweet rain. His fatigued body quickly regained strength, and his pale skin regained its color. The large steamed bun burger might seem like just a homemade burger, but it actually contained 4 portions of wild food, a whole large steamed bun, and a whole head of lettuce, as well as a large lion's head meatball and a duck neck. The nutrition of wild food was already far superior to ordinary food. With 4 portions of food in his stomach, Chen Qi's nearly empty health bar instantly recovered a large chunk. I'm alive. This was Chen Qi's most direct feeling. It was like being targeted by a skill while escaping with low health, but then being healed back to life with one big heal. That surprise, that excitement, was indescribable. But merely 4 pieces of wild food were far from enough to restore him to full health. Chen Qi had just swallowed the food in his mouth, preparing to continue eating the sticky bean buns in his hand. Just then, the elevator suddenly slowed down and finally stopped on the 11th floor. Chen Qi's mind instantly became highly alert, his eyes fixed on the elevator door that was about to open. His worst fear had come true. After a slight hesitation, he put the sticky bean buns in his hand back into his tote bag. After he had completely finished the steamed bun burger and hadn't started eating the sticky bean buns, the medical staff's aggro towards him should have theoretically disappeared. So, this was actually a window of opportunity. As long as he didn't continue eating the sticky bean buns, he wouldn't draw more aggro. I'll deal with the people outside on the 11th floor first, then continue eating. Chen Qi made up his mind and unhurriedly took out water to drink a sip. With a ding, the elevator door finally opened. Standing outside the door were 3 people, a male doctor and 2 female nurses. The Mediterranean doctor looked to be in his 50s, short in stature, with the trendy Mediterranean hairstyle for his age. The Mediterranean doctor asked with a grim face, "What are you doing here?" Chen Qi looked utterly perplexed, In an elevator, I'm obviously taking the elevator. Seeing that the newcomers were hostile, he took 2 steps forward, blocking the elevator door to prevent the 3 from entering. Normally, these people attracted by wild food, if they didn't catch him in the act, couldn't do much to him. But they usually wouldn't just leave, they would always try to cause him some trouble, and even if they couldn't find any fault, they would notify the medical staff in their 4th floor ward to take him back. Which ward are you from? Running around late at night instead of sleeping. The Mediterranean doctor reprimanded. I can't go for a walk if I can't sleep? Chen Qi retorted. The Mediterranean doctor's gaze shifted up and down, finally landing on the tote bag in Chen Qi's hand. What's in the bag? My underwear. Open it and let me. The Mediterranean doctor forcefully swallowed the words "see" that were about to come out. Be careful, Suanan. The Mediterranean doctor was immediately speechless. The 2 nurses behind him, however, looked Chen Qi over with interest and said sternly, Open it and let us check. No, Chen Qi refused. Why not? Why should I? We suspect you are carrying contraband. Please cooperate with our inspection. You are invading my privacy, and I refuse to cooperate. As the 2 sides were in a verbal tug-of-war, the Mediterranean doctor suddenly reached out to snatch Chen Qi's handbag. Chen Qi, quick-witted, shielded the handbag behind him, leaving him grasping at air. The Mediterranean doctor persisted, leaning forward, still trying to snatch it. Chen Qi hadn't expected the doctor to make such a move, but seeing that the 2 nurses also intended to help, he quickly turned sideways, using one shoulder to brace against the Mediterranean doctor, firmly guarding the elevator door. At the same time, he shifted 1 foot back for support, then bent his knees, lowered his body to gather strength, and with an Iron Mountain lean, pushed the Mediterranean doctor back several meters. Chen Qi instantly retreated, and before he could press the elevator door close button, the elevator door had already closed automatically. By the time the 2 nurses reacted and went to press the elevator button, it was already too late. The elevator door completely closed, and the elevator continued its ascent towards the 15th floor. Chen Qi let out a sigh of relief. He also didn't want to have a direct conflict with the medical staff, trying his best to persuade them to retreat. Through words. Even if it meant interrupting his eating plan and finding another opportunity to eat the glutinous bean buns later, it was completely acceptable. But he hadn't expected the other party to insist on checking his handbag, even resorting to forceful snatching. Once the glutinous bean buns, these spoiled foods, were discovered, they would definitely be confiscated again, which Chen Qi could not accept. These were 2 complete wild foods, which he had found at risk and after spending a lot of time. Even if the King of Heaven came, he couldn't snatch my food. For Chen Qi, this was not just food, but also his hope for physical recovery, which was related to his personal freedom. Fortunately, the 4 wild foods he had eaten earlier had restored a lot of his physical strength, otherwise, even facing the thin Mediterranean doctor, he might not have been able to push him that far. As the elevator continued to run, Chen Qi dared not waste time. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up the glutinous bean buns and continued to eat. He knew that although he had temporarily escaped from the 3 medical staff members just now, there had been a physical conflict with them, and this matter would not end just like that. Perhaps the Mediterranean doctor had already gathered more people to catch him. If he didn't seize the current time to eat the glutinous bean buns, he might not have another chance later. The glutinous bean buns were not as easy to eat as the steamed buns and big hamburgers. Chen Qi took a bite but couldn't bite through, and it even stretched. When chewing, it would occasionally stick to his upper palate and teeth. Eating this thing was like his mouth was fighting. Chen Qi didn't care much at this time, he could only gobble it down first. This was after it had been mixed with crispy noodle crumbs, which neutralized its stickiness, otherwise, it would be even stickier. Fortunately, the taste was still delicious, there was no wild food that wasn't delicious. It should be in time. Chen Qi glanced at the number 12 on the elevator panel. Next, the elevator would pass the 13th floor and finally stop on the 15th floor. In Chen Qi's plan, the 11th floor was the most dangerous floor. The previous 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th floors had a time difference and the cover of other elevators, making it basically impossible to be intercepted. And the 13th floor after the 11th floor entered the closed ward area. Closed wards were different from other wards. After the medical staff were attracted, if they wanted to rush to the elevator hall, they would have to pass through several locked doors, which would not allow enough time. Therefore, the 13th floor was most likely safe as well. As expected, the elevator did not slow down when passing the 13th floor and passed smoothly. There was no suspense next, as the final destination, the 15th floor, the elevator would stop regardless of whether there was anyone outside. Chen Qi didn't need to consider the outside world now, he only needed to concentrate on battling the glutinous bean bun in his hand. After the high-intensity eating earlier, his jaws were aching slightly, and now he was up against a troublesome opponent like the glutinous bean bun. A normal glutinous bean bun might only take 2 bites, but Chen Qi's glutinous bean bun was tastier and larger than average. After being coated with crispy noodle crumbs, it became even bigger. Moreover, its stickiness was extraordinary, the soft, sweet, and glutinous bean bun lingered on his upper palate, unwilling to be swallowed for a long time. Each time his mouth opened and closed, it was like doing a hard pull for his upper palate. Chen Qi forced himself to swallow, and he could still feel the glutinous bean bun sticking to his esophagus, slowly descending with reluctance. Facts proved that Chen Qi had overestimated himself and underestimated the glutinous bean bun. When the elevator reached the 15th floor, he still had a small portion of the glutinous bean bun left in his hand. Can't waste it. There's still time. Chen Qi chewed with effort. The elevator door finally opened, and there was no one outside. But Chen Qi knew this was only temporary. If nothing unexpected happened, the medical staff in the 15th floor closed ward were on their way. The medical staff from the 2 floors below would also come up the stairs later. Chen Qi leaned his handbag against the elevator door, preventing it from closing automatically, and then walked out of the elevator. He continued to struggle with the glutinous bean bun while observing the situation. The elevator that stopped on the 11th floor is now ascending. Are the Mediterranean doctor and his team catching up? A few more seconds passed, and Chen Qi heard the sound of gears turning from the 15th floor electronic door, and he could vaguely hear dense footsteps in the hallway. It's almost time to go. Chen Qi picked up his handbag, rushed into the elevator, and pressed the first floor button. The elevator door closed again, and the elevator slowly accelerated downwards. It was only then that Chen Qi completely relaxed. Everyone from the 11th to 14th floors is being drawn to the 15th floor. If I take the elevator down now, I shouldn't be intercepted before the 9th floor. During this time, eating this small half of the glutinous bean bun is more than enough. When the elevator descended to the 13th floor, Chen Qi had already swallowed all the glutinous bean buns into his mouth. When the elevator descended to the 10th floor, Chen Qi finally swallowed all the glutinous bean buns into his stomach. At this point, he clearly felt the elevator slowing down, so he turned around, facing away from the elevator door, and using the method of rinsing his mouth with water, he cleaned the glutinous bean bun residue from his teeth and upper palate. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 9th floor, and the elevator door slowly opened. Chen Qi then slowly turned around, looked at the 5 or 6 medical staff outside the elevator, and showed a contented smile. How could he not be content after being full? He hadn't experienced the feeling of being full for a very, very long time. The glutinous bean bun and crispy noodles, these 2 wild foods, replenished Chen Qi's blood volume once again, making his body stronger, his physical strength more abundant, and his spirits more vibrant. In a short moment, he had eaten 6 wild foods. This was roughly his food intake for a week in the past. Eating 6 wild foods over 6 days, and needing intravenous infusions to barely sustain life. But eating 6 wild foods at once could greatly compensate for the deficiencies in his body. The feeling of his body recovering its health was truly wonderful, and it made Chen Qi completely accept wild foods. At least so far, eating wild foods has only brought him benefits and no harm. Chen Qi saw the stern faces of the medical staff outside and knew that another round of the same old questioning was coming. Every time he was caught in the act of secretly eating, he would inevitably be forced down and given a lecture. If he wasn't caught in the act, he would, of course, deny it to death. But the medical staff wouldn't simply let him go. They would always question him a few times and then arrange for someone to forcibly send him back to the 408 ward. Chen Qi spoke first, not giving them a chance to ask questions, saying, "What a coincidence. Are you also out for a walk?" The medical staff members were stunned. They didn't know why they were there either. Their pursuit of Chen Qi was more like an unconscious act driven by instinct. But they also didn't find it strange that they were here. "You're still out for a walk so late?" a doctor asked. "Yeah, aren't you too?" "Which ward are you from?" a nurse Xiaoru asked. "Fourth floor. I'm tired from walking and was just about to go back to sleep." Several medical staff members looked at each other, suddenly not knowing what to say. It seemed they couldn't find anything wrong with Chen Qi. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded in the hallway, and a group of people rushed out from inside. Leading the way was the Mediterranean doctor. "It's him. He's carrying contraband and used violence against our medical staff," the Mediterranean doctor accused. "Don't talk nonsense. You were the one who tried to snatch my things first. I suspected you were carrying contraband. What's in your handbag?" Chen Qi opened his handbag. Inside, there was only half a bottle of mineral water left. He was fearless now. The food was already in his stomach. What else did he have to fear? And indeed, the Mediterranean doctor couldn't do much to Chen Qi. After all, Chen Qi was a patient in their hospital, and although he had been bumped, he was fine. Ultimately, after confirming Chen Qi's ward number, he could only arrange for someone to send Chen Qi back to the 408 ward. At 3 a.m., Chen Qi returned to the ward, feeling satisfied. Even Sun Xuechao's eerie big eyes looked much more pleasing. A successful midnight snack. Tonight's eating mission could be called a complete success. Although there was a slight direct conflict with the Mediterranean doctor midway, it was unavoidable. At least all 6 wild foods were completely eaten. This made Chen Qi even more confident about his successful discharge from the hospital. "The feeling of weakness in my body has disappeared, and my strength has recovered quite a bit. My weight should also have changed, but the change won't be too significant." Chen Qi did some simple exercises, feeling the changes in his body. His body had not yet recovered to its peak condition, especially his weight, which needed time to recover. But he was confident that if he were to measure his body data now, it should be much better than before. Before, he was severely malnourished. Now, he was probably moderately or even mildly malnourished. Overall, besides being too thin, he no longer looked like a patient in other aspects, including his complexion and mental state. He was just a slender young man. To put it bluntly, he was a slender dog. Chen Qi lay on the bed, fantasizing about how to convince his parents and the doctor with facts tomorrow to agree to his discharge. Amidst his random thoughts, the sky gradually brightened. Chen Qi got up and stood by the ward door, waiting for Nurse Xiaoru to start her shift. He was going to undergo Dr. Zhao's test at noon today and would only be able to contact his parents with his phone in the afternoon. Therefore, he planned to ask Xiaoru to take him for a full body checkup in the morning to determine his current physical condition. Words alone were not enough, only data could convince the doctors and his parents that he was well. As he waited, Chen Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't wait for Nurse Xiaoru, but surprisingly, Suanan arrived first. Suanan was wearing a white coat and carrying a paper bag, occasionally looking up at the ward numbers of the passing rooms. Finally, she saw Chen Qi leaning against the doorframe. Her steps immediately quickened, and she walked straight towards the 408 ward. Chen Qi remembered that Suanan had promised to bring him dry bread yesterday, but later he asked Suanan to help him get a pancake, and after Suanan refused, she stopped replying to messages. Therefore, Chen Qi didn't know if the promise to bring bread still counted. Now seeing Suanan appear here, Chen Qi was still a little surprised. He was indeed very curious about the dry bread. "Here, your bread." Suanan came before Chen Qi, holding up the paper bag in her hand. Chen Qi saw the fist-sized dry bread in the paper bag, which was less than half the size of what Suanan had eaten yesterday. Suanan said, "I don't know if you'll get used to it, so I made you a small one first." "Thank you." Chen Qi took the paper bag. He moved aside and said, "Come in and sit down." "No, I'm leaving soon." Suanan shook her head and added, "The bread is 2 yuan, remember to transfer the money." "Ha?" Chen Qi was slightly stunned. The ingredients for the bread were also bought by me from outside. 2 yuan is the cost price. "Oh, okay. I'll transfer it to you this afternoon when I get my phone." Chen Qi didn't think much of it. It wouldn't be right to ask someone to make him bread and then have them pay for it too. If he could really eat this bread, he might even need Suanan to supply it long-term in the future, so he really should pay. Suanan tilted her head and looked at Chen Qi for a couple of seconds, somewhat puzzled. "You look much better than yesterday. Even you can tell." Chen Qi lowered his voice, "I ate a lot of wild food last night, and my body has recovered quite a bit." Suanan suddenly stood on tiptoe and leaned closer to Chen Qi's ear. Her exhaled breath brushed against Chen Qi's neck, causing him to instinctively get goosebumps. "I left the thing on the 4th-floor hallway," she whispered. "Thing? What thing? Could it be?" Chen Qi's heart suddenly pounded faster. Pancake. Suanan brought him the pancake he had been longing for? Didn't she refuse so firmly yesterday? "Later, even if something happens, if you expose me, I won't admit it." After Suanan finished speaking, she turned and left. Chen Qi finally understood. Suanan might have already decided to help him yesterday afternoon. The reason she didn't agree during their WeChat chat was that she didn't want to leave any evidence. So young and so cautious, has she experienced fraud? Looking at Suanan's gradually departing back, Chen Qi waved his hand. "Thank you." Conditions for discharge. Chen Qi was restless, eager to rush into the corridor and retrieve the pancake. He was afraid it would be cleaned up by the cleaning lady. However, he still suppressed the impulse. It was currently peak hours for medical staff, with people coming and going, making it easy to be seen. It would be more suitable to wait a while before going. Moreover, the possibility of wild food being cleaned up was small. That pancake had been in the flower bed for several days and hadn't been cleaned. It seemed that as long as Chen Qi didn't touch those wild foods, everyone else would subconsciously ignore their existence. Chen Qi returned to the ward, took out the dry bread from the paper bag, and tapped it with his hand. It was hard as a rock. It made a clacking sound, like tapping a wooden fish, and its surface was rough and uneven. He forcefully broke off a piece and found that not only was the outer crust of the bread dry, but the inside was also dry. "I happen to need a bath towel at the hospital, and this is quite suitable." Chen Qi put the broken piece of bread into his mouth, chewing vigorously, making a crunching sound. It was bland and had a dry, hard texture, but these were not the main issues. The crucial point was that this bread was extremely absorbent. He didn't feel it when he first put it in his mouth, but after thorough chewing, all the moisture in Chen Qi's mouth was sucked dry, leaving him intensely thirsty. He quickly picked up the mineral water, gulping down the half bottle left from last night. Still feeling parched, he poured another large glass of water and drank it down. With so much water, it even felt a bit scratchy in his throat when he swallowed it. "If I eat the whole bread, I'll turn into Kwafu." Chen Qi couldn't help but wonder how Suanan survived eating this stuff for 3 meals a day. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't choose to eat this thing. After just one bite, Chen Qi gave up on the idea of eating dry bread long-term in the future. However, he quickly realized that if it were truly that unpalatable, Suanan wouldn't eat it with such relish. It was very likely that this dry bread tasted different to him than it did to Suanan. Just like wild food, it only appeared delicious in Chen Qi's eyes. Suanan couldn't get it. So, the dry bread might be Suanan's exclusive delicacy. Of course, this bread was not entirely useless to Chen Qi. Chen Qi could force himself to eat it. This could help him prove to others that he could now eat normal food. After waiting for a moment, confirming that the medical staff had completed the morning and evening shift handover, Chen Qi quietly slipped into the corridor. He looked left and right, and finally, in the gap behind the open corridor door, he found the jumbo pancake hidden by Suonen. The moment he looked directly at the pancake, a huge temptation made Chen Qi's body tremble slightly, his throat moved, and his saliva unconsciously accelerated its secretion. After eating 6 pieces of wild food last night, Chen Qi no longer felt hungry, but upon seeing the pancake, his appetite still soared. The golden and inviting pancake seemed to emit an intoxicating aroma even through the plastic bag. At this moment, even if Suonen were wearing a bunny girl outfit and wiping windows nearby, it probably wouldn't make Chen Qi's gaze shift from the pancake. He suppressed the hunger in his heart with immense willpower, then looked around to confirm that no one was present before picking up the pancake. Observing the pancake up close, he found it to be plump and full, seemingly with ample filling. Among the pancakes Chen Qi had seen, this was considered a top-tier large one. No wonder Chen Qi always suspected he was sick. The pancake, which had been exposed to wind and rain in the outdoor flower bed for several days, was surprisingly still piping hot when he picked it up. However, Chen Qi no longer doubted himself as he did before. Various anomalies, and the appearance of Suonen, gradually changed his perspective. He now felt that both he and this world were seriously ill. Chen Qi carefully hid the pancake in his clothes and then walked back to the ward. From the corridor to the 408 ward, this short distance, Chen Qi had never walked with such trepidation as he did today, constantly worried along the way, fearing that the medical staff would discover him and confiscate his pancake. Phew! Successfully returning to the ward, Chen Qi let out a long breath. He turned his back to Sun Xuecho and hid the pancake inside the pillowcase. Although he really wanted to eat the pancake right now, Chen Qi knew it wasn't the right time. An entire pancake would take some time to eat. It would be safer to wait until midnight and repeat the trick, using the elevator's operating mechanism to complete the meal. A moment later, Nurse Xiaoru walked into the ward. Here's today's medicine. She distributed the medicine in her hand to Chen Qi and Sun Xuecho. These were all psychiatric medications. After taking them, one would feel drowsy and listless. Chen Qi usually avoided them if he could, and threw them away if he couldn't. Chen Qi threw the medicine onto the bedside table and proactively offered to have Xiaoru take him for a physical examination. Didn't you just have a checkup the day before yesterday? I feel much better. Let's get another checkup. Xiaoru couldn't refuse him, and she also noticed that Chen Qi's complexion had indeed improved a lot. So, after consulting Dr. Zhao, she took Chen Qi to the first floor for various physical examinations again. By the time all the examinations were completed, it was almost 10 o'clock, and some of the test results had not yet come out. Chen Qi returned to the ward to wait. At 11 o'clock, Nurse Xiaoru called him to Dr. Zhao's consultation room for a test. Chen Qi was already mentally prepared. He carried the paper bag containing the dry bread and arrived at the consultation room next to the nurse's station. Dr. Zhao. Chen Qi pushed open the door and saw Dr. Zhao typing furiously on the keyboard. You're here, have a seat, Dr. Zhao said gently. After Chen Qi sat down, Dr. Zhao finally stopped what he was doing and asked, how have you been feeling these past 2 days? I feel that my body has basically recovered, and I can be discharged. Oh? So confident? You can check my morning physical examination results, they should be out by now, right? Please wait, let me see. Dr. Zhao scratched his temple with one hand and operated the mouse with the other, bringing up Chen Qi's physical examination data on the computer. Immediately, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. How could there be such a big change in just 2 days? Only 2 days had passed since Chen Qi's last physical examination, but the data in all aspects was vastly different. All your body's indicators are already close to the minimum standard for a healthy person. The main issue is that your weight is too low, otherwise, overall, you would only appear to have mild malnutrition. Chen Qi looked expectant. Then can I be discharged? Dr. Zhao smiled and said, no rush, we'll talk about that later. Let's do today's test first. Is there still a need for testing? Of course. Although I don't know why your body is recovering so quickly, my goal is to cure your anorexia and ensure you have normal eating abilities. A temporary recovery of your body doesn't mean much. Chen Qi's heart sank, feeling something was amiss. Just then, the door to the consultation room was pushed open, and Nurse Xiaoru walked in, carrying several disposable meal boxes. Dr. Zhao was afraid the cafeteria food wouldn't suit your taste, so he specifically asked me to buy several kinds of food outside. See if there's anything you like to eat, Xiaoru said as she arranged the meal boxes. Dr. Zhao stood up and opened the lids of the meal boxes one by one. Each time he opened a box, he introduced the food inside to Chen Qi. This is a large meat bun bought at the entrance of our hospital. This husband and wife shop has been open for many years and is very famous in this area. This old-fashioned fried chicken is also good, their business is great. Their fried chicken is golden and crispy, and the key is that it's not greasy. Old Lee's Skewers, a place our colleagues often go for gatherings. The ingredients are fresh, and the boss handles the cooking very well. Afraid you wouldn't want to eat all meat, I specifically asked Xiaoru to stir-fry a portion of broccoli at an outside restaurant. There's also dessert. This blueberry cake has been very popular online recently, you have to queue up at the shop. I even asked a friend to help me buy it. This sesame flatbread. And this mixed noodles. It was clear that Dr. Zhao had put thought into it. The food prepared today was diverse, with meat and vegetables, sweet and savory. But in Chen Qi's eyes, these things were bizarrely ugly and disgustingly varied. The meat bun was transparent skin wrapped around something that looked like vomit. The fried chicken skin was covered with dense warts, like florets of cauliflower. Each granular floret of the broccoli, upon closer inspection, was a tiny eye, and the small, insect egg-like eyes blinked disorderly, giving Chen Qi intense trypophobia. Not to mention the suspected human mixed skewers, fatty blueberry cake, and bloodstained sanitary napkin flatbread. Take whatever you want to eat, Dr. Zhao said enthusiastically. Nurse Xiaoru didn't touch her chopsticks either. Both of them stared at Chen Qi, waiting for him to make a choice. Chen Qi took a deep breath and said, you two go ahead and eat. I'm not hungry yet. Dr. Zhao's eyes were sharp, it seems your illness isn't cured yet. Chen Qi picked up the paper bag he brought and said, I just ate a lot of bread and haven't digested it yet. Saying that, he took out the bread and took a bite. He chewed a few times, forced himself to swallow it, enduring the dryness. It was only to prove that he had the ability to eat normal food. Nurse Xiaoru was surprised to see this. Why does this bread look a bit familiar? Isn't this the bread the intern doctor eats? She recognized it at a glance as the same type of bread Suanan ate yesterday. After all, bread that looked so dry was uncommon. She winked and teased, so it's the magic of love. Chen Qi didn't explain much, trying to maintain a smile on his face, only feeling as if his stomach acid was being absorbed by the dry bread. Dr. Zhao looked surprised and asked, have you been eating bread recently? Chen Qi nodded. Dr. Zhao suddenly understood, no wonder your body recovered so quickly. Chen Qi seized the opportunity and said, Dr. Zhao, my body has recovered, and I can eat normally now. Is there still a need to stay in the hospital? Dr. Zhao shook his head, just eating bread isn't enough. The nutrients are too singular. You still need to combine it with the hospital's treatment methods to ensure you get a balanced intake of nutrients. Chen Qi's gaze swept over the meal boxes on the table. Does that mean I have to eat these things to be discharged? Exactly. Putting aside everything else, you must at least be able to eat vegetables and meat. Otherwise, from my perspective, I would not recommend your discharge. At this point, Dr. Zhao paused and continued, of course, I only provide suggestions. Whether you can be discharged still depends on your parents. I will truthfully inform your mother of your situation and my recommendations, and let her make the decision. Out of a sense of responsibility, if you cannot normally ingest the nutrients your body needs, I will not only recommend that you continue inpatient treatment but also require you to use nasogastric feeding to provide nutritional support. I have to have a feeding tube inserted? Chen Qi's eyes narrowed. Dr. Zhao explained, your body is recovering so well now, and your appetite seems to have somewhat returned. This is a critical period for treatment. You should strike while the iron is hot and absolutely not lose momentum. Although inserting a feeding tube is a bit uncomfortable, it can ensure your body gets sufficient nutrition and returns to a healthy level as quickly as possible. Many psychological illnesses are triggered by physical conditions. Perhaps once your body recovers, your anorexia will naturally get better. After speaking, Dr. Zhao motioned for Nurse Xiaoru to sit down and eat. Chen Qi silently observed from the side, but his heart was not as calm as his expression suggested. He had come with 2 major bargaining chips, but not only could he not be discharged, he also failed to change Dr. Zhao's mind about inserting a feeding tube. He found this result somewhat unacceptable. Although I can talk to Mom again this afternoon, based on her recent behavior, if Dr. Zhao doesn't agree, she probably won't agree to my discharge either. I can't drag this on any longer. Staying in the hospital has no benefits for me, only drawbacks. To be discharged, I have to eat these things. Dr. Zhao seemed to be able to read minds, and while gnawing on the cauliflower fried chicken, he spoke at the opportune moment. Give it a try. Eat some broccoli, then some meat. Just a little bit. Take the first step. Chen Qi lowered his head, a voice constantly echoing in his mind. Should I eat it? Swallow it whole with my eyes closed? Everyone around me is eating these foods, and they don't have any problems. Maybe I won't feel any discomfort if I eat it. At most, it'll just be a little nauseating. Dr. Zhao continued to coax, just one bite, and I'll contact your mother to have her arrange your discharge. The voice in Chen Qi's mind grew louder and louder. Just one bite. Only one bite. It doesn't seem completely unacceptable. His gaze wandered among the meal boxes, seemingly subconsciously considering which one would be easier to eat. Seeing this, Dr. Zhao's face broke into a smile. Just as Dr. Zhao thought Chen Qi was finally going to compromise, Chen Qi suddenly shook his head violently, as if to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. The next moment, his eyes became clear and resolute. Why was he hospitalized? Why did he want to be discharged? And why was he unwilling to accept the feeding tube? Wasn't it because he didn't want these disgusting so-called foods to enter his body? If he compromised now, what would all his persistence and effort over the past month mean? Why didn't he just compromise more than a month ago? Chen Qi looked up, his gaze meeting Dr. Zhao's. Just as he was about to refuse, he saw Dr. Zhao suddenly reach out and scratch his temple again. In Chen Qi's impression, Dr. Zhao often made this gesture. He didn't know if it was a habitual movement or if he had some skin condition on his temple. This time, however, the itching seemed unbearable. Dr. Zhao took off his glasses and scratched vigorously. As his fingers moved up and down, the skin at his temples sometimes bulged, sometimes tightened, and beneath the thin layer of hair covering the skin, a striking red mark suddenly appeared. Chen Qi blinked uncertainly, thinking he had seen things, but when he looked closely again, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a finger-long crack in the skin at Dr. Zhao's temple. As his fingers moved, it would sometimes close and sometimes be pulled open, revealing fresh red flesh and pale yellow fat. 2 bean sprout-like fleshy tendrils extended from it, each with a tiny eye at the tip of the fleshy tentacle, like a snail's antenna. After rotating once, they pointed directly towards Chen Qi. Dr. Zhao's abnormality. Chen Qi instantly broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly, as if it was about to burst out of his chest the next second. It's looking at me. Chen Qi was absolutely certain that the eyes on those two fleshy tentacles were scrutinizing him. Amidst his fear, thoughts flashed through his mind. He quickly composed his expression, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Then he lowered his head, slowly processing the emotions in his heart. Is my condition getting worse? Or is this world becoming increasingly twisted? Chen Qi glanced at Nurse Xiaoru out of the corner of his eye and saw her intently eating a big bun, biting open its skin and sucking out the vomit. Inside, she was facing Dr. Zhao, yet she completely ignored the abnormal changes on Dr. Zhao. Just like the food anomaly, can only I see it? Suanan should be able to see it too, but is this truly real, or is it just my hallucination? If it's not a hallucination, if what I see is real, then it's not just food that's problematic, but people too. Or rather, is it a problem that arises after people eat strange food? All along, one reason Chen Qi doubted what he saw was that everyone he saw ate strange food, but they were all fine. But the anomaly now appearing on Dr. Zhao, could it prove otherwise? Perhaps everyone has anomalies, but they are just very well hidden. Speaking of which, when I eat wild food, they automatically come to stop me. Isn't that also an anomaly? However, this anomaly only appears on medical staff and security guards. The surrounding patients, who also ate strange food, don't show this behavior. So, the appearance of these anomalies still cannot prove they are related to eating strange food. It could also be that the hospital itself is a special place. Whether it's medical staff or security guards, those currently showing obvious anomalies are all hospital staff. Moreover, wild food only appears in the hospital. This made Chen Qi unable to determine whether the source of the anomaly was the strange food or the hospital itself. Chen Qi kept thinking, trying to sort out various clues, but he still couldn't put together a convincing explanation. But no matter what, to prevent these anomalies from appearing on himself, he still had to be as firm as ever and absolutely not touch those strange foods. Seeing Chen Qi lower his head and remain silent, Dr. Zhao chuckled, still can't make up your mind? So much food for you to choose from, you just need to eat one bite to be discharged. Can't you even do that? It seems you don't really want to be discharged. Chen Qi frowned slightly, sensing Dr. Zhao's abnormal words and actions today. This isn't like something he would normally say. He seems to have been trying to induce me to eat strange food all along. Am I overthinking it? Given that I've already proven I can eat bread, what's the point of making me eat a bite of other food? Even if I really grit my teeth and eat it, what would that prove? Coupled with the anomalies he saw on Dr. Zhao, Chen Qi had already begun to suspect Dr. Zhao's motives. He shook his head and said, I'm full today. Maybe next time, definitely next time. Dr. Zhao said indifferently, there won't be a next time. Once you have a feeding tube, you'll be able to eat anything. Chen Qi's eyelids twitched slightly, hearing a hint of threat in Dr. Zhao's words. But when he looked up at Dr. Zhao, he saw that the doctor still had a gentle smile on his face, maintaining his refined demeanor. The fleshy tendrils that had protruded from his temple had retracted, and as he stopped scratching, the bright red gash also closed. It was as if nothing had happened, merely Chen Qi's imagination. Chen Qi remained silent, but his heart felt heavy and uncomfortable. According to Dr. Zhao, he still intended to force a feeding tube on him. His only chance now was to wait until he got his phone back in the afternoon and try to persuade his parents again. Yesterday, the messages he sent to his parents received no reply, but a day had passed, they couldn't possibly keep pretending not to see them, could they? Speaking of which, Dad and Mom's behavior is also very abnormal. Chen Qi was full of doubts. Seeing no reaction from Chen Qi, Dr. Zhao seemed to finally give up and said to Xiaoru, we can't eat all this. Pick out what you like and leave it, then take the rest out and share it with your colleagues. Nurse Xiaoru acknowledged, tidied up a bit, and then left with Chen Qi. Chen Qi returned to his ward preoccupied, his mind constantly on the matter. It wasn't until past 1 in the afternoon that Nurse Xiaoru came into the ward with a nutrient solution. Seeing Chen Qi leaning against the headboard, looking downcast, Nurse Xiaoru said with rare gentleness, "Unhappy? How can I be happy?" Chen Qi sighed. Nurse Xiaoru also seemed a bit puzzled. "I didn't expect Dr. Zhao to be so strict." Chen Qi looked up at her, thinking that Xiaoru was at least much more normal than Dr. Zhao. His gaze fell on the nutrient solution in Xiaoru's hand, and he said, "There's no need for for today, right? My body has pretty much recovered, and I also ate bread today." This. Xiaoru hesitated, "Then I'll go talk to Dr. Zhao about it." "Mei Chen, thanks for the trouble." Chen Qi decided to stop the fluid from today onwards. Firstly, he didn't need it. As long as he could eat 2 wild food items daily, his body would steadily improve. Secondly, it was also a precaution. If Dr. Zhao added some medicine to the nutrient solution, he might wake up with a feeding tube already inserted. Who knew what the very abnormal Dr. Zhao might do today? Chen Qi was determined not to cooperate with the feeding tube insertion, so he couldn't give Dr. Zhao any opportunity. "I brought your phone." Nurse Xiaoru left Chen Qi's phone and then left the ward. Chen Qi eagerly opened his phone, and several unread messages popped up consecutively. He first clicked on the chat with Dad. "Dad, your mom and I have talked many times, and she hopes you'll only be discharged after you're completely well. Your top priority now is to get your body healthy and cure your illness. Don't rush the discharge. Dad, when I get back from my business trip, even if your mom disagrees, I'll come pick you up." Chen's father was a technical worker who preferred action over words, and he usually didn't talk much. Chen Qi sighed. His dad was out of town, so he couldn't really count on him. He replied, "Old Chen, when are you coming back? Why is this business trip taking so long?" Unexpectedly, Chen's father replied very quickly. "Dad, it should be soon. There was a small accident in the middle, which delayed things for a few days." Chen Qi chatted with his dad for a couple more sentences, then clicked on the unread message from Mom. Yesterday, he exposed his mom's previous lie, and he was curious how his mom would explain it. "Mom, hug emoji. Mom, I'm sorry, my dear son, Mom really went to the hospital that day. Mom, but Dr. Zhao said that frequent visits from us parents might make you dependent and not conducive to overcoming your psychological barriers. Mom, reducing visits and appropriate distancing might make you want to go home more, desire recovery more, and also be more active in treatment." Indeed, I guessed correctly. It's Dr. Zhao again. Preventing family visits, inducing me to eat strange food, what exactly does he want to do? Using all sorts of methods to prevent me from being discharged, what good does that do him? Dr. Zhao's behavior had clearly gone beyond the scope of normal treatment. However, no matter what Dr. Zhao's purpose was, as long as Chen Qi was successfully discharged, he would no longer have any interaction with Dr. Zhao. Chen Qi shared the good news of his physical recovery and his ability to eat bread with his mom. Before he could even request to be discharged again, his mom replied. "Mom, I already know. Dr. Zhao told me at noon. You don't know how happy Mom was to hear it. Mom, it seems Dr. Zhao's treatment plan is really effective. Transferring hospitals was truly a wise choice." Chen Qi was stunned on the spot. "Chen Qi, Dr. Zhao told you that he cured me? Mom, what else? Could you have cured yourself?" Chen Qi's typing hand hovered in midair. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. What could he say? Say he got better by eating wild food? As for being discharged, there was no need to even mention it. At this point, anything Dr. Zhao said would probably be taken as gospel by his mom. If Dr. Zhao didn't agree, his mom would never help him with the discharge procedures. So, all my hard work foraging, racking my brain to plan the elevator eating, and finally getting my body to improve, it all became Dr. Zhao's credit in the end? I recovered my body to be discharged, but after my body recovered, it only trapped me deeper in the hospital. Chen Qi felt a sense of powerlessness, like receiving counterfeit money after a hard day's work. He felt somewhat dispirited and no longer had the desire to continue chatting. His physical recovery, coupled with obtaining the barely edible dry bread, made him believe he could definitely convince the doctor and his family to be successfully discharged. But every path led to a dead end. No one can be relied on, I still have to rely on myself. I'll continue eating tonight and first restore my body to its peak. Once my body is fully recovered, what reason will he use to continue preventing my discharge? Speaking of eating, Chen Qi quietly touched the pancake hidden in his pillowcase, feeling a bit more anticipation. He wondered if eating this long-desired pancake could restore his body to its peak. Chen Qi's mind was preoccupied, but his hand habitually opened the Passerby app. Yesterday was his first break in updates, he hadn't posted any new status. He didn't plan to update his status today either, his current situation left him unsure what to post. He opened the Passerby app simply to see if there were any messages from Momo. Yesterday, he had suggested adding Momo on WeChat, but he hadn't received a reply from Momo. But today, as his phone vibrated slightly, the red dot on the app interface, representing an unread comment, made Chen Qi's heart skip a beat. He quickly opened the comments. Momo, where are you? Chen Qi hesitated for a moment, then replied, Jinghai City Medical College Affiliated Hospital, Psychiatric Ward. After less than 2 minutes, his phone vibrated again. Momo, remember, no matter what, never eat anything that looks inedible. Chen Qi's eyes narrowed, he was finally completely certain that Momo was also like him. And Momo should know something, at least more than he did. Chen Qi, what exactly is going on with all this? Momo, I don't know. Just don't think too much, prioritize your own safety first. Momo, I'm also trying to find a way out. If you can get out of the hospital, you can contact me. Chen Qi, not adding WeChat? Momo, just leave me a message here, I'll see it. Chen Qi put down his phone, pondering, Momo definitely knows some secrets, but since he said all this, if he doesn't want to say more, there's nothing I can do. He could only stay in contact and, if he was discharged in the future, he could find him to talk in person. After these past few days, Chen Qi understood that the people he was closest to, like his parents, couldn't help him. Only his own kind could truly help him. Only his own kind would believe him and understand his situation. For example, Suanan, whom he had only known for a day, helped him by bringing a pancake. Momo, whom he had never met, had been cheering him on online for the past half-month, and now was even giving him advice. People like them were a minority, facing pressure from the majority, and precisely because of this, they instinctively banded together for warmth. Just then, the sound of wheels rolling came from the ward door, and the cleaning lady pushed her cleaning cart in. Coming to clean the ward? Chen Qi subtly shifted his position, completely blocking the pillow with his body, and continued to play on his phone as if nothing were amiss. In fact, besides chatting with his parents for a bit and interacting with Momo, he had nothing else to do with his phone every day. He glanced at the games installed on his phone but felt no desire to play them now. Just then, a friend on WeChat, was Xiaozi, filial son, suddenly sent a message. Xiaozi, filial son 2 games? Dad will carry you. Chen Qi couldn't help but curve his lips. This was his father-son-like college roommate, Yang Keiji, nicknamed Keiji. Chen Qi, why are you thinking of fulfilling your filial duties today? Don't you work on Saturdays too? Yang Keiji found a job in his hometown right after graduation. When he learned Chen Qi was sick and hospitalized, he would slack off every afternoon to play games with Chen Qi. Their father-son duo queue only ended when Keiji was caught in the act by his boss one day. Although he didn't say it, Chen Qi understood his roommate's filial piety. Keiji was worried he'd be bored in the hospital, which was why he risked being caught by his boss during his probation period to play games with him. Xiaozi, filial son, humph, brother, I've been promoted. I'm about to be sent abroad, become a CEO, marry a cherry blossom girl, and reach the pinnacle of life. Chen Qi, you're going to Sakura country? Xiaozi, filial son, yes, this is an opportunity only for excellent employees. The leader has discerning eyes and immediately saw my great ambition. Chen Qi, are you sure it's to be a CEO, not to star as a male lead? Don't let me see you in the Japan/Korea section one day. Chen Qi knew this definitely wasn't a good assignment, otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen to young Keiji, who had just been promoted. Keiji's family background wasn't very good, and he likely accepted the overseas assignment to earn more money. Xiaozi, filial son, stop with the nonsense, are you playing or not? Dad won't have time to play with you once he goes abroad. Chen Qi hesitated for a moment and asked, Keiji, has anything special happened recently on your side? Xiaozi, filial son, what do you mean? Chen Qi, like a high incidence of anorexia, or anyone around you suddenly unable to eat, like me. Xiaozi, filial son, haven't heard anything. Chen Qi sighed inwardly, also realizing that even if there were anomalies, Keiji might not notice them. Keiji's home was in the neighboring province, and Chen Qi didn't know how widespread the food anomaly he saw was, whether it was confined to Jinghai City, or the whole world? He didn't ask any more questions. Just as he was about to log into the game, the cleaning lady had already dragged her mop all the way to his bedside. Suddenly, without any warning, the cleaning lady grabbed at Chen Qi's pillow. Pancake. Chen Qi was startled and instinctively leaned back, desperately shielding the pillow with his body. The cleaning lady, with considerable strength, suddenly pulled, extracting half of the pillow from under Chen Qi. Chen Qi, quick-witted, grabbed the pillow with both hands and forcefully snatched it back. He flipped out of bed, separated from the cleaning lady by the hospital bed, not even bothering to put on his shoes, and demanded, "What are you doing?" The cleaning lady's eyes blazed, and she shrieked, "You're hiding something there, I saw it." How could that be? How did she see it? Chen Qi was incredulous, the pancake was hidden so tightly, and he had even blocked it with his body. It was impossible for the cleaning lady to have seen it. But the cleaning lady had indeed gone straight for his pillow, as if she already knew he was hiding something in it. Could it be? Chen Qi thought of Sun Xueqiao. If anyone was most likely to discover the pancake, it had to be Sun Xueqiao. This guy stayed up all day monitoring him, maybe he saw him hiding the pancake. It was probably him who reported it. The cleaning lady tried to go around the bed to snatch the pillow from Chen Qi's hands, but Chen Qi was even more agile, moving around the bed, occasionally flipping over it, and maneuvering to prevent the cleaning lady from getting it. During this time, Chen Qi also didn't forget to guard against Sun Xueqiao launching a sneak attack from the side. But Sun Xueqiao just stared, observing, without any reaction. Chen Qi's phone also kept beeping with messages, all from Yang Keiji. Xiaozi, filial son, why aren't you online yet? Xiaozi, filial son, where are you? Xiaozi, filial son, did you go to the restroom? Chen Qi had no time to look or reply at this moment. He was fully focused on dealing with the cleaning lady, and thankfully, his body had recovered a lot, allowing his stamina and agility to keep up. A moment later, the cleaning lady was panting, and angrily declared, "I'm going to call the doctor." With that, she turned around and left in a huff. Chen Qi's expression darkened, he could already imagine what would happen next. How should I respond? Hide the pancake? There were many places to hide things in the 408 ward, in the wardrobe, under the bed, in the restroom. But none of them were secure. Once the medical staff were determined to find it, they could all be found. More importantly, Chen Qi glanced at Sun Xueqiao, who was lying on the hospital bed, staring at him. With this guy around, hiding it anywhere would be useless. Run away? That doesn't seem reliable either. Before the medical staff arrived, he could run out of the 408 ward, but where could he go? He could only move within the inpatient building, and it was daytime now, with medical staff on every floor and patrolling security guards. Or run out and find a place to hide the pancake. This idea seemed feasible. Chen Qi, hugging the pillow, rushed out of the 408 ward. He planned to run into the hallway and hide the pancake behind the door leading from the elevator lobby to the stairwell. That spot was quite concealed and shouldn't be discovered for a short time. Suanan had previously hidden the pancake there. Although it still wasn't 100% foolproof, at this point, where was there a foolproof option? While it sounds like a lengthy process, Chen Qi actually only took 1 or 2 seconds to make his decision. But as soon as he stepped 1 foot out of the 408 ward, he heard the cleaning lady's shouts from the hallway. Several young nurses heard the commotion and quickly ran towards the 408 ward. Chen Qi caught a glimpse of the cleaning lady turning back, with several furious young nurses behind her. No time. He decisively pulled his foot back from the doorway and instantly made a decision in his mind: eat it. Eat the pancake now. Although this pancake was ridiculously large and would require some time to eat. But there was no other way. Rather than waiting for the pancake to be discovered and confiscated, it was better to take a gamble and fight for it. Even if he couldn't finish it, even just a bite or two would be better than having the whole thing confiscated. Plans can't keep up with changes. What he could do now was to minimize losses. Chen Qi pulled the pancake out of the pillow with one hand, while simultaneously closing the 408 ward door with his foot. He leaned his back against the door, dropped the pillow in his hand, and locked the door. The pancake, as always, defied physical rules. It was slightly warm to the touch and emitted an enticing aroma. Before Chen Qi could even take a bite, a pushing force came from behind him. Someone was pushing the door from outside. The door is locked. I'll go get the key. The nurses' voices came from outside. Chen Qi knew time was precious and dared not delay, so he quickly tore open the plastic bag wrapped around the pancake. The pancake skin was completely covered in egg wash, pan-fried to an inviting golden color. He took a bite. The outer pancake was soft, the crispy cracker inside was crunchy, the sauce was evenly spread and seasoned just right. The texture was rich yet distinct. It was perfect in color, aroma, and taste. A few chews filled his mouth with saliva, intoxicating Chen Qi with its fragrance. The satisfaction he gained from this pancake surpassed the limits of food. It was a pleasure that his entire soul felt. There was a floating sensation, a thrill that went from the soles of his feet all the way to his skull. However, very quickly, Chen Qi heard a flurry of footsteps outside. His expression changed. This time was different from before. The footsteps outside were unimaginably numerous, and he could feel the entire floor shaking. The footsteps grew denser and closer. It was as if he was facing a wildebeest migration in the animal kingdom. How many people have come? He didn't know how much commotion that one bite had caused throughout the entire inpatient building. It was as if he had activated a wide area taunt, attracting a large crowd to converge on the 4th floor. Chen Qi was shaken, but he dared not stop, frantically eating to save time. He had no retreat. He tried to skip the chewing process, simply chewing a couple of times before swallowing the pancake in his mouth. One bite down, instantly refined. The accompanying strength and stamina surged through his entire body like a superfast charge. This recovery ability. Even a casual bite is superior to an ordinary wild food. Bang! A loud bang came from the door behind him. Chen Qi, with his back against the door, was almost knocked down by a huge force. Someone was ramming the door from outside, and from the sound of the footsteps, he knew that more and more people were gathering. Chen Qi had so many experiences of secretly eating wild food, but he had never encountered such a large-scale situation. However, this also proved the special nature of the pancake. Not only was its recovery ability astonishing, but its ability to attract aggro was equally astonishing. Without a key, this door probably won't stop them. Hurry, every extra bite is a gain. Chen Qi, holding the pancake, gnawed at it continuously. All his eating organs worked simultaneously, biting, chewing, and swallowing, with all three processes happening in sync, maximizing his eating speed. He wished he could transform into a python and swallow the entire pancake whole. Just as he was eating with all his might, the light suddenly dimmed, and someone stood in front of him, casting a shadow. Chen Qi, still gnawing at the pancake, lifted his eyelids and saw Sun Xueqiao standing in front of him. His heart immediately sank. Oh right, there was still someone else in the room. Chen Qi, are you still alive? Please read on. Sun Xueqiao was quite large, not much shorter than Chen Qi, and stout, standing there with a strong sense of oppression. Chen Qi looked as thin as a bamboo pole. The two clearly weren't in the same weight class. The ward door could somewhat block people from outside, but how could they block those inside the ward? Chen Qi glanced at the toilet, already considering slipping inside and locking the door. Every second he could delay was precious, even a tiny bit of time was invaluable to him now. Sun Xueqiao lunged forward, and Chen Qi dodged, darting to the toilet door. Then, with a bang, Sun Xueqiao pressed his hands firmly against the ward door, one leg back for support, the other knee braced against the door. Chen Qi was stunned by this sight. Sun Xueqiao was helping him hold the door? Did I misunderstand him? Chen Qi quickly returned to his previous position and helped Sun Xueqiao hold the door. He continued eating his pancake while observing Sun Xueqiao out of the corner of his eye. He saw a strange expression on his face, at times bewildered, at times struggling. Bang! With another loud bang, a huge force came from the door, causing both Chen Qi and Sun Xueqiao to stumble. Outside, the footsteps grew more numerous and chaotic, accompanied by various shouts and clamor. Open the door! Open it quickly! Ram the door open! Even without seeing outside, the two could feel the massive crowd beyond the door. This door certainly couldn't hold back the surging crowd outside, it might be knocked open any second. But more than half of the pancake was left. Eat, you dead mouth, eat! Chen Qi wished he could tear open his throat and shove the entire pancake directly into his stomach. 1, 2, 3, ram! As the shouts from outside came, the ward door was impacted again, this time accompanied by a faint tearing sound along with the thud. Chen Qi looked back and saw that the wooden door had cracked, especially the wood around the lock. It can't hold. One more time, and the door will probably open. Chen Qi made his judgment and quickly pulled Sun Xueqiao back, to avoid being injured the moment the door was knocked open. Sun Xueqiao looked around, then dragged a hospital bed to block the door. While this wouldn't prevent the door from being knocked open, it would serve as an obstacle to momentarily impede the crowd about to surge into the ward. Chen Qi couldn't free his hands for anything else right now. He was stuffing the remaining half of the pancake into his mouth with both hands. His upper and lower jaws constantly and rapidly opened and closed, repeating the actions of biting and chewing, his expression somewhat strained from the intense use of his facial muscles. His eyes were wide open to their limit, appearing slightly bulging due to his extreme thinness, yet his gaze held only determination and a craving for the pancake. For him, the pancake, to some extent, symbolized freedom. Sun Xueqiao remained busy, nimbly pushing Chen Qi's hospital bed behind the door as well. Then he stood guard behind the two beds, ready for battle, displaying the spirit of a single man holding off 10,000. Chen Qi also had no time to communicate with Sun Xueqiao, he was still wondering whether to hide in the toilet. Upon closer thought, hiding in the toilet would merely add one more door, and the toilet's wooden door was even more fragile, practically useless against a crowd. It might only buy him an extra 2 or 3 seconds. Using the larger space of the ward to flee and maneuver might yield the same or even better results. So Chen Qi retreated to the farthest corner from the door. Boom! With a loud crash, the door finally burst open. Chen Qi finally saw the dense crowd outside the door. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still somewhat shocked. He couldn't see or count how many people were outside. From his perspective, he could only see the corridor outside the ward packed with people. He didn't know how far the crowd extended into the blind spots he couldn't see. But what was clearly different this time was that the people who came included not only medical staff but also patients. In fact, the number of patients far exceeded that of the medical staff. Previously, when he secretly ate wild food, he only attracted medical staff and security guards, he had never attracted patients. And in this inpatient building, the number of patients certainly far exceeded that of the medical staff. It could be said that the patients were the main force. Chen Qi finally confirmed one thing: it wasn't just the medical staff who were abnormal. Previously, patients weren't drawn to his actions because the wild food wasn't of a high enough grade. The current pancake was clearly special enough, more valuable than ordinary wild food, capable of attracting a larger crowd, and the range of attraction should also be wider. However, why wasn't Sun Xuecho affected? First floor of the inpatient building. Suanan watched the frantically rushing crowd around her, half shocked and half bewildered. Just moments ago, shortly after she entered the inpatient building, everyone on the first floor seemed to respond to some invisible summons, surging en masse towards the staircase. Immediately, the entire staircase became completely jammed. Some who couldn't squeeze in tried to press the elevator buttons, but as soon as an elevator door opened, it instantly filled with people, becoming overloaded and stopping. No one was willing to get out of the elevator either, leading to a silent stalemate. Suanan opened her mouth, too stunned to speak. However, she had a suspicion: could this be related to the pancake I brought him? Chen Qi had once told Suanan that eating wild food would attract the hostility of nearby medical staff. But the scale of this situation clearly exceeded Suanan's understanding and imagination. In a moment, everyone on the entire first floor had gathered in the staircase and elevator lobby area. Suanan saw elderly people using crutches and toddlers toddling, and even disabled individuals in wheelchairs. She was dumbfounded. After she brought Chen Qi the pancake that morning, she felt a persistent unease and some curiosity. But to avoid risk, she couldn't directly ask Chen Qi about the pancake via WeChat. So, taking advantage of her free time, she decided to visit Chen Qi again. The result was seeing such a scene. The elevators and stairs were both blocked, with no way to go upstairs, so Suanan could only wait and see. She took a few steps forward, observing the elevators on both sides of the elevator lobby. She found that the 4 elevators serving even-numbered floors were all stopped, while the 2 elevators for odd-numbered floors were empty, with no one even pressing their buttons. Chen Qi's ward is on the 4th floor, their destination is all the 4th floor. Suanan struggled to push through the crowded people, finally squeezing to the single-floor elevator door and pressing the elevator button. The elevator door opened, she slipped inside, and looking back at the crowded masses outside, then at the spacious elevator with only her inside, she felt a strange sensation. She pressed the 3rd floor button, and the elevator quickly arrived at the 3rd floor. As the door opened, she almost thought the elevator was still on the 1st floor. Just like the 1st floor, the elevator lobby outside was packed with people, and the staircase was also jammed. Suanan instantly gave up the idea of taking the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. Then she went to the 5th floor, 7th floor, 9th floor. Each time the elevator door opened, she was greeted by a surging crowd. It wasn't until the 13th floor that the situation slightly improved. The 15th floor was finally quiet. There was no one in the elevator lobby, but the staircase was still packed with people. Has Chen Qi attracted everyone from all 15 floors of the inpatient building? Suanan's hand trembled slightly as she took out her phone and sent Chen Qi a message. Suanan, are you still alive? Food protection. 408 ward. The moment the door was burst open, a crowd surged in like a tide. However, the surging crowd quickly encountered their first obstacle, a hospital bed. They scrambled to climb onto the bed, then jumped off, leaving footprints on the pristine white bedding. Chen Qi was huddled in a corner, eating, his cheeks puffed out so high that sparks seemed to fly from his upper and lower teeth. Those at the front of the rush saw Chen Qi eating, and their faces contorted with an urgent expression, their features almost twisting into a knot. Someone yelled, "Put it down!" Someone shrieked hysterically, "Spit it out!" Someone pleaded, "Don't eat it! Please don't eat it!" Gazing at this absurd scene, Chen Qi suddenly understood something. Their target isn't me, but the wild food. Or rather, their true purpose isn't to stop me from eating, but to protect the wild food from being eaten. Stopping me from eating is merely a necessary process to protect the wild food. Although the result is the same, the motive is completely different. Previously, when Chen Qi ate wild food, those who came to stop him were always medical staff. Their reasons were always for your health or don't eat rotten food. It's even possible that these medical staff themselves didn't realize their true purpose was to protect those spoiled foods that disgusted them. But the patients who came today had no high-sounding pretexts. Whether through threats or pleas, they just wanted to protect the wild pancake at all costs. The urgency on their faces was undeniable. Each of them looked as if they wished they could reach into Chen Qi's mouth and pull out the pancake he hadn't yet swallowed. After crossing the first hospital bed, the crowd continued to cross the second hospital bed. A few quick ones, having crossed 2 hospital beds ahead of the rest, came face to face with the final hurdle, Sun Xueqiu. Sun Xueqiu stood like a loyal guard behind the hospital bed. Using his strong physique, he knocked down several people at the very front, buying Chen Qi precious time. But more and more people crossed the 2 hospital beds. No matter how formidable Sun Xueqiu was, 2 fists couldn't contend with 4 hands, and soon people were getting past him and rushing towards Chen Qi. At this point, less than a minute had passed since Chen Qi started eating the pancake, and these people had burst in after hitting the door 4 times. And less than a third of the jumbo pancake in Chen Qi's hand remained. Seeing someone lunging at him, Chen Qi charged forward, dodging out of the way. But then 2 more patients surrounded him, one from the left and one from the right, blocking Chen Qi's movement and cornering him against the wall. Their target was clear, the pancake in Chen Qi's hand. They surrounded Chen Qi, their 4 hands working tirelessly, trying to snatch the pancake. Chen Qi turned his back, bent slightly to shield the pancake, and at the same time, used his back to push one of them away, successfully breaking through. It was fortunate that after eating 2/3 of the pancake, his body had largely recovered. Now, apart from looking thin, his overall physical condition was almost the same as when he wasn't sick. His strength, speed, stamina, etc., had all returned to their peak. Otherwise, in this situation, he would have been completely defenseless. More and more people rushed into the ward. They desperately tried to grab Chen Qi, some leaped, others charged with bear hugs. Chen Qi could only constantly dodge and break through, searching for space to eat amidst a multitude of enemies. Every now and then, he could feel hands grabbing at his arms and the hem of his clothes, some even trying to pry open his mouth or pull his hair. Seeing the situation was dire, he mustered all his strength, charging from one corner of the wall to the other, knocking over several people along the way. Then he would choose a direction with fewer people and charge through. By relying on this frantic dashing to buy time, he finally ate another half of the pancake in his hand. Just then, Sun Xueqiu, who had been holding the pass, finally couldn't hold on any longer and was submerged by the surging crowd. The pressure instantly fell entirely on Chen Qi alone. More and more people poured in, making the ward extremely crowded, leaving no space for him to charge through. In a flash, he was cornered against the wall, his back to the crowd, huddled in the corner, chewing and swallowing with difficulty, still pushing the last bit of pancake into his mouth. This corner position was very advantageous for him. The entire ward was packed with people, but only a few behind him could reach him. But after all, the numerical disparity was there, and the few people behind him were pulling at Chen Qi with all their might. Chen Qi could feel his patient gown was already riddled with holes, torn into strips like tassels. His hair was also a bird's nest, countless strands having been pulled out. It was a good thing he had an astonishing amount of hair. And now, 2 people, one on each side, were holding his arms, trying to forcibly lift him up. Chen Qi felt it difficult to resist, so he quickly bit onto the last mouthful of pancake, resisting and pulling as much as possible to buy time. At the same time, he pressed his face tightly against the corner of the wall, leaving no gaps, fearing someone might snatch the pancake from his mouth. From the side, the facts proved his concern was not unfounded. Someone's hands reached in from both sides, pawing at his cheeks, trying to pry open a gap. Chen Qi suddenly lunged forward, his face hitting the corner of the wall hard. His nose stung, and warm liquid flowed down. He finally swallowed the last mouthful of pancake, mixed with his own blood. But it wasn't over yet. Without completing the chewing and swallowing, these food protectors still refused to give up. 2 people controlled Chen Qi's arms, while 2 others tried to pry open Chen Qi's mouth, wanting to dig out the food residue inside. Chen Qi could only tightly purse his lips, clench his teeth, and stop chewing, forcing himself to swallow. The 2 couldn't pry open Chen Qi's mouth, so one of them pulled out a Swiss Army knife from somewhere. He opened the small blade and was about to pry open Chen Qi's mouth. Chen Qi's face turned pale with shock. Truly worthy of being a mental patient, their equipment is complete. Are they treating him like a Japanese person? Just as the blade touched his lips, Chen Qi finally swallowed the last bit of pancake in his mouth. Gulp! The pancake passed through his esophagus and successfully settled in his stomach. Then it was instantly refined, becoming nutrients for Chen Qi's body to recover. The Swiss Army knife hovering over Chen Qi's lips also suddenly stopped, then retracted. Chen Qi relaxed, slumping against the wall, his gaze sweeping over the people around him, and he noticed that their faces actually showed a bewildered expression. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Previously, when he was caught red-handed stealing food, even if he forcibly ate the food, the medical staff would only continue to condemn his behavior, and would not show this confused expression as if they had blacked out. As far as Chen Qi's eyes could see, whether patients or medical staff, everyone at this moment was like someone just waking from a hangover, looking around. No one spoke, but everyone had "Who am I, and where am I" written on their faces. The 2 who were holding Chen Qi quickly let go, opened their mouths as if to say something, but didn't know where to start. But the next moment, all at once, the bewilderment on everyone's faces instantly receded, returning to expressionless faces. It felt to Chen Qi as if machines that had been disconnected had suddenly reconnected. Then, these people, with eerie, silently exited the ward, each returning to their own room, each to their own bed. They came in a chaotic rush, but left quietly and orderly. As if nothing had happened. Only a messy ward remained, proving they had been there. Ghost face cookies. Chen Qi slumped on the ground, seeing Sun Xueqiao, equally disheveled, lying sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Their patient gowns were torn to shreds, and they had several scratches on their bodies. Chen Qi's face was also bruised. Chen Qi wiped the blood flowing from his nose and let out a long breath. "Fortunately, we made it through." He suddenly paused and slowly opened his palm. In his palm, a small biscuit was clutched. He didn't know when it appeared. "This is..." Chen Qi frowned. He had no idea when this biscuit appeared in his hand. Could it be that someone slipped it to me during the chaos just now? Impossible. Chen Qi immediately dismissed this thought. Those people just now wanted to pry open his mouth with a knife. How could they slip him a biscuit? Before, he had been holding the pancake with both hands, and there was nothing else in his hands. Later, his hands were controlled, and he was struggling fiercely. At that time, his palms were open, and there was nothing there either. So, this biscuit only appeared after I completely ate the pancake? Could this biscuit be related to the pancake? Chen Qi examined the biscuit in his palm. It looked like an ordinary round cookie, not much bigger than a coin, with a ghost face pattern outlined on it. It wasn't like the dry bread, which, although it looked normal, gave a very intuitive feeling of being unpalatable. But it also didn't look as enticing as other wild foods. Chen Qi wasn't sure if this ghost face cookie was wild food, but at least it should be food he could eat. Considering it was very likely related to the special wild food pancake, he felt its preciousness should surpass ordinary wild food. This biscuit looks soft and fragile, but it has been in my hand for so long, and not a single crumb has fallen off. Should I eat it and see? Such a small biscuit was just a mouthful, but Chen Qi thought about it and still held back. Mainly because after just eating the pancake, his body had completely recovered to its peak, and he didn't feel any hunger. Eating it now would be a bit wasteful. He might need to consume wild food long-term in the future. Food like the ghost face cookie, which is easy to conceal and convenient to eat, should be stored instead. Additionally, he instinctively felt that the ghost face cookie was very special, different from ordinary wild food, and he was afraid that accidental consumption might lead to uncontrollable consequences. Speaking of which, this pancake is indeed very magical, but Chen Qi pondered. The pancake instantly restored his depleted body, bringing him back to full health, which was already incredible. After all, reality is not a game. It's impossible for a large potion to instantly fill health and mana. But the pancake did achieve the same effect as a potion in a game. However, compared to what he had just experienced, he suddenly felt it was nothing special. After causing such a stir, taking such a big risk, and suffering so much, the result was just a complete physical recovery? Then he might as well collect more ordinary wild food. Eating more ordinary wild food could also achieve the same effect. And there wouldn't be such a big risk. The pancake is so special, yet it only has this effect. It's really not worth it. Unless, Chen Qi weighed the small biscuit in his hand, unless this ghost face cookie is also a derivative of the pancake and has other special uses. He planned to ask Momo later. Chen Qi put away the small biscuit and quietly looked at the door of the ward. Although the crowd had dispersed, some people had not left. Most of them were medical staff on this floor, gathered at the ward door, discussing something. Looking at the messy ward, Chen Qi honestly didn't know how to clean up. Could the hospital really ignore such a large-scale riot and pretend nothing happened? After a brief rest, Chen Qi got up. He still had many things to do. He came to his bed, which was covered in footprints, lifted the quilt, and rummaged through it, finally finding his phone. Fortunately, Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief. The phone was well protected by the bedding and fortunately not damaged. The screen was full of unread messages, almost all from young Keiji. Having agreed to play games together, Chen Qi suddenly went offline. Keiji thought Chen Qi had encountered some unexpected situation and called many times. Chen Qi quickly replied to Keiji, "Something unexpected just happened. I'm fine, but I don't have time to play with you today." The situation was too complex, so Chen Qi didn't elaborate. Keiji was leaving the country tomorrow, so it was better to let him worry less. The key was that this guy, besides worrying needlessly, couldn't offer any substantial help. There was also a message from Suonen, asking if he was still alive. This indicated that Suonen had also noticed the anomaly here. Chen Qi replied, "Have you come to the inpatient building?" Finally, Chen Qi opened the passerby app and briefly described the ghost face cookie to Momo. He only said that the ghost face cookie appeared after he ate a special food, then asked Momo if she knew anything about it. After doing all this, he put down his phone and looked at Sun Xueqiao lying on the ground. "Sun Gu. I'll call you Sun Gu. Thank you for your help. I think we should have a good talk." Chen Qi hadn't expected that Sun Xueqiao, whom he had always considered mentally ill, would go all out to help him. He also noticed some unusual things about Sun Xueqiao, things that set him apart from others. Just now, for example, all the patients were affected by the pancake and formed a food protection squad, but only Sun Xueqiao was unaffected and even helped Chen Qi fight against the food protection squad. This made Chen Qi a bit puzzled, and he even suspected that Sun Xueqiao was also one of them. However, he had personally seen Sun Xueqiao eating various strange foods every day. He realized he knew too little about Sun Xueqiao. They had been roommates for over a week, yet they had barely communicated. Sun Xueqiao sat up, opened his mouth to say something, when hurried footsteps suddenly came from the ward door. Chen Qi turned his head and saw Dr. Zhao appearing at the door with 2 security guards behind him. "What's going on?" Dr. Zhao's face, uncharacteristically, was devoid of a smile. He walked towards Chen Qi and the other man with a stern face. "We were attacked," Chen Qi replied. "That's not what I heard." "Oh?" Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. "What kind of rumor did Dr. Zhao hear?" Dr. Zhao didn't answer but looked back and winked at the 2 security guards. The 2 security guards stepped forward, trying to control Chen Qi, each grabbing one of Chen Qi's arms, saying, "Please cooperate." Chen Qi's face showed sarcasm. Dr. Zhao isn't even bothering to act anymore? Previously, although Dr. Zhao had done many things against Chen Qi behind his back, he still maintained a friendly demeanor on the surface. Now, however, he seemed ready to show his true colors. Chen Qi suspected that his act of eating the pancake might have angered the other party. If Dr. Zhao was also a member of the food protection squad, given his position in the hospital, he would be somewhat of a general. The consequences of eating weird food. The mess in the ward, Chen Qi's torn patient gown, the scratches on his back, and the bloodstains on his face all proved that he had just been violently attacked. But Dr. Zhao turned a blind eye, his first priority being to control him, the victim. Chen Qi naturally couldn't sit idly by, he could already imagine what would happen after he was restrained. He broke free from their grasp, stepped back, and distanced himself from the two security guards. The two security guards followed closely, one of them lunging forward to grab Chen Qi. The other pulled a rope from his pocket, clearly intending to tie Chen Qi up. Evidently, they had come prepared. Sun Xueqiao, seeing this, got up to help, but Dr. Zhao blocked him. Sun Xueqiao's face showed struggle, but in the end, he didn't dare to lay a hand on Dr. Zhao and could only watch from where he stood. Chen Qi, facing two opponents, wasn't too flustered, his body had recovered, and he was no longer the weakling who had been easily subdued by security guards. Chen Qi suddenly exerted force, breaking free from the security guard's restraint, reaching out to grab the rope in the other security guard's hand, and pulling hard. The security guard held tight to the rope, unwilling to let go, lost his balance, and was dragged forward, falling heavily to the ground. The other security guard took the opportunity to ambush him from behind, wrapping his arms around Chen Qi, hands tightly clasped, locking Chen Qi in place. Chen Qi's arms were both locked, unable to move, and seeing the fallen security guard get up and rush over with the rope, he quickly squatted slightly, then burst forward, leaning his body. The security guard holding Chen Qi felt a huge force pulling him, making him top-heavy and uncontrollably flying up. Bang! His body traced an arc and fell heavily onto the ward's tiles. Chen Qi had executed a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw. This fall was truly significant. These security guards were not young, mostly in their 40s or 50s, and while they might have strength, their bones and muscles were certainly not as solid as those of younger people. The security guard lay on the ground, grimacing, unable to get up for a long time. The other security guard with the rope was also startled, standing still and not daring to approach. Not to mention them, Chen Qi himself was stunned. Why do I feel like after eating the pancake, my body not only returned to its peak but also became even stronger than before? Dr. Zhao had maintained a stern face throughout, and his expression didn't change upon seeing this scene. He merely said to the security guard holding the rope, "Call your captain and tell him to bring more people." Chen Qi's expression changed slightly, he had only gotten a bit stronger, he wasn't Superman. Facing the security team, he would undoubtedly be subdued. Just then, a clear voice came from the doorway. "Chen Qi, are you alright?" Suanan stood at the ward door, holding up her phone, recording a video. After the crowded people in the corridor dispersed, she immediately rushed to Chen Qi's ward. As a result, she happened to witness Chen Qi fighting the security guards. Seeing that Dr. Zhao was about to summon more security guards, Suanan hesitated for a moment, then removed her badge and stepped forward. "I'm fine," Chen Qi smiled and said. From a physical standpoint, he was better than ever. But from his current predicament, it wasn't looking good. However, seeing Suanan's phone, Chen Qi knew that this obstacle was temporarily overcome. Dr. Zhao glanced at Suanan's phone, then lingered for 2 seconds on Suanan's white coat, finally retracting his gaze. The security guard beside him quietly asked, "Director Zhao, do we still need to make the call?" Dr. Zhao waved his hand and said to Chen Qi, "You're refusing to cooperate with treatment is one thing, but you also injured a security guard, smashed up the ward, and show severe violent tendencies, which has seriously threatened the safety of others. I will transfer you to a closed ward. Chen Qi's heart sank. A closed ward, that was truly no different from being in prison. Chen Qi did not make futile arguments, only asked, Dr. Zhao, what exactly do you want to do? Dr. Zhao said calmly, I am a doctor, and you are my patient. Of course, I want to cure you. From the very beginning, I said that as long as you can prove you can eat normally, you can be discharged at any time. That statement still holds true now. If you can't do that, then cooperate with us to insert a feeding tube and assist your eating with it, and you can still be discharged home. Today I learned that you secretly ate spoiled food again. For your health, I had no choice but to implement forced nutritional support, and as a result, you injured a security guard again. You leave me no other choice. For your own sake, and for the safety of others, I can only send you to a closed ward. Evidently, it was because Suanin was recording a video that Dr. Zhao said so much in one breath, with the intention of excusing himself. What he kept saying boiled down to one core point, to make Chen Qi eat the strange food. If you don't eat it yourself, I'll force feed you with a feeding tube. If you don't cooperate with the feeding tube, I'll send you to a closed ward. Once in a closed ward, you'll be beyond help, and everything will be out of your control. The security guard lying on the ground groaned and sat up, pointing at Chen Qi and scolding him. Young man, you hit too hard. If you don't go to the closed ward, you'll go to jail, I'm telling you. Before Chen Qi could speak, Suanin interjected, I recorded the whole thing. It was clearly you who made the first move. We were helping him with his treatment. The security guard argued, stiffening his neck. Does treatment require tying someone up with a rope? That's all for safety. He's just an anorexic patient. The fact that he can stay in an open ward means he poses no threat to those around him. Unless you can prove he is a danger to society, by what right do you restrict his personal freedom? The security guard was instantly at a loss for words. Suanin, having the upper hand, didn't let up and aimed at Dr. Zhao. The security guards, don't understand, but don't you, as a doctor, understand? Dr. Zhao calmly said, as his attending physician, I have the right and obligation to adjust the treatment plan in a timely manner according to the patient's condition. Suanin was not easily fooled, and retorted, including forcibly sending the patient to a closed ward? Where is the written document? Is the process compliant? Did the family sign? Dr. Zhao gave Suanin a deep look, said nothing more, and left the ward directly. The two security guards, seeing this, quickly followed him out. In a flash, only Chen Qi, Suanin, and Sun Xueqiao remained in the ward. Thank you. Chen Qi said sincerely to Suanin. Indeed, in the end, it wasn't his closest family who helped him, but strangers he had only known for a few days. He and Suanin, and Sun Xueqiao, had indeed not even been friends before. He had only met Suanin yesterday, and he had been in the same room with Sun Xueqiao for over a week without speaking. However, after today, Chen Qi felt they were friends. Suanin said with a stiff face, don't overthink it. I'm just here to ask you for money. Money? Chen Qi asked, puzzled. You owe me 2 yuan. You're not going to renege on your debt, are you? Suanin's tone became tense. Only then did Chen Qi remember that he hadn't paid for the dry bread that morning, and he had promised to transfer the money to Suanin as soon as he got his phone back in the afternoon, but he had forgotten. Transfer it, I'll transfer it to you right now. Chen Qi opened his phone and found that he had recently received a pending payment request from Suanin for 2 yuan. The time was right after he replied to Suanin's previous message. So, after confirming I was still alive, the first thing she thought of was collecting money from me? Chen Qi had initially thought Suanin's asking for money was just a proud excuse, but he didn't expect her to actually care. He immediately paid the 2 yuan, and saw the expression on Suanen's face visibly relax. Chen Qi thought of something and asked, "You stood up for me today, will you have any trouble later?" Although Suanen had deliberately removed her badge, she was still interning at the hospital, and it wouldn't be difficult for Dr. Zhao to find out her identity. Suanen said indifferently, "This is not the same as helping you bring rotten food. I didn't do anything wrong. What reason does he have to deal with me? Even if it goes to the school, I would be in the right." Chen Qi nodded, then looked at Sun Xueqiu. "Sun Gu, you." Sun Xueqiu had remained silent throughout, but now his eyes revealed a hint of hesitation and struggle. Finally, he made up his mind, his voice hoarse as he said, "I used to be able to see them too." Chen Qi and Suanen exchanged glances, and Chen Qi asked in a low voice, "Are you talking about food?" Sun Xueqiu nodded. "Used to be able to see, does that mean you can't see them now?" Chen Qi pressed. Sun Xueqiu sighed, his eyes blank, and after a long while, he slowly said, "When I first ate those disgusting things, I suddenly found that my hallucinations disappeared, and the food returned to its normal appearance." Chen Qi's heart skipped a beat. After eating the strange food, he could no longer see the abnormality of the food? Dr. Zhao must have known this too. That's why he kept inducing and even forcing me to eat strange food. As long as I eat a little, then in the eyes of others, my illness would indeed be cured. Chen Qi realized that the core of all conflicts was the strange food. The majority, represented by Dr. Zhao, including his parents, all wanted him to eat the strange food. Momo, however, warned him not to eat the strange food, and he himself had been resisting. Sun Xueqiu, on the other hand, had gradually become like everyone else because he ate the strange food, moving from Chen Qi's kindred spirit to the general populace. So what exactly is the nature of strange food? The answer to this question could only be found by Chen Qi himself. And for now, understanding Sun Xueqiu's experience might bring him closer to the answer. Thus, Chen Qi and Sun Xueqiu had a simple but in-depth conversation. Afterward, he discovered that Sun Xueqiu's situation was different from both his and Suanen's. Sun Xueqiu did not possess the ability to find wild food, nor did he possess Suanen's ability to make bread. For him, there was absolutely no source of food. If he was unwilling to eat the strange food, he could only starve. This was also the biggest reason why he ultimately chose to eat the strange food. If the price of persistence is starvation, then compromise should also be a form of release, right? Chen Qi said with emotion. He asked himself, if there were no wild food, he wouldn't have been able to last until today. Sun Xueqiu heard this, looked up at Chen Qi, his eyes complex, and said, "At first, I thought the same. I thought my illness was cured, until you were admitted to the hospital, everything changed." Sun Xueqiu had always believed he was ill, but when he saw Chen Qi, whose symptoms were similar to his own, he immediately grew suspicious. So he began to observe Chen Qi. He often wondered in his mind, what would have happened if he hadn't eaten the strange food back then? And Chen Qi seemed to become the answer to this question. Sun Xueqiu initially regarded Chen Qi as himself on another If timeline, silently observing, not communicating, not interfering. But gradually, he began to discover some abnormalities in himself. Sun Xueqiu clenched his fists. "Every time you secretly ate those rotten foods near me, an uncontrollable urge surged within my body. I wanted to stop you." As time went on, this urge became more and more intense, and more difficult to suppress, especially today. I've been trying my best to control it, and I almost turned against you. Chen Qi's arrival not only made him realize that something was wrong with himself but also made him see the abnormalities in others around him. Their abnormal behavior, their overly protective food-guarding actions. But everyone else turned a blind eye to these abnormalities. Only he, the mental patient, could see that something was wrong. This gave him a sense of absurd unreality and deep despair. Because he could clearly feel that he too was transforming into them, and perhaps it wouldn't be long before he also became a member of the food guarding team. This feeling of being trapped in a quagmire, knowing you'll sink deeper and deeper yet being unable to struggle and save yourself, drove him almost mad. and he regretted his initial decision even more. Perhaps if he had held on a little longer, there might have been a turning point? Why didn't he persevere like Chen Qi? Sun Xueqiao said, "You don't have to thank me. I helped you only because I didn't want to be controlled by that strange urge in my body. I just wanted to prove that I was still me." Chen Qi said earnestly, "No matter what, Sun Gu, you really helped me. If there's anything I can do for you, just say the word." Sun Xueqiao shook his head, "You should still stay away from me. I can feel that my self-control is gradually weakening, and it's becoming harder and harder to suppress that urge each time, so..." Sun Xueqiao looked directly into Chen Qi's eyes. "Don't trust me too much. Who knows, one day, I might also become your obstacle." Chen Qi saw a hidden despair in Sun Xueqiao's eyes. Compared to others who were completely controlled without resistance, Sun Xueqiao's conscious struggle was actually more painful. However, as someone with a similar experience, Chen Qi could completely understand Sun Xueqiao's ultimate compromise. Under the pressure of survival needs and the constant pressure from his family, doctors, and the entire surrounding environment, he eventually couldn't uphold his own beliefs and chose to try the strange food. This was actually very normal. Compared to Sun Xueqiao, he was lucky. Not only did he discover the existence of wild food, but he also found kindred spirits like Suanan and Momo. Chen Qi didn't know what to say, wanting to offer words of comfort but unable to voice them. As for phrases like, "it will definitely get better," he didn't even believe them himself. In return for the favor, he also wanted to help Sun Xueqiao, but he didn't know where to start, as he himself was in a precarious situation. Chen Qi lowered his head and thought, then a sudden idea flashed. "What if Sun Gu ate your bread, or my wild food?" he asked Suanan. The dry bread was more like Suanan's exclusive delicacy. Chen Qi couldn't enjoy it. But others didn't seem to have tried his wild food. If his wild food was given to Suanan or Sun Xueqiao to eat, would it also have that unscientific recovery effect? And, could it possibly cure Sun Xueqiao's abnormality? Suanan shrugged, "You can try. Don't you have my bread? Discharged tonight." Chen Qi's wardrobe still held the dried bread Suanan had given him, of which he had only taken a small bite. He just needed to find one more wild food item, and then he could let Sun Xueqiao try both types of food. In truth, Chen Qi knew that the dried bread was likely just for show. Suanan herself didn't experience any special effects from eating it, so how could it possibly help Sun Xueqiao? His wild food was the key. So, he wasn't in a hurry to give the dried bread to Sun Xueqiao. "Dr. Su, would you like to try my wild food?" Chen Qi asked. "No." Suanan replied with distaste. In her and Sun Xueqiao's eyes, the so-called wild food was nothing more than rotten and spoiled food. Sun Xueqiao was currently at his wit's end, treating a dead horse as a living one, so he might as well give it a try. Suanan had soft, sweet bread to eat every day, so why would she eat decaying food? She wasn't a scavenger. Just as Chen Qi couldn't accept the dried bread, Suanan couldn't accept the wild food. Just then, Nurse Xiaoru walked into the ward. Seeing Suanan, she gave Chen Qi an ambiguous smile and then said, "Chen Qi, pack your things. We need to move you to another ward." Suanan became wary and said, "You're not moving him to a closed ward, are you?" Nurse Xiaoru chuckled teasingly, "You're so concerned? Don't worry, it's just ward 423 on this floor. This 408 ward is so messy, it will take a lot of time to clean up, so we can only move him to another ward first. I just can't stand to see you bullying patients." Suanan waved her hand at Chen Qi and the other person. "I'm leaving now." Watching Suanan leave, Chen Qi suddenly thought of something and asked, "Is Sun Gu moving with me?" Nurse Xiaoru shook her head. "Ward 423 is empty right now. For now, you'll be the only one living there. As for Sun Xueqiao, Dr. Zhao seems to have other arrangements." Chen Qi immediately had a bad premonition. What good could Dr. Zhao possibly be planning? After Nurse Xiaoru informed him, she left first. Chen Qi packed his luggage alone, but he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Sun Gu, why don't you contact your family quickly and have them pick you up for discharge? Chen Qi advised. Sun Xuecha was someone who had already accepted the strange food. If he wanted to be discharged, Dr. Zhao shouldn't stop him. Sun Xuecha, however, was very calm. He shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about me. How much worse can I get?" Seeing Sun Xuecha's appearance of having completely given up on treatment, Chen Qi knew he couldn't persuade him, so he said, "Then, when you've confirmed your ward, let me know. I'll find some wild food and bring it over to you later." "All right." Sun Xuecha nodded, with a hint of imperceptible expectation in his eyes. Chen Qi packed his belongings, bid farewell to Sun Xuecha, and went to Ward 423 on his own. Both beds in the ward were empty. Chen Qi casually chose the nearest bed, number 1. Too much had happened today, leaving him feeling somewhat exhausted both physically and mentally. He collapsed onto the bed, immediately feeling a wave of drowsiness, but he didn't dare to close his eyes and sleep. After experiencing everything today, especially after falling out with Dr. Zhao, the hospital now offered him no sense of security. Only one thought occupied his mind: discharge. A moment later, Nurse Xiaoru walked into the ward holding a brand new set of patient clothes and said, "Your clothes are torn. Take them off. Also, for the injuries on your back, I'll apply some medicine first, and then you can change into these new clothes." Chen Qi had several scratches on his back, and his patient gown was torn into rags. He wasn't shy, he boldly took off his tattered patient gown and lay prone on the hospital bed. However, he made sure to carefully examine the medicine Nurse Xiaoru brought, only feeling relieved after confirming it was an unopened bottle of povidone iodine. Nurse Xiaoru said exasperatedly, "Do you have persecutory delusions? How could we medical staff harm you?" Chen Qi didn't say anything. Nurse Xiaoru was considered relatively reliable among the medical staff, and their relationship was good, but in this critical period, necessary. Precautions could not be neglected. After Nurse Xiaoru carefully cleaned Chen Qi's wounds, she began to apply povidone iodine. Chen Qi asked, "Which ward was Sun Xuecha transferred to? Has it been decided?" Nurse Xiaoru's movements paused slightly. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "He was transferred to the closed ward." Chen Qi abruptly sat up, exclaiming in shock and anger, "Why?" "His family signed off on it," Xiaoru said with some helplessness. "But..." Chen Qi opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. It was like an inflated pufferfish suddenly being pricked, deflating instantly. In this psychiatric hospital, once the doctors and family reached an agreement, they could arbitrarily control the fate of patients like them. Chen Qi once saw a discussion online: how does one prove they are not mentally ill? The conclusion was that it's very difficult to prove. But the hospital had plenty of ways to prove you are mentally ill. He sighed, but his condition isn't serious enough to be transferred to a closed ward, is it? Why would his family agree? Nurse Xiaoru shook her head. He was admitted because of severe depression. His family situation is a bit complicated. His half-brother is in charge of the household. His long-term depression prevented him from working normally, and he had already been seen as a burden by his family. You shouldn't have involved him in your nonsense. He's different from you. You assaulted the security guard, but your parents will back you up. He caused trouble, but no one is willing to clean up his mess. He was sent to the closed ward this time because he became your accomplice, helping you smash up the ward and injure the security guard. Chen Qi remained silent, not bothering to argue. But he didn't blame himself for it either. Because he knew he hadn't done anything wrong. Sun Xuecha's misfortune could only be blamed on the hospital and his irresponsible family. Especially Dr. Zhao, who ignored the truth, distorted the facts, and portrayed him and Sun Xuecha as lunatics who smashed up the ward and injured the security guard. However, if there was something he could do to help Sun Xuecha improve his situation, he was willing to do it. Sun Xuecha's experience made Chen Qi start to worry about his own situation. Dr. Zhao had explicitly said he would also send him to a closed ward, although this would require his parents' signature. Before, Chen Qi would have been 100% certain his parents wouldn't agree, but now he wasn't so sure. Just then, his phone on the pillow vibrated continuously. Chen Qi unlocked his phone and saw that all the messages were from Mom. "Mom, can't you let Mom worry less? Mom doesn't ask for anything else from you, just that you stay healthy. Can't you just cooperate with the treatment obediently? Chen Qi, what did Dr. Zhao tell you again? Mom, do I need to say more about what you did? Why did you injure the security guard? Why did you smash up the ward? Mom, at first, I couldn't believe it, but then Dr. Zhao sent me this video, saying it wasn't the first time you hurt someone. Mom, elevator surveillance.mp4. This surveillance video recorded Chen Qi eating late at night in the elevator and then getting into a physical altercation with Mediterranean doctor. Mom doesn't know what's wrong with you. I don't know how my sensible, good son could become like this. Mom, Dr. Zhao suggested I transfer you to a closed ward, but your dad and I discussed it and still refused. Mom, we pleaded with Dr. Zhao and got you another chance. Don't disappoint Mom and Dad again. Chen Qi suddenly felt a bit tired, not knowing what to say. What his mother saw and what he saw were two completely different worlds. This difference in perception created a huge chasm between them, making communication impossible. Moreover, his mother completely trusted Dr. Zhao and followed his every word, which made any self-justification from Chen Qi seem like a lie. And one more thing, Sun Xueqiao gradually became abnormal after eating the strange food, so was his mother still normal? My parents have been eating strange food for a long time. If I eat wild food near them, will they react? Chen Qi didn't have the opportunity to verify this point, but in his heart, he no longer trusted his parents without reservation. His parents hadn't agreed to transfer him to a closed ward, which should have made him breathe a sigh of relief, but in reality, he felt even more stifled. After casually replying to his mother, Chen Qi opened the passerby app and found that Momo had replied to his comment. Momo, keep that biscuit. Eat it when you're at your wit's end. It might help you. Chen Qi quickly asked, do you know what this biscuit does? After 2 or 3 minutes, Momo responded. Momo, it might temporarily grant you a special ability, but it might not be useful. It's hard to explain in a few words. In short, don't rely on it too much. When there's really no other way, you can try treating a dead horse as a living one. Momo, also, I'll delete all the comments I left today. You should too. Remember to delete comments promptly after communicating in the future. A few minutes later, Momo deleted all of today's comments. Chen Qi followed suit. The two of them communicated through comments under a post Chen Qi had made, meaning others could also see their chat content. Although almost no one would see Chen Qi's posts, it still wasn't safe enough, so deleting comments promptly was indeed very necessary. Alright, I've applied povidone iodine to all your wounds. Don't touch them. Nurse Xiaoru stood up. Later, I'll come back and apply some antibiotics to prevent infection. With that, Nurse Xiaoru packed her things and left. Leaving Chen Qi alone in the empty ward, he buried his head in his pillow, pondering something. A moment later, he got up and went to the bathroom mirror, examining himself in the reflection. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that he looked slightly thicker. After my body fully recovered, is my weight also slowly catching up? He was quite happy with this discovery. He didn't want to be scrawny forever. Chen Qi's current physical state was very unscientific. His current stamina, strength, and other metrics were even stronger than when he was healthy, which was severely inconsistent with his current physique. My body has recovered. This is the biggest gain from my efforts these past few days. Chen Qi's mind replayed the scenes of the past few days. On September 4th, he hid in the wardrobe and ate apples. On September 5th, his mother broke her promise, came to the hospital but didn't visit him. He began to think of ways to save himself, going out to forage late at night. On September 6, he met Suonin and risked eating in the elevator late at night, allowing his body to recover significantly. On September 7, which was today, he successfully ate the pancake despite everyone in the inpatient building trying to stop him. 2 days ago, he was a severely malnourished patient, but today he had fully recovered. All his efforts were aimed at being discharged. He had thought that after his body recovered, discharge would be a matter of course. But in reality, the better his body became, the more distant the hope of discharge seemed. During this process, the rift between him and his parents deepened, and he completely fell out with Dr. Zhao. Now, not only could he not be discharged, but he was also at risk of being sent to a closed ward at any time. Although his parents said they had gotten him another chance, Chen Qi knew that this chance would eventually be used up. As long as he refused to eat the strange food, conflicts between him and Dr. Zhao were inevitable. At that time, Dr. Zhao could easily frame him, gain his parents' support, and then send him to a closed ward. Chen Qi had already figured it out: if he wanted to be discharged, he couldn't use conventional methods. Getting the doctor to approve his discharge or having his parents pick him up seemed almost impossible at the moment. This world was already abnormal, so he couldn't think about things with normal reasoning anymore. Instead of thinking so much, the simplest way for me to be discharged should be to break out directly. The simplest and most direct method is often the most effective. This was impossible before because his body was too weak, any security guard could easily subdue him. But now that his body had recovered, and his strength was even greater than before, it provided him with the capital for a forceful escape. There are more security guards during the day, so late at night is more suitable. In the early hours of the morning, there was only one security guard on duty downstairs in the inpatient building, making it undoubtedly the most suitable time for action. Since he had decided to force his way out, the sooner he acted, the better. Otherwise, if he were to be locked in a closed ward someday, it would be difficult to get out. After careful consideration, Chen Qi decided on the time: it'll be tonight. I'll act tonight. But before that, he still had some things to do. He had to fulfill his promise to Sun Xueqiao. Chen Qi had promised to let Sun Xueqiao try the wild food. Although he didn't know if the wild food would help Sun Xueqiao, he had to try it anyway. What if it worked? Sun Xueqiao went into the closed ward to help him. Chen Qi couldn't rescue him, but within his capabilities, he still wanted to do something for him. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Suonin. Chen Qi, what time do you get off work today? Suonin, around 5:30 p.m. Why? Chen Qi checked the time, it was not yet 4:30 p.m. Chen Qi, can you come to the ward before you leave? I have something to ask of you. Suonin, I will not do anything that violates hospital regulations. Chen Qi almost laughed out loud when he saw this message. Suonin was preemptively covering her bases again. Chen Qi understood. I know Dr. Su is a person of principles. Suonin, I'll be there at 5:30 p.m. sharp. Chen Qi put down his phone, changed into the new patient clothes nurse Xiaoru had brought, and walked out of the room as if nothing had happened. Humanoid food detector. Chen Qi walked through the hospital corridor as if taking a stroll, but his gaze constantly scanned the surroundings. He was out foraging for food. It was a little past 4 in the afternoon, and while not as convenient as late at night, it was still a good time to forage. Most patients were busy with their phones, and the medical staff tended to be more relaxed. Chen Qi planned to force his discharge that evening, so he had to act now. After eating the pancake, Chen Qi temporarily felt no hunger. His primary purpose for foraging this time was to find suitable wild food for Sun Xueqiao. All the medical staff and patients are preventing me from eating wild food. Yet Dr. Zhao keeps using threats and inducements to make me eat bizarre food. So, are bizarre food and wild food two opposing existences? It was based on this consideration that Chen Qi wanted Sun Xueqiao to try eating wild food. After all, Sun Xueqiao's abnormality was also caused by eating bizarre food. Seeing no one in the corridor, Chen Qi quickened his pace, heading straight for the elevator lobby. After changing wards, the distance from his ward to the elevator lobby became longer, and he also had to pass the nurse's station, which added a lot of trouble to his foraging trips. As he approached the nurse's station, Chen Qi stopped, glanced at it, and seeing several nurses bent over their tasks, he immediately bent down and moved forward quickly in a semi-crouch. Chen Qi darted past the nurse's station like a cat, maintaining a fast speed without making any sound. Because his weight hadn't recovered yet, his lightness made him even more agile. Having successfully passed the nurse's station, Chen Qi completely let go of his speed and rushed towards the elevator lobby. He didn't have much time. Suanin would arrive at 5:30 p.m., and he needed to finish foraging before then. As he passed a ward, Chen Qi suddenly slammed on the brakes, his gaze fixed on the adjacent ward 412, filled with surprise and uncertainty. A faint allure was emanating from the ward. This allure was identical to the one the pancake had on him, though much weaker, less than 1% of the pancake's pull. But it was definitely there. Chen Qi could feel it clearly. If there was any difference, it was that the pancake's allure only worked when Chen Qi saw it. But now, this allure was reaching Chen Qi through the wall. After a slight hesitation, Chen Qi pushed open the door of Ward 412 and walked in, swaggering with his hands behind his back, pretending he was just visiting. He saw two patients on two beds, both engrossed in their phones, staring intently at the screens, not even looking at him. Chen Qi ambled over and greeted them familiarly, but they only gave a perfunctory grunt. Chen Qi leaned in to look. One was watching suggestive videos, and the other was watching videos of trimming donkey hooves. He immediately relaxed, then followed the direction of the allure. The allure was extremely clear, guiding Chen Qi like a navigation system, allowing him to precisely pinpoint the location, eventually finding a packet of spicy strips in the gap between the wardrobe and the wall. Chen Qi squatted down and pulled out the spicy strips. Seeing that the two patients were oblivious, he quickly exited the ward, then hurried into the elevator lobby and entered the stairwell. He carefully examined the packet of spicy strips but couldn't find anything special about it. It looked like an ordinary packet of wild spicy strips. Chen Qi suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued foraging, but soon, while searching the stairwell, that faint allure appeared once again. This time, following the allure, he found a bucket of wild instant noodles. This bucket of instant noodles, like the spicy strips just now, should just be ordinary wild food. I was in the stairwell on the 5th floor and sensed the allure coming from the stairwell on the 6th floor above me. But why would ordinary wild food have an allure for me? If the wild food hadn't changed, then the problem lay with him. Chen Qi vaguely had a guess in his heart. Could it be that after eating the pancake, I can sense nearby wild food? The subsequent foraging process also confirmed Chen Qi's guess. As long as wild food appeared within approximately 3 meters of him, he could accurately pinpoint its location through that allure. I'd become a humanoid wild food detector? I knew it. The pancake shouldn't just have the effect of restoring my body. Chen Qi quickly accepted this strange new ability he suddenly gained, not finding anything unreasonable about it. After all, the world had been turned upside down like this. Even if he encountered a ghost one day, he wouldn't find it particularly strange. He was only joyful in his heart. This ability was too practical for him, greatly improving his foraging efficiency. Some wild foods that were hidden covertly, he would never have been able to find without this detection ability. In less than 20 minutes of foraging this time, he found 4 pieces of wild food, which was unthinkable in the past. Chen Qi looked at the 4 pieces of wild food he had found: a bag of spicy strips, a bucket of instant noodles, a section of lotus root, and a large fried dough twist. None of them were quite to his liking. His main purpose for coming out this time was to find food for Sun Xueqiao, and considering that eating wild food would attract medical staff to guard it would be best to find wild food that was easy to consume. Priority should be given to foods that are small in size and easy to swallow. The 4 types of wild food he had found so far were not very convenient to eat. Even if Chen Qi were to consume them himself, he would have to utilize the elevator's operation mechanism and race against time to finish eating. And Sun Xueqiao, in the closed ward, obviously did not have such conditions. Chen Qi could only continue to search for suitable wild food. Fortunately, after his body recovered, he was full of energy, unlike before when he would often run out of stamina and have to stop and rest halfway. A good body, coupled with the ability to detect wild food within a certain range, turned Chen Qi into a ruthless and efficient foraging machine. No wild food could hide from him. This detection ability is truly amazing. As the foraging progressed, Chen Qi felt the power of the detection ability even more, especially in areas like wards, where it was incredibly useful. He didn't need to enter the wards, he only needed to pass by the outside of the wards to roughly know whether there was wild food inside, which greatly saved time. Chen Qi began searching floor by floor, moving upwards, and finally found 2 suitable pieces of wild food on the 11th floor, a lychee and an egg cake. By this point, his foraging mission was complete. However, he checked the time, it was only a little past 5, so he chose to continue foraging. He was going to escape the hospital tonight, and he would need to eat outside, so it was good to prepare some extra wild food to take with him. Once he left the hospital, he wouldn't be able to find wild food, and the next time he needed to forage, he would have to go to other hospitals. Chen Qi continued upwards and quickly searched up to the 13th floor, which was the closed ward area. Chen Qi could not enter the closed wards from the 13th to 15th floors, he could only search the stairwell areas. However, as he stepped onto the 14th floor stair landing, preparing to continue upwards, his body froze as if under a spell, and his eyes suddenly widened. He turned his head to look at the wall behind him. In that instant, as he brushed past this wall, a powerful allure flashed and disappeared. Chen Qi moved his feet, stepping closer to the wall. Instantly, that violent allure reappeared. Chen Qi felt like he had become a piece of iron, and now a magnet with incredibly strong suction was firmly gripping him, trying to pull him over. This allure, he even felt, was stronger than that of the pancake. So strong that he couldn't refuse, couldn't resist. He wished he could pass through the wall and consume that unknown wild food. His thoughts were like boiling water, churning constantly, unable to stop. It also made him unable to think normally. With immense willpower, Chen Qi took a step away from the wall, finally breaking free from that terrifying allure. He exhaled deeply and slumped onto the steps, taking a long time to calm himself down. High-grade wild food. It might even be more high-grade than the pancake. But not necessarily, it could also be on the same level as the pancake. Although the allure emanating from that unknown food was stronger than that of the pancake, it was not ruled out that it was because Chen Qi himself had become more sensitive to the allure of wild food. However, that unknown wild food was at least on the same level as the pancake. Eating one pancake restored my body to its peak and gave me the ability to detect wild food. What would happen if I ate another high-grade wild food? Chen Qi thought of many possibilities, such as making his already peak body even stronger, becoming a lean muscular man. Or perhaps upgrading his food detection ability, or even awakening new abilities. The idea was wonderful, but the difficulty of acquiring this high-grade wild food was indeed considerable. On the other side of the wall, which is the closed ward area, judging by the location, it should be inside a certain ward. When Chen Qi got close to that wall, he could barely feel that allure. That high-grade wild food was located about 3 meters from the wall, just at the limit of Chen Qi's food detection ability. Any further, and he wouldn't have discovered the existence of this high-grade wild food. But this 3-meter distance was almost insurmountable for Chen Qi. If I want to enter the closed ward, I can probably only be sent in as a patient, and then I won't be able to get out. I can only ask someone else for help, maybe I can ask Suonin to try. If it works, great, if not, I can only give up. Chen Qi gritted his teeth. Although the wild food made him salivate uncontrollably, he still knew what was important. No matter how good the high-grade food was, it was nothing compared to freedom. Everything else had to come second now, nothing could affect his plan to be discharged tonight. Chen Qi finished foraging and returned to Ward 423. However, he found himself constantly thinking about the high-grade wild food on the 14th floor. Just thinking about it made him uncontrollably swallow. That allure was simply too overbearing. Even though he had already left the range of attraction, it was as if it had left an imprint in his soul, constantly reminding him of the existence of that high-grade wild food. The after effect is too strong. I feel like I won't be able to sleep soundly until I get my hands on it. Chen Qi shook his head, clearing the distracting thoughts from his mind, opened the wardrobe door, and hid all the wild food he had found today inside, covering it with his clothes. This foraging trip had yielded enough wild food for him to eat for a week. The wild food for Sun Xuecha was ready. Now, he just needed to find a way to get it to him. Chen Qi checked the time. There were still several minutes until 5:30 p.m. He opened the Passerby app and replied to a comment from Momo. Chen Qi, I might be discharged soon, would it be convenient to meet? Momo replied quickly, contact me after you get out. Chen Qi locked his phone and quietly waited for Suanen's arrival. A moment later, the ward door was pushed open, but it wasn't Suanen who walked in, but Nurse Xiaoru. Take off your clothes, lie prone, and I'll apply the ointment for you. Chen Qi then remembered this matter and could only comply obediently. A moment later, the door to Ward 423 was pushed open again, and Suanen walked in, just in time to see Nurse Xiaoru applying medicine to Chen Qi, who was bare-chested. She paused and said, it seems I've come at a bad time. No, you've come at just the right time, Nurse Xiaoru said, I've finished applying it. Nurse Xiaoru packed her things and stood up, saying with a hint of teasing, I should be off work now, I won't disturb you too. Oh, I'll take your phone out for you. With that, Nurse Xiaoru took Chen Qi's phone and left. Chen Qi got up and put on his hospital gown, then said to Suanen, Dr. Su, I have two things I'd like to trouble you with. What is it? Let's sit down and talk. Chen Qi brought her a chair with a smile. Seeing Chen Qi being so polite, Suanen's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Offering courtesy without reason usually meant trouble. Chen Qi was actually uncertain in his heart, not knowing if Suanen would agree to his request. Although he had only known Suanen for 2 days, Chen Qi believed he had already figured out Suanen's principles of conduct. Suanen was kind, a person with a cold exterior but a warm heart, and she had a sense of justice, willing to help others. But her self-preservation instincts were strong. Helping others was fine, provided it didn't harm herself. And the task he wanted to entrust to Suanen actually carried a certain risk. Chen Qi didn't get straight to the point but said, Sun Xuecha, my former roommate, was forcibly sent to the closed ward after you left this afternoon. Suanen's pupils constricted slightly. She thought seriously for a few seconds, then asked in confusion, why didn't they send you in too? Why was her focus so strange? Chen Qi explained, his family signed the consent form, but my parents haven't agreed yet. Suanen nodded, so what do you want me to do? Help me bring him something. Chen Qi took out the 2 pieces of wild food he had prepared earlier. Suanen glanced at the rotten lychee and the moldy egg cake, remained silent for a few seconds, then said, if it's just for him to try, 1 piece should be enough, right? I'll just take the lychee. Chen Qi nodded, thank you. Suanen was right. This time, the main purpose was to let Sun Xuecha try wild food, and bringing in 1 item was enough. Moreover, in terms of consumption, a lychee could be swallowed in 1 bite, almost without risk, while an egg cake would require at least a few bites of chewing. There's one more thing, Chen Qi paused, help me bring something out of the closed ward. What? Chen Qi gestured, on the 14th floor, in a ward, if you enter from the elevator lobby and turn left, about 5 or 6 meters in, please look for a piece of wild food, which would appear as spoiled food in your eyes. Afraid that Suanen wouldn't understand, Chen Qi simply took out paper and pen and drew her a map, marking the approximate location of the high-grade wild food. Suanen frowned, remaining silent. This matter carried much greater risk than bringing in a rotten lychee. After all, the lychee was small and easy to carry. Chen Qi didn't know how big the item he wanted her to bring out was. Moreover, this was clearly against hospital regulations, and if caught, the consequences would be severe. Just as Suanen was hesitating, Chen Qi probed, I can pay. How much? Suanen looked up and asked. Chen Qi gritted his teeth and held up 1 finger. He had only graduated recently and hadn't found a job before entering the hospital. He didn't have much money, and 1,000 yuan was already a huge expense. 100? Suanen's eyes lit up, and she nodded, okay. It's tough, brothers. I was eliminated in the first round of recommendations, and now I have to play in the resurrection round. Mainly, the traffic was too poor a few days ago. All the urban novels at the same time had Jing Tian and Louis Fei. How could our food novel attract more than them? I'll be counting on you brothers for the resurrection round next week, so I'm asking for your continued readership for next Tuesday in advance. Discharge. I'll owe you the money for now. I'll transfer it to you as soon as I get my phone back tomorrow, Chen Qi said. He was afraid that Suanen would go back on her word and really wanted to transfer the money to her on the spot, but his phone had already been confiscated. Suanen nodded. She was a woman of action and immediately picked up the handbag containing the dry bread and left, heading straight for the isolation ward. The handbag contained the dry bread that Chen Qi had taken a bite of earlier, while the lychees were hidden in her sleeve. Chen Qi fell into anxious waiting. He wondered if Suanen would be able to see Sun Xueqiao, and if she would be able to bring him out some advanced wild food. After nearly 20 minutes, Chen Qi finally saw Suanen return. Seeing Suanen walk into Ward 423 empty-handed, Chen Qi felt a pang of disappointment but still asked hopefully, "Did you get it?" After all, Suanen might have hidden the advanced wild food somewhere outside, just like last time. Suanen shook her head. She briefly recounted her experience to Chen Qi. Using her white lab coat as camouflage, she successfully visited Sun Xueqiao as a friend. She also successfully gave Sun Xueqiao the dry bread and rotten lychees. However, Sun Xueqiao did not try to eat the two foods on the spot, fearing it would cause unnecessary trouble for Suanen. When Suanen left, she deliberately passed by the 14th floor to check the place Chen Qi had marked. The top 3 floors of the isolation ward have connecting stairs inside. Sun Xueqiao's ward is on the 15th floor. I pretended to take the wrong turn and went down to the 14th floor, leaving from the exit on the 14th floor, and passed by the place you mentioned. It is indeed a ward, and it's the first ward right next to the 14th floor entrance/exit. However, it's also temporarily occupied by the night shift security guards and has become their resting place at night. There are security guards guarding it at all times, so I couldn't do anything. I could only pretend to go in to look for someone and took a look inside. As Suanen spoke, she took out her phone and opened a video. The camera in the video shook and trembled, making the image somewhat blurry, clearly indicating it was secretly filmed. However, Chen Qi could still roughly make out that it was a ward filled with various items. Cleaning tools like mops and brooms were in the corner, several old security uniforms hung on a chair, teacups, kettles, chargers, and other items were on the table, and a straw mat was spread on the hospital bed. Finally, the video paused for a few seconds at one spot, and Suanen pressed pause, allowing Chen Qi to observe carefully. The scene captured in the video was the floor next to the nightstand, where some trash like wine bottles and plastic bottles were piled up. Among this trash, there was something packaged in a transparent plastic box, a dark green mass inside, but it was unclear what it actually was. "What you want should be this," Suanen said. "What is this?" Chen Qi asked curiously. "It should be a box of cream cake, but it's covered with a thick layer of green mold, looking like it's coated with a layer of matcha powder." Cream cake? Chen Qi could already imagine that in his eyes, this must be a delicious dessert that looked sweet and soft. Although he didn't actually like sweets, wild food had this kind of magic, especially advanced wild food. No matter whether he liked it or not, it could fully whet his appetite. It was a pity that Suanen couldn't bring it out. But she couldn't be blamed, there was indeed no opportunity. Suanen said, "Since it didn't work out, you don't have to give me the money tomorrow." Chen Qi hurriedly said, "No, you tried your best. Whether it worked or not, this money is what you deserve. I'll still transfer it to you tomorrow." Chen Qi already felt it was worth it to get such information for 100 yuan. Moreover, Suanen specifically came over after work, taking risks to help. If he didn't give her 100 yuan, Chen Qi would feel like he was a terrible person. Suanan didn't act coy or decline and simply nodded in acceptance. Not getting the advanced wild food cream cake, it was false to say that Chen Qi was not disappointed or regretful. But to get the cream cake, he would have to stay in the hospital and scheme slowly. He didn't have that much time. He had already made up his mind that he must be discharged tonight. After I'm discharged, there will be more advanced wild food waiting for me. There's no need to hang myself on a crooked tree. Chen Qi kept warning himself like this to fight against his abnormal craving for the cream cake. After repeated self-hypnosis, his obsession with the cream cake gradually faded from his mind. The longing for freedom finally overcame the craving for the cream cake. At this moment, Suanan suddenly said, "I want your egg cake. Give it to me." Chen Qi was surprised. "You want to try it?" "No." Suanan shook her head. "I want to see if I can turn it into bread." Chen Qi's eyes lit up. That's right. Suanan could turn any strange food into dry bread, so could wild food also be made into it? If so, would the dry bread made from wild food have any special characteristics? I'll give you something else. Chen Qi opened the wardrobe and took out a large fried dough twist from inside. Here, take this. This thing is big, hard, and thick. I don't really like eating it. Chen Qi would prioritize keeping easily edible wild food like egg cake for himself. Anyway, Suanan was just taking it for experimentation, so any wild food would be the same. He didn't know what the large fried dough twist looked like in Suanan's eyes, but she looked disgusted. She found a plastic bag, wrapped the large fried dough twist tightly, tied a knot, and then put it into her bag. Your large fried dough twist is fishy and smelly, she said, frowning. Just smelling it made her feel nauseous. Chen Qi was a little embarrassed. It'll be fine after a wash. All right. Don't forget to tell me the result when you have it, Chen Qi reminded her. Suanan nodded. I'll try tonight and tell you the result tomorrow. Tomorrow? I should already be out of the hospital by then. Chen Qi thought to himself. On the 15th floor of the inpatient department, inside the isolation ward. Sun Xuecha raised the cup and frantically poured water into his mouth, wishing he could just shove the entire cup into his mouth. His features were twisted together, and his whole person seemed to have been sucked dry, his face even a little wrinkled. Sun Xuecha shook the cup, but not a single drop of water came out. He quickly rushed into the toilet, turned on the faucet, and drank directly from it. After gulping down several mouthfuls of tap water, he finally recovered. Looking at the dry bread on the table, he felt lingering fear. Luckily, I only took a small bite. This thing should be used for sanitary napkins. He couldn't help but complain wildly in his mind. He sat there for a moment, carefully observing the changes in his body. Aside from almost being sucked dry, Sun Xuecha felt nothing else. He then took out the rotten lychees hidden in his pocket, took a deep breath, and prepared himself mentally. The dry bread only looked a bit dry, but these lychees didn't look edible at all. They were completely rotten and spoiled, emitting a disgusting stench. When the peel was opened, one could even see fruit fly larvae wriggling in the rotten pulp. Can this thing really be eaten? Although Sun Xuecha was a mental patient, he had never done anything this crazy. He gritted his teeth, removed the pit, closed his eyes, and prepared to swallow it whole. But as soon as he brought the rotten lychees to his mouth, an instinctive resistance welled up within him. Sun Xuecha's gaze sharpened. Although he was also very resistant to the rotten lychees in his heart, he could distinguish that this instinctive resistance that appeared now was not from his own will. Here it comes again. The feeling of having my consciousness raped. There was an instinctive urge within his body, struggling against his will, preventing him from eating. Sun Xuecha pinched his thigh hard with one hand and forcibly put the lychee into his mouth with the other. Bitter, sour, and foul. All sorts of unacceptable tastes spread across his tongue, and a nauseating smell filled his nasal cavity. At the same time, there was a banging sound on the ward door from outside. Because the rotten lychees were too disgusting, Sun Xuecha didn't dare to chew. At this moment, hearing the banging, he hardened his heart and swallowed the lychee. But then, a wave of nausea instantly rushed to the top of his head. It was simply not something that could be suppressed by personal will. It was as if a large hand had reached into his stomach, churning everything inside. Sun Xuechao's stomach churned, and he rushed into the toilet, vomiting into the commode. And as his vomit entered the toilet, the banging on the ward door outside also stopped. After a long while, Sun Xuechao had vomited everything in his stomach clean and collapsed weakly on the ground, his face pale. What suffering! He sighed, I fell for their evil. After recovering, Sun Xuechao got up and pressed the toilet flush button, sending the vomit down the drain. He didn't notice, however, that tiny bubbles kept rising from the puddle of vomit, and something was wriggling slightly within it. After Chen Qi saw Suanan off, the time just reached 6 in the evening. As night approached, Chen Qi rehearsed his escape plan countless times in his mind, repeatedly familiarizing himself with the escape route, imagining all possible unexpected events, and preparing countermeasures. After confirming that everything was foolproof, he lay on the hospital bed and quickly fell asleep. He was too tired today and had to get enough rest to have the energy and stamina to execute the escape plan at night. If he slept at this time, he would be able to move when he woke up. Recently, his routine had been very regular, sleeping every afternoon and coming out to forage late at night. When sleeping, Chen Qi was still fully armed, with the quilt covering him tightly, just in case someone suddenly gave him an injection in his sleep. The closer he got to victory, the less he could relax his guard. He slept until past 11 at night. After Chen Qi woke up, he lay there for more than 10 minutes. Only after he was completely awake did he get up and wash up. After washing his face, he felt refreshed, and both his body and mind were in peak condition. Looking at his body in the mirror, Chen Qi could clearly see that he had become a bit stronger than before he slept. At this rate of gaining muscle, I won't be a thin dog for long. He changed into his own clothes, packed his luggage, and quickly got ready. Actually, he didn't have much to take with him. Besides his identification documents, it was just a few pieces of wild food. Other things like clothes, water cups, and toiletries didn't need to be taken. Everything fit into one backpack. Most importantly, the ghost face biscuit, whose effect was unknown, Chen Qi put it in his pocket. Momo had once said that eating this biscuit when he was in a desperate situation might help him. This was also his trump card for forcing his way out tonight. If he encountered an insurmountable obstacle during his escape, he would eat this biscuit. Everything was ready. Now all that was left was to wait for the right moment. Chen Qi leaned against the ward door, occasionally peering into the hallway. If there were still nurses or other patients walking around outside, he could only wait longer. This was different from foraging on normal days. Today, he had taken off his patient gown, changed into his own clothes, and put on his backpack. If he were seen, it would be difficult to explain. It wasn't until close to 1 in the morning that no one was walking around outside. Chen Qi quietly entered the hallway. He moved slowly and silently, his nerves taut, his ears perked up, paying attention to the surrounding movements. Fortunately, the experience accumulated from long-term foraging, as well as his excellent physical fitness, allowed him to safely pass through the nurse's station and walk through the long corridor, successfully entering the elevator hall. After that, he took the elevator down to the first floor. Chen Qi peeked out and indeed saw the only on-duty security guard sleeping soundly in a chair. The main gate was locked at night, with only a small door for entry and exit, and this small door happened to be completely blocked by the security guard and the chair. Chen Qi walked to the exit, looked left and right, confirmed there were no other exits, and found no way to get out without disturbing the security guard. The only option was to force his way out. And Chen Qi had already prepared for this. He patted the security guard's shoulder. The security guard suddenly woke up, still a little groggy, yawned, and turned his head to look at Chen Qi in confusion. "You are." "I need to go out," Chen Qi said. The security guard stretched, slowly stood up, and then seemed to feel something was off. The drowsiness on his face instantly vanished by 3/10. During the day, many visitors would come and go, but it was almost 1 in the morning. It was very strange for either a family member or a patient to appear here at this hour. He asked cautiously, "Are you a patient or a family member?" "Family member." "Do you have a visitor's pass?" "No." "Then go find a doctor or nurse to get a note." Seeing that he couldn't bluff his way through, Chen Qi suddenly exerted force, kicked away the chair in front of him, and lunged forward, dashing towards the exit. The security guard was startled but reacted quickly, grabbing Chen Qi's clothes. Chen Qi did not force his way forward but slammed on the brakes, turning back to ram into the security guard. The security guard staggered back a few steps but still refused to let go. Chen Qi quickly grabbed one of the security guard's hands, forcibly pried open his palm, and freed his clothes. The security guard refused to give up and tried to grab Chen Qi's backpack. Chen Qi pushed him away, retreated a few steps, turned, and ran outside. The moment he ran out of the inpatient building, the evening breeze swept over, bringing a bit of coolness. Chen Qi, however, only felt refreshed in body and mind, and his steps seemed much lighter. He felt that at this moment, he should spread his arms, shout to the sky, and preferably have a heavy rain to truly set the scene. However, the security guard behind him would not allow him to stop and celebrate, having already given chase. "Go home!" The security guard chased him out, shouting, "Stop!" As he spoke, he pulled out a long-unused walkie-talkie from who knows where and yelled into it, "A patient has escaped." Chen Qi ran at full speed, following the route he had planned long ago. The hospital had 3 exits. The closest one led directly to a main road, a simple terrain with nowhere to hide. If someone pursued him on a bike or in a car, it would be difficult to get away. So, he had to abandon that exit. Another exit led to various small alleys, a complex terrain perfect for hiding, but it was too far from him. Running there would give the security guards too much reaction time. Once the security guards reacted, they might intercept him at the exit. Therefore, after considering a compromise, the exit that was neither too far nor too close was the most suitable. Chen Qi's steps were swift. Besides the whistling wind in his ears, there was only the security guard shouting behind him. "Don't run! Stop for me! Where is he? Hello, hello? Is anyone listening? A patient is escaping towards the East Gate. East Gate security, do you hear me? Prepare to intercept quickly." Perhaps it was too late, and the on-duty security guards were all asleep, as there was no response from the walkie-talkie. Chen Qi didn't pay much attention. He chose to act in the early morning precisely because there were fewer security guards at this time, and even if a few tried to intercept him, he wasn't afraid. With his current physical condition, 1 or 2 ordinary security guards really couldn't stop him. After a chase, the security guard pursuing him gradually slowed down, while Chen Qi maintained full stamina, his speed undiminished. Huff, huff. This kid looks scrawny, but he has such good stamina? The security guard panted heavily and stopped, feeling his heart racing in his head a little dizzy. He watched Chen Qi's back fade into the distance, no longer pursuing him, only mechanically calling for support over the walkie-talkie, support that was likely already fast asleep. After all, it was only a few thousand yuan a month, why should he risk his life? Although he had shaken off the security guard behind him, Chen Qi dared not stop for a moment. As long as he hadn't run out of the hospital, it wasn't considered a success. He ran past the outpatient building. The dark outpatient building looked somewhat eerie at night. Chen Qi didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he always felt as if someone was watching him from somewhere. It wasn't until he ran to the brightly lit emergency building next to it that the feeling of being watched dissipated. The subsequent escape process was unexpectedly smooth. None of the many unexpected situations Chen Qi had anticipated occurred. He had even planned to climb over a wall if he was cornered, even figuring out where to climb and where to run after getting over. But it turned out to be completely unnecessary. When he reached the East Gate exit, the old security guard in the guardhouse was sound asleep, his snores drowning out the calls for help coming from the walkie-talkie. The gate for pedestrians was wide open. Chen Qi simply walked out of the gate in plain sight. Outside the east gate exit was a road, and across the road were several residential communities. Chen Qi casually slipped into one of the communities, found a lounge chair, and sat down to rest. Only at this moment did the anxiety that had been weighing on his mind finally completely lift. However, a new problem immediately arose: where should he go? Chen Qi had thought about this question for a long time in the hospital, but he never found a good answer. He was now penniless and hadn't brought his phone, so he couldn't contact Momo or Suonin. The best option was undoubtedly to go home. But the security guards couldn't catch me, so they'll definitely report my escape to their superiors. The hospital might even send people to look for me and contact my parents. Going home now might not be a good choice. After all the trouble I went through to escape, my mom might just send me back. But not going back also has hidden dangers: my parents might call the police. Chen Qi thought it over and still felt he should go home for a visit. He currently had no phone and no money, which were urgent problems to solve. At home, he still had his old spare phone, which he could use after charging it. Then, he could go to a business hall to get a new SIM card, and he could log into WeChat. He still had nearly 3,000 yuan in his WeChat Pay wallet. In other words, by just going home, both the money and phone issues could be resolved. As for his parents, they were his parents after all. He couldn't possibly avoid them forever, some things just had to be faced. Chen Qi felt very conflicted, both wary of and worried about his parents. He didn't know if his parents had also developed problems. In his heart, he could only pray, hoping his parents were merely misled by Dr. Zhao. After a brief rest, Chen Qi set off again, heading in the direction of home. Without even money for a taxi, he could only walk home, which would take over 2 hours. As he walked through the community, Chen Qi suddenly paused when he passed a green belt. He ducked into the green belt and emerged a moment later with a piece of beef jerky. "There's wild food outside the hospital too?" Chen Qi frowned. Before this, he had only found wild food within the hospital. Is it because this community is right next to the hospital? Or does this mean wild food now appears outside as well? If it was the latter, then Chen Qi wouldn't have to go to the hospital to forage for food in the future and could still fill his stomach. But Chen Qi couldn't bring himself to be happy. This perhaps indicated that the anomaly caused by the strange food was not limited to the hospital premises. In other words, it wasn't just the medical staff and patients in the hospital who might have problems, but also people outside. If I eat this beef jerky now, will the residents of this community rush out to stop me? Chen Qi didn't try. He had just managed to escape the hospital, it was better not to stir up new trouble. The 2-hour journey, Chen Qi somehow completed in less than 2 hours. Along the way, he successively discovered several pieces of wild food. This proved that wild food didn't only spawn within the hospital. However, the density of wild food outside was far less than in the hospital, but for Chen Qi, who possessed food detection abilities, it made little difference. Ensuring he didn't go hungry was still effortless. Chen Qi stood at the entrance of his own community, looking at the familiar scenes, feeling as if a lifetime had passed. He used facial recognition to enter the community and walked all the way to his building, looking up at the 16th floor, which was completely dark. It was already 3 in the morning, and not a single household had its lights on. Didn't the hospital notify Mom? Or has Mom already gone out to look for me? With the lights still off at home, Chen Qi could only think of 2 possibilities. Either the hospital hadn't notified his family, so his mother was still sound asleep. Or his mother had received the notification and gone out to look for him. Regardless of the situation, it seems I can quietly grab my phone and leave. In Chen Qi's mind, the ideal scenario was to take his phone without alarming his mother, then communicate with her via phone later to avoid direct conflict. This way, he could also decide his next plan based on his mother's attitude. Chen Qi took a deep breath and walked resolutely into the unit building, pressing the elevator button. Going home. Mother. The elevator ascended rapidly, the numbers on the floor display jumping, 10, 11, 12. The closer he got to the 16th floor, the more Chen Qi felt a nervous apprehension of approaching home. Ding! The elevator stopped steadily on the 16th floor. Chen Qi quickly walked to the door of apartment 1601 and unlocked his home using his fingerprint. As soon as he pushed open the door, a draft blew through, making Chen Qi shiver and giving him goosebumps. He tiptoed into the house, closed the door, and stood in the entryway for a long time until his eyes adjusted to the darkness before taking off his shoes and walking towards the living room. He took off his shoes not for cleanliness, but to reduce the sound of his footsteps. Everything in the house was still as he remembered, but for some reason, it seemed to lack a certain warmth. The house was quiet, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Chen Qi looked towards the master bedroom and saw the door wide open, guessing that no one was home. His mother always closed the door when she slept, and early September was when the autumn tiger was at its fiercest. Even if she didn't use air conditioning, she would at least have a fan on when sleeping in this weather. But Chen Qi didn't hear the sound of a fan. He quietly walked into the master bedroom and, as expected, saw the bed empty. Chen Qi immediately let out a sigh of relief. It seems Mom went out to look for me. He relaxed completely, his steps becoming more casual as he quickly walked to his own room. The spare phone should be in the desk drawer. Chen Qi headed straight for the desk. Just as he was about to pull open the drawer, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The corner of his eye seemed to catch a glimpse of a dark shadow. He turned his head to look at his bed and met a pair of eyes. Chen Qi's heart instantly leaped to his throat. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his entire body. When he clearly saw the person on the bed, the horror in his heart did not subside. He opened his mouth and asked in a dry voice, "Mom, why are you here?" Without waiting for his mother to answer, Chen Qi stepped back a few paces, pressed the switch, and turned on the room light. The dazzling light made him instinctively squint his eyes, but his mother, Zhang Qin, seemed completely unaffected by the sudden change in light. Still keeping her eyes open. "I was waiting for you to come home," his mother said softly. "Dr. Zhao called me." Chen Qi felt uneasy and suspicious. His mother's behavior seemed abnormal no matter how he looked at it. She was too calm. Chen Qi, using the light, carefully scrutinized his mother, as if trying to find something unusual about her. But at least on the surface, his mother was completely normal. Chen Qi took a deep breath and asked, "Mom, are you planning to send me back to the hospital?" His mother didn't answer directly. Instead, she looked Chen Qi up and down several times before smiling and saying, "Not bad, you've put on some weight." She stood up and walked over to Chen Qi, looking up and cupping Chen Qi's face with both hands, as if trying to squeeze some flesh onto Chen Qi's thin face, but she failed. "My son has grown up. Before I knew it, he's already so much taller than Mom." Chen Qi's stiff body relaxed slightly. When he was little, his mother always liked to pinch his chubby little cheeks. In his mother's heart, he probably never grew up. His mother lowered her hands and sighed slightly, saying, "What Mom did before was indeed wrong. You're already an adult and have your own thoughts. I should respect your opinion." Chen Qi was slightly stunned, as if he saw the enlightened and reasonable mother of the past return. He asked, "Then what about the hospital?" "If you don't want to go, then don't go," his mother said readily. When a child misses home, what mother would be willing to kick him out? "But let's make a deal, you have to eat well. If I find that you've lost weight again, I'll still send you back." Chen Qi joyfully grabbed his mother's hand. "Mom loves me the most." "Alright, if your dad hears that, he'll get jealous," Zhang Qin said with a smile, pushing Chen Qi away. "Are you hungry? We still have dumplings at home. Do you want Mom to cook some for you?" "No, I already ate enough tonight." "Alright, then you should rest early. It's very late, and Mom needs to go to sleep too." Watching his mother leave the room, the smile on Chen Qi's face gradually faded. His mother was unexpectedly agreeable, as if everything was normal, just like before. But, was it really so? Am I overthinking things? Chen Qi's heart remained uneasy. He opened the backpack he had brought back and looked at the few wild foods inside. Chen Qi's eyes flickered, then as if making a certain decision, he took out an egg cake. Only half a day had passed since he ate the pancake, and he didn't feel hungry at all. However, he still bit off half of the egg cake in one go. Chen Qi chewed as he walked to the door of his room, his gaze fixed on the direction of his mother's room. If Mom has a problem, could she remain indifferent when I eat wild food? Will there be any reaction? Chen Qi held his breath, even slowing down his chewing speed. But until he slowly chewed and swallowed the egg cake in his mouth completely, there was no sound from his mother's room. The taut string in Chen Qi's heart relaxed a little. I hope I really am just overthinking. Just as Chen Qi breathed a sigh of relief, a violent knocking suddenly came from the entrance door. Chen Qi's eyes narrowed, and he quickly stuffed the remaining half of the egg cake into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Immediately, the knocking stopped abruptly. Are these the neighbors, attracted to guard their food? It seems the food guarding mechanism of wild food is still effective outside the hospital. So, it's not just the people in the hospital who have problems, after all. Then, why would Mom be spared? At this moment, his mother, Zhang Qin, also came out of her room, saying nervously, who could be knocking at this late hour? She shouted towards the entrance door, who is it? No one answered. Zhang Qin turned on the light in the entryway, leaned towards the security door, and looked out through the peephole. She mumbled, who's so ill-mannered? She turned back and warned Chen Qi, I didn't see anyone. It might be some shady character. Don't go out tonight. But then she saw Chen Qi's eyes wide open, his hands hanging limply, as if he had seen a ghost. Child, why do you look so distraught? Zhang Qin turned around and locked the security door. As she turned her back to Chen Qi, the hair at the back of her head parted, revealing a pale human face. It was like the face of a dead person, completely bloodless, with tightly closed eyes and pursed lips, making it impossible to tell its gender. But when Chen Qi looked at that face, he saw its eyelids tremble and slowly open. A pair of stagnant, lifeless eyes were revealed. When Chen Qi's gaze met them, he felt as if he had plunged into a cold pool, his whole body turning cold. As if sensing Chen Qi's gaze, the corners of that human face's mouth curved slightly, revealing a bizarre smile to Chen Qi. Chen Qi felt as if his spine had been removed. His whole body went limp, leaning weakly against the wall behind him, his heart chilling to the core. New week, please support with reads and monthly votes. Mother's love, please read it again for the resurrection match. Mom's going to bed, you should go to bed early too. Zhang Qin locked the door and went straight back to the master bedroom, closing the master bedroom door behind her. Chen Qi trembled all over, his heart pounding rapidly and violently like a drum. He leaned against the wall and returned to his room, collapsing onto the bed, that pale human face constantly replaying in his mind. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, or rather, an unrealistic fantasy, always thinking that his parents might be lucky enough to escape the influence of the strange food. But what he had just witnessed clearly told him that his mother had abnormalities far more severe than ordinary people. Chen Qi had seen so many people affected by strange food in the hospital, and had directly faced the food guarding team, but he had only seen Dr. Zhao as the sole individual whose abnormalities directly manifested on his body before. What should I do? Chen Qi's thoughts were a tangled mess. His parents were the closest and most important people to him, and knowing his mother had a problem, he couldn't just avoid it as if nothing had happened. He wanted his mother to return to normal. However, he didn't even know what had happened, or how it had started, so how could he possibly solve the problem? Momo. He might not know much, but at least more than me. Chen Qi quickly found his only hope amidst the chaos. He calmed himself down slightly and gradually cleared his thoughts. My first priority now is to protect myself, to ensure I'm safe, before I can figure out how to rescue Mom. I'm afraid I can't stay home for long. Having discovered the abnormality in his mother, Chen Qi knew that home was not safe either. He planned to pack his things and then seize an opportunity to leave. Chen Qi, like a wound-up clock, quickly got up and pulled out his old spare phone from the desk drawer. He charged it and tested it. It powered on smoothly, but without a SIM card to receive verification codes, he couldn't log into WeChat or the passerby application. When it's light, I'll go to a business hall to get a new SIM card, then I'll contact Momo. He didn't have the patience to wait for the phone to charge, so he directly unplugged the charger and put it in his bag. Chen Qi casually stuffed some clean clothes into his backpack. He knew that once he left this time, he likely wouldn't be returning for a while. It was already past 3 in the morning, but thankfully, Chen Qi had slept from yesterday afternoon until evening, so he was full of energy and not sleepy at all. He put on his backpack and carefully walked into the living room, glancing at the tightly shut master bedroom door. Mom should be asleep, right? It had been a while since his mother entered her room, and she usually fell asleep quickly, so she should be in a deep sleep by now. However, with his mother now having a face on the back of her head, Chen Qi wasn't entirely sure. So he still tried to lighten his steps, tiptoeing to the entrance. Just as he was about to put on his shoes, his mother's voice suddenly came from behind him. "Didn't I tell you not to go out?" His mother had opened her door at some point and appeared in the living room. Chen Qi froze instantly, then turned around and forced a smile. "I couldn't sleep, so I wanted to go for a walk." "Then why are you carrying a bag?" "I brought some food in my bag, in case I get hungry later." "Hungry? Mom will make you some dumplings." I'll eat them when I get back. Mom, you go back to sleep." Chen Qi tried every excuse, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his mother's face. "The dumplings at home are all handmade by Mom, and the pork filling is from the black pork that someone from our hometown made for me. It's so fragrant, you must try it." Chen Qi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll try Mom's cooking." Chen Qi pretended to give up on going out, walked to the dining table, and sat down, looking as if he was waiting for food to be served. As soon as his mother entered the kitchen, he quietly got up, tiptoed back to the entrance, and prepared to put on his shoes and slip away. Unexpectedly, at that moment, his mother suddenly came out of the kitchen holding a plate. "The dumplings are ready, come and eat." Chen Qi was dumbfounded. Less than a minute had passed, and the dumplings were already cooked? Clang! His mother placed the plate on the dining table. Chen Qi looked at the plate. Ears were wriggling on it, as lively as freshly caught fish. "Eat while it's hot, I'll go pour you some vinegar." His mother turned and brought a small bowl containing a dark green liquid that smelled sour, seemingly bile. Chen Qi stood frozen in place, utterly still for a long while, until his mother urged him repeatedly. Then he finally sighed, having made a certain decision. He stopped pretending, shook his head, and said, "I'm not eating, I'm leaving now." With that, he didn't care about anything else, put on his shoes, and was about to leave. He really didn't know how to keep up the act anymore. "At least eat one, right?" his mother whispered softly, her tone gentle. It seemed like a plea, but it sent shivers down Chen Qi's spine. He just pretended not to hear and opened the anti-theft door of the house. Bang! A disproportionately large hand suddenly reached out, grabbed the doorknob, and slammed the door shut again. Chen Qi's eyelids twitched, and he quickly turned around, coming face to face with a ghastly pale human face. His mother had her back to him, and the face on the back of her head opened its eyes, staring at Chen Qi emotionlessly. What terrified Chen Qi even more was that his mother's body was like watered-down batter, swelling and showing signs of melting. Her hands had swollen several times their size, and her flesh dripped down like heated cheese, stringing along. "Eat. Eat one. Just one. Mom specially made these dumplings for you, aren't you going to eat even one?" The face on the back of her head opened its mouth, but it was his mother's voice that came out. It was expressionless, yet its voice was full of emotion, tinged with pleading and sadness, as if it were truly a heartbroken mother. Chen Qi couldn't suppress the horror on his face. The terror of this world was, for the first time, revealed to him so starkly. And it was happening to the person closest to him. His mother, the person who loved him most in this world, and the person he loved most, was now turning into a monster before him. The impact was indescribable, instantly blanking his mind, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He didn't know if he felt more fear or more sadness. He didn't know if he was afraid of the monster's threat, or Afraid of losing his mother? In a daze, he looked at the deathly pale face of the monster before him, and another emotion surged within him like a volcanic eruption, overpowering his fear and sadness. That was anger. Anger made him lose his reason, but it also made him fearless. He used all his strength, swinging his fist at that pale face. As if by defeating the monster, he could save his mother. Damn monster, damn world, all of you go to hell! Chen Qi screamed wildly in his heart, his angry fist smashing into that face. But it was like hitting dough, his fist sank right in. When he pulled his fist out, the face quickly returned to normal. Chen Qi was about to continue swinging his fist when he saw 5 fingers rapidly grow on the monster's enlarged hand, forming 5 slender arms. Those 5 arms wrapped around Chen Qi, holding him tightly, rendering him immobile. Chen Qi tried with all his might but couldn't break free. Those 5 arms, though seemingly slender, were as hard as steel bars, restraining him from different angles, intertwining into a cage that held him tightly captive. With a lift of the monster's hand, Chen Qi's feet left the ground, and he was directly hoisted up. And the monster's other hand, with 5 fingers similarly grown into 5 arms, one of which grabbed a dumpling and tried to stuff it into Chen Qi's mouth. Be good, Mama will feed you. Just eat one. This is all Mama's love. His mother's voice continuously came from the monster's mouth, making the anger in Chen Qi's heart burn even fiercer. It was like it was constantly provoking him in the most disgusting way possible. As his anger and hatred reached their peak, Chen Qi surprisingly felt himself regain clarity, his mind quickly calming down. Biscuit. My ghost face cookie. Facing the vast disparity in strength between himself and the monster, Chen Qi was utterly powerless. The only way he could think of to break free was the ghost face cookie. Momo had told him to eat the biscuit when he was in a desperate situation, and wasn't this a desperate situation now? But both of his arms were tightly bound, he couldn't even lift them, making it impossible to get the cookie from his pants pocket into his mouth. Be obedient. Accept Mama's feelings. You are Mama's good child. The slender arm holding the dumpling pressed against Chen Qi's lips, trying to force it in. Chen Qi pursed his lips tightly, clenching his jaw, refusing to open his mouth. From the monster's mouth, his mother's voice gradually became serious and stern. Open your mouth. You don't want Mama to be angry, do you? If you don't listen, Mama will have to do it herself. The other 4 slender arms on the monster's large hand began to move, grabbing at Chen Qi's mouth from all 4 directions, top, bottom, left, and right. They grabbed Chen Qi's lips, trying to force his mouth open. And the slender arm holding the dumpling was suspended less than a centimeter in front of Chen Qi's mouth. As soon as Chen Qi's mouth opened, it would quickly send the dumpling into his mouth. Chen Qi struggled to twist his neck, dodging the 4 slender arms, but with the cooperation of the other slender arms, the space he could move in became smaller and smaller, and he gradually felt powerless. He had already prepared for the dumpling to enter his mouth, but he was also determined not to swallow it. As long as it didn't go into his stomach, it would just be disgusting, not enough to be affected by the strange food. But just then, the monster's movements suddenly stopped. Chen Qi looked up and, for the first time, saw emotion on the monster's deathly pale face. Before, even when it smiled at Chen Qi, it was just a simple curl of the lips, showing no emotion whatsoever. But now, he could clearly see anger and struggle in the monster's brows and eyes. The monster's head slowly rotated, but when it reached 90 degrees, it suddenly snapped back to the front. Then it rotated again, and snapped back again. After several repetitions, its head suddenly spun 180 degrees, front to back, and his mother's face appeared before Chen Qi. At this moment, his mother's face was full of pain, her features sometimes distorted, sometimes peaceful. Mom! The moment Chen Qi's eyes met his mother's, his heart trembled, and his mental defenses instantly collapsed. Upon seeing the look in his mother's eyes at that moment, Chen Qi instantly understood why he had always been wary of his mother before. Even though his mother was in pain at that moment, when she looked at him, the subconscious tenderness and care in her eyes were instincts that had been deeply ingrained in her over the past 23 years. For the past 23 years, his mother had watched him grow up with that same unwavering look in her eyes. Whether she was happy or sad, praising or angry, the underlying love of a mother in her eyes never changed. This was precisely what the seemingly normal mother before had lacked. With just one glance, Chen Qi knew that the person now before him was his true mother, not just a shell controlled by the abnormality. This was the person he would never guard against, the person he could trust without reservation. Go! Hurry and go! Run far, far away! His mother shrieked with all her might, and the 5 slender arms holding Chen Qi simultaneously released him. Chen Qi fell to the ground, steadying himself by leaning on the anti-theft door behind him. Mom! Chen Qi's eyes were red. He wanted to say something, but seeing the anxiety and struggle in his mother's eyes, he ultimately said nothing. He was very clear now. He could see how hard his mother was trying to save him, and he couldn't let her efforts be in vain. Not much time left. His mother's voice was hoarse, but she screamed with all her might, letting out a low, almost beast-like roar. Chen Qi took one last look at his mother, deeply imprinting her pained, struggling face, which still tried to force a smile for him, into his mind. He pushed the door open and rushed out, immediately closing the anti-theft door behind him. He could faintly hear his mother's final instruction, live well. Chen Qi had no time for sorrow. Violent crashing and smashing sounds came from behind the door, urging him to move forward quickly. Chen Qi dashed out like a gust of wind. As he passed the elevator, he merely glanced at the floor where it was stopped. Finding that the closest elevator was on the 12th floor, he rushed directly into the stairwell. He didn't dare to stop at his doorstep to wait for the elevator, fearing that the monster might rush out at any moment. Chen Qi took the stairs 2 steps at a time, practically leaping down, from the 16th floor all the way down to the 12th floor, where he then turned into the elevator lobby and pressed the elevator button. The elevator on the 12th floor quickly opened, and the moment the elevator doors closed, Chen Qi collapsed to the floor, his eyes blank. He reached into his pants pocket and gripped the ghost face cookie. When he had just escaped from home, he also had the impulse to eat the ghost face cookie and go back to fight the monster, but his mother's words, "Live well," kept echoing in his ears. The elevator successfully reached the 1st floor. Chen Qi scrambled up and rushed out of the elevator, quickly scanning his surroundings to confirm there was no danger before exiting the unit building and stepping onto the internal road of the residential area. He ran wildly towards the exit of the residential area, but just as he turned a corner and the exit was within sight, he suddenly stopped. Less than 100 meters from him, just outside the residential area's gate, a hospital ambulance was parked. The ambulance wasn't blaring its siren, nor were its warning lights on. It wasn't even running, it just sat there quietly. His experiences in the hospital during this period made Chen Qi extremely sensitive to anything related to the hospital. Moreover, he clearly remembered that when he came home, this ambulance was not at the residential area's entrance. An ambulance appearing in the middle of the night like this was inherently suspicious. Chen Qi didn't continue forward. He turned into the adjacent residential building, took the stairs up to the 5th floor, and then observed the area below through the stairwell window. After about a few minutes, he saw Dr. Zhao, dressed in a white coat, get out of the car and walk towards the residential area. The good news. The moment Dr. Zhao appeared, Chen Qi was immensely glad he had made the right decision. It was a good thing he hadn't charged in headfirst. Being careful was indeed the right approach. After witnessing the abnormalities in his mother, Chen Qi had no doubt about Dr. Zhao's terror. After all, Dr. Zhao was one of only 2 people Chen Qi had seen whose abnormalities directly manifested on their bodies. It seems mother had already contacted the hospital to pick me up. If Chen Qi hadn't decisively chosen to escape from home, he might not have provoked his mother into directly revealing her abnormality and transforming into a monster. But he would also inevitably be recaptured by Dr. Zhao. Chen Qi lay on the windowsill, carefully observing Dr. Zhao's movements. After Dr. Zhao got out of the car, he said something to the community guard, then walked straight into the community. Chen Qi didn't even need to look to guess that Dr. Zhao was heading straight for his house. There should be someone else in the car. Chen Qi observed the ambulance, Dr. Zhao had gotten out of the passenger seat, which meant there was at least a driver in the car. However, as long as Dr. Zhao wasn't there, it wasn't a big problem. Chen Qi planned to rush out directly during the window of opportunity while Dr. Zhao was gone. If he wanted to get away, this might be the best chance. Although there were 2 other exits in the community, they were quite far, and traversing the community might lead to encountering Dr. Zhao or Mother, which would be instant doom, too risky. It was better to choose the exit right in front of him. Chen Qi's gaze followed Dr. Zhao, quietly waiting for Dr. Zhao to walk away. Dr. Zhao suddenly stopped, as if sensing something, and looked around. Chen Qi's heart instantly leaped into his throat. He quickly pulled his head back and held his breath. Fortunately, a moment later, Dr. Zhao continued forward and quickly disappeared around the corner. Chen Qi didn't dare to delay and immediately went downstairs. Upon reaching downstairs, he pretended to be nonchalant, walking unhurriedly towards the exit. As he walked out of the community gate, through the ambulance's front windshield, he observed the driver craning his neck to look at him. Chen Qi acted as if he hadn't noticed, walking directly towards another community across the street. His area was all residential, with communities one after another. He knew he couldn't walk along the road, these people could catch up to him very quickly by car. Therefore, he could only choose to move through different communities, using the complex terrain to shake them off. Bang! The sound of a car door opening and closing came from behind him. The ambulance driver got out of the car and shouted, "Wait!" Chen Qi ignored him and continued walking forward. It was normal for the other party to notice him. At this time, he was probably the only pedestrian entering or exiting. The ambulance driver reached out and knocked on the back of the ambulance. The rear door was then pushed open, and 2 guards jumped out of the car. "Is that him?" the driver asked. "That's right, it's him. I recognize those clothes." Hearing the conversation behind him, Chen Qi finally stopped pretending and took off running. "Chase him!" A driver and 2 guards, 3 people, shouted and gave chase. Chen Qi took a moment to glance back and saw that one of the guards was the same one who had been on duty in the inpatient building at night. It was this guard who recognized his clothes. However, this guy had also learned to be smart. Knowing Chen Qi could run, he slowed down after a few steps, deliberately falling behind. The other 2, however, put all their effort into chasing Chen Qi. With Chen Qi's current physical condition, whether it was speed or stamina, he wasn't afraid of 2 middle-aged men. In just the time it took to cross a road, he had widened the distance between himself and the 2. The few of them chased each other into the community across the street. A few minutes later, Chen Qi, relying on his familiarity with the surrounding environment and his physical advantage, completely shook off his pursuers. He didn't stop, just picked a direction and kept walking, passing through several communities, crossing several streets, and finally arriving at a 24-hour convenience store. Chen Qi walked into the convenience store. Since he had no money, he didn't buy anything, just found a corner seat and sat down. There happened to be an outlet there, where he could charge his phone. The main reason he chose this place was that right next to the convenience store was a telecommunications business hall. He could wait here until the business hall opened in the morning and go directly to replace his phone card. Chen Qi rested his head on the table, feeling sore all over. He had experienced too much that night. In the past 4 hours, he had spent over 3.5 hours either walking or running fast. Even though his body had recovered, he still felt somewhat tired. But compared to the physical discomfort, the sense of powerlessness in his heart was what tormented him the most. All this time, he had been running, staying away from Mother and Dr. Zhao. He hadn't had time to think about anything else. Now that he was idle, his mother's pained and struggling face kept appearing in his mind. Why? Why did it have to be Mom? Chen Qi had known for a long time that his parents had been consuming strange food, and he had mentally prepared for his parents to be affected. But the influence he imagined was like Nurse Xiaoru and others, who looked no different from normal people, only possessing an instinctive urge to guard their food. As long as Chen Qi didn't eat wild food around them, they wouldn't show obvious abnormalities. He really hadn't expected, and simply couldn't accept, his mother turning into such a monster. And it wasn't just a physical mutation, it was clear that his mother's consciousness was being held hostage, and she had essentially lost control of her body. Chen Qi couldn't understand why, among so many people in Jinghai City, his mother was so special. In the hospital, there were so many medical staff and so many patients, yet Chen Qi hadn't seen a single person turn into a monster. The only one who seemed similar was just Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao, Chen Qi's heart stirred, and he vaguely grasped something. When did Mom start becoming noticeably wrong? Chen Qi thought of that morning on September 5th. That day, his mother had said she would come to the hospital to see him, but in the end, she didn't show up. But she clearly went to the hospital. It was only after coming into contact with Dr. Zhao that she gave up on visiting and left directly. It was also from that day that his mother's attitude towards him underwent a significant change. Not only did she lie to him, but she also stopped coming to the hospital to see him, and even refused Chen Qi's reasonable request to stay home for 2 days on the weekend. Every afternoon, she no longer replied to his messages promptly, her attitude became perfunctory, and she repeatedly urged him to cooperate with Dr. Zhao's treatment. From that time on, his mother was like a changed person. All of Mom's abnormalities appeared after she saw Dr. Zhao that day. Is it Dr. Zhao? Is it related to him? Or rather, is it actually related to me? Chen Qi seemed to have sorted out his thoughts. He had ample reason to suspect that his mother's mutation was related to Dr. Zhao. And why did Dr. Zhao pick his mother? There was only one answer: because of him, Chen Qi. Because of his uniqueness. Because he could see the abnormality in food, because he had been consuming wild food, because he wouldn't compromise. If he had compromised like Sun Xueqiao, cooperated with Dr. Zhao's treatment, and eaten the strange food earlier, becoming one of the affected and controlled, perhaps none of these subsequent events would have occurred. To make me compromise, that's why he controlled my mom? Dr. Zhao, Zhao Mingyuan. Chen Qi clenched his fists, his eyes twitching. Beneath his calm face was a rage that was almost impossible to suppress. For the first time in over 20 years, he hated someone to the point of wanting to kill them. Although all of the above were Chen Qi's speculations without any evidence, he was not a judge, he was just a son who wanted to save his mother. He didn't need evidence, he only needed a clear target. However, Chen Qi was not blinded by hatred, he knew that retaliating against Dr. Zhao was secondary, and saving his mother was the most important thing right now. His mother had repeatedly emphasized for him to run far away at the end, but Chen Qi couldn't abandon his mother, even if there was only a glimmer of hope. He had to try his best. As for how to turn his mother, who had become a monster, back to normal, he currently had no clue and could only ask Momo for help. At 9 in the morning, the business hall next to the convenience store finally opened. Chen Qi left the convenience store under the somewhat strange gaze of the cashier and went to the business hall next door. Fortunately, he had brought his ID card when he left the hospital, so it didn't take much time to successfully replace his phone card. Chen Qi returned to the convenience store, ignoring the cashier's watchful gaze as if he were a thief, and sat back down in his previous spot, inserting the newly acquired phone card into his spare phone. The phone successfully connected to the internet, and after some fiddling, Chen Qi logged into WeChat and the Passerby app. He immediately sent a comment to Momo, "I'm out." Then he checked the unread messages on WeChat. There were only 2 messages from Suanan, sent around 8 a.m. Suanan, I heard you broke out of prison? Suanan, is the 100 yuan still valid? Chen Qi was speechless. Did Suanan think he had absconded with debt? Chen Qi, yes. After a simple reply, Chen Qi directly sent a 100 yuan red packet. The red packet was claimed instantly. Chen Qi scrolled the screen, looking at the silent chat boxes, wondering what he was thinking. Such a big event as his escape from the hospital, yet it presented a strange quietness for him, the person involved. Only Suanan contacted him. Mother hadn't sent any messages, and neither had his father. There was no movement from the hospital either. It seemed no one was looking for him. He ran, and that was that. But Chen Qi didn't think Dr. Zhao would let him go so easily. Does Dad know I escaped from the hospital? Also, about Mom's situation, should I tell him? Chen Qi clicked on the chat interface with his father, wanting to send a message, but after much hesitation, he gave up. He didn't know if his father also had a problem. Recently, his father's behavior had also been a bit abnormal, repeatedly delaying his return date after a business trip, and rarely contacting him. In the past, although his father didn't talk much, he was very concerned about Chen Qi's illness, actively asking every day or two. Chen Qi pondered, if Dad also has a problem, contacting him is useless, and it might even increase my own danger. If Dad doesn't have a problem, he might not believe what I say, and might rush back because of it, then he'll run straight into Mother's hands, and it'll be more bad than good. After much thought, Chen Qi realized that no matter the situation, letting his father stay out of town seemed to be the best option. So he decided not to say much to his father for now, just to pay more attention to his father's return date. As long as his father didn't decide to come home, he would just pretend nothing had happened. Next, Chen Qi anxiously waited for Momo's reply. He kept refreshing the passerby app, hoping for unread messages, and also chatted casually with Suanan during this time. Through Suanan, he was able to get a general idea of the situation at the hospital. Chen Qi's escape didn't seem to have caused much of a stir in the inpatient building. The entire inpatient department was as usual, and the hospital was trying to downplay the matter, which was normal, as it wouldn't look good for the hospital if it became a big deal. Chen Qi, by the way, how's my big twisted bread? Suanan, not very successful. I'll take a picture for you when I go back to the dorm at noon. Chen Qi, okay. Suanan, what are your plans next? Chen Qi, I don't know, just taking it one step at a time. Chen Qi, Dr. Su, do you have a place to take me in? Suanan, I live in the dorm. Chen Qi, what about your home? Do you have any empty rooms? Old and broken are fine, as long as it's livable, I can pay. Suanan, I don't have a home. Chen Qi, hands clasped together emoji, I'm sorry. Chen Qi didn't ask much about Suanan's family matters, he needed to find suitable accommodation as soon as possible. He had never imagined that he, a native of Jinghai City, would end up homeless. He only had less than 3,000 yuan on him, staying in a hotel would be too expensive, and with other living expenses, it might not last long. He currently had no job or source of income, so he definitely had to be frugal with this money. Chen Qi also didn't want to trouble his old classmates and friends. After much thought, he can only rent a cheap room. Chen Qi opened the passerby app again, and a prominent red dot made his spirits lift. Momo replied. He quickly clicked on the comment. Momo, add me as a friend, WX. Momo, remember to delete the comment after adding. Momo, who had previously refused to add friends, showed a clear change in attitude after Chen Qi was discharged from the hospital. Chen Qi quickly copied the WeChat ID and searched for it on WeChat. An account with a pink cartoon dragon as its profile picture and the nickname Momo appeared. WeChat is also Momo? Chen Qi suspected this was the other party's alternate account. He sent a friend request with the note passerby, and the other party quickly accepted. Momo, I have accepted your friend request. We can now chat. Chen Qi, hello, how should I address you? Momo, you can call me Momo. Chen Qi was silent for 2 seconds, then abandoned his original intention of introducing himself. Chen Qi, I want to know what exactly is going on with all this. Momo, I don't know much either, still exploring, but I temporarily left Jinghai City these past 2 days and discovered some good news. Chen Qi, what? Momo, the scope of the food terror is not large. Chen Qi, food terror? Momo, oh, I forgot to explain, food terror is the name we gave to this food anomaly disaster. Momo, currently, the food terror has not affected the entire world, even Yushan City, right next to Jinghai City, has not been affected. Momo, here, food is still normal, and everything is as usual. Chen Qi, are you sure? This was indeed good news, so good that Chen Qi almost couldn't believe it. If the anomalous area was only confined to Jinghai City, then wouldn't he be able to live a normal life just like before, as long as he escaped? Jinghai City? Iced tea under the crane. Momo, confirmed. This is the conclusion I reached after spending several days traveling to multiple surrounding cities. Momo, but you shouldn't be too happy. I found that the scope of food terror is still expanding. Momo, currently, the anomaly is mainly concentrated in Jinghai City and some surrounding villages and towns, but the expansion speed is not slow. The surrounding cities are estimated to fall within a month at most. Chen Qi frowned. If this were true, and the anomaly spread without limit, it would sooner or later engulf the entire world. No wonder Mom told me to run far away. If the spread of the anomaly couldn't be stopped, then he could only try to run as far as possible, the farther from Jinghai City, the better, to live a normal life for a longer period. Thinking of his mother, Chen Qi's heart felt as if crushed stones had been mixed into it, a throbbing pain. If his mother hadn't encountered those things, he could take her away from Jinghai City now. Chen Qi then thought of his father. Dad is in another city. If he cuts off the strange food, will he be free from its influence? Chen Qi, if someone who has eaten strange food goes to another city, can he return to normal? Momo, this is still uncertain, mainly because it's hard to observe. Most of the time, they don't look any different from normal people. Momo, but don't think that just because you run away, you're absolutely safe. Momo, Jinghai City is the central area of this disaster, the starting point of this anomaly. But it may not be the only starting point of the anomaly. It's not ruled out that similar disasters are happening in more distant places. Momo's words, though pessimistic, made some sense. Chen Qi couldn't be sure that Jinghai City was the only place in the world where food terror had erupted. If there were multiple anomalous centers like Jinghai City, expanding outwards together, then a disaster covering the world wouldn't be a distant prospect. Chen Qi shook his head, thinking about these things now doesn't make much sense. Even if the world is covered by anomalies, don't I still have to try to live? Saving Mom first is the key. As long as the family is safe and together, we can find a way to live no matter what the world becomes. Chen Qi didn't beat around the bush and type directly, Momo, have you seen people turn into monsters? After this message was sent, it was a long while before Momo replied. Momo, you encountered it too? Momo, how did you escape? Did you eat that biscuit from before? Chen Qi, I didn't eat it. Chen Qi, the one who turned into a monster was my mom. She temporarily regained her sanity at the end and let me go. Momo, sorry, hands clasped emoji. Chen Qi, it's fine. I just want to know what exactly happened to my mom. And how can I save her? Momo, your mother should be parasitized by something we can't understand. Momo, if you want to save her, try to find more high-level food, which are special foods like the pancake you ate before. High-level food? Chen Qi's heart stirred, and he quickly pressed, is there any pattern to the appearance of high-level food? Momo, one confirmed point is that high-level food often appears in densely populated areas. So that's it. The two pieces of high-level food Chen Qi found were both discovered in the hospital, which is inherently a densely populated place. No wonder he hadn't even seen a trace of high-level food on his way after being discharged from the hospital. Chen Qi, how do these high-level foods come about? Also, what exactly is the ghost face cookie for? Momo, these are too complicated to explain. How about this, I'll recommend one of my companions to you. Add him as a friend and arrange a time to meet and talk. Momo, at the same time, he is also your assessor for joining the group, if you want to join us. Chen Qi, what group? What kind of organization are you? Chen Qi, official or? Momo, don't be nervous, we're not an organization, just a group of people with similar experiences huddling together for warmth. Momo, after the anomaly erupted, I gathered some like-minded individuals through various channels and created a chat group. Momo, there aren't many people in the group, but everyone has undergone offline assessment to ensure they can all see the anomaly of food, just like us. Momo, so, if you want to join the group, you also need to undergo an assessment. After passing the assessment, we will share some of the information we have with you. Momo, but similarly, any information you know must also be shared with us. Everyone shares information and explores the truth behind this disaster together. That's the original intention of me creating the group. Chen Qi didn't have much choice. He was isolated and helpless now, needing not only help but also the information Momo and the others possessed. Chen Qi, what do I need to do after joining? Momo, this is just a chat group, there are no constraints on you. Momo, you just need to remember not to leak group members' information and not to do anything that harms the safety of other group members. Momo, also, if one day you really can't hold on and choose to eat anomalous food, then please say something in the group and voluntarily leave. Momo, besides that, there are no other requirements. If a group member encounters difficulties and you're willing to help, then help. If not, you won't be forced. Chen Qi, understood, I'll join. Momo then pushed a WeChat contact named Juefeng over. The avatar was a colorful electric bicycle, the moments were blank, and the personalized signature was, clad in yellow robe. Chen Qi added Juefeng as a friend, and a moment later, the friend request was accepted. Juefeng, Momo has already contacted me. Are you available to meet now? Chen Qi, yes, I am. Juefeng, send me your location, and I'll come find you. Chen Qi directly sent the convenience store's location. Juefeng, half an hour. Chen Qi waited in the convenience store for half an hour. Half an hour later, an electric bicycle performed a beautiful drift and stopped steadily at the entrance of the convenience store. A delivery rider, who looked about 30 years old, of medium height, slightly overweight, and clad in a yellow robe, got off the electric bicycle and walked into the convenience store. The convenience store cashier asked in confusion, "There are no delivery orders right now." The rider's gaze swept around the store and landed on Chen Qi, the only customer inside. When Chen Qi saw the colorful electric bicycle at the entrance, he had already guessed the identity of the newcomer. Juefeng? Chen Qi stood up and asked. It's me. The rider grinned, revealing a hearty smile. Have you been waiting long? Chen Qi looked at the time and smiled. Not really, it was exactly half an hour as promised, very punctual. Of course, I can't be late, that's my professional quality as a gold medal rider. Juefeng puffed out his chest proudly. Thank you for coming all this way. Nice to meet you, I'm. Chen Qi was about to introduce himself but was interrupted by Juefeng raising his hand. You don't need to tell me your real name. Our group members all use code names. This is also for everyone's safety. You can also choose a code name for yourself. A code name, huh? Chen Qi thought for a moment. Let's call me Biscuit. He remembered the ghost face cookie in his pocket and decided to use that as his code name. Alright, Biscuit. Nice to officially meet you, I'm Juefeng, and I'm also your assessor for joining the group. Hello. The two shook hands under the cashier's bewildered gaze, as if she were looking at an idiot. First meeting, let me buy you a drink. Juefeng pulled out a bottle of drink from who knows where. Chen Qi looked at the 3 words iced tea on the drink's packaging, as well as the pale yellow liquid in the bottle, and the flocculent matter floating in the liquid. It looked somewhat like something picked up from under a tower crane. Jinghai Foraging Group. Chen Qi shook his head, implying, drinks are unhealthy. I still prefer mineral water. He got up and took 2 bottles of mineral water from the shelf, handing one to Juefeng. It's my first time meeting you, brother Juefeng, and I'm already troubling you. Let me treat you to some water. Zhu Weifeng took the mineral water with a smile, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, the first assessment is passed. After the food terror outbreak, all drinks also became abnormal. Only drinking water like mineral water and purified water remained unaffected. Zhu Weifeng was testing Chen Qi with the drink. Let's go, we'll talk outside, Zhu Weifeng said to Chen Qi, glancing at the cashier who had perked up his ears. Okay. Chen Qi paid the bill and walked out of the convenience store with Zhu Weifeng. He asked, how many more assessments are there? Zhu Weifeng waved his hand, we're not that formal. I was just showing off in front of that kid at the convenience store's cashier. Actually, it's pretty much done. But to be safe, I'll ask one more question. Zhu Weifeng walked to his electric bike, opened the delivery insulation box, took out a delivery order from inside, violently tore it open, and took out the meal box. Come take a look, describe what you see, Zhu Weifeng said. Chen Qi looked into the meal box and said, noses. Inside the transparent plastic box were large noses full of blackheads, as if they would burst with fluid if squeezed hard. That's right, we saw the same thing. Zhu Weifeng patted Chen Qi's shoulder, from now on, we're brothers. I'll add you to the group. Chen Qi opened WeChat and found that he had been added to a group chat called Jinghai Food Hunting Group. There were fewer people in the group than he had imagined, including him. There were only 7, among whom was Coffee. Everyone's nickname was very simple, De Bing, Coffee, Kendo, Gonshui, Zhu Weifeng. Gonshui, newcomer? Coffee, welcome, welcome. Chen Qi changed his group nickname to Biscuit and then greeted the people in the group. Biscuit, hello everyone. Coffee, it's been a long time since a new person joined. At Zhu Weifeng, aren't you going to introduce him to everyone? Zhu Weifeng, I just met Biscuit and still have a lot to do. I'll talk about it after I'm done. Zhu Weifeng put away his phone and waved to Chen Qi, don't mind them for now. Let's find a secluded place to have a good chat. Chen Qi nodded, feeling curious about the group members. According to Coffee, everyone in this group was his kind. And almost everyone's codename was food-related. Did this represent the type of their exclusive food? After all, if one didn't want to eat strange food, one needed their own exclusive food to survive. For example, Suanan ate dried bread, and Chen Qi ate wild food. The people in the group might eat De Bing, drink coffee, eat Kendo, and Gan Shui? Chen Qi glanced at Zhu Weifeng, curious. Zhu Weifeng's codename wasn't in the same style as the others. What did he eat? Zhu Weifeng, he couldn't possibly drink the northwest wind every day, could he? Zhu Weifeng took out a helmet from under the seat and handed it to Chen Qi, get on. Chen Qi got on the electric bike, and Zhu Weifeng curled his lips, giving a charming smile, brother, hold on tight. Whoosh! The electric bike shot out like a wild horse unbridled. Chen Qi experienced the feeling of being pushed back for the first time on an electric bike. He also witnessed the true worth of a gold medal rider. About 10 minutes later, the electric bike stopped at the entrance of a self-built house in an urban village. This is the house I rent. I live alone, and it's a bit messy at home. If you think it's dirty, just bear with it for now, Zhu Weifeng said casually. However, this way of communicating made Chen Qi feel more at ease, diluting the unfamiliarity of their first meeting. Zhu Weifeng opened the door to the rental room on the first floor, carried the delivery insulation box inside, and Chen Qi followed him. The room was actually quite large, but the decoration was just plain white, giving it a desolate, empty feeling. Besides a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, there was only an assembled wardrobe in the room. The placement of clothes and other sundries matched the unique messy style of a single man. Find a place to sit. If you feel there's nowhere to sit, standing is fine too, Zhu Weifeng said, then plopped down on the bed himself. Chen Qi wasn't one to be finicky. He casually tossed the blue delivery jacket from the chair onto the bed, moved the chair opposite Zhu Weifeng, and sat down. Zhu Weifeng laughed, it looks like we can get along. Let me clarify, I'm not being impolite to you, I'm impolite to all my friends. Chen Qi didn't feel anything about it. He pointed to the blue delivery uniform on the bed, then looked at the yellow delivery uniform Zhuifeng was wearing, and said, multiple jobs? That's right, I work for 2 large companies simultaneously. Zhuifeng straightened his back. High-end talents are just that sought after. Just then, Zhuifeng's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call and immediately put it on speaker. A young woman's voice came from the other end, clearly emotional. Where's my delivery? Why are you delivering further and further away? Zhuifeng, I'm sorry, there was a car accident on the way. I'll deliver it to you as soon as possible. Woman, but you're already past the time limit. When will it arrive if you deliver it now? Zhuifeng, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. How about this, if you can wait, I'll deliver it to you after I handle things here. If you can't wait, please cancel the order and reorder, and I'll compensate you for the money. Woman, forget it, I'll cancel. Don't refund me either, I'll just contact customer service for a refund. She hung up after speaking. Chen Qi apologized, it's all my fault for delaying the delivery. I'll compensate for this order. It has nothing to do with you. I wasn't planning to deliver this order anyway, Zhuifeng said casually. Seeing Chen Qi's puzzled expression, he said mysteriously, I don't just deliver food for money, I also do it to eat, literally to eat. He dragged the delivery box at his feet, opened it, and found only one delivery inside. It was the same delivery he had violently opened earlier to test Chen Qi. However, as Zhuifeng opened the meal box, Chen Qi's face showed surprise. He clearly remembered seeing a box full of bursting big noses covered in blackheads, but now it had turned into a box of strawberries. However, these strawberries looked a bit withered and seemed not very fresh. In any case, they looked unappetizing in Chen Qi's eyes. Zhuifeng picked up a strawberry and put it in his mouth, a look of enjoyment on his face. He glanced at Chen Qi and said, I won't offer you any, you definitely wouldn't be used to eating them. How did you do that? Chen Qi didn't understand. How did he silently turn a box of big noses into a box of strawberries? This is how I obtain food. All of us have our own unique ways of hunting for food, and my method is quite special. He paused before saying, I can only eat rejected deliveries. That works too? Chen Qi's eyes widened. This felt even stranger than Suanen's everything can be made into bread. These abnormal food deliveries, after being rejected by the customer, turn into normal food that I can eat. Actually, there's nothing strange about it. There are a few people in the group who are just as odd as me. By the way, how do you get your food? Zhuifeng asked. Me? Chen Qi spread his hands, I just pick it up outside. Food horror. You said you can just pick up food anywhere outside? Zhuifeng was shocked. Why don't good things like that ever happen to me? Suddenly, the strawberry in his hand no longer tasted as good. It's not that simple. It still takes time to search. I only found 2 wild foods on my way here, Chen Qi said. Zhuifeng's eyes were red with envy, don't humble brag. Look at me, to get by, I have to work full-time delivering takeout. And every day I have to actively find excuses for customers to reject their orders. Do you know how many bad reviews I've gotten, how much I've been cursed at, and how much money I've had deducted because of this? Chen Qi just quietly looked at the half-eaten strawberry in Zhuifeng's hand and said, don't you face any danger when you eat? Zhuifeng was stunned, what danger? Chen Qi thoughtfully asked, do others in our group face danger when they eat? No, what kind of danger could there possibly be when eating? For example, does someone rush over to stop you at all costs, pry open your mouth, and pull the food out? Does that happen? What are you talking about? We're already miserable enough. If that happened too, how could anyone live? However, Zhuifeng immediately realized something, and his expression changed slightly. You mean? Exactly. Chen Qi nodded. I've experienced all of that. Every time I eat, it's like a battle. The most serious time, at least a few hundred people in one building came to deal with me. I felt like they could tear me apart on the spot. Are you still envious of me now? Zhuifeng coughed, actually, delivering takeout is pretty good. You can earn money and get exercise. But he asked somewhat skeptically, are you telling the truth or just kidding? After all, Chen Qi's words sounded too outlandish to him. Chen Qi smiled, I'll demonstrate it for you when I have the chance. Chen Qi finally confirmed one thing in his heart, which was that the food protection mechanism might be unique to wild food. Whether it was Zhu Weifeng or the others in the Jinghai food hunting group, their exclusive food seemed to be similar to Su Wen'en's dry bread and did not have a food protection mechanism. While eating his strawberry, Zhu Weifeng said, let's get back to the main topic. Momo said you have a lot of things you want to understand, so she sent me to train you. I don't know your specific situation, or how much you already understand, so I'll start from the beginning. Let me explain beforehand, the content I'm about to tell you comes from our Jinghai food hunting group's internal communication materials. It's for learning and exchange only, it hasn't been officially certified, and it may not be entirely accurate. But it will be very helpful for you to understand this messed up world we live in now. Chen Qi nodded, please begin. Zhu Weifeng cleared his throat, it all started on August 6, 2024. You should remember what day that was, right? I can't forget it. I probably won't forget it my entire life. Chen Qi let out a long breath. All the nightmares started that day, Zhu Weifeng sighed. That was the day of the food anomaly outbreak. Overnight, all food changed in our eyes. This was a disaster for us. In our group, we gave this disaster a name, food terror. You can also call it food terror for short. We are the first-hand witnesses of this disaster, so we believe we should have the right to name it. Chen Qi, of course, had no objection to this. He had heard Momo mention it before. Zhu Weifeng continued, while food terror is a disaster, it actually only targets a very small group of us. Only we, the odd food consumers, can see the anomaly in food. Note: Odd food consumer is also a name coined by our group, referring to those of us who can see food anomalies. Chen Qi muttered quietly, the term odd food consumer sounds like we're sick. Zhu Weifeng chuckled, to be honest, when that name was chosen, most people in the group felt they were sick. Haven't you ever doubted yourself? Chen Qi was speechless. A few days ago, he also thought he was sick. In fact, even now, he couldn't be sure he wasn't sick. Now he could only be sure that there was indeed something wrong with this world, but that didn't mean that these odd food consumers were normal people. Perhaps the Jinghai food hunting group was actually a condition exchange group. In the eyes of others, we are indeed a group of odd food consumers, eating food that only we ourselves can accept. From our own perspective, we are also a group of odd food consumers. I constantly eat other people's takeout, you constantly pick up trash, and there are even people in our group who constantly rummage through gone shui buckets to eat leftovers? The more Zhu Weifeng spoke, the more exhausted he felt. Alright, odd food consumer it is. Let's not mention picking up trash, Chen Qi was convinced. Odd food consumer sounded better than scavenger. Zhu Weifeng organized his thoughts and continued, at the beginning of the food terror outbreak, although the number of odd food consumers was small, it wasn't as rare as it is today. However, the vast majority of odd food consumers couldn't hold on and, under various pressures, consumed anomalous food, which caused them to revert from odd food consumers to ordinary people. Stubborn people like us who can persist until now are extremely rare. Our ability to persist, besides being stubborn enough, is also related to our good luck, because we discovered suitable foraging methods earlier. Chen Qi naturally thought of Sun Xueqiao, who, because he couldn't obtain normal food, eventually had no choice but to eat strange food. According to Zhu Weifeng, every odd food consumer had their own unique method of acquiring food. Zhu Weifeng stole takeout, Su Wennen made bread, and Chen Qi picked up trash. Without exception, the odd food consumers who had persisted until now had all mastered their own foraging methods, otherwise they would have starved to death long ago. Then, Chen Qi frowned and asked, didn't the outside world have any reaction to this disaster? Zhu Weifeng shook his head, as I just said, this is a disaster that only affects a very small number of us. For most people, this world hasn't changed at all, everything is the same as before. The number of us odd food consumers is negligible compared to normal people, and it's still decreasing. Minority groups can't make their voices heard, and some abnormal behaviors that appear in us can simply be explained away with mental illness. Think about it, who would disbelieve a rational world they've seen with their own eyes and instead believe someone else's outlandish descriptions? Chen Qi questioned, is everything really normal? Juefeng stroked his chin and said, that food protection mechanism you mentioned is indeed very abnormal, but that only happens to you. Even to us other odd food consumers, besides food becoming strange, the world generally still operates normally. However, today is only September 8th. From August 6th until now, only a little over a month has passed, so perhaps the time is too short, and some anomalies are not yet obvious. It's not ruled out that more anomalies will appear in the future. Chen Qi asked, but what about those monsters? How can they be explained? Is picking up trash considered a superpower? Juefeng's expression instantly became complex, and he softly said, you've encountered it too? Your family? Chen Qi nodded, it was my mom. Juefeng nodded, his voice somewhat muffled, roughly the same. My younger brother was chosen. At that time, he mutated into a humanoid spider with 8 legs, chasing me to feed me. Those monsters are actually very cautious, and their abnormalities can only be seen by us odd food consumers, so don't expect to prove anything through them. Chen Qi couldn't help but recall the first time he saw the abnormality on Dr. Zhao. At that time, 2 tentacles extended from Dr. Zhao's temples, but Nurse Xiaoru next to him seemed oblivious to it. Juefeng lowered his head and stuffed 2 strawberries into his mouth, concealing a slight choke in his voice, saying, my younger brother is about your age, graduated from university less than 2 years ago, and was just about to marry his girlfriend. I harmed him. Chen Qi was silent for a long time before saying, so, it really is because of us? Juefeng replied dully, you could say that. Those monsters are targeting us. Among us odd food consumers, the probability of our close family members turning into monsters is significantly higher. Nearly half of the people in the group have experienced something like this. They control the people closest to us, exerting pressure on us through our family members, thereby forcing us to eat abnormal food. If we consistently refuse to cooperate, or if the situation is about to escape their control, they will reveal their true colors and use violent means to force us to ingest strange food. Chen Qi initially thought that the mutation on Dr. Zhao was caused by long-term consumption of strange food. But now it seems it's clearly not that simple. Everyone in the city is eating strange food, but most people's abnormalities currently only manifest as food guarding. Aside from food guarding, people like Nurse Xiaoru and the hospital security guards appear completely normal. The physical mutations of his mother and Dr. Zhao are clearly special cases. Juefeng composed himself before continuing to explain to Chen Qi. Those monsters, we call them parasites. We believe that people turn into monsters not because they themselves undergo some mutation, but purely because they are possessed by something unknown. Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Indeed, his mother seemed more like she was controlled by something, and even briefly regained consciousness at the last moment, indicating that she still retained her own awareness, but it was suppressed. His eyes lit up slightly as he said, since it's a parasite, doesn't that mean there's more hope for them? As long as the parasites are cleared out, they should be able to return to normal, right? Juefeng sighed, theoretically, yes, but no one has succeeded so far. When we encounter parasites, we can only run. We're lucky if we don't get cleared out ourselves. How can we even think about clearing them? But Momo told me to find more high-grade food, and then there would be hope to save my mom. He tells us the same thing. This is indeed our only hope right now. Juefeng took a deep breath and said, you've also confronted a parasite directly, haven't you? Do you feel they are so powerful that it's despair-inducing, leaving us utterly helpless? Chen Qi nodded, but that's also what puzzles me. Since they are so powerful, why do they still hide? If they used violent means earlier, I believe most of us would be powerless to resist, right? Juefeng chuckled. Your own experience is a good example, isn't it? Parasites are so powerful, so how did you escape? Chen Qi suddenly realized, you mean parasites cannot completely suppress the host's consciousness? Juefeng said, according to our observations, it takes a long process for a parasite to go from initial parasitism to complete control of the host. They will subtly influence the host's behavior and change the host's personality. As time passes, and the parasitic process continues to advance, the host will gradually lose their own personality, becoming less and less like themselves, until they are completely controlled. During this process, the host themselves is like being hypnotized and doesn't feel that their behavior is inappropriate, nor do they realize they are being controlled. They will only feel that all decisions are made in accordance with their own true desires. But if, before the parasitism is completely finished, the parasite forcibly controls the host to do something they extremely resist, it may lead to the host resisting and affect the parasitic process. So, when facing a parasite that is still in the hidden stage, you don't need to be so afraid. They most likely haven't completely finished parasitizing yet. If you don't push them too hard, they won't reveal their true colors. In other words, his mother hasn't been completely controlled by the parasite yet. Chen Qi quickly pressed, then what is the role of high-grade food? Juefeng ate a strawberry to moisten his throat, and his tone became a bit more solemn, saying, this is the main point I want to talk about today, our odd food consumers' abilities. Chen Qi's spirits lifted, but he was also a bit confused. What ability? Juefeng smiled faintly. Each of us odd food consumers has a special ability. You have one too, you just haven't looked at it correctly. Chen Qi frowned. How did he not know he had any special abilities? Is it like the superpowers in movies? There's still a bit of a gap, but if you insist on calling it a superpower, it seems to make sense. Juefeng no longer played coy and said, from another perspective, isn't the method each of us masters for obtaining food a kind of ability? Chen Qi instinctively wanted to retort, what kind of special ability is picking up trash? But after carefully considering Juefeng's words, he found that what he said actually made some sense. Take Suanan for example, she can transform any strange food into bread that she can eat through formal cooking. Isn't that a superpower? Although this superpower isn't very super, it is indeed Suanen's supernatural ability and cannot be explained by science. Just like other people cannot pick up wild food like Chen Qi, because they haven't mastered this ability. Chen Qi also doesn't have Juefeng's ability to transform return takeout into edible food. If you put it that way, it's true that each of us possesses a special ability. However, unlike the powerful abilities in movies, our abilities are too strange and can only be used to find food. For example, my ability is actually picking up trash to eat? Chen Qi was helpless. In movies and novels, people awaken combat abilities, but this group of unfortunate brothers awakens foraging abilities. To survive, they must possess special abilities. Juefeng laughed heartily, don't say that. Although our abilities seem a bit useless, since they are abilities, there is room for improvement. Chen Qi's eyes moved slightly, you mean? That's right, abilities can be upgraded. And the only way to improve abilities is to eat high-grade food. This is also our only hope against the parasites. Wait. Chen Qi always felt something was off. How exactly can our useless abilities be strengthened to contend with the parasites? He really couldn't imagine how to fight parasites with powerful trash-picking and food delivery abilities. Derived food, parasites attack. Juefeng coughed, don't underestimate our abilities. You think they're weak because you've only seen the most basic abilities. Even the weakest ability, after multiple enhancements, can become very powerful. Is that so? Chen Qi almost believed him if he hadn't eaten a high-grade food once. After he ate the pancake, his physical quality only slightly improved. Besides that, he gained the ability to detect food. This food detection ability should be what Juefeng referred to as an ability upgrade, and it indeed made it more convenient and efficient for him to pick up garbage. It's very useful, but how can it be used to deal with parasites? Brother Zhuefeng, have you ever consumed high-grade food? Chen Qi asked. Zhuefeng swallowed, saying, once. What ability enhancements did you get? Chen Qi was too curious. How could the ability to steal takeout be enhanced? He also wanted to use it as a reference to deduce the direction of his own ability upgrade. Speed. Zhuefeng gave the answer. After eating that high-grade food, my speed became faster than before, my body coordination improved, and my reactions became more agile. These directly reflected in my writing skills. You must have witnessed it when you rode my electric bike today, right? Chen Qi nodded. Honestly, Zhuefeng was indeed the fastest and most agile electric bike rider he had ever seen. After my abilities were enhanced, my takeout delivery ability received an epic boost, making me a gold medal rider and a dual champion of both yellow and blue platforms. Impressive. Chen Qi applauded. Being able to become a champion while constantly stealing takeout truly showed his skill. Of course, compared to the high-grade food itself, what I consider most precious is the derived food obtained after eating high-grade food. Derived food? Chen Qi pulled out a ghost face cookie. Is it this? You've also eaten high-grade food? Zhuefeng asked in surprise. Chen Qi nodded. Momo told me that eating this might help me escape danger, but also said it might not be useful. What's the situation exactly? Zhuefeng's face flushed with excitement as he said, derived food has another name in our group, superpower experience card. After eating it, you can temporarily gain a special ability. It lets you truly experience what it feels like to have a superpower. The only downside is that it lasts too short, not durable at all. Chen Qi curiously asked, what specific ability? That depends on you. Everyone's situation is different, and it's related to their own foraging ability. Zhuefeng added, when I ate derived food back then, it gave me the speed of a cheetah for a short period. However, not everyone's gained ability can be used for combat or escape. Momo probably told you not to over-rely on derived food unless you already know what your derived food's ability is. Chen Qi frowned, looking at the ghost face cookie in his hand, unable to guess what kind of ability this biscuit would bring him. What kind of superpower would his garbage-picking ability correspond to? Could it be temporarily having a wider range of food detection ability? Automatic garbage collection? That doesn't seem very useful. Chen Qi thought it over and over, unable to connect his garbage-picking ability to combat in any way. He felt that the biscuit would most likely not grant him a combat-type ability. Just as he was about to inquire further about the details of ability upgrades, he suddenly heard voices from outside. A young-sounding male voice asked, "De Bing, whose electric bike is that outside?" The house Zhuefeng rented was on the first floor, right next to the front yard. Self-built houses generally had poor sound insulation, and there was a small window directly facing the yard, so everything was heard clearly. Chen Qi looked at Zhuefeng, only to see his face change drastically. Go! Follow me, don't speak. Zhuefeng whispered, pulling Chen Qi into the bathroom. Get out! He pointed to the small window in the bathroom. This window had no security bars outside and led directly to the adjacent alley. Chen Qi didn't waste words. Agilely, he climbed onto the window, feet first, then head, quickly passing through the window and getting outside. He was slender now, so slipping through the small window was effortless. Zhuefeng, however, was a bit plump. Although his movements were also very agile, he got stuck for a moment while passing through the window. It was Chen Qi who had to pull and drag him out. As the two climbed through the window, they could already hear knocking on the door of the rental house. After Zhuefeng landed, he didn't run towards the back door of the self-built house. Instead, he did the opposite, pulling Chen Qi towards the front door. Go ride the electric bike, he explained as he ran. The two ran to the electric bike. Zhuefeng quickly got on and twisted the key simultaneously, while Chen Qi leaped onto the back seat. The man at the rental house door seemed to have heard the movement and quickly ran out. While still in the yard, he grinned and said, "Brother, long time no see." The man looked about 25 or 6, and his features bore some resemblance to Zhu Weifeng. Zhu Weifeng ignored him completely, twisted the handle, and the electric bike shot out. Chen Qi's heart skipped a beat, and he finally understood the identity of the newcomer. This is Zhu Weifeng's younger brother, a parasite's? Chen Qi turned his head to look back, only to see the young man chasing out of the yard, running wildly. His speed was not slow, and he pursued relentlessly. But no matter how fast a person ran, how could they catch up to an electric bike? Especially with Zhu Weifeng's riding skills, pushing the speed to the limit, they quickly widened the distance, seemingly about to shake off the man. But just then, Chen Qi watched with wide eyes as 2 more legs grew out of the man's crotch. Those 2 newly grown legs were not covered by clothes, completely exposed, covered in thick, straight leg hair, like sharp thorns. They looked like 2 enlarged spider legs. These 2 legs moved quickly, one in front of the other, combined with his original 2 legs, moving on all 4 limbs. The man's speed surged, and he quickly closed the distance with the electric bike. Chen Qi was now glad Zhu Weifeng had made the right choice. If they had abandoned the electric bike and fled through the back door, once the man chased them on 4 legs, they wouldn't have been able to escape. Quick! Send a message to the group for help. Zhu Weifeng's voice was mostly swallowed by the rushing wind, and Chen Qi barely heard him clearly. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message to the group. Biscuit, Zhu Weifeng and I are being chased by parasites. Coffee, share your location. Chen Qi immediately turned on location sharing. Gone Shui, I'll get there as soon as possible, but I can't help much. Coffee, hold on, I'm coming right away. Kendo, too far, I won't make it in time, and going would just be sacrificing myself. Gone Shui at De Bing, come quickly. You're the only one in our group with some combat power. De Bing, coming. De Bing, hold on, brothers. Chen Qi felt a little relieved looking at the messages in the group and relayed all the replies from the group members to Zhu Weifeng. Occasionally, people passed by on the small roads of the urban village, but everyone ignored the 4-legged parasites behind them. Instead, they glared angrily at Zhu Weifeng, who was riding fast, even cursing him. In their eyes, the 4-legged parasites was probably just an ordinary man jogging. The electric bike weaved left and right through the alleys of the urban village, several times almost rushing onto the main road, but Zhu Weifeng always made a sharp turn and circled back into the urban village. Clearly, the complex terrain and narrow roads of the urban village were more favorable for the electric bike's performance. Even so, the distance between them and the parasites was still constantly closing. Big Pancake has a serious disease. After much maneuvering, Zhu Weifeng, seeing that the parasites were about to catch up, accelerated out of the urban village and sped onto the main road. He didn't follow the road's direction but went straight across the street. Crucially, there was a barrier in the middle of the road, separating the opposing lanes. Hold on tight. Zhu Weifeng drove directly towards the barrier. There happened to be a stone on the ground, and he precisely controlled the electric bike to run over it. Then, with a sudden lean back, he used the stone as a springboard, lifting the front wheel of the electric bike off the ground, and it flew. Chen Qi's heart also leaped. Bang! The electric bike cleared the barrier and landed steadily with a loud thud. Chen Qi felt as if his whole body had been shaken loose. Before he could recover, the electric bike continued to rush forward at its fastest speed without stopping. Be careful, he's about to activate his complete form, Zhu Weifeng's voice came from the front. Ha! Chen Qi was stunned for a moment before realizing, so he hasn't been using his full strength this whole time? Chen Qi looked back and saw that in the opposing lane, separated by the barrier, the 4-legged parasite's body was rapidly expanding. It was like a rising dough, quickly swelling, and its facial features and other details became blurred. In a blink of an eye, it grew into a giant monster over 3 meters tall. Immediately after, 4 more legs suddenly grew from its lower body, turning it into an 8-legged human spider. If 4 legs could run that fast, what about 8? True to form, the parasites with 8 legs leaped over the barrier and continued to chase after them. The strange thing was that despite its large size, there was almost no sound when it landed. Its larger size didn't make it slower, but the increased number of legs genuinely boosted its speed. At this moment, Chen Qi's phone rang a few more times. This time, all the messages were voice notes. When he opened one, a magnetic female voice came from his phone. "Coffee, I've arrived. Coffee, I see you. Coffee, what a big Spider-Man. Coffee, you keep going forward, I'll hit him with my car." A white G-Wagon drove by, heading straight for the Spider-Man. However, just as it was about to hit, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes, decelerating wildly. Otherwise, at that speed, hitting a 3-meter-tall mountain of flesh like that, it's hard to say what would happen to the parasites, but the driver would definitely be injured. Bang! Despite the deceleration, the white Mercedes still hit the parasites squarely. Then, a scene-defying physical common sense appeared. The 3-meter-tall parasites was lightly knocked into the air, falling to the ground, while the car seemed not seriously damaged. Immediately after, a scene-defying medical common sense also appeared. The parasites was half stuck to the ground like a puddle of batter, then instantly got up, didn't even glance at the Mercedes, and continued to chase after Chen Qi in them. In the eyes of passers-by, it probably looked like a pedestrian crossing the road was hit, then instantly got up and ran away. Coffee's collision bought Chen Qi and them valuable time, and the electric bike darted into a small alley on the other side of the road. "There's a police station there." Chen Qi quickly patted Zhu Weifeng's back. "No." Zhu Weifeng's tone was exceptionally firm. "When I stop later, you get off with me." "Where are we going?" Chen Qi asked. "A crowded place." Only a crowded place can make him hesitate. "There's a wet market ahead, we'll get off there." A moment later, the electric bike came to an abrupt stop, having steadily pulled over at the entrance of the wet market. Zhu Weifeng didn't even bother to pull out the key and ran into the wet market. Chen Qi jumped off the bike and followed closely. He took a moment to glance back and saw that the parasites had already shrunk its size again, returning to its four-legged state, and was running towards them. The two rushed into the wet market. It was a small wet market, and it was past 10 o'clock, so the morning rush hour for shopping was over. The wet market wasn't crowded, but there weren't few people either. Seeing this, Zhu Weifeng breathed a sigh of relief, pulled Chen Qi into the crowd, and said as they walked, "He's too fast. We can't shake him off just with the electric bike. Last time, I only escaped from him after eating a derivative food. We'll wait here for the other group members to come and rescue us." Chen Qi said with some uncertainty, "Is it really safe here?" Zhu Weifeng said, "Don't worry, although ordinary people can't see the abnormality on the parasites, they will still restrain themselves when there are many people. Overly aggressive actions will draw attention to them. After all, if they cause too much destruction or injure people in public, others can still see it. They are very careful and have been trying their best to hide their existence." At this moment, Chen Qi and Zhu Weifeng's phones rang simultaneously. "Gone Shui, I've arrived. Are you inside the wet market?" "Coffee, I'm also here." "Da Bing, on the way, give me a few minutes." Momo, who hadn't spoken, also sent a message. "Momo, I'm contacting my odd food consumer friends in Jinghai City to see if anyone can make it." "Momo, hang in there, you can do it." Chen Qi put away his phone, glanced behind him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "He's coming towards us." He saw the four-legged parasite slowly walking towards them, a cheerful smile on its face, and its voice sunny and warm, shouting, "Brother, I've been looking for you for so long. Come back with me, Mom and Dad are waiting for you to come home for dinner." As he spoke, one of his legs, covered in spiky leg hair, stretched out and landed less than 2 meters from Chen Qi. And everyone else seemed to be completely oblivious to the existence of this leg. Chen Qi wondered, if the spikes on this leg were to pierce him through, would it appear to the people around him as if several transparent holes had appeared out of thin air on his body? Thinking of this, Chen Qi tried his best to maintain a distance from the parasites, circling around the stalls to maneuver with it. The parasites neither pressed close nor retreated, always maintaining a certain distance from them. The people around them cast curious glances, but in their eyes, they thought it was some melodramatic family drama. The parasite stood with its arms crossed, leisurely observing Zhu Weifeng and Chen Qi, a hint of amusement hidden beneath its seemingly benevolent face. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, not in a hurry to eat it, just toying with them. We're relying on him not daring to act in front of people, and he's counting on us having to leave eventually. Chen Qi and them definitely couldn't outlast the parasites. They couldn't stay here forever, the number of people in the wet market would only decrease, and then the parasites would have no qualms about acting. Fortunately, their companions were also arriving. Coffee, I'm here. Gan Shui sent a video, which showed Chen Qi and Zhu Weifeng, as well as the parasites, who looked like a normal person in the video. Woof woof. Amidst a dog's bark, a young man, wearing sportswear and a baseball cap, looking about 27 or 28 years old, walked into the wet market leading a golden retriever. Woof. The golden retriever barked in the direction of Zhu Weifeng and Chen Qi, helping the young man instantly pinpoint Zhu Weifeng and Chen Qi in the crowd. He waved from afar and shouted, "Brothers, I'm here." Such a high-profile action attracted the attention of many people in the wet market, including the parasites. Is that Debing? Chen Qi asked in a low voice, thinking to himself, why does he seem so crazy? Just then, the customers and vendors in the wet market suddenly paused in unison for a second. The next moment, all expressions on their faces receded, becoming blank. Chen Qi's eyelids twitched, feeling that this scene was somewhat familiar. When he ate the pancake, he seemed to have seen such expressions on the faces of those food protectors. Wishing everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. What the dog eats, he eats. This sudden change caused all the members of the Jinghai food hunting group to show surprised expressions. Whether customers or vendors, everyone in the wet market became dull and listless. Chen Qi and the other odd food consumers among them stood out. The parasite's gaze lingered on Chen Qi and Zhu Weifeng, then shifted to Debing, who was holding a dog, and finally looked at the other two people in the crowd. One was a curly-haired middle-aged man, quite thin, with his hands in his pockets, looking rather arrogant. The other was a woman with the aura of a socialite, appearing to be in her 30s, with an older sister's face and a very prominent figure. Curvaceous and clearly someone who exercised regularly. Without an introduction, Chen Qi could guess that the curly-haired middle-aged man was probably Gan Shui, and the socialite was Coffee. The parasites chuckled, "Brother, are all your companions here?" Before Zhu Weifeng could speak, Debing, holding the dog, stepped forward boldly and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with these people? They all look so dull. Have you parasites mastered new skills? Go!" Zhu Weifeng pulled Chen Qi and hid behind Debing. Chen Qi curiously sized up Debing. From the group chat information, it was not hard to see that this person was one of the few, perhaps even the only, members with some fighting capability. Momo's combat power was unknown. Gan Shui and Kendo admitted they were not strong. Zhu Weifeng's main ability was in driving, and Coffee seemed to have more money-related abilities than superpowers. Currently, the few group members in the wet market seemed to be relying entirely on Debing. The parasites did not answer Debing's question but instead said, "Today's location is well chosen, full of food. Today, I'm treating. Each of you can eat your fill, and once you're full, you can leave. If anyone doesn't have an appetite, I can feed him." Zhu Weifeng gritted his teeth, "No matter what kind of monster you are, get off my brother." "Ha, I am your own brother, can't you recognize me?" The parasites laughed wildly, his body expanding again, reverting to his 8-legged humanoid spider form. The vendors and customers around him, who had been listless, consciously dispersed, clearing a large space. "Let's start with you, my dear brother. Let me, your younger brother, feed you personally." The parasites casually picked up a pulsating heart covered in fleshy thorns from the dragon fruit section of a nearby fruit stall and leaped towards Zhu Weifeng. Chen Qi, Zhu Weifeng, and Debing were standing together, and all three turned and ran. Chen Qi glanced at Debing beside him in confusion, thinking, "Shouldn't you be fighting? Why are you running?" Then he realized that Debing had also casually dropped the dog leash in his hand while running. No way, that's so cowardly. Let the dog fight? That little golden retriever? The golden retriever wasn't actually small, but compared to the 3-meter-tall parasites, it was indeed a case of a small witch meeting a great one. Then Chen Qi saw Bing running while pulling out a small bone-shaped object and putting it into his mouth. That looked like dog food. Based on the size of the dog food, Chen Qi vaguely guessed, this dog food must be a derived food. However, it was quite strange for a derived food to be a piece of dog food. After Bing ate the dog food, Chen Qi suddenly heard a roar from behind him. Roar! He felt the ground trembling, and his head buzzed from the vibration. Looking back, a large golden retriever was pinning the Spider-Man to the ground. At this moment, the little golden retriever was a head taller than the Spider-Man, its dark soy-colored fur radiating golden light, looking majestic. Its barks had also changed from the original woof woof to a beast-like roar, a low growl that made people tremble with fear, unable to control the terror that grew in their hearts. Chen Qi blinked, looking at the golden retriever, then at Bing, his mind a little slow to process. No, did your superpower transfer to the dog? Bing's lips curled slightly into a sneer, a mere parasite dares to be so arrogant. Bing, tear him apart. The large golden retriever, hearing this, furiously bit and tore at the humanoid spider. The Spider-Man, of course, was not content to sit and wait for death. His several spiky legs kicked wildly, the thorns constantly piercing into the golden retriever's body. However, no blood flowed from the wounds pierced by the thorns, instead, streaks of golden light leaked out. The golden retriever seemed to feel no pain, continuously tearing at the Spider-Man, ripping his body apart like a broken ball. However, the golden retriever did not swallow the torn-off tissues, he threw them aside. Chen Qi looked confused and nudged Juefeng beside him with his elbow. I don't understand this. Who exactly is Bing? Our group's Bing wouldn't be a dog, would he? Juefeng shook his head. The Bing in our group is him, but when he chose his codename, he used the name of his own dog. So that golden retriever is called Bing, and he is also called Bing. Master and pet share the same name. Chen Qi was a little confused. He had always thought that Bing was called Bing because his exclusive food was Bing. But now it seemed that was not the case. What exactly is his food hunting ability? How can it strengthen a dog? Chen Qi was incredibly curious. Juefeng stroked his chin. His food hunting ability can be summed up in one sentence: he eats whatever a dog eats. When Chen Qi heard this, he instinctively thought of excrement. But then he shook his head. It wouldn't be that bad. Dogs aren't picky, but humans can be. Indeed, it's quite bizarre. Chen Qi had truly witnessed the strange abilities of the group members. It was indeed an eye-opener. Seeing that Juefeng still had the leisure to chat with him, Chen Qi was also quite curious. Aren't you worried about your brother being in danger? At this point, the Spider-Man was almost dismembered by the large golden retriever, and it should be known that the parasite's host was Juefeng's own brother. Parasites don't die that easily. Juefeng shook his head, completely unconcerned. At this stage, if we want to fight against parasites, we can't do it with our pitifully weak abilities. We can only rely on the power of derived food, and it must be derived food with combat capabilities. However, even so, at most we can only defeat parasites. We haven't found a way to kill parasites yet. Even if a parasite is torn to shreds, it's probably equivalent to a human being injured. He'll recover in 10 days to half a month. The battle between the large golden retriever and the Spider-Man actually only took a little over 10 seconds to end, with the large golden retriever winning with overwhelming superiority. Bing took out a whistle and blew it, shouting, "Well done, Bing, come back quickly." Coffee and Gan Shui also jogged towards Chen Qi and the others. The group gathered and ran towards the wet market exit. Since they couldn't kill the parasites, it was certainly better to leave early. But just then, a sound of knife sharpening came from an unknown source. The zombie-like crowd in the wet market suddenly dispersed collectively. Even though the Spider-Man had been torn to shreds, they had not regained their senses. And as the crowd dispersed, a figure remained standing behind a stall, unmoving. It was a pork stall. The owner stood behind the stall, one hand gripping a bone-cutting knife, the other holding a sharpening steel. As the blade scraped against the sharpening steel, sparks continuously flew out. Da Bing's expression changed. There's another master? Does anyone else have derived food? Hurry up and use it. Chen Qi's ability. Not just Da Bing, everyone's expression changed. The pork vendor, bare-chested and revealing his thick upper body, stared expressionlessly at their group, as if looking at a group of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. He picked up a piece of meat from his stall that looked very bizarre and active, and with one gulp, he swallowed the entire piece into his stomach. Then, his round belly split open, and a pig-headed infant crawled out from within. As soon as the infant landed, it moved with astonishing speed, crawling on all fours like a nimble monkey. The pig-headed infant casually grabbed a bizarre food item, then leaped onto the chandelier, hanging upside down from the light. Its two small eyes gleamed as it stared at Chen Qi and the others. It seemed as though it was just waiting for an opportunity to rush forward and stuff the bizarre food in its hand into Chen Qi's and their mouths. Chen Qi and the others hadn't expected that among the crowd in this market, a parasite was actually hidden. Moreover, from the initial contact and methods, it was clear that this parasite was significantly more powerful than the previous Spider-Man. Spider-Man primarily looked intimidating, but his offensive methods were quite singular. However, the pork vendor's methods seemed somewhat bizarre and unpredictable. Da Bing immediately commanded De Jin Mao to attack the pork vendor. He knew time was precious, because the effect of the derived food was about to end. However, when Jin Mao fought Spider-Man earlier, he was already riddled with holes, constantly leaking golden light, like a water bag that had been punctured many times. Just as he leaped in front of the pork vendor, before he could even swipe a paw, the pork vendor suddenly hurled the bone-cleaving knife in his hand. Poof! The bone-cleaving knife, with irresistible force, sliced through Jin Mao's skin, severing half of his dog head. Woof! With a whimper, De Jin Mao transformed into a ball of golden light and dissipated, leaving only a small Jin Mao behind, who scurried back to his owner's side. The once majestic Jin Mao now only dared to cower behind his owner, trembling, his dog eyes filled with fear as he looked at the pork vendor. The pork vendor did not press his advantage and attack Chen Qi and the others. Instead, he continued to pick up the unknown meat from the butcher's block and swallow it. Another pig-headed infant crawled out of his stomach. The pork vendor's eating speed was very fast, and his production speed was also very fast. As he continuously ate, pig-headed infants crawled out one by one, surrounding Chen Qi and their group, eyeing them menacingly. It seemed they were just waiting for a command to swarm forward and directly stuff the food in their hands into Chen Qi's and their stomachs. Chen Qi and the others dared not run. They were certain that any obvious movement would be met not by a siege of pig-headed infants, but by the pork vendor's butcher knife. What should we do? Does anyone else have derived food? I've already used mine up. Da Bing asked, stroking the dog's head. Coffee smiled bitterly, I do, but it's useless. Gan Shui said, I haven't even eaten high-grade food, how could I have any? Juefeng also shook his head, I used it up last time while escaping. Chen Qi silently pulled out a ghost face cookie, I have one. Except for Juefeng, everyone else's faces showed a glimmer of hope. As if they had seen hope in a desperate situation. But I don't know what it's for, Chen Qi said. What is your ability? Coffee asked. Juefeng answered for Chen Qi, picking up trash. Picking up trash? The hope that had just ignited in everyone's hearts was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. How could that possibly be related to combat ability? Let alone combat, it probably didn't even have escape ability. Like Juefeng's acceleration ability, although not suitable for direct combat, at least it's good for escaping. My life is over. Da Bing sighed. It's fine, no need to rummage through the Gan Shui bucket anymore, it's a kind of relief, Gan Shui said indifferently. Coffee, on the other hand, was the most rational, saying, don't give up. We'll run together in a bit. Maybe someone can escape by using their teammates as cover. Whoever escapes is purely by luck, and no one should blame anyone. Zhu Weifeng found humor in the bitter situation. That must be me, I run the fastest. In the span of a few sentences, the pork vendor had already produced about 10 more pig-headed infants. In a flash, more than 20 pig-headed infants surrounded them. At this point, the pork vendor had almost finished eating the meat on the butcher's block and stopped producing. Clearly, the next step was to deal with Chen Qi and the others. Chen Qi shook his head. Although he also felt that the ghost face cookie might not be able to grant him combat ability, in this critical moment, he could only treat a dead horse as a live one and give it a try. He swallowed the ghost face cookie in one bite, chewing it twice before gulping it down. His teammates' attention instantly focused on Chen Qi. No matter what, they all hoped for a miracle to occur. As soon as the ghost face cookie entered his stomach, Chen Qi's mind buzzed, and the scene he saw was like a display screen restarting, going black. For a moment, probably missing a frame. And after the black screen, he found that everything in his vision had changed. All living beings, including his teammates beside him, the large group of unconscious ordinary people around him, and the pig-headed infants produced by the pork vendor, all had something resembling an arrow above their heads. That was not a real arrow, but a vision that existed only in Chen Qi's consciousness. Those arrows seemed to represent something. Only the pork vendor did not have that arrow appearing above his head. And as Chen Qi's thought moved, he dragged the arrows above some people's heads, and at the same time, a clear understanding naturally arose in his heart. These arrows represent appetite. I can control their appetite? Chen Qi's heart began to beat rapidly, uncontrollably. At this moment, the pork vendor suddenly swung the bone-cleaving knife in his hand, and all the pig-headed infants, as if receiving a command, attacked Chen Qi and the others from all directions. Chen Qi instantly pulled the arrows above all the pig-headed infants' heads, aiming them at the pork vendor. The next moment, the charging pig-headed infants collectively slammed on the brakes midway and turned around, rushing towards the pork vendor. They jumped onto the pork vendor's body, each one snorting with their pig snouts, tearing and biting at the pork vendor. Clearly, the pork vendor also hadn't expected things to develop this way. He was stunned for a moment before he grabbed a pig-headed infant with one hand, pressed it onto the chopping block, and with a swift motion of the bone-cleaving knife, chopped off its head. However, he had produced too many pig-headed infants to chop them all off at once. Not just the pork vendor, but his teammates around him also looked at Chen Qi with surprise and uncertainty, completely unaware of how he had turned those pig-headed infants against him. At this moment, the pork vendor seemed annoyed by the constant biting of the pig-headed infants. His body suddenly swelled, and he plunged his hands into his own chest cavity, pulling out 2 of his ribs. He wielded the ribs, smashing the heads of the pouncing pig-headed infants. But those pig-headed infants were incredibly resilient. Even with their heads shattered, they could still fight and move freely. In a short while, they disemboweled the pork vendor. However, what came out of his stomach was not organs, but lumps of bizarre, active meat. Chen Qi took a deep breath. As his thought moved, the next moment, all the stunned people in the market opened their mouths and rushed towards the lumps of meat. Field. No, Biscuit, what exactly did you do? Zhu Weifeng and the others asked with trembling voices, looking at the crowd that swarmed and engulfed the pork vendor. I just wanted to see if this could kill the parasites. Chen Qi saw that the group members were looking at him strangely and explained, they eat strange food every day and are already controlled. What's the harm in biting a couple of meat clumps? But how did you do it? What ability did your derived food give you? Coffee's face was full of disbelief, her pupils wide with shock. She pulled out a cup of coffee from somewhere, took a sip, and immediately calmed down a lot. The others also had shock mixed with curiosity on their faces. Although they also hoped for a miracle, they didn't dare to set their expectations that high. They thought that if Chen Qi's derived food could have some unexpected effects and help them escape successfully, that would already be a blessing. Who would have thought Chen Qi could defeat the pork vendor? That was a ruthless character who even cut down to Bing's golden retriever with one slash. Chen Qi did not hide anything and said directly, controlling appetite. After eating that biscuit, I felt like I could control everyone's appetite around me. Bing's eyes lit up. Wow. That sounds interesting. Can you control ours too? Chen Qi nodded. Everyone, including your golden retriever. Shui said, it's a good thing the parasites don't have your ability, otherwise we'd be kneeling and eating shit in minutes. Coffee scoffed, no need, you'd find it yourself. You? Shui wanted to retort. What he ate was clearly Shui, which was different from shit, but thinking that it wasn't something glorious to say, he could only swallow his anger. Juefeng said with some emotion, I really didn't expect that your foraging ability, as a trash picker, could gain such powerful combat strength after eating derived food. Coffee nodded, Biscuit's ability is indeed too overbearing. None of them expected Chen Qi's derived food to be so powerful. It even felt stronger than Bing's dog control ability, and its upper limit was higher. This newcomer is a bit fierce. Several middle-aged people sighed in their hearts. Bing, however, said carelessly, what's so strange about that? When I used to fight with dogs for food, who would have thought my combat strength would be so strong? He then patted Chen Qi's shoulder. Biscuit, I'm so happy to have you join us. Finally, I won't be the only one fighting anymore. You don't know, I'm under too much pressure. His words made the other few feel a bit awkward. They, a group of older people, actually had to rely on two younger ones for protection. But it was the truth, and they couldn't refute it. At this moment, Shui suddenly slapped his head, as if remembering something, and quickly pulled out his phone, pointed it at the pork vendor, and opened the camera to start recording. But the phone screen was full of static, and nothing could be seen. Damn it! Shui was so angry that he pulled his hair. Isn't this cheating? It was fine before. The others also took out their phones and found the same situation. Whether recording or taking photos, they could only see static. Not only can't we take pictures, but there's no signal either. Can't make calls, can't get online. This is really messed up. Are the parasites getting high-tech now? Coffee took another sip of coffee, a thoughtful look in her eyes, and said, it should have started when the crowd lost consciousness. Look at those few chandeliers. They're flickering a bit now. I don't know if you noticed, but they were normal when we first came in. Now they must be affected by something. Chen Qi looked up at the chandeliers in the market and found that they were indeed flickering slightly, with a low frequency, not very noticeable. As for when these chandeliers started flickering, he didn't know. What keen observation skills. Chen Qi couldn't help but look at Coffee a couple more times. Coffee continued, it's easy to verify this. Just try again when the crowd returns to normal. Also, this affected area should be limited. Before Coffee finished speaking, Shui had already run straight out of the market. A moment later, he jogged back. It's true. Shui said, my phone works perfectly outside, but I still can't get a clear shot of the inside from outside. It's not static anymore, it's just like there's not enough light, and the market is dark. Juefeng said, it seems this is an area of effect skill. Bing said, isn't that a domain? At this moment, with the efforts of the crowd and the pig-headed babies, the pork vendor had disappeared. Those pig-headed babies also turned into sticky liquids. Obviously, without the pork vendor as the main support, these summon-like things could not survive alone. Suddenly, the people who had eaten the meat clumps began to vomit wildly, and soon they threw up various colorful, active meat clumps. Then these people seemed like machines that had been disconnected and reconnected to the internet, and after a brief moment of confusion, they regained consciousness. It seems they can't digest it, Juefeng sighed. Your method can't kill the parasites either. The awakened people went about their business, some buying vegetables, some selling them, as if nothing had happened. Only the pork stall was left, with no meat and no owner. At this time, Chen Qi and the others picked up their phones again, and sure enough, everything had returned to normal. The chandeliers in the market also stopped flickering. It seems Coffee was right. Alright, let's go out and find a place to talk, Zhuefeng waved his hand. Chen Qi nodded. The ability to control appetite that the ghost face cookie had given him had already worn off. There was nothing he could do by staying here. The group of people jogged out of the market. Not long after they left, two people arrived outside the market. One of them was a middle-aged man in camouflage, tall and burly, the kind of person whose large build would leave a lasting impression. Next to him, a woman who wasn't short was made to look petite and delicate by his side. The woman said, "It looks like they successfully escaped." The man nodded, "Let's go. It seems we don't need to intervene." Chen Qi and his group left the market and traveled by various means of transportation, some driving, some cycling, to a small park a few kilometers away to gather. Coffee's gaze fell on Chen Qi, and she smiled teasingly. "What a surprise, the newcomer is a young fresh meat. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I'm Coffee, and welcome to our small group." Zhuefeng said sourly, "Coffee is the rich woman in our group. Not only is she rich, but her luck is also incredibly good. She's eaten advanced food 3 times. Gong Shui, beside him, said indignantly, "Yeah, Coffee, that damn rich person, is also a European emperor. It's really enviable." Zhuefeng pointed at Gong Shui and introduced, "This is Gong Shui, the most ruthless person in the group. Don't eat with him if you can help it." Gong Shui rolled his eyes, "You're making me lose face in front of the newcomer." De Bing proactively introduced himself, "I'm De Bing, and this is my dog, also named De Bing. I'm a veterinarian and currently run a pet clinic. Hello everyone, I'm Biscuit. I just graduated from university and am currently unemployed." After the brief self-introductions, Chen Qi had gotten to know all the group members. Coffee sighed, "Originally, when I saw a new person join the group today, I was thinking of finding time for us to gather offline, but I never expected our first meeting to be under these circumstances." Zhuefeng laughed heartily, "Isn't this great? Biscuit has shared hardships with us, so the emotional foundation is instantly there. Oh, right, I should report to the group leader that we're safe." Just as Coffee picked up her phone, she saw a message from Momo. "Momo, you should have escaped safely, right? My friend went over and said you'd already left. Chen Qi's special." Coffee and the others weren't surprised that Momo had other odd food consumer friends. Momo had always been trying to contact odd food consumers through various channels, but not all of them were willing to join the Jinghai food hunting group. It was normal for some odd food consumers to become friends with Momo. "Coffee, we've safely escaped. This time, we owe it to Biscuit. Momo, is the newcomer very powerful? Zhuefeng, isn't this person recruited by you, group leader? You don't even know him?" "Momo, Biscuit was in the hospital before, and I didn't dare to talk to him much. You know, the hospital is one of the most dangerous places." Coffee and the others' gazes fell on Chen Qi again, their curiosity about him growing. All of them, including Momo, knew very little about Chen Qi. They didn't know his past experiences, nor the details of his abilities. Coffee continued to reply in the group, "Biscuit's ability is very strong, and he seems to have great potential. Momo, it seems our group has gained another formidable general." Gong Shui, another? Before, there was only one dog general. Gong Shui, of course, I'm useless. Coffee, our experience today was very special, and we should be able to summarize a lot of new information from it. After I've talked with everyone, I'll compile and send it to the group. Coffee put down her phone and said, "The pork vendor we encountered today was clearly stronger and had more methods than the parasites we've met before. His appearance proves that parasites have a hierarchy. What do you all have to say about this?" Zhuefeng said, "The pork vendor's appearance was an accident. He should have always been selling pork there, it's just that we were unlucky and ran into him." Gong Shui said mercilessly, "Don't talk about bad luck, it's clearly you being overly optimistic." The group leader said that places with dense crowds have a higher probability of high-level food appearing, but the probability of parasites appearing also increases accordingly. The wet market is also a place with dense crowds. Zhu Weifeng retorted, who could have thought of that? After all, this is the first time any of us have encountered a parasites other than our family, right? Coffee speculated, the pork vendor is stronger than the parasites our family members turn into. Do you think parasites inherently have different strengths, or can they level up? Debing said, is it possible that wild parasites are more powerful than domesticated ones? Coffee helplessly said, what a mess. But that is indeed a possibility. Chen Qi had remained silent, always looking down, deep in thought. At this moment, he suddenly spoke with startling words, do you think Jinghai City could be within a huge domain? As soon as he spoke, the scene fell silent. Everyone frowned, deep in thought. Coffee pondered, are you saying that food terror is actually a domain effect? Chen Qi nodded, it's entirely possible. The pork vendor's domain has a range limit, and food terror also has a range limit. Many things that cannot be explained by common sense appear in the pork vendor's domain, and food terror makes the entire city strange and absurd. Of course, this is just a guess of mine, and there's no basis for it. Just listen to it, don't take it seriously. Zhu Weifeng slapped his thigh, how did I not think of that? It really makes sense, but who exactly created such a large domain? Gan Shui said without hesitation, who else could it be? We just said that parasites have different levels, so it must be a higher level parasites. Debing suddenly became excited, there's a big boss. Everyone was speechless. What are you getting excited about? Even a pork vendor almost wiped us out, you still want to fight a big boss? Gan Shui pouted and said, if Biscuit's guess is correct, then there are two choices, either escape the domain or eliminate the creator of the domain. Currently, the former seems more reliable. Zhu Weifeng patted Chen Qi's shoulder, actually, we plan to organize a group activity soon. We'll all go outside Jinghai City to take a look, and you should come along too. Chen Qi nodded. Although he didn't plan to leave Jinghai City to save his mother, he also wanted to see what the difference was between inside and outside the food terror's range. Coffee smiled and said, alright, I'll organize all the information related to the pork vendor and some of our speculations and send them to the group. Later. We can discuss them with the group leader then. Zhu Weifeng and the others nodded in agreement, the group leader is knowledgeable, perhaps he'll have some unique insights. Coffee then looked at Chen Qi, Biscuit, all the information in our group is now open to you without restriction, but the group leader should have told you about information sharing before you joined the group. We are all very curious about you. Since most of the people in the group are here, tell us about your experiences and the information you have. Chen Qi nodded. He wasn't averse to this. His purpose for joining the Jinghai food hunting group was clear, to use the power of the group members to help him rescue his mother. After their initial contact today, he felt that the few group members were quite reliable, at least, there were no major issues with their unity. He took this opportunity to explain his situation, which would make it easier to ask for help in the future. So, he began to recount his general experiences from the outbreak of food terror until he escaped from his home early this morning. Everyone listened, sometimes shocked, sometimes confused, sometimes dumbfounded. You are very special. After Chen Qi finished speaking, the group members quickly made their evaluations. Coffee said seriously, your situation is different from everyone else in our group. You might not feel it clearly yourself, but from my perspective, I even have to wonder if you are one of us odd food consumers. The first point is that your method of obtaining food is fundamentally different from ours. Although our foraging methods are strange and varied, their essence is the same, to transform anomalous food into our exclusive edible food. But you just pick up ready-made food, skipping the transformation step. Chen Qi thought carefully and realized that this was indeed true. Suanin transformed various anomalous foods into dried bread, and Zhu Weifeng transformed anomalous food takeout into normal food. The other group members were probably similar, ultimately, they used anomalous food as ingredients and transformed them into other foods. He, however, was simple and crude, he could just pick it up and eat it. The second point is that your method of finding high-level food is different from ours. We can only rely on luck. Only when we are lucky enough to transform high-level food do we have a feeling in our hearts. You, however, can directly sense the attraction from high-level food remotely. The third point is that the food you eat is also very different from ours. The ordinary food we transform can only fill our stomachs, but your wild food possesses powerful restorative abilities. Next, the fourth point is what you call the food guarding mechanism, which none of us have. It can be seen that while you possess more convenient foraging abilities than us, you also bear more risks than us. Actually, I could list a fifth point and a sixth point, but there's no need. Just based on the above 4 points, I even suspect that you are not the same species as us at all. Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Listening to you, I am indeed very special. Hearing Coffee list so many of his unique qualities, coupled with the powerful performance of the ghost face cookie, Chen Qi suddenly regained confidence in his abilities. Maybe my ability to pick up trash is really strong, he thought to himself, secretly pleased. Coffee said, I will inform the group leader about your situation. You can talk to him later. Talk about what? The group leader is very well informed. He has been exploring outside, experienced many things, met many people, is very knowledgeable, and has first-hand information. Most of the information within our group is provided by the group leader. Your situation is very special, perhaps he can give you some useful advice. Chen Qi thanked her and kept this in mind. Oh, by the way, Biscuit. De Bing, who had been playing with the dog nearby, suddenly stood up. You just said you found a high-level food in the hospital earlier? Yes, what's wrong? This might be a bit troublesome. De Bing's expression suddenly became unnatural. Mysterious Momo, please read on, please click to the last line. Not only Chen Qi, but everyone looked at De Bing with a puzzled expression, wondering what he wanted to say. De Bing scratched his head, organized his thoughts, and said, Momo once told me. Well, the general idea is that a person cannot find two high-level foods at the same time. Chen Qi's heart skipped a beat. You mean, until I eat the cream cake from the hospital, it's impossible for me to find new high-level food? Yes. De Bing nodded, that's pretty much it. Chen Qi's first reaction was disbelief, but that doesn't make sense. If high-level food exists subjectively, then it either exists or it doesn't. How could there be such a rule? De Bing shrugged and said, I don't know about that. Anyway, Momo told me. Gan Shui said with some disbelief, how come we've never heard the group owner mention that? Juefeng also chimed in, yeah, it's such an important matter, why would the group owner not tell us and only tell you? De Bing's face flushed slightly as he argued, what's so important about this? Who among you finds high-level food and doesn't eat it immediately? Do you save it until you find a second one to eat together? Coffee curled her lips and said meaningfully, yes, so I'm very curious, De Bing, why would you do that? De Bing nearly jumped up like a dog whose tail had been stepped on, saying angrily, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. What does this have to do with me? Gan Shui chuckled, then why would Momo tell you this specifically? Juefeng also understood that there must be something hidden, and he put an arm around De Bing's shoulder. Spill it, what are you hiding from us? De Bing's face was stern, I said it has nothing to do with me. Anyway, I don't know if it's true or not. Biscuit, you should ask Momo. The others saw that De Bing was unwilling to speak and didn't press him further. They only comforted Chen Qi, saying, Biscuit, don't worry. What this guy says might not be reliable. You should confirm it with the group owner first. I can't even imagine, besides your special situation, Biscuit, who would find high-level food and not eat it immediately. So how was this rule even concluded? Thinking about it, it doesn't seem very reliable. Chen Qi nodded seriously, I'll ask Momo later. This matter was too important to him, as it concerned whether his abilities could upgrade normally in the future. Chen Qi could feel that Momo held a special place in the hearts of these group members. They trusted Momo greatly, especially relying on Momo for information, with a sense of viewing Momo as an authority. As long as Momo shared information with them, they would not seek further verification and would believe it unconditionally. He asked curiously, what kind of person is Momo, exactly? What kind of person is Momo? This question stumped everyone present. Hard to describe? No. Juefeng shook his head, mainly because I haven't met Momo, so I can't say for sure. You haven't met Momo? Chen Qi was surprised. Juefeng shrugged and said, our group was only established a little over half a month ago. Is it strange that I haven't met the group owner? Coffee said, I haven't met him either. Gan Shui looked at Debing. It seems that only Debing in the group has actually met Momo. He was the first one the group owner pulled into the group, so the group owner must have been responsible for assessing him. Debing, having just been interrogated by everyone, still had a flushed face and pretended not to hear, just petting the dog without a sound. Chen Qi persisted, asking, even if you haven't met him, you should at least know some general information, right? Coffee smiled and said, you seem very interested in our group owner. I'm just curious. I've known him online for over half a month, and I don't even know if he's male or female. I don't know either. Juefeng spread his hands, don't know the gender, don't know the age, don't know what he does. So mysterious? It's not that he's deliberately mysterious, it's just that he seems very busy. Every time the group members meet offline, he has something to do and can't make it, and he's always busy with important matters, like investigating surrounding cities during this period. If he wasn't constantly traveling, where would we get so much useful information? Coffee said, I did learn a little from Debing, he's a male and not very old. At this point, Debing couldn't hold back and voluntarily interjected, I met the group owner once, and his demeanor clearly showed he wasn't an ordinary person, powerful, reliable. Gan Shui chuckled, you could tell all that from just one meeting? You don't understand, some people just have that kind of aura. Everyone smiled and didn't argue with Debing further. After all, everyone held respect for the mysterious group owner. Oh, right. Juefeng said to Chen Qi, you just said you also met an odd food consumer at the hospital. When you see her later, ask her if she wants to join our group. Okay. Chen Qi nodded and agreed. Actually, he had already thought of this, but he felt that Suanan had a somewhat reclusive personality and might not be willing to join the group. Coffee also thought of something and said, you said she's a medical student interning at the hospital? Then she's in a very dangerous situation. Chen Qi frowned, why? Schools and hospitals are both high-risk areas. They're densely populated, and it's almost certain there will be parasites. She travels between these two places every day, how could it not be dangerous? But don't worry, she hasn't eaten high-level food yet, has she? Chen Qi thought seriously for a moment and said, she shouldn't have. That's good. Is there a connection? Odd food consumers who have eaten high-level food are more likely to be targeted. Chen Qi wondered, targeted by what? Parasites? Coffee asked strangely, didn't Juefeng tell you when he was training you? Juefeng explained, I was training Biscuit when my brother came, and I didn't have time to tell Biscuit many things. I see. Coffee nodded, then I'll introduce it to Biscuit. Generally speaking, if parasites don't actively expose their physical mutations, it's very difficult for us to identify them in a crowd. But similarly, as long as we don't use our abilities in front of them, it's also difficult for parasites to identify us. However, once we've eaten high-level food, if we approach a parasite, we might be discovered by the parasite. The more high-level food we've eaten, the greater the chance of being discovered. These aren't even the worst part. The scariest thing is that our closest people might suffer and turn into parasites. Although this information also comes from the group owner, the experiences of our group members can also corroborate it. I, Juefeng, and Debing, all three of us have eaten high-level food, and as a result, our family members have become parasites. Kendo and Gan Shui's families are temporarily fine. Chen Qi lowered his head in thought. Based on his estimation of when his mother was parasitized, he hadn't eaten the pancake yet, right? He frowned, this sounds like more than just being targeted by parasites, it feels more like being marked, being tagged as high-priority attention. Coffee sighed, exactly, I feel the same way. Combined with your domain speculation today, I feel that eating high-level food is equivalent to triggering some rule within the domain, making our situation even more dangerous. Chen Qi once again felt how messed up this world was. Without eating high-level food, one would be powerless against parasites. But eating high-level food would put one's closest people in danger. It gave people no way out. Eat the yellow of the human body, and you will be the best. Please read it on Tuesday. Coffee looked at her phone. It's not even noon yet. What are your plans for this afternoon? If you don't have anything to do, how about we go visit Yushan City next door? Gong Shui asked, surprised. Go this afternoon? Yeah, we already agreed to find time to go. There's no time like the present, let's go today. Juefeng said, I need to rent a house this afternoon. There's no way I dare to live in this house anymore. I don't even dare to go back for my luggage. De Bing, while teasing the dog, said, actually, you don't need to worry so much. Your brother is seriously injured this time, so he won't appear again for at least half a month. Juefeng glared at him, I'm not as carefree as you. Who knows if he'll call other parasites? Chen Qi thought for a moment and said, I don't have anywhere to live either. How about we rent a place together? He figured that the accommodation problem would have to be solved sooner or later. He only had a little over 2,000 yuan on him, so sharing a rental would save him some money. Are you sure? If the two of us rent together, wouldn't the danger multiply by 2? My brother might come looking for me at any time, and I'll have to be careful of your mother later. My mother? Exactly. You need to understand that the reason our family members became parasites is specifically to target us. We odd food consumers receive VIP treatment, with parasites feeding us one-on-one. If we don't eat for a day, they won't give up for a day, because we are their only targets. Juefeng said earnestly, so, Biscuit, be prepared. One day your mother will come knocking. Chen Qi felt a mix of emotions, an indescribable feeling. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to face his mother, who had turned into a monster, again. Coffee glared at Juefeng and comforted, Biscuit, you don't need to worry. Before, your mother broke free from the parasite's control to save you. For the parasites, this is almost like being severely wounded. She won't appear for at least 10 days to half a month. It's okay, Coffee sis. I know that's just a monster, not my mom. I won't go easy on it if I encounter it again, Chen Qi said calmly on the surface. Coffee's gaze lingered on Chen Qi for a moment, then she hesitated and said, you just graduated and don't have a job, so you probably don't have much money, right? I'll find you a place to stay for now. Don't worry about the rent, sis isn't short on that. Just help me clean up sometimes. Then thank you, Coffee sis. Chen Qi didn't act coy or refuse, gladly accepting Coffee's kindness. He was homeless now, with no money and no mother. What was there to be embarrassed about? Hey! Juefeng said, dissatisfied, the preferential treatment is too obvious. You have so many houses, why don't you arrange one for me too? You couldn't be eyeing Biscuit's youth, wanting to be an old cow eating tender grass, could you? Coffee pouted, so what if I am? I'm already so rich, can't I find a younger man? However, she immediately added, you don't need to rent a house this afternoon either. I'll arrange a company dorm room for you later. Alright, dorm it is. Juefeng wasn't picky, his original living situation was already quite bare. Coffee then asked, do any of the rest of you have plans this afternoon? Gong Shui said, it's the weekend today, I'm free. De Bing also said indifferently, just close the shop for a day, it doesn't matter. Juefeng said, but what about Kendo? Should we call him? Let's not, Gong Shui said faintly. He'll have plenty of opportunities later, it's not just this one time. The others didn't say anything either. Chen Qi sensed something but didn't ask further. Alright, it's settled then. If you have any preparations to make, finish them in half an hour, and then we'll depart. Chen Qi didn't expect life to be so colorful on his first day in the group. He had just fought 2 parasites in the morning, and in the afternoon, he was going on a group outing with the members. However, he was indeed curious about areas outside of food terror and wanted to see for himself if they were as Momo described. As for preparations, he thought for a moment, found a few wild foods nearby to take with him, and also bought some snacks at a convenience store. These bagged snacks looked normal on the surface, but once the packaging was torn open, they revealed strange and bizarre foods. He wanted to see what these foods would turn into once they were outside the scope of food terror. He could probably get answers to these questions from Momo, but it was never as detailed or reassuring as observing them himself. Moreover, Momo couldn't observe wild foods on his behalf. Half an hour later, the group departed on time. Coffee and Debing had both driven, so the 5 people and 1 dog rode in 2 cars. Shui and the 2 Debings rode in 1 car, while Chen Qi and Zhuweifeng rode in Coffee's white G63. The drive would take about 2 hours. Chen Qi sat in the back, preoccupied. Although Coffee and Zhuweifeng were both talkative, he wasn't in the mood to chat. He took out his phone, intending to message Momo, when his phone vibrated. It was Momo who had contacted him first. "Momo, Coffee told me everything about you. Your situation is indeed very special. It's my first time hearing about it." Chen Qi didn't expect Coffee to act so quickly. He thought for a moment and first asked about the matter he was most concerned about. "Chen Qi, Debing said that one person cannot find 2 high-level foods at the same time. Is that true?" "Momo, this is an unconfirmed piece of information, and for now, it can only be considered a guess, which is why I haven't announced it in the group. Momo, the reason it can't be confirmed is because the sample size is too small. In fact, this guess wasn't originally proposed by me, but by Debing." Chen Qi was stunned. How did Debing come up with such a guess? Or rather, how did he reach such a conclusion? The answer was clearly only one: just as Coffee had guessed, Debing had experienced it firsthand. "Chen Qi, why didn't Debing eat the high-level food he found?" "Momo, he didn't eat it because he didn't want to, of course. Momo, if we transform food that we don't want to eat, of course we can just throw it away, but what if that food happens to be a high-level food?" "Momo, this involves Debing's privacy, so I can only say this much." Chen Qi pondered. Normally, the exclusive food transformed would be delicious to an odd food consumer, so there wouldn't be a situation where they didn't want to eat it. Unless they were psychologically unable to accept that food. And Debing's foraging ability was he eats whatever the dog eats. What did the dog eat that he couldn't accept? Could it be? Hiss. Chen Qi gasped, taking a sharp breath. Debing was a tough guy. "What's wrong? Did I set the air conditioning too low?" Coffee asked with concern. No. Chen Qi shook his head. He suddenly remembered an old saying. What was it again? "One who eats Renzhong Huang becomes a superior being?" Chen Qi put himself in Debing's shoes and realized he didn't know how to break the deadlock either. If one day he picked up a high-level wild food that was utter nonsense, how would he choose? He couldn't eat it, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. He could only keep it for now, and then realize that from then on, he would never find another high-level food. Chen Qi felt sorry for Debing for a second, then continued to ask Momo, "So, how credible is this guess?" "Momo, based on the few examples I currently have, no one has indeed possessed 2 high-level foods at the same time." Momo, and Debing found his first high-level food very early on, holding on to it for nearly a month without eating it. After he ate it, he quickly found the second high-level food. "Chen Qi, so, it's not to be disbelieved? It's very likely true?" His heart immediately sank. This meant he had to find a way to eat the cream cake in the isolation ward. Baguette. If Debing's speculation was true, it meant that if Chen Qi didn't find a way to eat the cream cake, he would never be able to obtain other advanced foods. Eating advanced foods to improve his abilities was Chen Qi's only hope of saving his mother, and he couldn't accept this path being cut off. However, Chen Qi still had doubts about this, mainly because he couldn't understand. "Chen Qi, but if advanced foods objectively exist, how could a second one not appear just because I found one? This doesn't make logical sense. Momo, our city is already like this, can you still use normal logic to think about these things? Momo, think back, since food terror broke out, haven't you encountered many things that can't be explained by common sense? Chen Qi was speechless. He thought carefully, and some things were difficult to explain even if the existence of supernatural powers was tacitly acknowledged. Momo, I'll teach you a trick, it might not be correct, but it's definitely useful. Momo, I feel that since food terror broke out, this world is changing from materialistic to idealistic. Momo, when you encounter something related to the bizarre, if you can't explain it with normal logical thinking, try to think about it from an idealistic perspective, and you'll find that most things become explainable. Chen Qi looked at Momo's words and fell into deep thought. The world is changing from materialistic to idealistic? Idealistic, I think, therefore I am power. He thought of his wild foods. Were wild foods originally there, and only he could discover them? Or was it because of his foraging ability that wild foods would spawn around him? After serious consideration, Chen Qi felt that the latter possibility was greater. Otherwise, there's no way to explain why some foods appeared there. Nor can it explain why the pancake was still hot to the touch after being exposed to the sun and rain for several days. With this thought, Chen Qi instantly felt that many things he couldn't understand before suddenly became clear. Suanan makes bread. The so-called cooking is just a formality. Whether it's frying, stir-frying, steaming, deep-frying, or boiling, it can transform bizarre food into bread. Because the cooking process is actually not important at all, just like Xuefeng's rejected delivery, its essence is to serve as a kind of psychological suggestion? It seems to make sense too. Almost everyone in the group's foraging ability can be explained this way, right? According to this, our abilities are actually all I think, therefore I am powers? Just as Momo said, whether this idealism is correct is hard to say, but in Jinghai City, which is shrouded in food terror, it is indeed very useful for explaining various strange phenomena. When he accepted Momo's idealism, Chen Qi suddenly found that one person cannot find two advanced foods at the same time also became reasonable. But, how could he obtain the cream cake in the hospital? To get the cream cake, he had to enter the isolation ward. He had just managed to escape from the hospital, and making him go back made him resist from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, the isolation ward was much stricter than the open ward, getting in was easy, but getting out would be troublesome. Of course, the most dangerous was Dr. Zhao, a parasite with unknown strength who was stationed in the inpatient department for a long time. The cream cake was too difficult to obtain. Just as he thought of this, Momo sent another message. Momo, if you want to get that advanced food in the hospital, you can ask other group members for help. They still have some power and might be able to help you. Is that so? Chen Qi expressed some doubt. These members in the group seemed quite united after interacting with them, but their combat power, he dared not compliment it. Moreover, he wasn't sure if the group members would be willing to help him. Momo, they have all witnessed your uniqueness and strength. As long as you ask, I believe they won't refuse your request for help. Chen Qi, but this is my first time meeting them, and the hospital is a recognized dangerous area in the group. Will everyone really be willing to help me? Momo, everyone in the group now knows that the scope of food terror is limited, but only Kendo is preparing to escape Jinghai City. Do you know why? Kendo is leaving Jinghai City? When Chen Qi saw this, he finally understood why Kendo was not called for this outing. And he also had an answer to Momo's question. Chen Qi, probably for the same reason as me, right? Momo, that's right, they all have people they want to save but can't. They also hope that a strong person will emerge in the group to help them realize this wish. Momo, and currently, you are the most potential person in our group to become a strong person, so feel free to ask other group members for help. Chen Qi suddenly realized that everyone was like him, joining the group chat with the goal of saving their family members. However, he thought this was good. Everyone supported each other, grew together, and deepened their bonds. Once someone had the ability to save their family, then the family members of other group members would also have hope of being saved. Chen Qi, but I heard that Gong Shui's family members haven't become parasites, right? Why doesn't he leave? Momo, that's because he has people he doesn't want to give up. He has been persuading his parents and wife to leave with him, even threatening to die, but his family members have always disagreed. Momo, after ordinary people eat bizarre food for a long time, they appear normal, but the pollution is gradually deepening, and some abnormalities have slowly appeared, such as subconsciously resisting leaving the food terror area. Momo, and from my observation, bizarre food may be addictive. Some people who leave are not used to eating outside food and eventually return to the food terror area. Of course, some people successfully leave. Chen Qi, Momo, do you also have someone you want to save but can't? This time, Momo did not reply immediately. It took a long time before she replied, of course, otherwise why would I bother to form this group? After finishing his chat with Momo, Chen Qi finally felt a little more confident. The next step was to find a suitable time to ask the group members for help in obtaining the cream cake. 3 heads are better than 1, with help, he would definitely have more hope than fighting alone. Just then, his phone vibrated, and Suanan sent an image. Suanan, pic.jpg. In the picture was a baguette as long as half of Chen Qi's arm. Chen Qi clicked on the picture and carefully observed the baguette. It was long and thick, and looked very hard. Why did she send this to me? Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, this isn't made from a fried dough twist, is it? Suanan, that's right. Chen Qi, this works too? Chen Qi was shocked. Suanan's cooking skills were a miracle. She actually cooked a fried dough twist into a baguette. This showed that she indeed had the ability to transform wild foods into bread. Previously, the bread Suanan made were all the same style of ordinary dry, hard bread. This time, she actually made a baguette, achieving innovation and breakthrough in appearance. This might be related to the special nature of wild foods. Chen Qi, how does it taste? Are there any special effects? Beyond food fear. Suanan, too hard, can't bite it. Can it be harder than the dried up bread you made before? Chen Qi suspected that the baguette might not be suitable for Suanan. After all, baguettes are made from wild food, and wild food is his exclusive food. So, perhaps only he can enjoy this baguette. Chen Qi, keep it for me. Maybe I can eat it. I'll come get it from you another day. Chen Qi, it just so happens I have something to tell you. Suanan, what is it? Chen Qi, to remind you to be careful. Suanan? Chen Qi mused that these matters were quite complex to explain, the entire background story would need to be introduced. Otherwise, Suanan would have no concept of things like parasites or high-level food, and she wouldn't understand if he told her. Chen Qi, I'll tell you in detail next time we meet. In short, remember to be careful of the people around you, especially your relatives. Suanan, relatives? No need to worry about that. Chen Qi was slightly startled when he saw Suanan's reply. He had heard Suanan say before that she had no family. Now she said there was no need to worry about relatives. Could she be an orphan? He didn't press the matter, only reiterated a few warnings. Chen Qi, also, try to keep your distance from teachers at school and doctors at the hospital. Especially Dr. Zhao, stay far away from him. Suanan, so, when is our next meeting? Chen Qi, I'm currently out of town, but I should be back very soon. I'll contact you then. We've already left Qinghai City. This area is on the outskirts of Yushan City, but I estimate it's still within the food terror's coverage, Zhuefeng said, looking at his phones. Navigation. The food terror's range had been continuously expanding, and parts of Yushan City bordering Qinghai City had already been encroached upon. Chen Qi opened his backpack and checked the various foods he carried. There were no changes for now. Coffee said, once we exit the highway up ahead, we should be out of the food terror's range. Zhuefeng opened the group chat, I'll let them know. We'll pull over once we exit the highway up ahead. Soon, Chen Qi and their 2 cars drove out of the toll station one after another and were looking for a place to park. Chen Qi opened his backpack from time to check. As the car passed a certain intersection, he opened his backpack again and suddenly froze. Some of the food in his backpack had changed. These were all snacks he had bought from a convenience store just before setting off. He took out a braised egg, observing it from side to side through its transparent vacuum packaging. He clearly remembered that when he took it off the shelf, it was something like a raw sheep egg encased in a milky white liquid. But now, looking at it again, it was a normal braised egg. He then took out a bag of gummies. Inside, the colorful gummies were vibrant, and they were very chewy when squeezed. But what was inside this thing before was clearly leeches, curled up and wriggling, oozing blood when squeezed. They've all changed, as Momo said. Zhu Weifeng excitedly took a lollipop and licked it. Before, the stick had a calculus with flesh and blood tissue attached to it. Are these things edible? Chen Qi hesitated slightly. Although the food seemed to have returned to normal, thinking about how they looked before, Chen Qi still felt a bit queasy. Momo said they're edible, it's fine, Zhu Weifeng said carelessly. Chen Qi didn't rush to eat the snacks he brought but carefully observed the wild food in his bag, finding that they hadn't changed at all. In his eyes, they were still very delicious. At this moment, Coffee slammed on the brakes, not even bothering to find a parking spot, and pulled over into a random empty space by the roadside. De Bing also parked closely behind her. Several people got out of their cars, eagerly pulling out the various foods they had brought and began to feast. Ah! I'm starving. Eating ham sausage, dog food, liver, and gnawing on bones every day almost makes me want to vomit. De Bing held a peach in his left hand and a melon in his right, with a fruit basket at his feet, like a Korean person wildly devouring fruit. His dog didn't eat fruit, which made him especially crave fruit. Coffee, while eating cake, complained, "You should be content. At least you have something to eat, unlike me, who can only drink coffee every day." Hearing this, Chen Qi asked curiously, "Don't you get hungry just drinking coffee? Won't you show symptoms of malnutrition?" Coffee shook her head. This is probably also the special thing about us odd food consumers. No matter what our exclusive food is, it can provide all the nutrients our body needs. Chen Qi nodded, considering one of his doubts resolved. Gan Shui, gripping a large chicken drumstick and gnawing on it, his mouth greasy, grumbled indignantly, "Can any of you be as miserable as me? You don't even know what I eat every day." De Bing said, "Zhu Weifeng has it good. He can get anything from takeout. He just steals takeout whenever he wants to eat something." Zhu Weifeng retorted, displeased, "What do you mean steals takeout? That sounds so bad. I always pay for it. Can that be called stealing? And you don't know how much trouble it is for me to deliberately hold on to people's takeout every day, and how much psychological pressure it puts on me. Ha! Is there no pressure for me to secretly rummage through people's Gan Shui buckets? And I fight with dogs for food every day. Everything has to be given to the dog to eat a bite before I can eat it." Seeing that the few of them were getting competitive, Chen Qi quietly said, "It's better than getting chased down just to eat a meal, isn't it?" At this, no one spoke. Chen Qi had directly ended the conversation. Chen Qi had figured it out. These people coming out to investigate the situation was fake, a picnic was the real purpose. They were all starving, and their goal in coming out was to have a big feast. Chen Qi took out a few pieces of wild food he brought from his backpack. "Everyone, help me take a look. Have these wild foods changed at all?" Just because they hadn't changed in Chen Qi's eyes didn't mean they hadn't changed in other people's eyes. "Let me see, moldy spicy strips? Rotten and stinking lotus root? What's that black, dog poop-like thing? Beef jerky? Holy crap, where did you find a wild burger like that? It's filled with so many maggots, the protein must be off the charts." Chen Qi shook his head. It seems wild food doesn't change whether it's inside or outside the food terror's range. Coffee wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and said, "It's not just yours, actually, our exclusive food doesn't change when we bring it out. either. And according to the group leader, once normal food from outside is brought into the food terror's range, it turns into bizarre food. Chen Qi mused, it seems my speculation about domains has become more credible. The abnormality isn't in the food itself, but in the area covered by the food terror. The food we produce isn't affected, which means our abilities belong to us and don't only take effect within a domain. Coffee spread her hands, but once we leave the food terror area, without bizarre food as raw material, our ability to transform exclusive food can't be used. Alright, Juefeng shoved a bag of dried tofu into Chen Qi's hand. It's rare to come out. Don't think so much. Just enjoy yourself first. Chen Qi nodded, tore open the dried tofu packaging, took a bite, chewed a few times, and indeed, it was spicy and delicious. But as soon as he swallowed the dried tofu, a wave of nausea suddenly surged within him, impossible to suppress. Black. He vomited into the green belt, and soon, all the dried tofu he had just eaten came back up. The others were all drawn to the commotion from Chen Qi's side. De Bing was about to go forward and ask about Chen Qi's condition when his expression suddenly changed. He let out a loud holy crap and threw away the watermelon he had taken a few bites from. The red flesh of the melon was transforming into a piece of vivid red meat, which twitched continuously and dripped blood. Source of terror. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. Everyone looked at the food in their hands. The half-eaten tiramisu in Coffee's hand had turned into a pale yellow fatty tissue, covered with fine blood vessels, and as her hand trembled, the entire fatty cake quivered with it. The chicken leg in Gong Shui's hand, its individual chicken fibers suddenly became active, twisting and raising their heads like hungry chicks waiting to be fed. The lollipop Juefeng had licked a few times reverted to kidney stones. Everyone immediately dropped the food in their hands, their first reaction being that the food phobia's range had expanded. But then they felt something was off. They hadn't parked their car right next to the boundary line. After discovering the food had returned to normal, Chen Qi had carefully observed the food in his bag. Juefeng had unwrapped a lollipop in the car and eaten a few bites, and then the two of them had exchanged a few words. Although it might have only been 1 or 2 minutes in total, for the car, it was enough to cover a considerable distance. The food phobia couldn't possibly expand that quickly. If it truly had that speed, let alone a month, the surrounding cities would probably fall in a day or two. Damn it, did I accidentally eat some just now? Gong Shui said, his face pale. That shouldn't be the case, but I'm wondering if anything we ate that hadn't been digested yet also turned into? Juefeng also seemed a bit flustered. Coffee took a cup of coffee from the car, took a sip, and quickly regained her composure, analyzing. If we were contaminated, we wouldn't be able to see the food's abnormality anymore, so there's no need to worry. However, the sudden mutation of the food is also very unusual, there must be a special reason. Momo hasn't mentioned this, which means he hasn't encountered it, nor have any of his other odd food consumer friends. She adopted the demeanor of a domineering female CEO and instructed, Juefeng, take thee and walk in the direction we came from, and see how the food changes. Gong Shui, you also take thee and drive in the opposite direction from Juefeng, to see how far the food phobia's range extends. De Bing, who was holding the dog, asked, what about me? You? Coffee thought for a moment, then pointed at the several pieces of discarded on the ground. You feed the dog, see if it eats them. Finally, Coffee approached the pale-faced Chen Qi and asked, are you alright, Biscuit? Chen Qi shook his head, I'm fine, it just feels very wrong. When he ate the dried tofu, he was sure it hadn't mutated into. Why did he uncontrollably vomit it out? Moreover, even if he had eaten, this shouldn't have been the reaction. An absurd conjecture arose in his mind, could it be that I have lost the ability to eat normal food? If he couldn't eat normal food, then he would only be able to eat wild food? Success! De Bing suddenly shouted excitedly. It turned out that the chicken leg, half-eaten by Gong Shui, had returned to a seemingly normal chicken leg after the golden retriever took a bite. At this moment, Gong Shui, who had just driven out a short distance, turned back. As soon as he parked the car, Juefeng also ran back quickly. Chen Qi witnessed Juefeng's running speed for the first time. He truly was someone enhanced by advanced food, possessing a speed completely inconsistent with his slightly plump physique. He could probably rival an ordinary track and field athlete. Gan Shui said, I drove forward for what I don't know if it was 100 meters, and the I was carrying returned to normal. But as soon as I turned back, it changed back again. Juefeng said with a solemn expression, I'm almost the same. I ran back less than 100 meters, and the food returned to normal. As soon as I turned around, it became again. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell silent. Everyone noticed the obvious abnormality. Things were starting to develop in an increasingly strange direction. Gan Shui's side was still normal, but the main point was Juefeng's side. He ran back less than 100 meters and actually ran out of the food phobia range. Doesn't this mean that the food phobia area they are currently in is not connected to Jinghai City's food phobia area? Gan Shui said, that means we can basically rule out Jinghai City's food phobia spreading over. Juefeng's face was grim. We seem to be in a brand new, independent, miniature food phobia area. Chen Qi frowned, and our current location seems to be the center of this area. Juefeng and Gan Shui ran about 100 meters in opposite directions and ran out of this area. There's a high probability that the radius of this new food phobia area is around 100 meters. Coffee pondered, there must be a reason for such an anomaly. How is it that just when we're here, this place becomes the center of a new food phobia area? It was perfectly fine just a second ago. Momo and other odd food consumers came out, and nothing like this happened. What is different about us compared to them? This sentence seemed to enlighten Chen Qi. He opened his backpack and poured out the wild food inside. The wild food was still wild food, but he just felt something was wrong. Coffee's perception was the sharpest. Her pupils constricted slightly as she said, it seems to have gotten a little smaller. Now that you mention it, it really does seem so. The wild food was shrinking. Chen Qi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could the emergence of this miniature food phobia area be related to wild food? Not just Chen Qi, but everyone else clearly thought of this point. Everyone's gaze towards Chen Qi also became somewhat strange. What exactly did I eat? What exactly is wild food? Why can it generate a new food phobia area? Chen Qi stuffed the wild food back into his backpack, put on his backpack, and then said to everyone, I'll keep walking forward to see if the food phobia area follows me. Coffee opened the car door, get in, I'll drive you so we can go faster. The two drove forward for about 100 meters, and then a message came through the group chat. Juefeng, my food here has returned to normal. After Chen Qi saw the message, he directly threw his backpack out the window. Coffee looked at him with some surprise. Chen Qi said, Sister Coffee, let's drive back. Coffee seemed to realize something, her expression slightly changed, and she said nothing more, turning around and returning to the original spot. When the two got out of the car and saw that the food in Juefeng and the other's hands had not mutated again, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the worst-case scenario didn't happen, Chen Qi sighed inwardly. If the food phobia area had moved back with him as soon as he returned, that would mean he was the source of terror. After discovering that wild food might be the source of terror, Chen Qi even became unsure about his own composition. After all, can a person who eats the source of terror every day be a normal person? Originally, he wanted to ask the group members for help, but now he didn't know how they would view him. Chen Qi observed the expressions on his teammates' faces. Then he heard Di Bing exclaim excitedly, Awesome, Biscuit, your ability is so cool. Coffee half-jokingly said, I told you Biscuit isn't the same species as us. Are you scared? Gan Shui said indifferently, this is a good thing. If we were all as useless as him, then there'd be no hope. Juefeng stared and said, what am I scared of? Biscuit saved my life. High-end food from Swill. Coffee laughed, actually, if we think about it from another angle, doesn't Biscuit's ability mean he's the bane of food terror? Juefeng stroked his chin, pondering, wild food can create terror, and Biscuit can eat wild food, that makes sense. Gan Shui said, could the food terror in our Jinghai city be caused by these wild food items? De Bing's eyes lit up as he said, then if Biscuit eats all the wild food, won't the food terror just disappear? Chen Qi said with a wry smile, first of all, there's so much wild food, you'd make me eat until I burst, and I still wouldn't finish it. Wild food also constantly refreshes, I might not even be able to eat it as fast as it appears. Secondly, I feel that the cause of Jinghai City's food terror couldn't be that simple, because the food terror came first, and then the wild food. Chen Qi still remembered that in the early stages of the food terror outbreak, there was no wild food to be found outside. Later, after he went to several hospitals for treatment, he began to discover wild food within the hospitals. After that, as time passed, the refresh rate of wild food became higher and higher, and it no longer only appeared within hospitals. Chen Qi summarized, although wild food is definitely not the source of Jinghai City's food terror, it's undeniable that it is very special and has a close connection with the food terror disaster. If wild food has the ability to create terror, then it makes sense that when I eat wild food, it would attract people around me to protect their food. Coffee and the others all showed expressions of realization, that's right. Now that we think about it, those people protecting wild food, weren't they just defending terror? A glimmer of hope flashed in Ganshui's eyes, and he said, unusually serious, I think gaining more understanding of wild food might actually help in eventually ending the food terror disaster. Coffee nodded in agreement, then why don't we take this opportunity to observe and see how this miniature food terror zone created by wild food will develop. Zhu Weifeng also said, exactly. If this food terror zone continues to expand, Biscuit, you should eat those few wild food items early. So, next, the few of them chatted idly while observing the development of the miniature food terror zone. While they chatted, they didn't forget to keep eating. Chen Qi tried normal food again, and once again, he threw it up. At this point, he could pretty much confirm that he couldn't eat normal food anymore. Wild food is very special, and I, who have been eating wild food for a long time, have also become very special. Chen Qi sighed inwardly, feeling for the first time that he was becoming less and less like a human. If one day the food terror truly disappeared, and there was no more wild food to be found in the world, would he starve to death? The food terror range is shrinking. Not long after, Chen Qi and the others discovered that the miniature food terror zone was contracting. Chen Qi quickly ran back to his backpack, opened it, and found that all the wild food inside had shrunk by another circle. As the wild food shrank, the food terror range it caused also shrank. Chen Qi opened his phone's camera and aimed it at the wild food, but the screen only showed an empty backpack. The wild food had become invisible to the camera. He was already somewhat used to it. Chen Qi picked up a packet of wild spicy strips, tore open the packaging, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Because the spicy strips had shrunk, he ate them all in 2 bites, and a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face. Wild food is still delicious. As he ate the spicy strips, the food terror zone further shrank. Chen Qi quickly ate the few wild food items in his backpack, enjoying it thoroughly since there was no food guarding team to interfere for once. Finally, only a bucket of wild instant noodles was left as an observation subject. At this point, the food terror zone was only about 20 meters in diameter. Chen Qi carried the instant noodles back to where they had parked, casually threw the instant noodles on the ground, and the group continued to observe the changes in the instant noodles. During this waiting process, Chen Qi felt the time was right and opportunely brought up his request. I talked to Momo when I came, and mentioned the rule about advanced food that De Bing talked about. Upon hearing this, De Bing visibly tensed up. Chen Qi continued, Momo thinks this speculation is very likely true, so I must find a way to get the cream cake. Before Chen Qi could continue, Coffee proactively interjected, do you want us to help you? Chen Qi nodded frankly, admitting, exactly, it's very difficult for me to do it alone. I remember you said that the cream cake is in a closed ward in a hospital, and there's also a parasites nearby. Coffee asked the others, the danger is considerable, and the difficulty is not low. What do you all say? Juefeng took the lead and said, I'm definitely willing to help. Not to mention Biscuit saved my life. If any of you asked for help, my answer would be the same. Gan Shui pouted, although I'm just here to make up the numbers. When has there ever been something in the group that I didn't show up for? So you don't need to ask me, I'm never absent. Coffee teased, that's true, you always show up when there's something, but you're also useless every time. Gan Shui said without any concealment, I may be useless, but I have to show my attitude, otherwise if I encounter something in the future, who among you would be willing to help me? De Bing, what about you? Coffee asked. De Bing had been secretly sizing up Chen Qi, always feeling that Chen Qi's faint smile was mocking him. You guys wait a moment, I have something to say to Biscuit. De Bing pulled Chen Qi aside and whispered, you won't talk about it, will you? Chen Qi looked puzzled, I've always been very tight-lipped, but what are you referring to? De Bing, didn't Momo tell you anything? About me? Chen Qi, she did, yes. De Bing, what was it? Chen Qi, I told you I'm very tight-lipped, I can't tell you. De Bing nodded vigorously, good brother, I trust you. Then he turned back and shouted to Coffee, my brother's business is my business, count me in. What are those two secretly mumbling about? Juefeng was full of curiosity. Coffee curved her lips, smiling without speaking. When Chen Qi and the other returned, Coffee said, well, it seems to be a unanimous vote then. Everyone is willing to help. Juefeng said, just being willing to help isn't enough, we need combat power. Coffee said, currently, combat power can only be obtained through derived food. De Bing and Biscuit have used up their derived food. To be safe, it would be more secure to wait until De Bing finds another advanced food before we act. But this is uncertain, there's no knowing when it will be found. At this moment, Gan Shui suddenly said, I actually have an advanced food item on hand. Juefeng and the others looked surprised, why haven't we heard you mention it? I probably found it about a week ago. Gan Shui shook his head, I didn't dare to eat it. Everyone looked at each other, then suddenly fell silent collectively. Yes, they now knew that eating advanced food might bring misfortune to their families. If they had known this back then, they might not have had the resolve to eat the advanced food. But, Gan Shui gritted his teeth and slammed his fist hard on the hood of the car next to him, I've decided, I'll give it a try. My parents, and my wife, they look normal now, but that's just a facade. I know the abnormalities on them will only increase. If I keep dragging it out, I'm just letting them die a slow death. Might as well take a gamble. It's good that you've come to terms with it. De Bing said with a stern face, but why are you hitting my car? Why don't you hit Coffee's? Coffee's car is expensive, I can't afford to pay for it. You, don't ride back with me later. Who cares? When your car is parked on the side of the road, people think it's a ride-hailing car. Alright, let's talk business. Coffee interrupted their bickering, Gan Shui, since you've decided, you should eat the advanced food as soon as possible. I'm very curious what your ability is. I have it with me. Gan Shui said, taking a lunchbox out of his backpack. As soon as he opened the lid, a sewer-like smell wafted out. Qualitative change in capabilities. Ha! Juefeng pinched his nose. Where did you find this good stuff? The smell is too strong. Coffee looked at the indescribable mixture of leftover food in the lunchbox, with rice and broken noodles as the base, topped with shrimp heads, minced meat, fish bones, vegetable leaves, and other scattered items. These leftovers were soaked in an unknown soup, with a thick layer of greasy red oil floating on top that made one nauseous just by looking at it. She frowned and said, didn't you say you always ate Gan Shui from the same restaurant, and that their Gan Shui was quite clean? This has gone bad. I'm too embarrassed to go to that restaurant anymore, Gan Shui sighed. Last time I went, the proprietress insisted on inviting me to eat at her house. When I refused, she tried to give me 200 yuan. It was only after I switched to another restaurant that I discovered this advanced food. Chen Qi asked doubtfully, is this advanced food a whole meal? Do I have to eat everything? That's right. When I found it, it was already covered in a takeout box. You have to eat all the edible parts of advanced food, otherwise, you can't get derivative food. After speaking, Gong Shui had already opened the lid and taken out a spoon, ready to eat. Chen Qi sighed. Gong Shui's ability to remain unpolluted until today was truly a testament to his great perseverance. Go eat somewhere else, this sour smell is unbearable. Zhu Weifeng said in disgust. I'm going to annoy you on purpose. Gong Shui said, chasing Zhu Weifeng while eating. How is this food sour? This food is amazing. Amidst the childish antics of the two middle-aged men, Gong Shui finished an entire portion of advanced Gong Shui. Then he spread out his palm, and a small bone appeared in his palm. Your derivative food is a bone. How do you eat this? Swallow it whole? De Bing asked in surprise. The bone was smooth, truly without even a single strand of meat. Gong Shui opened his mouth and moved his upper and lower jaw, his expression strange as he said, why do I feel like I can bite through it? He rummaged through the snacks brought by everyone and quickly found a bag of tiger skin chicken feet. Then he tore open the packaging, bit off half a chicken foot, and swallowed it directly with a smacking sound. With another bite, he swallowed the remaining half of the chicken foot, chewing the bones into pieces and swallowing them as well. Good heavens, you've strengthened your biting force, Zhu Weifeng gave a thumbs up. As expected, it's also a useless ability, not as good as my electric scooter specialization. Gong Shui, however, was quite satisfied. The food he usually found often contained small bones and fish bones, which were troublesome to eat. With this ability, he could now eat heartily. Coffee said, although Gong Shui now has one derivative food, we still don't know what ability his derivative food will grant, so we can't fully rely on him to provide combat power. To help Biscuit get the cream cake, we still need more derivative food as trump cards. Zhu Weifeng said, should we discuss a plan or something? Coffee looked at Chen Qi, that odd food consumer you knew at the hospital, do you think she'd be willing to help? Chen Qi nodded, she should be willing. Suanen had already helped him several times, and their friendship was there. He believed Suanen would not stand by and do nothing. At worst, he would pay. Coffee said, then let's arrange to meet and talk with her. With her identity as an intern doctor helping us as an inside person, it should save us a lot of trouble. Why don't you ask her if she's free tonight? We can meet up. Everyone has time today. Chen Qi noticed that Coffee seemed to be a decisive person, never postponing anything that could be done today until tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask her later. Chen Qi also planned to go back and have a good talk with Suanen today. Just then, the wild instant noodles placed aside gradually shrunk, finally bursting like foam and disappearing. And the miniature food fear zone centered around the wild instant noodles also disappeared with it. Coffee took out her phone, typing notes and summarizing. It feels like wild food is like a source of pollution, emitting pollution to the surroundings, plunging the surrounding area into terror, but this process also continuously consumes its energy. Once the energy is exhausted, the wild food also disappears. Of course, these only happen after the wild food leaves the food fear zone. Within the food fear zone, it can exist for a long time and will not dissipate. Putting down her phone, Coffee said, we've eaten our fill out here and made an unexpected discovery, so it's time to go back. Zhu Weifeng rubbed his bulging belly and said, it feels boring to be full from normal food. I miss my takeout a bit. Gong Shui also nodded, although I don't want to admit it, I truly feel that my exclusive food is more delicious than those other things. Coffee also said helplessly, when we were inside, we always craved something to eat, but now that we're out and actually eating, normal food has suddenly lost its charm. It feels like we can't go back. De Bing said with some disappointment, did we come all this way just to get off the highway, eat something, and then go back? What else? Let's go back early to find advanced food and figure out a way to help Biscuit get the cream cake. Zhu Weifeng said, De Bing, this time we mainly have to rely on you. Biscuit can't find new advanced food anymore, Coffee and I have no combat power, and Gong Shui's derivative food might not be useful. Coffee also agreed, De Bing, you've eaten advanced food twice already. If you eat it one more time, you should be able to achieve a qualitative change in your ability. At that time, perhaps you won't need to rely on derivative food to have decent combat power. Chen Qi heard a new term beside him, qualitative change in ability? What is that? Didn't Zhu Weifeng tell you when he was training you? Coffee said to Zhu Weifeng with a speechless expression, how much did you leave out? Zhu Weifeng could only smile awkwardly, I didn't have time. Coffee explained, based on my experience, after 3 ability upgrades, a qualitative change will occur. To give an example of myself, my foraging ability is to transform various strange drinks and soups into coffee. The direction of my ability upgrade is very simple, refreshment. Refreshment? That's right. After eating advanced food, my spirits improved, my mind became clearer, my perception became sharper, and my memory also improved. This, Chen Qi found it hard to comment. To say it wasn't powerful, it actually was quite powerful. To say it was powerful, it truly had no combat power at all. No wonder Coffee, as someone who had consumed advanced food 3 times, never made a move when fighting the parasites before. Coffee continued, and after I ate advanced food 3 times, my ability underwent a qualitative change, allowing me to make super coffee. The effect of super coffee is to restore energy, but only I can drink it. Thanks to super coffee, I haven't slept for 7 consecutive days, I'm not tired at all, and my body hasn't had any problems. Theoretically, I can never sleep. Chen Qi, awesome. Isn't that infinite energy? It's like living several hours more than others every day. Coffee said, it's quite powerful, but I only gained this ability after 3 enhancements. However, when you, Biscuit, hadn't even eaten advanced food, your wild food already came with powerful recovery abilities. So I feel that you possess an ability that is on a higher level than ours. I'm truly curious, what will your ability be like after a qualitative change? Chen Qi himself was also very curious. Although derivative food was strong, it was, after all, a one-time consumable. To have stable combat power, one still had to rely on one's own ability. And currently, the abilities of those who had been enhanced once or twice were too weak: animal affinity, electric scooter specialization, enhanced. Biting force, area trash detection. How could they fight parasites with that? They could only hope that after a qualitative change in their abilities, their combat power would undergo a qualitative improvement. Gathering together. Given that Zhu Weifeng's training for you was too superficial, I've decided to send you the materials I compiled. You can read and learn at your own pace, and if you have any questions, you can ask them in the group. Coffee added Chen Qi as a friend and then sent a file. The file name was Survival Guide for Food-Induced Phobia. On the way back, Chen Qi sat in the back of the Mercedes, flipping through the materials Coffee had sent him. He had to admit, it was much more detailed than what Zhu Weifeng had explained. Inside, there was even a map of Jinghai City, marking where parasites were located. Chen Qi looked at it, the pork vendor they encountered, and Dr. Zhao, whom he had mentioned, were both marked. Even his family's residential area was marked as a dangerous zone, obviously because his mother was there. The information was extensive and lengthy. Chen Qi glanced through it and asked, "Can I send this information to someone else?" Coffee smiled and said, "Are you sending it to that odd food consumer you met at the hospital? I feel like she might be a future member of our group. Go ahead and send it to her, consider it early training." Chen Qi said honestly, "I'm not sure if she'll join the group." "That's fine too. If this information can reduce her danger, then give it to her. The number of odd food consumers like us is too small, and we live too difficultly. Help if you can. Oh, by the way, ask her if she's free tonight and if she can come to my place. We can all discuss how to get that cream cake of yours." Chen Qi immediately forwarded the survival guide for food-induced phobia to Suanan. This saved him the trouble of introducing everything related to food-induced phobia to Suanan in detail again. "Chen Qi, I joined a group today and met a few friends. They are all like us." "Chen Qi, this information is from the group. It's very long, but read the first few pages first. They're crucial." Suanin, okay, emoji. About half an hour later. Suanin, I've read it. Chen Qi, how do you feel? Suanin, like I'm going to die at any moment. Female dormitory, Jinghai Medical College. Suanin looked as if she had lost all will to live, sighing softly, appearing even more downcast. It was the weekend today. She had returned early from the hospital, a rare chance to rest and relax, but unexpectedly, bad news came from the gourmet circle. She just wanted to live simply. She was already living so hard, why did they have to increase the difficulty for her? It wasn't that she hadn't doubted the authenticity of the survival guide for food-induced phobia, but all the phenomena, all the rules, all the details, everything matched perfectly. The hospital and the school were the most terrifying places, and she spent all day shuttling between them. Thinking of this, she suddenly felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Suanin thought for a moment, picked up her phone, and sent a message to Chen Qi, how can I survive? Chen Qi, if you can run, run. If you can't, stay and fight. Suanin, let me think. Chen Qi, you haven't eaten high-level food, so as long as you hide yourself, you should be temporarily safe, but you need to make a decision soon. Suanin, what about you? What will you choose? Chen Qi, I have no choice. Suanin, why? Chen Qi, my mother became a parasite. I need to save her. Seeing the message from Chen Qi, Suanin suddenly froze, her gaze fixed on the phone screen, and some different emotional fluctuations emerged in her dispirited eyes. Chen Qi's predicament also stirred some memories deep in her mind, and she subconsciously clutched the corner of her clothes with one hand. After regaining her composure, she typed on the keyboard, writing, "Are you okay?" then deleting it, then typing, "Are you alright, and how are you doing?" Finally, she deleted them all. She wanted to say something comforting but found that she didn't seem to know how to comfort people at all. Moreover, having experienced the loss of a loved one herself, she knew that any comfort at this time would be useless. Just then, Chen Qi sent another message. Chen Qi, Dr. Sue, there's something I'd like your help with. Suanin, okay. Chen Qi, I haven't even said what it is yet. Suanin, tell me. Chen Qi, do you still remember that cream cake at the hospital? After Chen Qi explained the whole story, Suanin did not decline and agreed to help. Suanin, but specifically, what do you need my help with? Chen Qi, are you free tonight? Is it convenient to meet and talk about it? Suanin, where to? Chen Qi, come to my friend's house. She's also a member of the Jinghai food hunting group, and a few other group members will be there too. We can discuss it together. Suanin, send me the time and place. Chen Qi was a little surprised, you're willing to come? He thought Suanin might be quite resistant to being in an unfamiliar place with several strangers. Suanin, didn't you invite me? Chen Qi, I thought you were someone who disliked socializing. Suanin, I am indeed. Chen Qi, then why? Suanin, don't overthink it. It's not for you. Suanin, I just dislike socializing, I'm not afraid of it. I won't avoid valuable social interactions either. Suanin, from the information you gave me, even if I don't cause trouble, trouble will find me sooner or later. So, I always need to make some preparations. Suanin, for example, integrating into a new circle and finding some allies who can help me. Chen Qi realized that his understanding of Suanin was still too superficial. He used to think she was just a cold-faced but warm-hearted college student with a relatively solitary personality, but how could human complexity be summarized in just a few words? Chen Qi, then do you want to join the group? Suanin, not in a hurry. Let's talk after I meet them tonight. So Chen Qi asked Coffee for the address and sent it to Suanin. Suanin, okay, emoji. Chen Qi, see you tonight then. Oh, and don't forget to bring the baguette for me. Coffee, driving, said happily, it looks like a new person is joining. Juefeng, notify De Bing and the others in the group to come directly to my place. We'll have a gathering at my house tonight. Juefeng picked up his phone and asked hesitantly, should we call Kendo? Coffee was silent for a moment, then said, he should be leaving in the next 2 days, right? Call him too, as a farewell dinner, but remember to tell him to bring his own food. At 7 p.m., Chen Qi and the others gathered at Coffee's large villa. Only Kendo and Suonen were still on their way. Coffee asked, where's our prospective new member? Where is she? Chen Qi took out his phone, I'll ask her. He sent a message to Suonen. Chen Qi, have you arrived? Suonen, almost. What about you? Chen Qi, I've arrived. Suonen, wait for me a bit, almost there. Suonen, the bus is too slow. A few minutes later. Seeing Suonen walk in gracefully, Chen Qi was slightly taken aback. Every time he had seen Suonen before, she was wearing a white coat, feeling like she had a layer of seal on her. Although she hadn't really dressed up today either, the unstoppable youthful vitality was visible to the naked eye, making her a refreshing sight. Coffee smiled and said, how come the new people are getting younger and younger? It seems we're getting old. Little sister, what should we call you? Chen Qi answered for her, you can call her Gone, call her Bread. Chen Qi's attention was quickly drawn to the paper bag Suonen was carrying, which contained a long baguette. Because the baguette was too long, the paper bag couldn't hold it, and more than half of it was exposed outside. Self-help for advanced wild food. Although Chen Qi was very curious about the bread, since it was the first time others met Suonen, he did not rush to study the bread. Instead, he introduced Coffee and the others to Suonen one by one. Everyone showed great enthusiasm for Suonen's arrival. In Coffee's words, your joining has optimized our group's average age, average appearance, and gender ratio. Juefeng joked, Bread, you're a girl, coming to meet us alone so late. Aren't you afraid we'll sell you? Suonen said indifferently, what's there to be afraid of? This is Jinghai Manor. The people living here make money much faster than human traffickers. Juefeng chuckled, that's true. De Bing introduced, this is just one of Coffee's many insignificant mansions. To avoid being hunted by our relatives, we frequently change residences. Coffee affectionately put an arm around Suonen and said, you're welcome to visit your older sister anytime. Staying here permanently is fine. Living at school is a bit dangerous for you. Suonen was clearly a bit unaccustomed to Coffee's familiar and intimate gesture. Her body stiffened, but she did not pull away. Just then, Kendo finally arrived. It was also Chen Qi's first time seeing Kendo. He was a middle-aged man with an honest face, slightly short and chubby, with a receding hairline. Juefeng laughed, Biscuit, before you joined the group, Kendo was the youngest fresh meat in our group. Chen Qi was slightly surprised. Was Kendo younger than De Bing? De Bing looked at most 27 or 28, while Kendo looked at least 35. Juefeng patted Kendo's shoulder and said, don't let our Kendo's mature appearance fool you, he's just a 25-year-old programmer. Kendo wasn't angry, he just nodded and smiled at Chen Qi in a friendly manner. In stark contrast was De Bing beside him, a man nearing 30, yet full of Chinibyu youthful energy. Kendo coughed, I came tonight specifically to say goodbye to everyone. I've already packed my luggage and will be leaving Jinghai City immediately. Everyone was stunned, so soon? Kendo smiled bitterly, how is it soon? I've been enduring for over a month now. I don't want to stay even one more day. Indeed. Juefeng sighed, anyway, you have no ties in Jinghai City, so the sooner you leave, the sooner you're free. Kendo's expression was a little downcast, I've done everything I could and should do. Now that I'm leaving, I have no regrets. I hope all of you will be safe and sound in the future and successfully rescue your families. Coffee and the others nodded, we also wish you a smooth journey and a new life outside. Kendo's face showed a complex expression, with a hint of reluctance. He said, I'll leave the group later, but I'll keep everyone's friend requests. If I discover anything unusual outside, I'll let you know. I won't bother you anymore, everyone. The road ahead is long, we'll meet again if fate allows. Kendo waved his hand, turned resolutely, and walked out with firm steps, never looking back. Chen Qi recognized Kendo's accent and asked, Kendo isn't from Jinghai, is he? Zhu Weifeng nodded, yes, he went to university in Jinghai. After graduation, he and his girlfriend stayed here and found stable jobs. The young couple originally planned to save money to buy a house and settle down, but then the food horror broke out. The two of them kept arguing due to differences in their understanding. Kendo wanted to leave, but his girlfriend thought he was crazy and refused to give up their current stable life. Finally, Kendo chose to temporarily compromise and stayed in Jinghai City. He exposed the food horror disaster on various platforms every day, hoping to attract public attention. However, firstly, he lacked direct evidence, and the few abnormal videos he had were considered special effects and magic. Secondly, the platforms restricted traffic, so it never made any waves. Instead, he was discovered by Momo because of this and joined our group. Coffee interjected at this point, the food horror survival guide I sent you records some of his affairs. After he joined the group, for a period, he used his expertise to create a large number of alt accounts and bombarded the internet. In the end, all his accounts were banned, and he was warned by Uncle Hat not to spread rumors or create panic, or he would be punished if he re-offended. This incident probably became the last straw that broke him. He completely lost confidence and finally decided to break up with his girlfriend and leave alone. Suanan interjected at this point, he's probably afraid of repeating the past, isn't he? Didn't one of your group members report to the police and then disappear? Coffee was surprised at first, then smiled, it seems you've read my food horror survival guide completely. Yes, I happened to have some free time this afternoon, so I read it from beginning to end. Chen Qi, at this moment, seemed like an outsider to the group. He had no idea about this matter. He had been on the road all afternoon, and reading text in a car for a long time made him dizzy, so he hadn't really read the food horror survival guide. Chen Qi suddenly understood, no wonder Zhu Weifeng passed by the police station without entering when he was chased by the parasites earlier. All right. Coffee clapped her hands, let's not get sidetracked. Let's talk about our main business today. Biscuit, do you have any ideas? This is your business after all, you're the protagonist, and we're just here to help you achieve your goal. Chen Qi pondered slightly and said, I think to get the cream cake, we can't always think of achieving the goal peacefully. We must be prepared for battle from the beginning. Coffee frowned, why do you say that? As a rational person, she still preferred to use planning to achieve the goal with the lowest risk. Seeing everyone's puzzled gazes, Chen Qi explained, when I got the pancake earlier, I hid it in a pillowcase. But the cleaning lady who came to clean seemed to have X-ray vision. She insisted that there was something in my pillow and tried to snatch it. At the time, I thought it was my roommate in the same ward who tipped her off, but it proved not to be the case afterwards. Therefore, I suspect that high-level wild food has a more advanced food guarding mechanism, or rather, a self-rescue ability. Not only can it attract more people to guard it when it's being eaten, but it can even send out a call for help to its surroundings before it's even eaten. So no matter how clever a method we come up with to get the cream cake without anyone knowing, the next second it might attract security guards or even parasites to protect it. Instead of being caught off guard and passive then, it's better to be prepared for battle from the start. What the hell? Food? Call for help? Protection? Coffee and the others instinctively felt that Chen Qi's conjectures were absurd, but when they thought about the various peculiarities of wild food, they suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible. Chen Qi continued, of course, I only said to be prepared for battle, not to actively seek a fight. Currently, the self-rescue mechanism of high-level wild food is unclear, so there might still be a chance to get it safely. My pancake was brought into the ward by bread from outside, and it went smoothly. The problem only arose when it was in my hands. Chen Qi's changes. Coffee said, since that's the case, we should prioritize the safe and low-risk plan, but we must be prepared for contingencies. Zhu Weifeng suggested, since advanced wild food might call for help, let's not rack our brains trying to come up with a foolproof perfect plan. Let's keep it simple. Coffee nodded. I don't think this is difficult. I can arrange for people to visit the patient's room under the guise of making a charitable donation to the hospital, and then find an opportunity to bring the cream cake out. As for the candidates, Coffee pondered for a moment. Let's go with Gan Shui and Zhu Weifeng. Their collaboration will increase the success rate and provide more security. YS2? Gan Shui asked, puzzled. Coffee rolled her eyes at him. Who else? Bread is an intern at the hospital, Biscuit is an escaped patient, De Bing looks unreliable at first glance. Am I, the boss responsible for donations, supposed to personally go to the hospital for inspection? Zhu Weifeng readily agreed. Then it's settled. If all goes well, the two of us can complete the mission. Coffee shook her head. It's not that simple. If the cream cake really can save itself, then we need to prepare a second plan. Chen Qi interjected. There's nothing more to say about the second plan. Once things escalate to that point, conflict is inevitable. Only battle. Coffee frowned. That's true, but we only have one derivative food with unknown effects in Gan Shui's hand right now. We don't have stable combat power. It's best to wait for De Bing to find another advanced food before acting. Chen Qi shook his head and said, we still have one derivative food. What? Won't I have one once I eat the cream cake? You're going to eat the cream cake on the spot in the hospital? Everyone exclaimed. Won't that be too aggressive? Too dangerous. Even Suanan, who had been silent, couldn't help but dissuade him. She was in the inpatient building when Chen Qi ate the pancake, and she witnessed firsthand how strange and shocking the scene was. Are you trying to provoke an attack from everyone in the entire inpatient building again? Chen Qi smiled. I also said this is the second plan, a last resort to be taken only after the first plan fails. Besides, after experiencing something once, what's it matter to experience it again? Suanan, however, looked at Chen Qi with a hint of surprise, feeling that the current Chen Qi was somewhat different from before. Chen Qi looked at Zhu Weifeng and the others. You also know the ability I gained after eating the derivative food. The more people there are, the stronger I become, right? Zhu Weifeng and the others thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. After Chen Qi ate the derivative food, he could control the appetite of people around him. If there were no people or few people nearby, it would not work. The more people, the stronger this ability. And the food guarding ability of advanced wild food would attract everyone in the entire inpatient building. Coffee pursed her lips. But what if you don't have time to finish eating it? Or what if you don't even get a chance to touch the cream cake? There are too many uncontrollable factors. I still suggest you play it safe and wait for De Bing to find another advanced food to complete the qualitative change in your ability. Chen Qi retorted, how long do we have to wait? No one could answer this question. Finding advanced food was a matter of luck. There were those like Coffee who found 3 advanced foods in less than a month, and there were those like Suanan and Kendo who hadn't found any advanced food to this day. Chen Qi didn't want to wait foolishly for such a hope. He didn't know how many advanced foods he had to eat, how many times he had to be strengthened, before he could have the ability to save his mother. He also didn't know if, as time went on, the food phobia gradually expanded, its influence deepened, and his mother's parasitism progressed, it would become even more difficult to save his mother? Therefore, he just wanted to quickly deal with the cream cake and then look for the next advanced food. He said in a deep voice, even if De Bing finds another advanced food, will there be no risk in the operation? I learned a truth from my previous hospital stay, the world is changing, and our way of thinking should change with it. Before, I overcomplicated everything, always thinking about being discharged through normal means, but I was stopped again and again, failing repeatedly. In the end, I escaped using the simplest method. Or perhaps I oversimplified everything, always thinking that problems could be solved peacefully, but in reality, conflict is inherent. As odd food consumers, our identity determines our stance. We are destined to be in opposition to the entire contaminated city, and the contradictions are irreconcilable. Unless we obediently accept the contamination of strange food, there will always be conflicts. Since there are conflicts, how can there be no risk? Aren't we taking risks every day we live in the food phobia? Juefeng and the others listened to Chen Qi's words, all showing thoughtful expressions. Coffee took a sip of her coffee and frowned. Risks also vary in size. The risk you're taking this time is too great. Chen Qi's eyes gleamed. The greater the risk, the greater the corresponding reward, and this time, I am willing to take this risk. Before, I always retreated, endured. I followed the rules, I avoided risks, and what was the result? My mother became a parasite. Chen Qi's words were like a sharp knife, piercing the pain point in Coffee and the others' hearts. Since the outbreak of the food phobia, like Chen Qi, they were rational, patient, and waited. What did they get in return? Their closest relatives turned into monsters, chasing them all over the world. They couldn't go home, hiding like rats in a sewer. Watching their family members become more abnormal day by day, yet powerless. Chen Qi clenched his fists, the long-suppressed anger in his chest about to erupt. I can't always be passively beaten. I also want to take the initiative once. Juefeng sighed. Perhaps we middle-aged people do lack some sharpness compared to you. Suanan looked at Chen Qi again, feeling that Chen Qi was indeed a little different from before. When Chen Qi was in the hospital before, he didn't seem like a mental patient at all. Now that he's discharged, he's a bit like one. But after experiencing those things, who could remain completely unaffected? Coffee and the others could also see at this moment that Chen Qi's reaction to his mother's misfortune was far from as calm as he appeared. There was also a suppressed anger in his heart. Bang! Gan Shui slammed his fist on the coffee table in front of him, gritting his teeth. Then let's do it, damn it! I've had enough. When he chose to eat the advanced food today, he actually already had the determination to burn his bridges. The coffee table is 60,000, Coffee said indifferently. Gan Shui's heart trembled, and he quickly squatted down to examine it carefully, saying sheepishly, it's not broken. Expensive things are good quality. Coffee ignored him and looked at Juefeng. What do you say? She didn't even bother to ask De Bing. Just by looking at De Bing's excited, flushed face, she already knew the answer. Juefeng smiled. I don't have that much passion, but I'll help anyone in the group who needs it, because I know you'll all help me if I need it. Alright, Coffee said, crossing her arms, since you all agree, I won't be a spoilsport. Let's do it. But let's be clear, this is just a backup plan. We still prioritize executing the first plan. Of course. Chen Qi, Gan Shui, and De Bing nodded repeatedly. Coffee looked at them, each rubbing their fists, and felt deeply skeptical. Biscuit, since you don't want to wait any longer, when do you plan to act? Coffee asked. The sooner the better. Chen Qi said. Then let's do it tomorrow. Coffee decided, let's finalize the details of the plan tonight, and then act tomorrow. Chen Qi chuckled. Coffee was still as decisive as ever. Once she decided to do something, she didn't want to waste a single minute. The aroma of food. After more than an hour of discussion, Chen Qi and his team finalized the details of the two plans. Chen Qi reminded them, when we act tomorrow, be careful of Dr. Zhao in the hospital ward. Juefeng analyzed, he didn't forcibly attack you when you were at the hospital, which means he is still in the early stages of parasitic transformation and is unwilling to reveal his true form easily, so as not to affect the progress of his parasitic transformation. But we can't be careless. Most of us have eaten advanced food. As a parasite, he might discover our identities and could obstruct our actions. Coffee smiled confidently. Dr. Zhao, right? Leave him to me, I'll handle him. Gan Shui scoffed, are you drunk on coffee? How will you deal with him? Drink more coffee and then pee on him? Foolish. Coffee retorted, who said I had to confront him directly? I just need to stall him and buy you guys time, isn't that enough? Chen Qi asked curiously, Coffee, how do you plan to stall him? He's a doctor, so I'll go see him for a consultation. But he's a hospital ward doctor, not an outpatient doctor. Don't worry about that, I have some connections. Since Coffee said so, Chen Qi naturally believed her unconditionally and didn't ask any more questions. Alright, it's getting late. Let's all go home, Shui said, standing up. Coffee said, anyway, we have to gather again tomorrow morning, so why don't you all sleep at my place? I have plenty of rooms. Chen Qi and Juefeng were originally homeless, and with the Bing, all three agreed to stay at Coffee's place. Shui insisted on going back, and Suanan, who lived in the dormitory, also had to go back to deal with the room checks. Coffee said, Bread, you should apply for off-campus living as soon as possible. It's safer to live outside. I can help with anything you need. Suanan shook her head, I don't have money to rent a place. Coffee smiled, I'll help you with that. Suanan hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't refuse, softly saying thank you. Juefeng nudged Chen Qi with his elbow and said, It's so late, and Bread is a girl going back alone, it's not safe. Biscuit, why don't you take her? I'll lend you my electric bike. When they returned from Yushan City, Juefeng had already driven his electric bike, which he had parked on the roadside, saying he was afraid someone would steal his battery at night. Coffee chuckled, It's dark out this late at night. Do you think it's safer for her to ride your electric bike? And your bike is so gaudily painted, aren't you embarrassed to ride it out? She said to Chen Qi, Biscuit, can you drive? Yes, I can. Chen Qi nodded. He got his driver's license in his freshman year and often drove his mom's car around during winter and summer breaks, so his driving skills were already well honed. Go pick one from my garage. The keys are all in the box on the wall. Juefeng grumbled, What do you know? The romance of an electric bike's front and back seats is something your $1 million or $10 million luxury cars can never have. Shui put his arm around Juefeng's shoulder, I don't mind your electric bike. Take me home. In the end, Juefeng rode his electric bike to take Shui home, while Chen Qi and Suanan went to the garage to choose a car. Upon reaching the garage, Suanan handed Chen Qi the paper bag containing the baguette. Here, you don't need to pay. Chen Qi picked up the baguette and flicked its crust, which was rock hard, making his fingernails ache. This doesn't look edible. He looked suspicious. I didn't say it was edible, did I? Didn't you say you wanted to try it? Suanan looked unconcerned. Chen Qi tentatively took a bite and almost chipped a tooth. Forget it, I can't eat any of it. He instantly gave up. Suanan suddenly curled the corner of her lips, then returned to her expressionless state and said, I even bent a bread knife trying to cut it. Chen Qi paused slightly and tentatively asked, How much? I'll compensate you. 4.5 yuan, bought it on Pinduoduo. Chen Qi immediately transferred the money, and Suanan instantly accepted it. Do you still want this bread? After receiving the money, Suanan's tone became a bit more cheerful. Chen Qi didn't answer immediately but weighed the baguette in his hand, mumbling to himself, What is the meaning of this bread's existence? Wild food was Chen Qi's exclusive delicacy, and dried bread was Suanan's ration. But this baguette, made from Chen Qi's large twisted donut and crafted by Suanan, was essentially the crystallization of their two abilities, yet neither of them could eat it. Chen Qi casually swung the baguette in his hand a couple of times, finding it surprisingly handy. This thing feels perfect as a weapon. The length and weight are just right, the feel is good, and most importantly, it's hard enough and won't arouse suspicion. It can be brought into any venue. Chen Qi's heart stirred, tomorrow's operation just happens to lack a handy weapon, isn't this perfect? Chen Qi said, I'll keep this baguette. Even if he didn't need it tomorrow, he could still carry the baguette for self-defense when eating wild food in the future. Suanan nodded indifferently and said, The Food Horror Survival Guide says that odd food consumers cannot reprocess other people's exclusive food with their own abilities, but I succeeded. I feel like it has nothing to do with me, it's mainly your wild food that's special. Chen Qi then realized that this was something others couldn't do, but then his eyes lit up, so, Juefeng and the others should also be able to reprocess wild food. But thinking about how the others transformed food, he shook his head, it seemed difficult to achieve. Even dogs wouldn't eat wild food, and it couldn't appear in takeout. Juefeng and Debing couldn't complete the transformation. Directly throwing it into the gonshui bucket, he didn't know if it would be useful for gonshui. As for coffee, Chen Qi hadn't discovered any wild drinks or soups yet. Let's study this later. Chen Qi stopped thinking about it. If he found any wild drinks later, he could ask Coffee to try transforming them. Oh, right. Chen Qi suddenly remembered something and asked, "Did you go see Sun Gu later?" "I went this morning," Suanan said. "How was it? Did he have any reaction after eating my wild lychee?" Chen Qi was a bit nervous. Ever since he learned that wild food could create horror, he was afraid that Sun Xuecha would suffer some ill effects. Suanan shook her head. He said it was terrible, especially terrible. Chen Qi felt relieved and chuckled. It's good that he's alright. There were 6 cars parked in the garage, including cool sports cars, luxury sedans, and rugged off-road vehicles, all without exception were luxury. Cars worth over $1 million. Chen Qi was not the type to show off, so he ultimately chose a relatively low-key Cayenne. This car was covered in a thin layer of dust, seemingly not driven often. Chen Qi sat in the driver's seat, starting the car and adjusting the seat, when he suddenly sniffed his nose. "Do you smell anything strange?" Suanan had just sat in the passenger seat, her upturned nose twitching slightly, and she shook her head. "No." "Is it my imagination?" Chen Qi frowned slightly. "What does it smell like?" Suanan asked. "I can't quite describe it." Chen Qi swallowed. "It smells a bit fragrant, like food, faint and elusive." The scent was so faint that Chen Qi wasn't even sure if it truly existed. He looked around but found nothing, then shook his head. "Never mind, I'll take you back first." Only wild food could attract him. If there was wild food in this car, he would have detected it long ago. Chen Qi stepped on the gas, and the car left the garage, driving onto the community's internal road via a private passage. Coffee, standing in the courtyard, saw the Cayenne drive out and a hint of surprise appeared on her face. She hadn't expected Chen Qi to pick the most inconspicuous car. "What's wrong?" Debing noticed Coffee's expression was a bit off. Coffee shook her head. "Nothing, just remembered a few things." "Who moved my cake?" Monday, September 9th. The sky was gloomy, as if a heavy rain was brewing. Chen Qi's heart was also brewing a storm. Last night, after he sent Suanan home, he went straight to sleep. He woke up very early this morning, feeling excited and full of the cake plan for today. He was like Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, holding back his strength, ready to cause a ruckus in the heavenly palace. "Morning," Chen Qi greeted Coffee in the living room, then immediately reacted. "You didn't sleep all night?" I meticulously refined our plan again last night." At a little past 8 in the morning, everyone except Suanan gathered at Coffee's place. Suanan went directly to the hospital from school. They temporarily created a group chat called Cake Operation to communicate updates at any time. After 9 o'clock, Coffee picked up her phone and made one call after another. Not long after, she snapped her fingers. "Done. Let's go, let's go." The group split into 2 teams and headed towards the hospital. Chen Qi, his 3 companions, and Juefeng rode in a commercial van, while Juefeng rode an electric bike. According to Juefeng, the complex terrain of the hospital was his electric bike's home ground, which would be more conducive to his performance. Meanwhile, inside the inpatient building of Jingyi-affiliated hospital, Dr. Zhao had just arrived at his office, and before his seat had even warmed up, the desk phone rang. He answered the call. "Hello, Director Zhou. Go to Yuhai Group for a free clinic? Why so sudden?" Alright, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Dr. Zhao frowned. Nurse Xiaoru, who was making tea for Dr. Zhao nearby, asked curiously, "Why are you suddenly being asked to go for a free clinic?" Dr. Zhao frowned and said, "They said Yuhai Group intends to donate to our hospital and made this request." Director Zhou naturally couldn't refuse. "Then why aren't other doctors going?" You're already so busy. Dr. Zhao stood up and said, I'm not the only one going, and they specifically requested me, saying that a company executive was once my patient and was very satisfied with my treatment. Nurse Xiaoru offered a compliment, it's because of your reputation, only the capable are busy. Dr. Zhao smiled slightly, it's good to go out and walk around. People who work in big companies are under a lot of pressure, and many reportedly don't even eat well. Zhuefeng parked his electric bike downstairs from the inpatient building, then walked all the way to the parking lot and found a black commercial van. He opened the car door and got in. Coffee threw a set of clothes over and said, Dr. Zhao has already left, you can act now. A moment later, Gan Shui and Zhuefeng, dressed in suits and wearing U-High Group work badges around their necks, opened the car door and got out, walking directly towards the inpatient building. Chen Qi sat in the passenger seat of the commercial van, watching their backs disappear into the inpatient building's entrance through the car window. His heart also rose with anticipation. If everything went smoothly, he wouldn't have to do anything, he would just wait for the cream cake to arrive. Back at the hospital, waiting for news of the cream cake, Chen Qi's abnormal obsession with the cream cake surged again. He kept swallowing, his saliva secretion clearly increased, and his stomach felt an emptiness different from hunger. Time passed minute by minute in agonizing waiting. Although there were no notification sounds, Chen Qi still picked up his phone from time to time to check the group chat. About 20 minutes later, the phones of the three people in the car rang simultaneously. Chen Qi quickly looked at his phone. Zhuefeng didn't find the cream cake. Zhuefeng, photo.jpg. Zhuefeng, I checked everywhere around, it's not here. Chen Qi was very familiar with the location in the photo, it was exactly the same as in the video Suanan took earlier. The familiar ward piled with miscellaneous items, the familiar bedside table with some peeling paint, but the pile of bottles, cans, and trash next to the bedside table, along with the cream cake, had all disappeared. A huge sense of loss uncontrollably swept over him, making Chen Qi feel as if a piece of his heart had been cut off. Where's my cream cake? Who moved my cake? Coffee took a sip of her coffee and asked, could it have been cleaned up a long time ago? Chen Qi shook his head, it hasn't been before. As long as I don't touch it, no one will clean up wild food. I didn't quite understand it before, but now that I know they might be sources of contamination, it's not hard to understand, how could contaminated people clean up sources of contamination? Not only will the cream cake not be cleaned up, but normally it wouldn't be moved either. I feel like it's still in the inpatient building. And most likely still in a sealed ward. That makes sense. Coffee nodded in agreement. As a more advanced source of contamination than ordinary wild food, the cream cake must have a purpose being stored in a sealed ward. It wouldn't be easily moved, it must have been hidden. At this moment, the three people's phones rang again. Zhuefeng, Gan Shui is holding off the others for me, I've searched all the cabinets in this ward. Zhuefeng, I've checked under the bed, in the corners, the toilet, and the windowsill. It's definitely not in this room. Zhuefeng, what now? Chen Qi took a deep breath, I can only go in and look for it myself. Zhuefeng and his team had already done their best. Two people who came for an inspection couldn't possibly ransack every ward. Now, only with Chen Qi's food detection ability was there hope of finding it. Coffee sighed, as expected, plans can't keep up with changes. Do you know what you'll face if you enter the sealed ward now? Chen Qi was different from Zhuefeng and the others. As an escaped patient from the hospital, many of the hospital's security guards recognized him. If he wanted to enter the sealed ward, he can only do so as a patient. In the original second plan, Chen Qi would enter the sealed ward and eat the cream cake. At that time, he could rely on the ability of the derivative food to break through and leave the sealed ward. But now, he didn't even know where the cream cake was. Chen Qi nodded, of course I know. Imprisonment, hunger, violence. I won't last a day in there. The longer I stay, the more dangerous it becomes. If I spend the night in there, then you can just kick me out of the group. So I must find the cream cake as quickly as possible. If I determine the cream cake isn't inside, I'll leave as soon as possible. Coffee frowned. If you can't find the cream cake, how do you plan to get out? Of course, by the simplest method. At this, Chen Qi tightened his grip on the baguette in his hand. Coffee said no more, simply picking up her phone to reply to the messages in the group. Coffee, Zhuifeng, don't rush out yet. Biscuit will go in soon, you two are responsible for covering him. Chen Qi sent a message to Suanan, then left his phone in the car and got out, carrying the baguette. Be careful. Coffee opened the car window and repeatedly warned him. De Bing clenched his fist and shouted, De Bing and I are ready to rush in and save you at any time. Chen Qi nodded, don't worry, I'll come out safely. With that, he walked towards the inpatient building. Coffee and De Bing watched Chen Qi walk to the side of the inpatient building and meet up with Suanan, who had rushed over. Suanan took the paper bag containing the baguette from Chen Qi's hand and then ran into the inpatient building. A moment later, she emerged with 5 or 6 security guards. The guards quickly subdued Chen Qi and escorted him into the inpatient building, with Suanan following them in. Asking for tomorrow's Monday readership in advance. Tomorrow's readership determines whether this book can make it to Sanjiang. It's not easy for this niche gourmet novel to get this far. I humbly ask for everyone's support. Dr. Zhao is right. Inside the elevator, 4 security guards surrounded Chen Qi, while the oldest security guard uncle was on the phone. A moment later, the security guard uncle put down his phone and said, Dr. Zhao has gone out. He wants us to send him to the isolation ward first. Then which floor? Old Lu from the isolation ward said someone is visiting on the 14th floor, so let's send him to the 13th floor. After speaking, the security guard uncle pressed the 13th floor elevator button, but one hand still blocked the elevator door, and he said to Su Anan, who had followed them into the elevator. Little girl, are you coming with us too? Suanan nodded, I know him, so I'll see him off. The security guard uncle nodded, withdrew his hand, and said nothing. After all, it was Suanan who provided Chen Qi's whereabouts, and she was wearing a white lab coat, so the security guards naturally took her as one of their own, lowering their guard against her. The elevator door closed automatically and ascended to the 13th floor, where it stopped. The electronic door on the 13th floor had already opened, and a nurse from the isolation ward was waiting at the entrance. Chen Qi did not resist at all and was sent into a room on the 13th floor. After the security guards sent Chen Qi, they prepared to leave, but saw Suanan standing still, showing no intention of leaving. Aren't you leaving? I'll stay with him a little longer. The security guard uncle asked curiously, what's your relationship with him? Suanan's face flushed slightly, he used to pursue me. Oh, the security guards let out meaningful chuckles. The nurse beside them urged, it's almost 10 o'clock, which is the patient's free activity time. For safety reasons, you should leave as soon as possible. The security guards also advised, you can make an appointment to see him again later. Suanan could only nod, generously handing the paper bag containing the baguette to Chen Qi, and said, eat well in there. As soon as Chen Qi took the paper bag, the nurse stepped forward, peered into the bag, and after confirming it was just a piece of bread, said nothing more. Afterward, Suanan left the ward with the security guards, and the nurse also went to attend to other matters. The ward door closed with a bang. Chen Qi went forward to examine the lock. This lock was quite special, there wasn't even a handle on the inside. It required a staff access card to open. He quietly waited for the free activity time to start at 10 o'clock. It was only a few minutes until 10. When they made the plan last night, they had studied the isolation ward's schedule. Patients had half an hour of free activity time starting from 10 o'clock, though a few extremely dangerous patients did not have this privilege. However, after waiting and waiting, Chen Qi confirmed that the time had passed 10 o'clock, and no one came to open the door. He could only look out through the small window on the door. He found that there were no other patients in the corridor outside. Just then, Chen Qi saw the nurse who had left earlier return, and behind her were 4 security guards. Seeing that something was wrong with this lineup, Chen Qi quickly retreated, sat on the hospital bed, and reached into the paper bag, gripping the baguette. Creak! With the sound of gears turning, the ward door opened. Chen Qi looked at the 5 people who walked in and asked, "Is it not free activity time yet?" The nurse said somewhat impatiently, "Someone is visiting today, so free activity has been cancelled." "Then what are you doing here?" Chen Qi's pupils constricted as he saw the restraint straps in the hands of 2 of the security guards. Dr. Zhao said you have violent tendencies and self-harming behavior. For your safety, we have to put you in restraints first. If your condition stabilizes after 2 days of observation, we will remove them. He said I have them, so I have them? The female nurse's face held a hint of subtle mockery as she nodded and said, "Yes, if he says you have them, you have them." That son of a bitch, Zhao Mingyuan. Chen Qi cursed angrily, then suddenly erupted, gripping the baguette and smashing it towards the strongest looking of the 4 security guards. His slender body was too deceptive, causing the security guards to be somewhat careless and completely unprepared for Chen Qi to suddenly erupt and harm someone. The key was that no one expected someone to use bread as a weapon. Even more unexpectedly, bread could be so fierce. Bang! Chen Qi's baguette landed on the security guard's head without holding back, hitting him so hard that his vision went black, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. The 3 security guards next to him reacted, just about to pull out the riot sticks strapped to their waists, when Chen Qi had already kicked another security guard closest to him. That security guard lost his balance and fell to the ground. At this point, the other 2 pulled out their rubber riot sticks and charged at Chen Qi. Chen Qi was not a master of combat, nor had he received systematic training. His fighting style was very simple. He relied on his strength, which surpassed that of ordinary people, to directly confront them. Facing the 2 riot sticks swinging at him, Chen Qi held the baguette horizontally in front of him to block. The riot sticks struck his baguette, making 2 muffled thuds in succession. The baguette remained intact, and its porous internal structure even absorbed a lot of the force for Chen Qi. Instead, the 2 security guards felt a stinging pain in their tiger's mouth and their palms went numb. Chen Qi seized this opportunity to immediately counterattack, swinging his stick at the kidney of the security guard on his right. The man cried out in pain, clutching his waist and wailing. At the same time, the security guard on the left roared, raising his other hand and swinging a punch at Chen Qi's face. Chen Qi raised his left arm to block, then used a shoulder charge to push him away, immediately following up with a strike that sent him tumbling to the ground. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it happened in an instant. Chen Qi crushed the 4 security guards like a whirlwind. However, they had not completely lost their fighting ability, especially the one Chen Qi had kicked, who was largely unaffected. Chen Qi was about to deliver a finishing blow when he saw the female nurse beside him had already run to the ward door. This female nurse had good psychological resilience. When the fight first broke out, she didn't even prepare to run because she didn't believe Chen Qi could defeat 4 security guards. Later, seeing that the situation was not right, she did not panic or scream, but ran straight for the door. How could Chen Qi let her escape? He caught up to her in a few strides, thrusting a bread directly into her lower back. At this moment, the female nurse had already opened the ward door. Ah! Stabbed, she couldn't help but cry out in pain, but still stumbled out of the ward. Chen Qi opened the door and chased after her, grabbing her arm and dragging her back into the ward. She struggled desperately, but her strength was nowhere near Chen Qi's level. She was completely helpless. She opened her mouth, wanting to shout for help, but before any sound could escape, a thick, hard baguette was directly shoved into her mouth. Woo woo! She made muffled whimpering sounds, but the corridor outside was empty, and no one could save her. In a flash, she had already been dragged back into the ward. When the baguette was pulled from her mouth, she was no longer as composed as before, her eyes filled with terror as she shrieked, "Are you crazy?" Chen Qi almost laughed out loud, "So you knew I wasn't crazy after all. But there's one thing Dr. Zhao was right about, I really do have violent tendencies." Chen Qi raised his stick and brought it down, hitting her on the back of the head with a bread. The best baguette, please read it later. Chen Qi knocked out the nurse with a single blow. At the same time, the security guard's voice echoed in his ears, 1307 ward, we've been attacked by a patient. Send backup quickly. While Chen Qi was chasing the nurse, the 4 security guards in the ward weren't idle either. The security guard Chen Qi had hit on the head was still seeing stars and hadn't fully recovered, but the other 3 had already gotten up. They didn't counterattack immediately, instead, they first called for backup on the walkie-talkie. All 3 of them were a little scared. This guy is as thin as a monkey, but how does he have such strength? The 3 security guards all held riot sticks, watching Chen Qi warily, but not daring to step forward. Chen Qi, however, had no time to confront them. He picked up the nurse with one hand, half carrying her on his shoulder, using her as a human shield, and then charged at the 3 security guards. Bang, bang, bang. After a flurry of blows, all 3 security guards were knocked to the ground, while Chen Qi only took 1 or 2 hits, with only a few minor bruises. Most of the attacks were absorbed by the nurse. As they fought, voices kept coming from the walkie-talkie. Security on the 14th floor, stand by. Do not alarm the visiting guests. 15th floor, send a few people to assist. Where are the other security guards on the 13th floor? Go check the situation immediately. Monitoring room, report the situation in 1307 ward. Monitoring room? Damn it! Is that dog thing taking a dump again? Chen Qi quickly searched for the access cards on their bodies, then stripped off a security uniform that was roughly his height and put it on. However, because he was too thin, the clothes looked loose and a bit strange. But he couldn't worry about that now. The walkie-talkie sounded again, hello, hello. 1307 ward, how are you? Is anyone injured? Chen Qi pressed the talk button and said, it's fine, the situation is under control. The other side paused for a few seconds, then asked, who are you? Your voice sounds so unfamiliar. Chen Qi casually tossed the walkie-talkie aside and, carrying the bread, walked to the ward door. Through the small window on the door, he saw 2 more security guards running over quickly. He squatted behind the door, and when the 2 opened the door and rushed in, he suddenly ambushed them from behind, catching them off guard. The bread swung continuously, dancing in Chen Qi's hand, creating afterimages, completing a double kill with 4 rapid strikes to the back of their heads. After knocking out the 2 newly arrived security guards, Chen Qi also took their access cards and then rushed out of the ward. He didn't forget to close the door behind him when he left. Chen Qi came to the corridor and looked left and right, seeing no one. He estimated that the security guards on the 13th floor might all be knocked out by him, and the security guards from the 15th floor hadn't arrived yet. He quickly ran to the No. 1 ward at the entrance/exit, preparing to search for the cream cake starting from No. 1 ward. The rooms in the enclosed ward were not large, and Chen Qi's food detection range of about 3 meters around him could fully cover them. He used the access card to open the door of No. 1 ward, stood in the middle of the room, and instantly completed the search. The patient living in this ward was a young man. Seeing Chen Qi enter, he suddenly stood up and saluted, "Officer, please give your orders." Chen Qi thought for a moment, then gave him an access card, "Go open the doors of the other wards and tell them to come out and move freely." The young man seemed encouraged, shouting excitedly, "Yes, officer." Mission accomplished. With that, he took the access card and rushed out. Chen Qi continued to search other wards. During this time, he encountered 2 patients who seemed more energetic, and Chen Qi also gave them access cards, telling them to go out and open doors for other wards. Of course, he also encountered some patients with more severe violent tendencies, but these were basically tied to the bed with restraints, and Chen Qi did not untie them. With the combined efforts of Chen Qi and several patients, most of the ward doors were opened in a flash, and many patients were already peeking out and walking out of their wards. "Come out and move freely." Chen Qi, dressed in a security uniform, shouted, and these patients, without suspicion, all came out to wander around. Such a commotion finally alarmed the staff at the nursing station. They ran out and were a bit stunned by the scene. Was free activity cancelled today? And even if it was free activity, there should be security guards present to maintain order, and then arrange for the patients to go to the rehabilitation activity room together. What kind of sight is this, all crowded in the corridor? Chen Qi ignored the medical staff and continued to explore the wards one by one. With other patients helping him open the wards in advance, his exploration efficiency further improved. Enter, exit. In less than 5 seconds, he could search a ward. However, Chen Qi was puzzled as to why the security guards who were supposedly coming from the 15th floor to assist hadn't arrived yet. But this was good for him, giving him more time to act. On the other side, the medical staff were also busy. Some went to call security, only to find that the few security guards on this floor were all gone. Some tried to send patients back to their wards, but some patients had just been sent in by them, only to be let out by a few energetic young men who opened their doors. The few energetic young men, holding the access cards given by Chen Qi, were having a blast opening doors for people everywhere. 2 male doctors and a few nurses chased after the energetic young men, and finally discovered Chen Qi, who was constantly moving in and out of various wards. What is this security guard doing? Why isn't he coming to help? He's also holding a bread. It's so strange. Why have I never seen him before? Hey! Stop, I'm talking to you. Time was precious, and Chen Qi was too lazy to bother with them. But the 2 doctors were persistent and tried to pull him. Chen Qi swung back with 2 blows, and the 2 immediately lay obediently on the ground. Seeing this, the other nurses scattered like birds and beasts. Now no one disturbed Chen Qi anymore. In a flash, he had searched dozens of wards, but there were still many places on this floor that needed to be explored. For example, isolation rooms, public restrooms, nursing stations, drug treatment rooms, rehabilitation activity rooms, and so on. Just as Chen Qi was rampaging on the 13th floor, on the 4th floor of the inpatient building, a charming woman in high heels walked to the nursing station. Ah! Sister Wu, why are you here? Seeing the woman, Nurse Xiaoru greeted her somewhat ingratiatingly. Director Zhao went out for a free clinic. He's not here right now. I know. The woman called Sister Wu nodded. He said he'd be back at noon. Nurse Xiaoru saw the insulated lunchbox in Sister Wu's hand and asked, "Are you here to bring lunch to Director Zhao?" Yes, he said he wanted to eat the abalone sauce rice I made today. Director Zhao is so lucky to have a wife like you. Sister Wu smiled, then suddenly said, "Xiaoru, your director said he left his laptop on the 14th floor last time. Could you accompany me to get it?" Ah. Nurse Xiaoru was slightly stunned, then said, Oh, yes, I can. I'll go to the security office to borrow an access card. Then I'll trouble you. Sister Wu smiled slightly, her lips stretching all the way to the back of her head, revealing 2 rows of sharp, saw-like teeth. Is Superman imprisoned in Ward 1307? As soon as Suanan left the isolation ward, she sent a message in the group chat. Bread, Biscuit is locked in the 1307 ward and should start acting when free activity begins at 10 o'clock. Gong Shui, received. On the 14th floor of the isolation ward, Zhuifeng and Gong Shui, accompanied by the hospital leadership, strolled around the corridor area as if taking a walk, looking here and touching there. Gentlemen, why don't you come to my office for a cup of tea? The hospital leader was also quite confused. These 2 representatives from High Group said they came for a visit and inspection, but they went straight to the isolation ward and had been wandering there for half an hour, unwilling to leave. No, thank you. Zhuifeng waved his hand repeatedly. Our High Group's donation this time is precisely to help these mental patients in the isolation ward. They have a home they cannot return to, are forgotten by the public, and live in corners no one can see. The 2 of us came here this time to understand their lives. Gong Shui glanced at the time and saw that it was already 10:05. He asked doubtfully, isn't this supposed to be the free activity time for the patients in your esteemed hospital? Oh, about that. The hospital leader explained, most of the patients in the isolation ward are not very stable. To avoid disturbing you two distinguished guests, today's free activity time has been moved to the afternoon. Juefeng and Gan Shui exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of unease. With free activity cancelled, wouldn't Biscuit be stuck in his ward? Juefeng coughed, how about we go visit the 13th floor? The hospital leader naturally couldn't refuse, so he led the way towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. As soon as they got close, they saw a group of 7 or 8 security guards running down the stairs from the 15th floor to the 13th floor. The hospital leader frowned, what are you doing? The security guards had no choice but to stop. The security captain leading them looked at Gan Shui and the other person, his expression somewhat troubled, and whispered a few words into the hospital leader's ear. The hospital leader's expression changed slightly, and he said with a forced smile to Gan Shui and the other person, gentlemen, let's go to the 15th floor first. Downstairs. It's a bit inconvenient at the moment. Juefeng and Gan Shui exchanged glances, immediately understanding. These security guards were most likely heading for Chen Qi. The two instantly reached a tacit understanding, they had to stall these people. So they pressed on. What happened downstairs? Nothing, just a small issue. Come on, tell us. The two were relentless, cornering the hospital leader with questions. The hospital leader also knew that revealing the matter would have a bad impact, possibly jeopardizing the donation, so he used his expertise to ramble on, avoiding the main point. And Juefeng and Gan Shui also seemed very patient, accompanying him in his rambling. The security captain, with a few security guards, didn't know whether to leave or stay. The hospital leader subtly waved his hand, signaling them to go first. But before the security captain could take a step, Juefeng called out to him, brother security guard, tell us, what exactly happened downstairs? The security captain looked at the hospital leader with a troubled expression. The hospital leader's face also looked a bit displeased. He had never seen such a lack of respect. Why were these two representatives from High Group acting like greenhorns? Just as both sides were at a stalemate, a faint cry for help suddenly came from downstairs. Everyone immediately quieted down, straining their ears to listen. The cries for help grew closer and soon became clear and chaotic. It turned out that more than one person was shouting for help. 5 or 6 young nurses were seen climbing up the stairs from the 13th floor. Seeing the security captain, they cried out as if seeing a savior, there's a patient downstairs impersonating a security guard and hitting people. Hitting people? Does he have a weapon? Yes, a bread. You must be scared silly. The security captain shook his head, no longer expecting to get anything useful from these nurses. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. One bread hit and one person falls. It's so scary. Alright, you all rest on the 14th floor for a bit, I'll take my men down. The security captain finished speaking and looked at the hospital leader. The hospital leader was helpless. He had been rambling for so long, but the matter still couldn't be kept secret. He could only wave his hand, go. Juefeng said, let's go down and see too. The hospital leader looked troubled, that's not very safe. I trust the professionalism of your hospital's security guards. That really won't do. Seeing this, Juefeng and Gan Shui, regardless of his agreement, followed the security guards down the stairs on their own. The hospital leader could only quickly follow suit. A large group of people arrived on the 13th floor, and the scene before them stunned them all. They had thought it was just one patient, how much trouble could he cause? But looking at it, the 13th floor was in complete chaos. All the ward doors were wide open, patients were running around outside, and 2 doctors were lying on the ground unconscious. A complete mess. Just then, the security captain's walkie-talkie rang again, help us. 6 of our security guards and 1 nurse are locked in the 1307 ward, and they're all injured. In the background, a person's wailing could still be heard, he hit me so hard with a bread. Damn it! The security captain couldn't help but curse. Is the 1307 ward holding Superman? Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shuwei were also secretly surprised. They had just been worried that Chen Qi was stuck in his ward and couldn't get out, but now it seemed that was purely unnecessary worry. If they had arrived any later, Chen Qi would have torn down the 13th floor. However, they searched the crowd with their eyes but didn't see Chen Qi's figure. By the time Zhu Weifeng and the others came down, Chen Qi had already searched most of the entire 13th floor. However, searching area by area, he found quite a few ordinary wild foods, but still no trace of cream cake. It seems cream cake isn't on the 13th floor. Chen Qi crouched in a corner, observing the situation outside through the blinds of the nurse's station. The security guards weren't in a hurry to find him. Instead, they first rescued the people he had locked up and were now struggling to send the patients back to their wards. Because there were too many patients, and a few unruly individuals with access cards were causing trouble, the security guards were severely understaffed and had to call down a few more security guards from the 14th floor. They left one security guard at the stairwell entrance, who held an anti-riot steel fork and looked vigilant. If Chen Qi wanted to go to the 14th floor via the stairs, he would have to get past him. It was, of course, no problem for Chen Qi to take down a security guard, but it would definitely alert the other security guards. Then he would be chased by a dozen or so security guards, unable to search for cream cake in peace. He didn't want to force Gan Shuwei to use a derivative food just to deal with the security guards. Chen Qi observed the positions of Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shuwei, then tucked the baguette bread into his clothes. His clothes were already too loose, and tucking in a bread actually made him look more proportionate. Afterward, he seized the opportunity, and when no one was paying attention, he swaggered out, casually grabbing a mental patient who was running towards him, and escorted the patient towards a ward. Currently, the security guards were already understaffed, everyone was busy, and Chen Qi was using the patient to block his face, so others couldn't see anything unusual. Chen Qi escorted the patient past Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shuwei. As he got closer, he tilted his head to meet their gaze, gestured towards the stairwell with his chin, and whispered, "Distract that security guard." Gan Shuwei and Zhu Weifeng instantly understood. Chen Qi escorted the patient all the way into a ward near the stairwell. He didn't rush out afterward, but observed from inside the ward. Gan Shuwei suddenly let out a startled cry, "Someone!" Then he chased in the direction of the nurse's station. The hospital leader was startled and quickly reprimanded the surrounding security guards. "What are you still standing there for? Go after him. Protect the guest's safety." The surrounding security guards immediately swarmed after him, and the hospital leader also followed. However, the security guard at the stairwell entrance held his ground, unmoving. Zhu Weifeng was frustrated. "Why aren't you going?" The security guard holding the steel fork said righteously, "I have my duty." Chen Qi didn't want to wait any longer. Since the main body of security guards had been temporarily lured away by Gan Shuwei, he had no more qualms. So, while the other party was talking to Zhu Weifeng, he quietly approached, pulled the baguette from his clothes, and brought it down on the security guard's head, knocking him to the ground. "Brother Zhu Weifeng, please buy me as much time as possible." Chen Qi gave a quick instruction, then darted up the stairs. Scalp circumcision. Chen Qi ran to the 14th floor in a flash, his heart filled with anticipation. The cream cake had appeared on the 14th floor before, so he felt that the possibility of finding the cream cake on the 14th floor this time was the highest. Many of the security guards on the 14th floor have gone to the 13th floor. I should not have too many obstacles searching this floor. Act quickly. The security guards below might come up at any time. Chen Qi also did not know how long Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shuwei could help him stall. He started from his current position, which was the end of the corridor, and searched all the way towards the 14th floor entrance at the other end of the corridor. Chen Qi still used his old method, swiping his card to open the ward doors, going in, and then coming out. Along the way, if he encountered medical staff who did not try to stop him, Chen Qi was too lazy to act. But if anyone dared to get in his way, he would give them a bread. In Chen Qi's eyes, these people were all stumbling blocks on his path to obtaining the cream cake and saving his mother. His heart was already filled with a murderous aura, coupled with his uncontrollable obsession with the cream cake, which made him completely let loose. And no longer bound by his past moral values. Chen Qi quickly searched along the way, releasing one mental patient after another. Some of them, not knowing what was good for them, even tried to attack him out of ingratitude, and were all rewarded with a baguette. The more he used the baguette, the more skilled Chen Qi became, wielding it as if it were an extension of his arm. He already knew what grip was most comfortable, what angle would inflict the most pain and impact, and what force to use on which spot to knock someone unconscious. Chen Qi's current strength was a little greater than that of an ordinary person, and the baguette was a bit more special than an ordinary weapon. The two combined could unleash unexpected combat power. Doctors, nurses, patients, all fell before his bread. The 3 or 4 remaining security guards on the 14th floor also appeared one after another, but none of them could stop Chen Qi's advance. Chen Qi swept through everything, wielding his baguette, and no one was his match. He felt like a peerless swordsman, or rather, a staffmaster. With every strike, someone would fall. A surge of heroic spirit rose from the bottom of his heart. Why shouldn't a man carry a baguette and sweep through the 14th floor of the hospital? But just then, the electronic door at the 14th floor entrance not far away suddenly opened with a beep. Seeing the person who pushed the door open, Chen Qi was stunned for a moment. Xiaoru? Xiaoru was also stunned. Chen Qi? Didn't you escape? Before Chen Qi could speak, he saw another person walk in behind Xiaoru. It was a tall woman, close to 40 years old, dressed very elegantly, with a pair of eye-catching red high heels on her feet. The moment he saw the high-heeled woman, Chen Qi suddenly shivered, and the little heroic spirit he had just accumulated instantly felt like it had been eaten by De Bing. Because he saw the woman grin at him. The woman's mouth stretched open, extending all the way to the back of her head, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. When she turned to close the door, Chen Qi saw the back of her head. The corners of her mouth connected at the back of her head, so it wasn't that her mouth stretched to the back of her head, but that her mouth wrapped around her head. As she smiled, her upper and lower lips opened together, as if her scalp had undergone a circumcision. And it also revealed those sharp teeth that circled her head. This is Wu Furen, Dr. Zhao's wife. Xiaoru thought for a moment and still introduced her to Chen Qi. However, before she could finish speaking, she saw Chen Qi turn around and run wildly. Hey, why are you running? Nurse Xiaoru looked puzzled, but following the direction Chen Qi fled, her eyes widened instantly. She saw patients running around everywhere, as well as security guards and medical staff lying on the ground. Chen Qi ran wildly, his nerves taut. Parasites. Both Dr. Zhao and his wife are parasites. Last night, when discussing the cake plan, they speculated that there should be more than 1 parasites in a high-risk area like the hospital. So even if they used the tactic of diverting the enemy to send Dr. Zhao away, they did not dare to let their guard down, constantly guarding against the appearance of parasites. But they did not expect that the parasites that appeared was not a hospital staff member, but Dr. Zhao's wife. This was somewhat beyond Chen Qi's expectation. Was it a coincidence or another reason that both husband and wife were parasites? Chen Qi could understand Dr. Zhao becoming a parasite. After all, as a psychiatrist, he was the professional who came into contact with the most anorexia patients, and it was normal for people in such key positions to be prioritized for parasitism. But what was so special about his wife? Just then, a chaotic clamor and footsteps came from ahead. Chen Qi looked up and saw the security captain leading a group of people climbing up from the 13th floor. And Zhu Weifeng and Gan Shui were at the very back of the crowd. It's him, catch this kid. The security guards swarmed towards Chen Qi. 1 stick was no match for 4 hands. If Chen Qi had the chance to defeat them one by one, he could still try, but facing a dozen people surrounding him at once, he knew he had no chance of winning. The crucial point was that there were security guards in front and parasites behind, seeming to leave no escape route. In his original plan, when the security guards caught up, he could still escape through the 14th floor entrance. But now, the parasites blocked the door. Gong Shui, behind him, reached into his pocket, already prepared to use his derived food. He did not know that parasites had already appeared, so he was still a bit hesitant, as this derived food was intended to be used against potential parasites. But just then, all the security guards seemed to have been paused instantly. Each of them stood in place. The surrounding patients and medical staff also suddenly seemed to lose their souls. Including Nurse Xiaoru, the shocked expression on her face instantly disappeared, her eyes empty, and her face expressionless. Everyone became a walking dead. Seeing this familiar scene, Juefeng blurted out, "Domain. Run! There are parasites!" Chen Qi didn't bother to say more, pulling the two of them and running towards the stairs at the end of the corridor. Although Juefeng and Gong Shui did not yet know where the parasites was, they instinctively followed behind Chen Qi. Clack! 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 The sound of high heels stepping on the ground kept coming from behind. The frequency became faster and faster, clearer and clearer, closer and closer. Juefeng and the other man could not resist their curiosity and glanced back, instantly terrified. They saw the woman behind them with one hand on her hip, swaying her waist, and moving her legs, like a model on a catwalk, but the frequency of her leg movements was somewhat abnormal. Every time her foot landed and her heel touched the ground, a powerful clanking sound could be heard, putting immense pressure on Chen Qi and the two others. Seeing Juefeng and the other man look back, the woman pulled her own scalp with one hand, and with a tug, her entire scalp and hair came off like a hat. Her skull split open like flower petals, revealing layers of dense, jagged teeth inside. Gong Shui gritted his teeth. "Should I eat the derived food and fight her?" Chen Qi stopped him. "Let's go to the 15th floor first. This monstrous thing can't be killed, and our goal is still to get the cream cake." Juefeng also said, "Only fight when there's no other way to escape, this is our last trump card." Chen Qi had already explored 80 to 90% of the 14th floor and had not found the cream cake. So the 15th floor was their last hope. If they didn't find it on the 15th floor, then the cream cake was probably no longer in the locked ward. Found it! Chen Qi and his two companions exerted all their strength, rushing at full speed towards the staircase at the end of the corridor. Behind them, Wu Furen's legs moved like afterimages, rapidly closing the distance between herself and them. The continuous clicking of high heels was like a death knell, making their heartbeats quicken along with their footsteps. Just as the three were about to reach the stairwell, Wu Furen suddenly flung her scalp away. The scalp spun, her beautiful hair dancing with it, and around its edge was a circle of lips, beneath which were hidden a ring of serrated steel teeth. The scalp rotated at high speed, flying towards Gong Shui's head, who was running at the very back. Gong Shui cursed, "Damn it! A blood droplet!" At the same time, he lunged to the side, preparing to dodge. But the scalp seemed to have locked onto him, changing direction and continuing to fly towards him. At the critical moment, Chen Qi gripped the baguette in both hands and swung it with all his might, successfully batting the scalp away. He pulled Gong Shui up, and the three of them rushed onto the stairs, climbing towards the 15th floor. While climbing the stairs, Gong Shui said with lingering fear, "This monster looks evil, she feels very difficult to deal with." Juefeng said, "That's obvious. Anyone who can use a domain is definitely a high-level parasites. They could currently only simply divide parasites into two levels. The lower level were family level, which were parasites transformed from the odd food consumers' family members. They could undergo some physical mutations, but their primary attack method was still physical. The higher level were domain level, capable of using domains that affected a surrounding area, and their methods were even more bizarre. Among the parasites they had encountered before, only the pork vendor from the wet market was domain level. Chen Qi frowned, a slight doubt in his heart. Mainly, the timing of Wu Furen activating her domain was a bit strange. In fact, the appearance of the domain at that time had helped Chen Qi and his companions. If she had activated her domain a little later, Chen Qi and his companions would have been entangled by the security guards, and then they would have had to use Gan Shui's derivative food to escape. In a flash, the three had already reached the 15th floor. The 15th floor now looked exceptionally eerie and sinister. Affected by the domain, the corridor lights became dim, constantly flickering and jumping. Most of the security guards on the 15th floor were on the 14th floor, and the patients were all confined to their rooms, unable to come out. The corridor was visible from end to end, with no one in sight. Only some medical staff wandered in the nurses' station and various corners, like a group of walking dead. The entire 15th floor was silent, not a sound could be heard. But this also made the high-heeled footsteps chasing them from behind even more distinct. Gan Shui whispered, "Biscuit, you go find the cream cake. Juefeng and I will act together, we're a bigger target and will attract her attention. If there's real danger, I'll eat derivative food." Chen Qi nodded. This division of labor was very reasonable. So he directly ducked into the dining area closest to him. Although Gan Shui and Juefeng were helping him attract fire, he still tried to be as light-footed as possible, reducing his footsteps while trying to speed up. He moved left and right within the dining room, ensuring his food detection function could cover every corner. Before he had even explored half of it, Chen Qi heard the continuous high-heeled footsteps change slightly, their rhythm slowing down, knowing that Wu Furen was climbing the stairs. He ignored it and continued searching the dining area. Soon after, the high-heeled footsteps changed again. Wu Furen had already arrived on the 15th floor, but immediately after, the high-heeled footsteps abruptly stopped. This sound was like an alarm, although frightening. It also reported Wu Furen's position to him in real time. The sudden silence was even more unsettling. Chen Qi wasn't sure if she was standing still or had found a way to mask her footsteps. He could only follow his own rhythm and continue searching for the cream cake. Suddenly, the high-heeled footsteps reappeared, and they accelerated sharply. Chen Qi could hear the footsteps rapidly approaching him. His eyelids twitched, his heart instantly leaped to his throat, and his eyes darted left and right, searching for a place to hide. The dining room for the sealed wards had no kitchen. All meals were prepared uniformly by the hospital cafeteria and delivered, with only a restroom for patients to wash their hands before and after meals. Chen Qi quickly dove and scurried into the restroom connected to the dining room. No sooner had he entered the restroom than he heard the high-heeled footsteps arrive in the dining room, but then, the footsteps stopped once again. Chen Qi didn't know if Wu Furen had left or not. He wanted to peek out but was afraid of exposing himself, so he could only hide under the sink, gripping his baguette tightly, ready for anything. Time ticked by, perhaps only 10 or 20 seconds passed, but Chen Qi felt like an eternity had gone by. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a human hand appear beside him. It was a woman's hand with silver nail plates, long and slender, quite beautiful, but at this moment, it sent shivers down Chen Qi's spine. He instinctively wanted to swing his baguette wildly, thinking it better to strike first than last, but then he held back, turning his head to look closely. He saw Wu Furen walking with her feet up and head down, supporting her body with her arms. However, because her head at this moment was a large, split, petal-like mouth with no eyes or ears, she seemed not to have seen Chen Qi, who was less than half a meter away from her. That serrated maw was incredibly close, constantly dripping saliva. With her breathing, she exhaled a nauseating, fishy stench. Chen Qi's gaze moved upward, and he saw her detached scalp stuck between her legs, with her eyes, ears, and other organs on that scalp. She must be seeing things with the eyes on her scalp, Chen Qi guessed in his mind. Due to the obstruction of the sink, Chen Qi was perfectly in her blind spot. Just then, a violent banging on the cafeteria door suddenly sounded. Juefeng and Gan Shui had deliberately made noise in the corridor earlier, but Wu Furen completely ignored them. They watched helplessly as Wu Furen followed Chen Qi into the dining room, anxious, and could only come over to try and attract Wu Furen's aggro. Again. Wu Furen did a front flip, switching her hands and feet, changing to a bipedal walking mode, and her speed instantly soared as she charged straight after Juefeng and Gan Shui. Zhu Feng and Gan Shui took off running, knowing they couldn't outrun Wu Furen in a straight line. They plunged into the nurse's station, using the terrain to maneuver against her. Chen Qi heard the high-heeled footsteps fade into the distance, finally relaxing. He quickly returned to the corridor and continued his search. Time was pressing, so he abandoned his previous search method and simply ran wildly. Anyway, as long as he passed through an area, if cream cake appeared within 3 meters around him, he would definitely find it. The downside of this was that the search wasn't thorough enough, and some areas might be missed, especially the patient room areas. If he didn't go inside and just walked past the doors, about half of the area might not be detected. But the advantage was higher efficiency. As long as he could hear the sound of high heels coming from a distance, he didn't have to worry about Wu Furen and could confidently move through the 15th floor. Chen Qi swept through areas like a gust of wind, passing by one patient room after another. Suddenly, he slammed to a halt, turning his head to look at a patient room behind him, his face showing wild joy. Found it! Finally found it! Just when he was starting to lose hope and suspect that the cream cake had been moved, that familiar, powerful suction force flashed and then vanished. He retreated to the front of that patient room. The familiar suction firmly captured him, making him breathe heavily and unable to control himself. Chen Qi's hands trembled slightly from excitement, uncontrollable. He took out his access card and opened the patient room. Immediately, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Sun Gu? Delicious cream cake. Chen Qi knew Sun Xuechao's ward was on the 15th floor and had thought about taking Sun Xuechao out if he had the chance. But time was too pressing. After reaching the 15th floor, he was busy and didn't have time to find Sun Xuechao's ward. Unexpectedly, the cream cake he had been searching for was right in Sun Xuechao's ward. Chen Qi? Sun Xuechao's face also showed surprise. Chen Qi noticed that Sun Xuechao hadn't been affected by the domain, not becoming a zombie like the others, which made him slightly wary. However, recalling that Sun Xuechao hadn't joined the food guarding team when he ate the pancake, it was understandable that he wasn't affected by the domain. As a former odd food consumer, even though he was now contaminated, he hadn't been completely assimilated yet. Chen Qi really wanted to know about Sun Xuechao's experience in the sealed ward these past 2 days, but he didn't have time to catch up with Sun Xuechao. His gaze instantly locked onto the cream cake in the corner of the ward. This was the first time he had seen a cream cake with his own eyes. It was about a 6-inch cream cake, packaged in a plastic box, adorned with many chocolates, nuts, and fruits, and a small fondant bear decoration. Looking sweet and tempting. Chen Qi's mouth watered uncontrollably, and his appetite swelled irresistibly. He just wanted to immediately pick up the cream cake and start eating. But he knew that the ward was not an ideal place to eat. Once the food guarding team arrived, he would be a turtle in a jar. So he had to eat outside, at least there would be room to escape and maneuver. He walked over, picked up the cake, and forcefully suppressed his urge to eat. Sun Xuechao said in surprise, "When did a green-haired cake appear here?" "No time to explain, Sun Gu, come with me, I'll take you out of the hospital." Chen Qi walked out of the ward, only to see Sun Xuechao not following him out. "You go, I'm quite well here, what can I do if I go out?" Sun Xuechao shook his head and sat back on the bed. Chen Qi also had no time to persuade him, only hearing the sound of high heels rapidly approaching. On the other side, Gan Shui and Zhu Feng looked puzzled. They had both almost been caught, and Gan Shui had already put the derivative food into his mouth, ready to chew, but Wu Furen directly abandoned the two who were within reach and turned back. Now Gan Shui and Zhu Feng were chasing Wu Furen, but no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't catch up. However, they saw Chen Qi standing at the ward door from afar, holding the cake. "Biscuit got the cream cake," Zhu Feng said joyfully. Gan Shui whispered, "Don't be happy too soon, that headless monster is after Biscuit. Let's go, we'll cover him." Chen Qi also realized he was targeted, or rather, as he guessed, high-level wild food like cream cake indeed had the ability to save itself. Before Chen Qi even started eating, it had already begun summoning nearby parasites to protect it. So Chen Qi tucked the baguette under his arm, and while running away from Wu Furen, he quickly unwrapped the cream cake with both hands. He decided he would eat it now. With the disgusting self-preservation ability of the cream cake, taking it out of the hospital would surely lead to countless troubles along the way. The sooner he ate it, the less trouble he would have. Just as Chen Qi opened the packaging box, before he could even take a bite, the voices of Zhuefeng and Gan Shui came from behind him. "Be careful." Chen Qi turned his head and saw Wu Furen once again throwing her blood drop, which was her own scalp, from a distance. Compared to other parasites, Wu Furen's unique ability was probably this long-range attack. Chen Qi didn't know what would happen if the scalp got on his head, but he didn't dare to test it on himself. He held the cake in one hand and drew out the baguette with the other, using one swing to knock the scalp down. This time, he refused to let the scalp go back. He pressed it to the ground with the baguette, then gently lifted it, carrying the scalp on the baguette as he ran towards the end of the corridor. He was like a torchbearer, holding the baguette bread in one hand, with the scalp covering the tip of the baguette. As he ran, the scalp's smooth hair fluttered in the wind, like a flag waving in the wind and a burning torch. As he ran, he lowered his head, biting off the nuts and fruits from the cream cake and putting them into his mouth. These nuts, fruits, and chocolate on the cream cake, while seemingly making it richer and more appealing, actually increased Chen Qi's difficulty in eating. These items were part of the cream cake as a whole, and Chen Qi had to eat all of them. Moreover, he had to eat while escaping, and could only hold the cake with one hand, further reducing his eating speed. But even so, he was unwilling to throw away the scalp on the baguette. While that would free up a hand, he would constantly have to guard against long-range sneak attacks from behind. As soon as the nuts and fruits from the cake entered his mouth, Chen Qi's restless appetite was immediately soothed, and the sensation of ants crawling on his body finally disappeared. What followed was extreme satisfaction. His whole body felt like it was floating, his soul seemed to be leaving his body, his muscles subconsciously relaxed, his eyes glazed over, and his pupils lost focus. Chen Qi! A loud shout, coupled with the heavy, thunderous, and urgent stomping of high heels, suddenly startled Chen Qi awake. Chen Qi jolted, seeing Sun Xueqiao standing beside him, shouting into his ear, while Zhuefeng and Gan Shui, running out of breath in the distance, were also loudly warning him. Looking at Wu Furen again, she was already less than 20 meters away from him. At this moment, the scalp on the baguette wriggled, trying to escape back to Wu Furen's hand. Chen Qi slammed the baguette against the wall, crushing the eyeballs on the scalp. Chen Qi originally wanted to run back to the 14th floor via the stairs to create distance and maneuver with Wu Furen, but now he probably wouldn't have the chance. Wu Furen's speed was too fast now. She was too close to him. Moreover, as Chen Qi began eating the cream cake, the group food guarding effect was triggered again. The locked wards on the 15th floor rattled loudly, with patients inside frantically banging on the ward doors. But because they couldn't get out, they could only scream and cry hysterically through the doors. "Don't eat it! Please! Don't eat it, spit it out quickly! If you don't eat it, I'll agree to anything. Woo-woo, eat me, come eat me." Those medical staff, like wandering souls, suddenly seemed to regain their spirits, rushing towards Chen Qi at 100-meter sprint speed. And on the 13th floor and 14th floor, the security guards, patients, and medical staff affected by the domain all swarmed towards the 15th floor. Even those who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Qi earlier all woke up, leaped to their feet, and rushed to the 15th floor. No retreat, only fight. And eat fast. Chen Qi lowered his head and ate all the chocolate on the cake, as well as the remaining nuts and the bear-shaped fondant decoration, in one go. While chewing quickly, he bit his lip hard, using the pain to prevent himself from succumbing to the deliciousness of the cream cake. Chen Qi handed the remaining cream cake to Sun Xueqiao, his words muffled due to too much food in his mouth. "Sun Gu, hold this for me first." He himself, holding the baguette, flashed to the side, watching Wu Furen rapidly rushing towards him, preparing for battle. The ability of Swill. At this moment, the other food protectors were still on their way. Wu Furen was the fastest to arrive. Her petal-like mouth opened to its widest, as if she could swallow Chen Qi whole. Chen Qi's baguette still had half of Wu Furen's scalp on it, and he directly shoved the baguette into Wu Furen's petal-like mouth. Wu Furen, surprisingly, ignored it and bit the baguette, her jagged teeth firmly gripping the uneven grooves on the baguette's surface. She even swallowed her own scalp. Chen Qi tried to pull out the baguette, but she bit too tightly and forcefully. Chen Qi used all his strength but couldn't pull the baguette from her mouth. At this moment, Juefeng arrived, swinging the riot stick he had snatched from a security guard, and continuously struck Wu Furen's head, finally making her loosen her grip. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire floor vibrated slightly, and dense footsteps could be vaguely heard. Chen Qi's expression changed, knowing that the large food protection team from other floors of the hospital building was about to arrive. And the first small food protection team from within the isolation ward had already reached the battlefield. A group of medical staff, with crazed expressions, charged towards Chen Qi. Fortunately, at this moment, Gan Shui also finally arrived. He and Juefeng swung their riot sticks, knocking down the vanguard. "Leave this to us, Biscuit, quickly eat the cream cake!" Gan Shui shouted while vigorously striking the food protectors. Chen Qi also knew that his top priority now was to eat the cream cake, otherwise, when the raging tide of people surged in, they would instantly be engulfed. Only by eating the cream cake could the large food protection army retreat. For the entire cream cake, the most difficult part to eat was actually the scattered decorations on top, especially the fondant bear. It was a hard, large piece that had to be chewed into pieces, which was very time-consuming. However, while fighting Wu Furen, Chen Qi had already chewed and bitten all the fondant and nuts in his mouth. Now, he finally swallowed it all. He quickly took the cream cake from Sun Xuechao's hand and directly sucked in a large mouthful. The cream didn't need chewing and went down his esophagus like water. It was just a bit sticky and coated his throat. But at this moment, he couldn't care about such trivialities. Watching his teammates fight desperately to hold the front for him, Chen Qi felt incredibly anxious. "Suck, quick, suck!" Chen Qi frantically sucked, continuously drawing the cream from the cake into his mouth like a whale sucking water, smoothly entering his esophagus and falling into his stomach. While Chen Qi was fully focused on eating the cake, Sun Xuechao silently picked up a baguette and stood with Juefeng and Gan Shui. The three formed a human wall in front of Chen Qi, shielding him from the coming storm. Chen Qi couldn't help but recall the last time he ate a pancake. Sun Xuechao also stood in front of him like this, blocking the crowd of food protectors for him. Seeing more and more food protectors surging in, Chen Qi's eyes turned red from eating. His entire face was buried in the cake, his mouth opened to its widest, and his cheeks contracted to their limit, forming maximum negative pressure. Like a fully powered vacuum cleaner, sucking in large mouthfuls of cream from the cake. Faster. I can go faster. I suck, suck, suck. Slurp, slurp. While sucking, he also used his hand to wipe the cream stuck to his face into his mouth, using both hands and mouth, inhaling like a storm, extreme eating. With Chen Qi's efforts, in no time, he had finished all the cream on the cream cake. Without the cream, the cake was significantly smaller, leaving only the cake base. Chen Qi reached out and picked up the cake base. The fluffy, soft cake base trembled in his hand like jelly. He squeezed with his 5 fingers, compressing the cake base into a dense ball, and bit off half of it in one go. Half a cake base was roughly equivalent to a whole large steamed bun after being compacted. This indeed greatly improved eating efficiency, but it was too solid, and without water, it was a bit choking. At this moment, Wu Furen, who had eaten her own scalp, was like a headless fly, yet she still precisely locked onto Chen Qi's direction and charged straight at him. Sun Xuechao and the other two struggled to block her, their weapons frantically striking Wu Furen's head, smashing her petal-like mouth into a bloody, mangled mess. "This thing doesn't seem as strong as we imagined," Juefeng said. "A domain-level parasites, nothing more," Gan Shui sneered, feeling like they could even save the derivative food. No sooner had they spoken than Wu Furen suddenly did a front flip, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, her 2 long legs in high heels, splitting 180 degrees into an inverted split. The heels of those high heels suddenly elongated, sprouting two sharp spikes. The few of them looked closely, and these were not high heels at all, but clearly two sharp bone spikes. The next moment, Wu Furen's legs began to spin rapidly, like a helicopter propeller, which forced Chen Qi and the others to flee. If they were hit, wouldn't their internal organs spill out? The four were chased towards the exit. Fortunately, after switching to this meat grinder mode, Wu Furen's movement speed significantly slowed down, making it difficult for her to catch up with Chen Qi and the others. Just then, earth-shaking footsteps came, getting closer and closer. Chen Qi's expression changed. The food protection team had finally arrived on the battlefield. With a loud bang, the entrance door to the 15th floor was rammed open. A dense mass of heads, like a swarm of locusts, rushed into the corridor, instantly filling it and bringing immense pressure to Chen Qi and the others. Just by looking at them. At the stairwell at the other end of the corridor, a group of food protectors also surged up. They were all security guards, medical staff, and patients from the 13th and 14th floors, totaling over 100 people. These members of the food protection team were male and female, old and young, but what they had in common was their bizarre expressions. Each was anxious, frantic, and full of panic. Some roared in anger, while others cried out in pleas. It was as if Chen Qi wasn't eating a cream cake, but their own mothers. Gan Shuwei looked around, seeing thousands of soldiers in front and a food protection team of over 100 people behind, along with the human meat grinder, Wu Furen. He knew there was no choice and decisively put the small bone he had been clutching for a long time into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. He chewed twice, crushing the bone, and swallowed it directly. Everyone looked at Gan Shuwei with anticipation. In this desperate situation, Gan Shuwei's derivative food was their only hope. Gan Shuwei frowned slightly and suddenly let out a long burp towards the front. A stream of green gas was expelled from his mouth, blowing towards the large group of food protectors surging in from the entrance. The moment they came into contact with this green gas, the food protectors' faces instantly turned green. Their original bizarre expressions disappeared, and their faces twisted in discomfort, clutching their necks and chests. The next second, they collectively began to vomit wildly. Ugh! Black! The sounds of vomiting rose and fell. Zhuweifeng, who was closest to Gan Shuwei, accidentally inhaled a bit of the residual gas and threw up violently, expelling all the takeout he had eaten today and yesterday. What the hell, are you farting from your mouth? That's disgusting. Zhuweifeng couldn't help but curse. No, even farts aren't as disgusting as you. Zhuweifeng had only inhaled a little of the residual gas. Those in the direct path of the green gas, every single one of them, emptied their stomachs and were still constantly vomiting acidic liquid, practically expelling all their gastric acid and bile. Anyone affected by the green gas, without exception, vomited until they were weak all over, squatting on the ground, unable to get up. The undispersed field. Don't say it, but you really shouldn't say it. Zhuweifeng wiped the corners of his mouth. Your ability is disgusting, but it's quite powerful. Quick, give some to the one doing the splits behind us. Without Zhuweifeng needing to say more, Gan Shuwei had already turned around and burped at Wu Furen, emitting a stream of green gas from his mouth that shot out like an arrow, exploding when it hit Wu Furen. The green smoke enveloped Wu Furen and the entire food protection squad rushing out behind her. Wu Furen immediately let out a retching groan, her large mouth, which had been thoroughly ravaged by Gan Shuwei and the two others, continuously spewing various disgusting, viscous liquids. In an instant, her body became shriveled. She was already head down, so it looked more like diarrhea than vomiting. But she only looked much more shriveled. After a slight pause in her movements, she charged towards Chen Qi and the others again. Seeing this, Gan Shuwei frantically spewed green gas. The ability granted by the derived food was time-limited, so he used it regardless of whether it was effective or not. At this moment, Chen Qi finally managed to swallow the cake base in his mouth. He directly stuffed the remaining half of the cake base into his mouth. Although he hadn't fully swallowed it yet, his hands were now free. He took the baguette from Sun Xuechao's hand and observed Wu Furen. He noticed that although Wu Furen had stopped vomiting, the speed of her leg rotation and her movement speed had significantly decreased. Gong Shui's ability was not without effect on Wu Furen, on the contrary, it weakened her strength, putting her in a weakened state, but it wasn't enough to completely knock her down. They still needed to deliver the final blow themselves. At this point, all the food protectors in this corridor, both front and back, had been tormented by Gong Shui's emetic ability and lost their combat effectiveness. Only Wu Furen was their last enemy. The corridor behind them was packed with vomiting food protectors. To get out, they could only go the other way, but Wu Furen blocked their path. "Everyone," Chen Qi said indistinctly, his mouth full of cake base, "let's go together." "I'll take the lead," Juefeng said with difficulty, "the front is all Gong Shui's farts. I don't dare to go up." Indeed, because Gong Shui had overused his skill, the green gas he spewed filled both ends of the corridor. Chen Qi and the others would definitely vomit violently if they went through. At this moment, Gong Shui suddenly opened his mouth, and his small mouth, like a water pump, quickly sucked all the remaining green gas from the air in front of them. "Holy cow, you can even recycle that?" Juefeng's face was filled with shock. "Go!" Chen Qi shouted, charging forward first. Suddenly, he performed a slide tackle, a low kick that accurately hit Wu Furen's arms. Wu Furen's arms twisted, losing support, and she fell to the ground, unable to maintain her legs' rotation. But her petal-like mouth suddenly opened wide, biting towards the space between Chen Qi's legs. Chen Qi again thrust the baguette forward, stuffing it into Wu Furen's mouth. At this moment, Juefeng and Gong Shui rushed up, each tightly wrapping around one of Wu Furen's legs, preventing her from activating her electric fan mode again. At the same time, they swung their riot sticks, striking furiously at the area between her legs, as it was the most convenient place for them to attack. Sun Xuechao, meanwhile, picked up a riot stick and smashed it towards Wu Furen's petal-like head. Chen Qi simply let go of the baguette, got up, picked up a riot stick, and joined the group beating. All of them were seeing red, turning the fear they had encountered along the way into motivation, venting it frantically. Before long, Wu Furen's petal-like head was smashed open, and her body was almost pulped, lying motionless on the ground. "This guy, he felt just okay, not as strong as I imagined," Juefeng pouted. Chen Qi said, "Perhaps she was weakened too much by Gong Shui, which is why we were able to win so easily." "Let's go," Gong Shui exhaled, "my ability has already expired. It'll be troublesome if we encounter danger again." Chen Qi had already swallowed the cake base in his mouth by this time, completing his consumption of the cream cake. He raised his hand, and a ghost face cookie reappeared in his palm. Holding the derived food gave him confidence, and a sense of security naturally arose. He hadn't expected to defeat the parasites and fend off the food protection squad without using the newly acquired derived food this time. Mainly, Gong Shui's poisonous gas emetic ability had rendered great service. "Wait for me a moment," Chen Qi said, pulling out a phone from his person. "Whose phone is this?" Juefeng asked curiously. "Hers," Chen Qi pointed to Wu Furen on the ground. He had found this phone in Wu Furen's pocket while they were ganging up on her. Chen Qi squatted down and searched a bit. Fortunately, Wu Furen's finger remained intact, and he successfully unlocked the phone with her fingerprint. However, because he didn't know the password, he couldn't delete or change the password, nor could he register a new fingerprint. Chen Qi simply took off that section of the finger and carried it with him. According to the Survival Guide to Food Terror, parasites cannot be killed, even if burned to ashes, they always reappear after some time. So, taking a finger, he estimated, would not have any impact on Wu Furen's revival later. After putting away the phone and the finger, Chen Qi stood up, somewhat strangely saying, "Why aren't these people leaving yet?" The food protection squad was still crowded in the corridor, although they hadn't continued to attack Chen Qi and the others, they also hadn't left. According to previous experience, after he finished eating the high-grade wild food, these people should have retreated in an orderly fashion. Juefeng wondered, could it be that Gong Shui exhausted them so much they can't move? Chen Qi shook his head. Not to that extent. The emetic effect has passed. Even if they're weak, they wouldn't be unable to walk. Many of them have clearly stood up, but they're just wandering in place. Sun Xueqiao frowned. Their eyes are dull, they don't seem to have regained consciousnue. Chen Qi thought of something, took out Wu Furin's phone, looked at it, and quickly said, "Check if your phones have a signal." Juefeng and Gan Shui also took out their phones, then shook their heads one after another. The phone still has no signal. Can't take pictures either. Are we still in the domain? Chen Qi's expression was grave as he said, so these people are affected by the domain, which is why they're staying put and not leaving. Ordinary people within the domain would become like walking corpses, but based on today's experience, the priority of the food protection mechanism overrides the domain effect. Now that Chen Qi had finished eating the cream cake, the food protection effect disappeared, but the domain still existed, causing these food protectors to remain in place, not knowing to leave. We've already smashed these parasites into a pulp, why hasn't the domain dissipated? Logically, after a parasite is severely injured, the domain it created should naturally not be able to be maintained. Chen Qi pondered for a moment, then said something astonishing, unless, this domain wasn't created by her at all. What? Juefeng was startled. Don't scare me. Let's go quickly, get out first. Always with you. Chen Qi's words sent shivers down Juefeng and Gan Shui's spines. Chen Qi felt uneasy and quickly urged his teammates to leave. However, when he turned around, he saw Sun Xueqiao still standing there, lost in thought. Sun Gu! Chen Qi called out. Sun Xueqiao was jolted awake. Come with us, what's the point of staying here? Chen Qi pointed to the zombie-like protectors. Are you willing to end up like them? Juefeng and the others, having heard Chen Qi talk about Sun Xueqiao, also tried to persuade him, brother, let us see if we can help you. There's no hope for you staying in the hospital, you'll only become more and more corrupted. Sun Xueqiao was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, all right, I'll go with you. The corridor leading to the 15th floor exit was blocked by a dense crowd, so Chen Qi and his group could only take a detour through the internal stairs of the isolation ward. Although the path to the stairwell was also packed with over 100 people, at least it was passable. The four walked through a corridor covered in vomit, the pungent smell assaulting their senses and making their stomachs churn. Only Juefeng looked unconcerned, this smell is like a young girl's fragrance compared to the fart Gan Shui just let out. Gan Shui immediately flushed, about to retaliate, but Chen Qi interrupted him. He directly brought up the main topic, when the domain appeared earlier, I felt the timing was off. As expected, the domain wasn't released by Wu Furin. Juefeng also nodded, I knew that bald old woman was a bit too weak, we took her down without much effort. It seems she was just a family-level parasites, and she was weakened by Gan Shui. But, who created this domain? Gan Shui cursed, damn it, won't there be more parasites waiting for us later? Anyone who can create a domain must be a high-level parasites, but it's fine. Chen Qi reassured him, now I have derivative food. The few of them chatted as they quickly descended the stairs. Let's go to the 14th floor. We probably won't find an elevator that stops on the 13th floor, any elevator that serves single floors must be occupied. At Chen Qi's suggestion, they headed straight for the 14th floor entrance. Running all the way, Chen Qi immediately felt his food detection range expand. The radius increased from 3 meters to about 5 meters. It seemed like only a 2-meter increase, but the actual detection area was nearly 3 times larger than before. Based on experience, eating high-level food would also grant certain physical enhancements, with the direction of improvement varying for each person. Chen Qi's main improvements were in strength and stamina. However, the increase wasn't significant, and it didn't feel very obvious. It's possible there are other enhancements he hasn't discovered yet. After an ability upgrades, one still needs to explore and familiarize themselves with it. Of course, to achieve significant improvement in one's abilities, one would need to find another portion of high-level wild food to bring about a qualitative change in their abilities. The biggest gain this time was actually obtaining another ghost face cookie, and making it possible for high-level wild food to respawn in other locations. Chen Qi and his group jogged along, opening the electronic door to the 14th floor with their access card. Upon opening the door, they found over 20 dazed people standing in the elevator lobby outside. Looking at the stairwell next to it, it was completely packed with people. Just as Chen Qi was about to press the elevator button, he saw a double-deck elevator directly ascending. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 14th floor, and Chen Qi and his companions grew tense, gripping their weapons. But as the elevator doors opened, they immediately relaxed. Da Bing, why did you come up? To help you guys. Da Bing glanced at them. How was it, did you succeed? Let's go down first. The group pushed Da Bing back into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. Inside the elevator, Da Bing spoke eloquently. You don't know, I was sitting perfectly fine in the car, and suddenly I was enveloped by the domain. My phone wouldn't work, I couldn't contact you, and then I saw a group of people swarm into the inpatient building. Wait. Chen Qi interrupted, you said you were also enveloped by the domain? Yes, this domain's range is really huge this time. Not only the inpatient building, but also the parking lot and the surrounding area, covering almost half of the hospital. Chen Qi and the others' hearts sank. The pork vendor's domain before only covered a small vegetable market. But now, this domain, created by who knows who, directly covered almost half of the hospital. Although they couldn't be sure if the size of the domain was directly related to the strength of the parasites, it was enough to alarm them. Just as Chen Qi and the others were feeling uneasy, Sun Xueqiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Actually, the wild food you gave me last time, it did work when I ate it. If it weren't for your wild food, I wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to you normally right now. Chen Qi was stunned, then overjoyed, as if he suddenly saw hope for saving his mother, and quickly said, elaborate. But Sun Xueqiao immediately poured cold water on him. However, it can only alleviate the contamination, not eradicate it. Because this isn't the correct method to clear the contamination, it's more like using poison to fight poison. Besides disappointment, Chen Qi also felt a bit strange. How did Sun Xueqiao know all this? But he still followed up, then what is the correct method? Just then, the elevator reached the first floor. The entire first floor was empty, everyone had been drawn upstairs by the food protection mechanism. Coffee, Suanan, and Da Bing's dog were waiting for them at the entrance of the inpatient building. Chen Qi and his group quickly ran over, and Gan Shui asked, why aren't you driving? Coffee shook her head. In the domain, the car's dashboard was flickering wildly, directly reporting malfunctions. We couldn't drive. Chen Qi said decisively, then let's go, run out, and get out of the domain first. Although he had many questions and was very curious about what Sun Xueqiao had experienced in the isolation ward these past 2 days, escaping danger was the top priority right now. So, everyone ran frantically towards the outside of the domain, but very quickly, they noticed something was wrong. Is the domain expanding? Why can't we get out? Coffee pointed to a street lamp ahead. I clearly remember this place should have been outside the domain's range. No. Chen Qi looked back, his face grim. The domain is following us. Look behind you. The others quickly looked back, only to see people already walking out of the inpatient building in an orderly queue. Clearly, they had already escaped the domain's influence. But wherever Chen Qi and his group ran, the people around them would become dazed, and their phones would remain unusable. This domain was shadowing them, following them closely. How can this be? Where is the parasites who created this domain hiding? The one who created the domain should at least be within the domain's range, right? Chen Qi suddenly thought of something, his heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly turned to look at Sun Xueqiao beside him. Missing memory. Scenes flashed through Chen Qi's mind like a slideshow. Sun Xueqiao's strange behavior and abnormal words in the elevator. Sun Xueqiao's dazed state after they defeated Wu Furan. The cream cake was also found in Sun Xueqiao's ward. Who transferred the cream cake to Sun Xueqiao's ward, and why would they do that? If wild food is the source of pollution, then the cream cake should be a high-level source of pollution. Why would Sun Shuecho be in the same room with a high-level source of pollution day and night? When these clues were strung together, although they couldn't directly reveal the truth, they were enough to make Chen Qi certain of Sun Shuecho's abnormality. Get out of the way. Chen Qi pulled Suanan and Debing, who were closest to him, and retreated, putting distance between himself and Sun Shuecho. Coffee, Gonshui, and Zhuifeng, the three middle-aged men, immediately followed suit and hid, their keen eyesight needing no further explanation. Sun Gu, is that you? Chen Qi asked with some uncertainty. He was sure Sun Shuecho had a problem, but he remembered that just now in the hospital building, when he was in a trance after eating the cream cake. It was Sun Shuecho who woke him up and fought alongside them. If Sun Shuecho really wanted to harm them, he should have had plenty of opportunities. Moreover, recalling the recent experience, even if the domain came from Sun Shuecho, it seemed to have caused them no trouble from beginning to end. And even helped them. Sun Shuecho looked at Chen Qi calmly and smiled. Chen Qi, do you know? These people, are their best containers. For them, each of us is a valuable resource. Chen Qi was slightly startled, roughly understanding what Sun Shuecho was saying. Coffee's eyes flashed, and he said, "You mean, we are the best hosts for the parasites?" Sun Shuecho nodded. "We are naturally more resistant to terror, which is why we were initially unaffected. But this also means that our bodies can contain more terrifying energy and have a higher limit. The domain you mentioned can only be unleashed by parasites like us." Zhuifeng frowned. "Then why not directly parasitize us, but choose our family members instead?" Coffee rolled his eyes at Zhuifeng. "Of course, it's because they can't parasitize us. The premise for parasiting us should be to get us polluted, right?" Sun Shuecho looked at Coffee approvingly. "That's right. Eerie food is both pollution and a source of terrifying energy. Only when we are polluted, accept eerie food, and eat it long-term, can we continuously provide energy for the parasites within us to grow." Debing's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "I understand. We are like the innate sacred bodies in cultivation novels, objects coveted by nascent soul-old monsters for body snatching. Making us eat eerie food is preparation for body snatching." Sun Shuecho was stunned for a moment, clearly a bit slow to follow Debing's train of thought, and after some thought, he nodded and said, "Something like that, but what's parasiting us isn't some nascent soul-old monster. They themselves are very fragile in the early stages, sort of in their nascent phase. They are so fragile that in the initial stage of parasitism, if they provoke our resistance, it could lead to parasitic failure and their direct death. So, the parasitism must be completed without any resistance from us. Basically, everyone is completely unaware of being parasitized. By the time we realize we've been parasitized, it's already too late, we can no longer get rid of them." At this point, even though he already knew the answer, Chen Qi still asked, "So, Sun Gu, you've also been parasitized, haven't you?" Sun Shuecho nodded frankly. "I hadn't realized it before, until you ate that cream cake, then many things suddenly came back to me." Chen Qi took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, "Is it still not too late?" Sun Shuecho knew what Chen Qi was asking and shook his head. "Parasiting people like us often takes more time, but the process of my parasitism had already begun before you were admitted to the hospital. And that cream cake further accelerated the progress of the parasitism, allowing me to initially merge with it. I also shared some of its memories because of this, gaining some understanding of them. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to your wild lychees. If I hadn't eaten that lychee, I probably wouldn't be able to talk to you clearly right now." Coffee frowned and asked, "What exactly are these then you keep talking about?" Sun Shuecho thought for a moment and said, "They have no physical form, are skilled at manipulating desires and bewitching people, and have similarities to the ghosts in our legends. They call themselves nightmares, but I think dream eaters is more fitting." Dream eaters? So all parasites are controlled by dream eaters, including our family members? How can we save our family members? Regarding this disaster, the so-called dream eaters, and everything else, everyone present had too many questions in their hearts. But Sun Xueqiao shook his head and said, "There's not much time. You don't need to ask anymore. I have something to say to Chen Qi alone." Coffee and the others could only swallow their numerous questions, but what did not much time mean? Was Sun Xueqiao about to lose control? At this moment, no one noticed, except for Suanan, an old man with white hair but a vigorous spirit walking from the direction of the hospital's outpatient department. Suanan silently retreated behind everyone and the dog, then squatted down to stroke the golden retriever's head. Chen Qi and Sun Xueqiao went to one side alone. Sun Xueqiao immediately said, "You should already know that you are very special, right? Don't you find it strange that you stayed in the hospital for 10 whole days, and Dr. Zhao and the others let you go completely unharmed?" Chen Qi frowned. Dr. Zhao should still be in the early stages of parasitism, perhaps retaining some humanity. However, why didn't his wife act against me earlier? That is indeed a bit strange. Chen Qi believed that given his previous weakened state, if a parasite like Wu Furen had forcibly fed him, he would have found it very difficult to resist. Sun Xueqiao looked at him deeply and asked meaningfully, "Are you sure all your memories after being admitted to the hospital are complete?" Chen Qi was startled, and then his heart rate suddenly quickened, his thoughts becoming somewhat chaotic. Sun Xueqiao continued, "Before you ate the cream cake, I had absolutely no memory of myself being parasitized by the dream eaters. Are you sure you haven't lost a certain period of memory?" Chen Qi tried to calm down, recalling from the first day he transferred to Jingyi-affiliated hospital until he escaped. He said with some uncertainty, "I don't think so." "Really?" Sun Xueqiao smiled, "Then do you remember what you were doing on the morning of August 30th, the second day of your admission? Sleeping? Daydreaming?" Chen Qi frowned deeply, "I can't remember." Sun Xueqiao shook his head, "I've been your roommate since your first day in the hospital. I saw your daily experiences. That day, you left the ward with Dr. Zhao early in the morning and didn't come back all morning. Am I parasitized? On the 29th, my first day in the hospital, I was caught stealing and eating a wild orange. On the afternoon of the 30th, I chatted with my mom for a while, then played games with Yang Keiji. He got caught by his leader and went AFK, leaving me to fight a 1v2 in the bottom lane. What exactly was I doing on the morning of the 30th? Chen Qi thought and thought, but he truly couldn't recall any memories from the morning of August 30th. However, in his impression, he spent every morning in the hospital ward, occasionally going for treatment or various examinations, which at most would not exceed 2 hours. If something really took up an entire morning, it should have been a significant memory point. It's impossible to completely forget it in just 10 odd days. Thinking about it this way, something was indeed off. If Sun Xueqiao wasn't talking nonsense, then his memory was indeed problematic. Chen Qi couldn't help but feel nervous. Is it only when one is parasitized by a nightmare eater that they lose memories? Does that mean I've already been parasitized? But that's not right. Isn't the premise of parasites that it must first corrupt me? But I can still discern the abnormality of food, which means I haven't been corrupted. Sun Xueqiao opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitating. Sun Gu, just say whatever you want. Sun Xueqiao organized his thoughts for a moment and said, "Normally, that's true, but are you normal?" This question immediately made Chen Qi lose his confidence. Was he normal? The answer was obvious. Ordinary people called him mentally ill, odd food consumers suspected he wasn't of the same species as them, and now even Sun Xueqiao, a parasite, said he was special. It would be a miracle if he was normal. Sun Xueqiao analyzed, "I don't know what exactly happened to you, but what's certain is that they must have done something to you, otherwise your memory wouldn't be missing for no reason. It's not that simple to hide a segment of your memory, it requires a nightmare eater to be parasitizing your body to achieve it." Chen Qi looked down at his body, feeling a chill run down his spine. So, there's likely a monster hidden inside my body right now? Sun Xueqiao nodded slowly. The nightmare eater inside my body sensed a hint of its kind on you. The moment Sun Shuecho said this, goosebumps erupted all over Chen Qi's body. For a moment, his consciousness felt somewhat hazy. He blinked, and suddenly realized that the world he was seeing seemed to have undergone some indescribable change. It was as if the world he had seen before had a subtle filter applied to it. So much so that he hadn't even noticed the existence of this filter. But now, with this filter removed, he finally discovered the difference. At the same time, it felt as if a basin of ice water was poured over his head, making him shiver all over, yet he felt a clarity he hadn't experienced in a long time. Why do I feel like my thoughts are becoming more active? No, more free, more like myself. Sun Shuecho nodded slightly and said, when I recovered that memory just now and realized I was parasitized, I felt the same way. Nightmare eaters possess the ability to bewitch people's minds. It will subtly influence you, interfering with your thoughts and judgments. Initially, this degree is very slight and only affects minor things. For example, when you enter a door, you subconsciously step with your left foot first, but it will influence you to step with your right foot first. When you eat, you usually chew 4 times before swallowing, it will make you chew 5 times, you're used to setting the air conditioner to 25 degrees, it will make you set it to 26 degrees. Applying influence in these details will not trigger your vigilance or resistance at all. And gradually, as you get used to this influence, it will gradually increase its intensity. For example, influencing your sleeping posture, changing your preferred tastes, and then weakening your emotional connections to others, depriving you of your former hobbies. In the end, twisting your personality and changing your sexual orientation will not be difficult. By then, you will have completely become the nightmare eater's puppet, fully controlled by it, with no chance of ever breaking free. Chen Qi felt a chill deep in his heart, a sense of dread. If Sun Shuecho hadn't reminded him, would he have unknowingly become less and less like himself? In the past 10+ days, had many of his decisions and choices already been influenced? Chen Qi asked, so what's happening now? Has it stopped influencing me? Sun Shuecho nodded, because I exposed its existence, making it reveal itself, it temporarily restrained itself to avoid confronting you. Nightmare eaters prefer to exert influence in the dark and are unwilling to confront their hosts directly. That not only causes them consumption but also affects the progress of the parasites. Chen Qi gave a self-deprecating smile. I was still thinking about how to save my mom, but it turns out I myself have been parasitized. Sun Shuecho comforted him, you are different from me, you still have hope. From what I can see, its influence on you should be minimal. This is actually not quite normal. If you were parasitized on August 30th, it's been 11 days now, and it shouldn't be only this degree. Plus, your cognition hasn't been altered, you can still perceive the existence of strange food. So, in my opinion, you absolutely have the possibility of breaking free from the nightmare eater's parasites. Chen Qi asked, am I considered an early or middle stage parasites now? Sun Shuecho pondered, from a time perspective, it should already be the middle stage, but from the degree of influence on you, it's only the early stage. But if it were the early stage, when you already know you're parasitized, your resistance should affect it. But it hasn't. So, I can't say for sure about your situation, it's hard to judge. Chen Qi took a deep breath, if I want to save myself, I need to at least figure out what happened to me first, so how do I retrieve my missing memories? Sun Shuecho said, when the nightmare eater first parasitized you, it was also very weak. To hide your memories, it needed to borrow external power. Chen Qi's heart stirred, are you saying, borrowing power from a high-level source of corruption like the cream cake? Sun Shuecho nodded, you can refer to my situation. Chen Qi showed a look of sudden understanding. Sun Shuecho only recovered his memories after the cream cake was eaten. And Chen Qi's memories being hidden must also have been achieved by borrowing from a certain high-level source of corruption, which is to say, high-level wild food. So, as long as that high-level wild food is eaten, his lost memories can be recovered. And to find that high-level food, he needs to figure out where he went on August 30th. At this moment, Suanan suddenly warned, be careful, someone is approaching. Within the domain, an old man with white hair was steadily walking towards them. Suanen had been observing the old man, and it wasn't until the old man walked from the outpatient department into the domain and continued his steady pace that she finally warned everyone. To be able to move within the domain without being affected, one must either be a parasite or an odd food consumer. Clues in the phone. Coffee and the others immediately grew vigilant. Sun Xueqiao didn't even glance at him, scoffing, "Don't mind him." He led Chen Qi back to the main group and said to everyone, "You don't need to worry. Just leave later, I'll handle the rest." Chen Qi frowned. "Sun Gu, aren't you coming with us? Even if you're parasitic, if wild food is useful, I can keep finding it for you." Sun Xueqiao smiled. "Let me eat that stuff every day? I'd rather die." He extended his hand to Chen Qi. "Give me your phone." Chen Qi paused for a moment but still unlocked his phone and handed it over. Sun Xueqiao opened the notepad, tapping out a string of text, then returned the phone to Chen Qi. "This is my home address. If one day you gain that kind of ability, please help my family escape this disaster." Chen Qi was stunned, feeling as if Sun Xueqiao was making his final arrangements. However, he hadn't expected that at this moment, Sun Xueqiao's greatest concern was still his family. He had once heard Nurse Xiaoru briefly mention Sun Xueqiao's family situation and didn't think such a family was worth caring about. Coffee then said, "I can help them move out of town. I can arrange both housing and work." Sun Xueqiao shook his head. "It's useless. This disaster isn't something you can escape by running away. It's too late to run now, and it's not necessarily safe outside either." Coffee understood his hidden meaning and said, "Are disasters breaking out in other places too?" Sun Xueqiao nodded but didn't say much, only solemnly telling Chen Qi, "This is my only request. Can you promise me?" Chen Qi naturally couldn't refuse. Sun Xueqiao had helped him too much. But he couldn't help but ask, "Is it worth it?" Sun Xueqiao was slightly taken aback. "It seems you've heard some things about my family. But you only know what my family did, not what I did. I brought this upon myself, and I don't deserve sympathy. The greatest good deed I've done for my family in this life was probably accepting the contamination of the strange food early on, so they wouldn't be parasitic by a nightmare eater because of me." At this moment, a burst of laughter came, and the white-haired old man had already walked to a spot less than 30 meters from Chen Qi and the others. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had short, white hair, and looked gentle, kind, and scholarly. He chuckled, "There are so many excellent containers gathered here. What good luck!" Sun Xueqiao said without question, "Let them leave." "Are you ordering me or threatening me?" The old man laughed. "Whichever it is, you don't seem to have the right." With that, the smile on his face instantly vanished. His skin constantly writhed and split open, revealing things like tongues that twisted and licked back and forth. His kind face instantly became hideous and terrifying. At the same time, an aura that made Chen Qi and the others' hearts throb erupted from the old man. A layer of purple light shimmered and rapidly spread out from the old man, instantly engulfing the entire hospital. Within the hospital, people stopped their movements one after another, then marched in neat steps to surround them, like soldiers summoned. This is also a domain. It was the first time Chen Qi and the others had seen a visible domain. Its range was larger than Sun Xueqiao's domain, and it seemed capable of directly controlling ordinary people within its bounds. This clearly indicated the old man's uniqueness and power. Sun Xueqiao, however, remained unfazed and emphasized again, "I said, let them leave." The old man scoffed, "What can you do if I don't? You can't escape the parasitic now." Sun Xueqiao's chest suddenly split open, revealing a constantly beating heart. However, at this moment, the heart was pitch black, and thick black blood vessels twisted on its surface like earthworms. He grabbed his own heart and squeezed it hard, causing blood to overflow from his mouth and nose. He laughed somewhat maniacally. "I can die. I'm in charge now. If I die and give up resurrection, what will happen to your master?" The old man's expression changed slightly. Sun Xueqiao's voice deepened, "Let them leave, and I will cooperate with you to complete the final parasitic." After a few seconds of silence, the old man's gaze suddenly locked onto Chen Qi. Then, he withdrew his domain, and the abnormalities on his body instantly receded, transforming him back into the benevolent old man. Sun Xueqiao turned to Chen Qi and the others, "You all go. If you stay any longer, more people will come." Chen Qi said earnestly, "Sun Gu, come with us." He pulled out a ghost face cookie. "I'll deal with this old man." Sun Xueqiao grabbed Chen Qi's hand, which held the ghost face cookie, and shook his head, "Don't waste your strength. You have more important things to do. You can't kill him, and you can't save me. Preserve your strength to do something useful." "But..." "No buts. Don't worry, I won't die. I'll keep this life to wait for you to save me. I haven't done many things right in my life. I'm a complete failure, but now I'm certain that helping you all is the most correct thing I've ever done." He smiled freely. "How many chances does someone like me get to be a hero in a lifetime? Go. Don't disappoint the resolve I've finally made. Go." Coffee said decisively. Juefeng grabbed Chen Qi and ran, and the others followed suit in a rush. Chen Qi looked back at Sun Xueqiao, who waved at him and said, "Next time we meet, we'll be enemies, not friends. Don't go easy." Chen Qi took a deep breath and finally no longer hesitated, following his teammates' footsteps directly to the parking lot. Without the domain interference, the car started normally, and Juefeng also got on his electric bicycle. The group left the hospital at the fastest speed. On the road, the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat oppressive. Everyone remained silent. They had experienced too much today, especially what happened to Sun Xueqiao, which made them empathize. As odd food consumers, Sun Xueqiao's fate seemed to foreshadow their own future. Once they were contaminated, they would face the same destiny as Sun Xueqiao. And compared to the others, Chen Qi felt even greater pressure, as he had a nightmare eater parasitic within him. The thought of a monster inside him, ready to take over at any moment, made him restless. Even if the nightmare eater's state was unusual and didn't seem to affect him much, it was no reason to be careless. A hibernating venomous snake is only still, it doesn't mean it won't bite. On the contrary, its venom will be even more potent. I must find out where Dr. Zhao took me that morning. Suddenly, he remembered something and took Wu Furin's phone and a severed finger from his pocket. After warming the finger, he successfully unlocked the phone, then opened WeChat and scrolled through the chat history. He found Dr. Zhao, noted as husband, in his contacts and quickly located the chat records from August 30th. Soon, his eyes lit up as he found a crucial clue. August 30th, 11:27 a.m. Wu Furin, remember to eat on time at noon. Dr. Zhao, I'm at the school today. I'll eat lunch at the school cafeteria. Chat history. On the way back, Chen Qi gradually composed himself. With his mother's situation, his tolerance for similar events had grown stronger. Dwelling on sadness was useless, everything still had to move forward. Whether it's to save my mom and Sun Gu, or to resolve the nightmare eater hidden danger within me, I have no retreat. I can only move forward. Next, I need to find my lost memories. To retrieve his memories, he had to consume the high-level wild food that had influenced him. At that time, he would not only recover his memories but also strengthen his abilities, leading to a qualitative change. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The clues currently obtained confirmed that Dr. Zhao had visited Jinghai Medical College on the morning of August 30th. Therefore, that high-level wild food was very likely in the medical college. If that's really the case, then was the high-level wild food originally there, or did it refresh because of my arrival? If a high-level wild food had already refreshed in the medical college before, then why could pancake and cream cake refresh later? Can't one person not find two high-level foods at the same time? Could Dabing's guess be wrong? After pondering for a moment, Chen Qi quickly came up with a relatively reasonable guess. Whether it was high-level wild food or ordinary wild food, as one of the sources of pollution, they must objectively exist and did not appear because of his presence. It was just that they might not have originally existed in the form of wild food. Only when Chen Qi approached would these pollution sources be transformed into wild food by his junk-picking ability. This also explained why there were more wild foods in heavily polluted places like the hospital, because there were more pollution sources here. If that's the case, then I'm still similar to other odd food consumers. We all transform exclusive food through our abilities. It's just that I transform pollution sources, and they transform eerie food. Moreover, they transform actively, while I transform passively. As for not being able to find two high-level foods at the same time, this in itself is a very idealistic rule, which can be fully explained by Momo's idealism. He didn't even have that memory and was completely unaware of the existence of that high-level food, so of course, it didn't affect anything. Idealism, what I don't know doesn't exist. Just as Momo said, it's hard to say whether this set of idealism is correct, but it's very useful, Chen Qi secretly thought. Just then, the car passed a secluded small road, with small woods on both sides. Chen Qi looked out the window, suddenly paused slightly, and quickly patted the driver's seat in front. Stop. Coffee slammed on the brakes, startling everyone in the car, who all looked at Chen Qi in confusion. Chen Qi opened the car door and got into the small woods beside the road. After a while, he came out holding a bowl of white porridge. Just now, his food detection ability, which had expanded to a 5-meter radius, suddenly detected this wild food. Chen Qi hadn't paid attention at first, but as his gaze casually swept over, he suddenly found that his sight actually penetrated the obstruction of tree branches and leaves, precisely locking onto this bowl of white porridge even with the car moving quickly. He instantly realized that this was another ability upgrade obtained after eating the cream cake, allowing him to quickly lock onto wild food within the detection range and identify the type of wild food. Then he suddenly remembered something and immediately stopped the car. Looking at the bowl of white, putrid liquid emitting a strange odor in Chen Qi's hand, Coffee frowned and asked, "High-level wild food?" Chen Qi shook his head, "It's just ordinary wild food." "Then why?" "Let's go back and talk." A hint of anticipation appeared on Chen Qi's face. This white porridge was very ordinary, but it was a rare liquid wild food. This meant it could be given to Coffee for secondary processing. A moment later, Chen Qi and everyone else gathered at Coffee's house. After what had just happened, everyone was in a somewhat heavy mood. "Alright, everyone, don't be so dejected. Cheer up," Coffee stood up and said, "although this operation had its twists and turns, at least the goal was achieved, and we unexpectedly gained some very valuable information." Coffee picked up her phone, recording and summarizing as she spoke. From Sun Xuechao's words, we can analyze a lot of very useful information. For example, I already have some general guesses about the essence of our foraging ability. Seeing that she had attracted everyone's attention, Coffee continued, Sun Xuechao mentioned a term, terror energy. Let's tentatively understand it as a kind of polluting energy. Eating fear might be caused by this energy. All eerie foods contain terror energy. This terror energy is pollution to us, but it is nourishment to Nightmare Eater. Therefore, those who are parasites must continuously consume eerie food to allow the Nightmare Eater within them to grow rapidly. Zhuefeng asked in confusion, "Then why aren't we polluted when we eat the exclusive food transformed from eerie food?" "Because we transform that terror energy," Coffee said. "Our foraging ability, in essence, might be an energy transformation ability, transforming terror energy that is polluting to us into energy that is harmless to us. Not only is it harmless, but high-level food, which carries high-level terror energy, can even strengthen our abilities." Zhuefeng thoughtfully said, "So odd food consumers' bodies have stronger adaptability and tolerance to terror energy, which is also why we become key parasites targets for Nightmare Eater." Coffee nodded. According to what Sun Xuechao said, even if ordinary people are parasites by Nightmare Eater, their upper limit is very low, and they can never master a domain? Chen Qi summarized, ordinary people who are parasites are family-level parasites. Our family members, and Wu Foreign, all belong to this type. And all domain-level parasites, pork vendor, Sun Gu, that old man in the hospital, they were all odd food consumers. Oh, and Dr. Zhao. Chen Qi took out Wu Furin's phone, opened her chat log with Dr. Zhao, and passed it around for everyone to read. Everyone gathered around and read from the beginning. The chat log started on August 10th, just a few days after the eating fear outbreak. August 10th. Wu Furin, you've used up all your annual leave. How can you go to work in this state? Dr. Zhao, I plan to seek psychological treatment. This can't go on. Wu Furin, have you thought it through? This will completely ruin your career. Wu Furin, if a psychiatrist himself has a mental illness, who would seek treatment from him? August 11th. Wu Furin, give it a try, husband. Wu Furin, didn't you always say the best way to eliminate fear is to face it? Wu Furin, just try it once, maybe you won't be afraid anymore. Dr. Zhao, I'll think about it again. I took sick leave today. August 12th. Wu Furin, did you get glucose again today? Wu Furin, try to eat something. Look how much weight you've lost. After a while, everyone will notice. August 13th. Wu Furin, please, eat something. It truly breaks my heart to see you like this. Wu Furin, I'll make you your favorite abalone sauce rice. Would you like to try a little? August 17th. Dr. Zhao, wife, I'm better. Dr. Zhao, I was so hungry I couldn't stand it, so I ate some snacks, and suddenly all the hallucinations disappeared. Dr. Zhao, I'm going to work tomorrow. Wu Furin, that's great. My husband is the best. Wu Furin, from now on, I'll supervise you to eat on time every day. August 18th. Dr. Zhao, I met a patient whose symptoms were exactly the same as mine. Wu Furin, then used the same method to cure him. August 19th. Wu Furin, did you eat on time at noon? August 20th. Wu Furin, remember to eat on time at noon. August 21st. Wu Furin, I'll bring you lunch at noon. As Coffee and the others read on, their hair unknowingly stood on end. Chen Qi's exclusive drink. These demonic things are truly despicable. After reading the chat logs, Gan Shuwei couldn't help but curse. Juefeng gritted his teeth and said, it's all the same trick. They control our loved ones and persuade us to eat strange foods. Once we're truly parasitized, they start urging us to eat more to ensure the nightmare eater in our bodies gets fat. Chen Qi sighed, but this method is indeed effective. Sun Gu said it takes a long time to parasitize odd food consumers like us, but it's much faster to control ordinary people. So, controlling our families first and then influencing us through them is more efficient. Seeing the atmosphere become heavy again, Coffee had to change the subject. By the way, has Gan Shuwei used his derivative food yet? What's his superpower? Juefeng said with a look of disgust, a disgusting ability. What kind of ability is it, exactly? I said it's a disgusting ability. It literally means making people vomit. That's so hardcore? Ha, truly Gan Shuwei. Coffee almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Juefeng mercilessly mocked, this guy is destined to never leave the sewers in his life. Gan Shuwei retorted, what right do you, a takeout thief, have to talk about me? Isn't my ability strong? Juefeng stated factually, the power is indeed undeniable, a top-tier crowd control skill. If it weren't for Gan Shuwei's skill, we might not have gotten out that time. Dabing looked curious, quick, tell us what happened to you guys in there. Juefeng vividly described his experiences in the isolation ward. From discovering the disappearance of the cream cake, to delaying the security team for Chen Qi, and then to Chen Qi turning the 13th floor upside down, a baguette sweeping through the security team. At that time, Biscuit was like Zhao Zilong possessed, wielding a bread, he charged 7 times in and out among the security team. Dabing listened with excitement, quickly picked up the divine weapon baguette Chen Qi had placed aside, and swung it left and right in his hand. Liking it more and more as he looked at it. Dabing praised the baguette endlessly and asked, "Whose masterpiece is this weapon?" "Mine," Suanan said indifferently. Admiration showed in Dabing's eyes, and he said fawningly, "Could you make one for me tomorrow?" "I can't make it alone, Biscuit needs to provide the materials." Everyone was stunned, somewhat puzzled. Chen Qi smiled, "Speaking of which, I suspect my wild food can be reprocessed by other odd food consumers. This baguette is the product of bread reprocessing my wild food." Zhu Weifeng and the others immediately became interested. "It can be done like that? Then should we try it too?" Coffee, however, immediately saw the difficulty in it and said, "It's probably not easy for you guys to do." Zhu Weifeng and the others thought carefully and understood the difficulty. Chen Qi said, "Dabing really can't do it. No creature other than me would be willing to eat wild food. Even if I found wild bones and ham sausages, I doubt even a dog would eat them. But what if I throw wild food into a gonshui bucket, or put wild food into takeout? Would that work?" Gonshui and Zhu Weifeng shook their heads simultaneously. "We've tried similar methods before, but they didn't work. If it worked, do you think we'd be willing to steal takeout and eat leftovers every day?" Zhu Weifeng said, "I once ordered takeout myself and picked up the order myself, then deliberately refused to accept it, but it was completely useless. I also tried having Kandu order takeout and I delivered it to him. I tried many times to get his order, but in the end, the conversion was still unsuccessful." Gonshui said, "I'm pretty much the same. I packaged fresh strange food and threw it into the gonshui bucket, but it couldn't be converted either." Chen Qi nodded, not surprised by this. Momo said their abilities were subjective powers, trying to gain an advantage this way was just self-deception. People cannot completely deceive themselves, so they cannot exploit this loophole to convert food. Coffee, however, remembered something and her eyes lit up. "That bowl of white liquid you picked up on the way, that was prepared for me, wasn't it?" "Exactly." Chen Qi took out the bowl of white porridge he had picked up on the way. "Sister Coffee, try to see if you can convert it. I think this porridge is quite thin, similar to drinks or soups." With some uncontrollable distaste, Coffee took the white porridge, poured it into a small pot, and went to the stove to heat it. Coffee's method of converting strange drinks into exclusive food was simply heating it. As long as it boiled, the conversion was successful, no matter how it was heated. Before long, steam rose from the stove. Coffee took a cup and poured the liquid from the small pot. Chen Qi and the others gathered around, and at a glance, they could tell that the liquid in the cup no longer resembled white porridge. The dark brown liquid was still bubbling. "This looks like a hot cola? Hot cola?" Dabing's expression became uncomfortable. "What heresy? Cola should be cold." Chen Qi showed a thoughtful expression. Sure enough, when others reprocessed his wild food, it deviated from their original fixed food categories. Suanan could originally only make ordinary dry bread, but she made a baguette. Coffee could only convert coffee, but this time she converted hot cola. "Try it quickly." Chen Qi looked at Coffee with anticipation, but saw that she looked utterly exhausted. She shook her head, "Making just 1 cup of hot cola almost drained me, I feel so tired." Chen Qi quickly asked Suanan, "Did you experience this last time when you made the baguette?" Suanan shook her head, "It was just like when I usually make bread, I didn't feel anything." Coffee guessed, "It seems to be related to the qualitative change in my ability. Then this cola might have some special effect." She forced herself to take a few large ice cubes from the refrigerator and dropped them into the cup, instantly cooling the cola. Only then did she lift the cup and carefully took a sip. The next moment, she rushed to the sink at top speed, vomited into the basin, and then gargled frantically. "Physiological rejection, I can't drink it." Coffee's already pale face looked even paler. Chen Qi said, "Then it seems only I can drink it." Even after his wild food was reprocessed by others, it still belonged to him as his exclusive food. He picked up the cup, about to drink, when suddenly there was a banging sound at the door from outside. "What's going on?" Zhu Weifeng quickly ran to check. Chen Qi pondered, did it attract people to guard the food? Coffee had just taken a small sip of cola, which might have triggered the wild food's food guarding mechanism. Juefeng, after checking the monitor, shouted, "There are 2 security guards banging on the door." Chen Qi drank the cola in the cup in one gulp. The next second, the banging on the door outside immediately stopped. It really was guarding the food. After drinking the cola, Chen Qi carefully felt the changes in his body. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, and his whole being became excited. So energetic. I feel like I don't need to sleep tonight. In contrast, Coffee beside him looked tired and dispirited. Gan Shui said, "Coffee, why do you look like biscuit has drained your essence?" Chen Qi was full of excitement, as if he had discovered a new continent. He said to Suanan, "Later, I'll find a few more pieces of wild food. You can help me make them into bread to see what happens." Asking in advance for tomorrow's, Monday's, follow-up reads. Last Monday, during the PK for Sanjiang, I overexerted myself and got on the loudspeaker, so I'll have another PK for Sanjiang next Monday. I earnestly ask everyone who has time tomorrow to please come and support me. Frank. Chen Qi was mentally stimulated and his thoughts were active. He had never felt so full of energy. He was incredibly excited, never expecting this test to give him such a big surprise. Isn't this the effect of super coffee? The super coffee made after coffee's ability underwent qualitative change had the effect of replenishing energy. Drinking 1 cup a day meant no need to sleep at night. However, super coffee could only be consumed by coffee herself. Now, it was equivalent to transferring the effect of super coffee to super cola, allowing Chen Qi to also enjoy the effects of super coffee. This meant that as long as other odd food consumers whose abilities had undergone qualitative change could reprocess wild food, he could enjoy the effect of that person's ability. This is too strong. What a pity. Unfortunately, only Coffee in the team had completed the qualitative change of her ability so far. Unfortunately, besides Coffee, only Suanan could consistently reprocess wild food. Coffee only barely recovered her energy after drinking a cup of super coffee. Seeing Chen Qi's energetic appearance, she also recognized the value in it and said, "Your wild food is too abnormal, it can even carry our abilities. For your use. If you had a few more powerful supports, wouldn't you be invincible?" One should know that odd food consumers could not reprocess other people's exclusive food. For example, if Juefeng secretly bought milk tea for Coffee, Coffee couldn't use her ability to process it. Not only was Chen Qi's wild food unrestricted, but it could even carry the effects of others' abilities. However, my no-sleep ability isn't of much help to you. You should quickly help Bread improve her ability. Maybe after her ability undergoes a qualitative change, it can provide you with combat-related enhancements. Chen Qi nodded in deep agreement. Suanan had never even eaten a single advanced food, yet she could create such a handy weapon as baguette. What would happen if her ability underwent a qualitative change? When we go back later, I'll go find more wild food and let Bread try to make a few more baguettes. Then everyone in our group can have one. Good idea. Daving was the first to agree. They are the Axe Gang, and from now on, we will be the Baguette Gang. Coffee said, "We agreed to arrange accommodation for you today. I'll contact them now." Chen Qi and Juefeng were both homeless now, and Suanan's school dormitory was also dangerous to stay in. All 3 of them were relying on Coffee, the rich woman, to arrange accommodation. Just then, Suanan suddenly spoke, "I know that Parasite's in the hospital just now, he's an old professor from our school." Coffee stopped typing and looked up. Is he a professor from Jinghai Medical College? It seems he's also a DR. In the hospital. Jinghai Affiliated Hospital, as the affiliated hospital of Jinghai Medical College, had many doctores who were also teachers at the school. Juefeng sighed, "Sure enough, schools and hospitals are truly dens of dragons and tigers. A medical college is even a tiger's den within a dragon's den." Chen Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he asked, "What about DR? Zhao? Is he also a teacher from your college?" Suanan nodded, "Yes, but he seems to rarely come to school to teach, he's mainly responsible for supervising interns." Chen Qi became even more certain that the advanced food he was looking for should be in Jinghai Medical College. Dr. Zhao, a Dr. who rarely attended classes, specifically went to Jinghai Medical College during working hours on August 30th, surely for some special purpose. Chen Qi had a bit of a headache. Why did the advanced wild food he was looking for always appear in such high-risk areas? A medical college, that was a place even more dangerous than a hospital. Coffee said to Suanan, since that's the case, you need to be even more careful. Your school's old professor and Dr. Zhao from the hospital might have noticed you. Even if you haven't eaten advanced food yet, your situation will be very dangerous. Suanan said directly, I plan to drop out. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Suanan to be so decisive. However, this was indeed the safest and most reliable choice. Coffee smiled and said, why don't you take a leave of absence first? That way, if the world returns to normal later, you can still continue your studies. Suanan shook her head, medical students earn money too slowly. If I take another year or two off, I don't know when I'll be able to earn money. So, Sun Gu, you don't need to specifically arrange accommodation near the school for me. Coffee nodded, then curiously asked, are you very short on money? I can lend it to you. Suanan said, somewhat, but it's all right. My ability requires me to use newly acquired money each day to buy ingredients, or use ingredients given by others, to make bread. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi showed a look of realization. No wonder Suanan was always so happy whenever she received money from him before. As a student, she also had to work at the hospital every day, so she indeed didn't have many opportunities to earn money. Adding to her family situation, she probably didn't receive living expenses from home either. She was also a struggling medical student. Juefeng said, that's easy to solve. We can send you more ingredients at once, and you can make them into bread to store and eat slowly. Suanan nodded, she had operated this way before. The 100 yuan Chen Qi gave her was all used that day to buy ingredients, which were then made into bread and are still piled up in her dormitory. Chen Qi asked, then when do you plan to go back to complete the withdrawal procedures? And you'll need to pack your luggage, right? Suanan said straightforwardly, I'm not going. I don't dare. Everyone couldn't help but smile. Juefeng teased, bread, I'm sure you'll live longer than all of us in this disaster. However, this was the most rational approach. Knowing that it was full of dangers and one could easily perish there, who would be willing to risk going in to die? Then they heard Chen Qi say, I plan to find an opportunity to go to your school. No, Biscuit, are you crazy? Yeah, didn't you see how vicious that old man was today? There might be several like him in the medical college. You still dare to go? Gan Shui and the others all looked puzzled. I plan to sneak in at night. The danger level in the school will be much lower at night. Coffee, however, said thoughtfully, did Sun Xuechao tell you something? Chen Qi nodded, Sun Gu told me that my next wild food is in the medical college. This, are you sure? How would he know? Chen Qi was silent for a few seconds. He had actually thought about keeping the fact that he had a nightmare eater parasites inside him a secret. Sun Xuechao had called him aside separately to tell him about it, also to help him conceal it. Chen Qi didn't distrust his teammates in the group, but he was afraid his teammates would distrust him. He didn't want a rift to form between his teammates. But on second thought, if he chose to conceal it and it was exposed later, that would be a true breakdown of trust. Moreover, this was an extremely irresponsible act, as even Chen Qi himself couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly lose control one day and be controlled by the nightmare eater. It was better to clarify it early. Chen Qi did not hide anything and shared all the information he had obtained from Sun Xuechao, including the nightmare eater in his body whose status was unknown. After he finished speaking, the living room suddenly fell silent. The whole city is hungry. A moment later, Coffee was the first to speak. The fact that you can tell us all this means that the nightmare eater inside you truly hasn't been able to affect you. Dabing, as if missing a screw, seemed inexplicably excited, praising, "Awesome, awesome. Even a nightmare eater parasites can't handle you, Biscuit, you're invincible." Zhu Weifeng pondered seriously, "So you haven't been corrupted, but you've been parasitized. How exactly did you manage that? It's really worth studying." Gan Shui nodded and said, "I was right before, you really are specifically designed to counter these ghostly things." Chen Qi was stunned, not expecting everyone to accept this matter so easily. Was it because they trusted him too much, or were his teammates all a bit crazy? Suanen suddenly spoke, "Sun Ge knows more about these things than all of us, and he believes you, so what do we have to doubt?" Bread makes a good point. Coffee smiled, "However, for everyone's safety, we'll still perform tests on Biscuit every day from now on to ensure you haven't been corrupted." Chen Qi naturally had no objection to this. "As for going to Jinghai Medical College to find advanced wild food, I really suggest you hold off this time," Coffee said earnestly. Chen Qi gave a bitter smile, "I want to hold off too, but I'm really worried that one day I'll be controlled by that ghostly thing inside my body." Zhu Weifeng patted Chen Qi's shoulder, comforting him, "Relax a bit. The world is already a pile of shit. If we keep being so tense, we won't be able to live." Even Dabing, uncharacteristically serious, advised, "Don't rush. When we find advanced food, we'll accompany you to Flatten Jinghai Medical College." Gan Shui nodded, "Dabing is right. We're not telling you to give up, but to give us some time." Since his teammates all said so, Chen Qi could only nod and agree. Thinking calmly, he was indeed a bit too anxious. His only reliance now was the ghost face cookie. Although the ghost face cookie's ability was powerful, its duration was too short. If even two parasites attacked at different times, he would have a hard time dealing with them. Coffee made a few phone calls and quickly arranged accommodation for Chen Qi and the other two. For safety reasons, odd food consumers were not suitable for living together, it was best to live separately. So the three of them lived in 3 different places. Zhu Weifeng was arranged into a single dormitory at a factory. Chen Qi and Suanen lived quite close to each other, in 2 adjacent residential areas. Coffee said, "Biscuit, you drive my car to drop off bread. You two just happen to live close. Oh, and don't drive that Cayenne. That car hasn't been maintained in a long time." Chen Qi nodded in agreement. Afterward, the group left Coffee's house one by one. Chen Qi drove a Continental GT, with Suanen in the passenger seat. It could be considered that all the elements of a luxury car and a beautiful woman were present. He was just a young man in his early 20s. In the past, he might have felt his life was complete, but now these things were all bland and uninteresting. A luxury car plus a beautiful woman, in his eyes, were not as good as a single pancake he once had. Chen Qi first drove Suanen to a nearby park. Many people came here at night for walks and to cool off, making it a relatively dense area for crowds, but in the middle of the day, there was hardly anyone. Therefore, there would be no shortage of wild food, and the danger was also small, making it an excellent wild area. He found a total of 7 wild foods in the park, but unfortunately, he didn't find any liquid wild food again. Just then, Chen Qi's phone suddenly rang a few times. He opened his phone and saw messages from the Jinghai foraging group. "Momo, today's intelligence wanted everyone." Momo, according to reliable sources, Jinghai City's food-related industry has seen significant performance growth in the past month. Momo, random surveys of dozens of grain and oil stores, snack shops, vegetable and fruit stores, and other food retail outlets showed that August's turnover generally increased by nearly 20% compared to July. Chen Qi was stunned. Did this mean the entire city's ability to eat had improved? Coffee, it seems the eating fear contamination has the effect of stimulating appetite. Gan Shui, the only good thing about the eating fear outbreak has appeared, it stimulated consumption and boosted economic development. Zhu Weifeng, nearly 20% growth in a month? That's a bit exaggerated. Everyone will be fat sooner or later. Dabing, I knew my store's dog and cat food have been selling better recently. It seems even cats and dogs can't escape. Biscuit, Chen Qi, such abnormal data will always attract official attention, right? Momo, the officials have actually noticed it already. Momo, this is today's intelligence too. Momo, currently, not only Jinghai City, but also other cities are reportedly experiencing terrifying disasters. The officials have long intervened, but the progress is unknown. Momo, it is said to be not very optimistic, and conventional methods have very limited effect. Juefeng, if the source cannot be found, even the officials truly have no way to start. Those parasites cannot be killed, and each of them is very good at hiding. Momo, the main thing is that the terror expansion cannot be stopped, physical barriers are useless. Coffee, without finding an effective solution or prevention method, it's true that they can only handle it discreetly to avoid causing panic. Knowing that the officials had intervened, Chen Qi felt a little more confident. Although there was no good news yet, at least he knew that they were not the only ones fighting. At this moment, Coffee asked in the group chat, "Group owner, do you have any information about Jinghai Medical College?" Momo, are you planning any actions there? Coffee, Biscuit's next advanced food is at Jinghai Medical College. Momo, I see, that's really a bit troublesome. It should be very dangerous there. Momo, I'll ask someone to inquire. Wait for my news. Biscuit, Chen Qi bowing fist emoji. Putting away his phone, Chen Qi had almost finished finding wild food, so he drove Suan to his new residence. The residence Coffee arranged for him was in an old residential area that had some years on it. Although old, it wasn't dilapidated or small. The houses in this residential area were all 6-story foreign-style houses with elevators. Chen Qi followed the address Coffee gave him, entered the password, and successfully opened the entrance door. The interior decoration was quite exquisite, with all furniture and appliances readily available, and the area was not small. It was even a bit too spacious for Chen Qi living alone. After Suan helped Chen Qi tidy up a bit, she went to the kitchen to start a pot of water, preparing to make bread. She put a wild baby cabbage into the pot, and soon after, fished out a caterpillar bread from the pot. Chen Qi took the caterpillar bread and found that the bread, just taken out of the water, was neither hot to the touch nor had any water on its surface. However, it was soft and floppy, completely incomparable to a baguette. This thing definitely couldn't be used as a weapon, it could only be eaten. To prevent attracting the food guarding team, Chen Qi pressed the caterpillar bread firmly, and then got water to aid in eating, quickly swallowing the caterpillar bread in 3 bites. The result was that there was nothing special about it, just like ordinary wild food. But then, when Suan used a wild walnut to make a large Russian-style bread, Chen Qi couldn't help but widen his eyes. No, how did you make a brick-sized dabing from such a small walnut? Chen Qi knocked on the hard, rough crust of the dabing, feeling that its hardness was even greater than that of a baguette. Just as he was about to study this dabing thoroughly, his phone suddenly rang again. In the Jinghai foraging group chat. Dabing, family, I made it. 3 good things come together. Dabing, everyone, I made it. Juefeng, I don't care what you made, just remember, don't call us family anymore. I have PTSD from those 2 words. Coffee, your ability qualitatively changed? Dabing, that's right. When I went back, I thought about it. I ordered many takeout meals from the busiest mall near my home and fed them to Dabing. I never expected to actually get advanced food from him. Coffee, smart. Gan Shui and Juefeng, you two should learn from him. Use your brains. Biscuit, Chen Qi, what ability did it qualitatively change into? Dabing, man-dog fusion. Gan Shui, the dog possesses you? Or you possess the dog? Dabing, I'll show you next time we meet. Coffee, then let's make it tomorrow. We've been through so much today, everyone should get some good rest. Coffee, tomorrow, we'll discuss our next plan. Coffee and Biscuit, pull Bread into the group too. Biscuit invited Bread to join the group chat. Momo, welcome new member, handshake. After Kandu left the group, Suanen's addition kept the number of people in the Jinghai foraging group at 7. Putting away his phone, Chen Qi continued to examine the freshly baked dalieba. He found that in terms of hardness, this dalieba was even better than a baguette, but if used as a weapon, a baguette would definitely be handier. The advantage of a baguette was its length. A long inch is a strong inch, a short inch is a dangerous inch. Dalieba was like a hard brick, only good for close quarters combat, unless thrown to hit someone. In short, it looked more like building material than a weapon, but in no way did it look like food. Dr. Sue, you chose the wrong major. With your skill, you should have studied civil engineering. Suanan looked indifferent to Chen Qi's teasing, merely saying, I won't be studying medicine anymore, so don't call me doctor. Then what should I call you? An? Suanan paused, then nodded, that's fine, but remember to use my code name during group activities. Next, Suanan cooked all the wild foods Chen Qi had found into bread. After observation and study, Chen Qi finally summarized a few rules. The bread Suanan made from wild foods would inherit and amplify certain characteristics of the original ingredients. For example, the already hard wild fried dough twist was made into an even harder baguette bread. Walnuts, which were harder than fried dough twists, were made into dalieba, which was harder than baguettes. And the somewhat soft baby cabbage could only be transformed into an even softer caterpillar bread. The shape and size of the manufactured bread had no relation to the wild food used, but it would definitely inherit and amplify a certain characteristic. Therefore, choosing some hard-textured wild foods made it easier to produce bread that could be used as a weapon. Other than that, there was nothing particularly special. This made Chen Qi look forward even more to Suanan's future qualitative change in ability. If the direction of the qualitative change in ability was right, for example, enchanting the bread weapon or something, wouldn't that be taking off? Let's go, I'll take you to buy some ingredients. My treat. Suanan didn't decline. The bread she had stocked up before was all in her school dorm, so she indeed needed to restock her provisions. Chen Qi eagerly took Suanan downstairs and drove to a small supermarket. For them, going to a supermarket also carried risks. Supermarkets were considered densely populated areas, and parasites might appear there. Fortunately, it was a weekday in midday, so there weren't many people in the supermarket. Many daily necessities needed to be added to the new residence. Chen Qi pushed the shopping cart, and the two first bought a lot of household items. Then they went to the food section. Calling it a food section, in Chen Qi's eyes, it was no different from entering a monster room. Various strange, bizarre, and disgusting foods filled his vision. Chen Qi's expression didn't change, he had long grown accustomed to ordinary bizarre foods. Suanan likewise ignored these bizarre foods, heading directly to the pastry section with a clear goal. On the counter in the pastry section were several plastic boxes covered with plastic wrap. Chen Qi looked inside the boxes. Each box contained 2 stomach bags, a bit larger than a fist. Each stomach bag was bulging, and he didn't know what was stuffed inside. The surface of the stomach bags was also slowly secreting a viscous liquid. If it weren't for the labels on top, Chen Qi would have racked his brain and still wouldn't have guessed these were steamed buns. Suanan quickly swept all the remaining few boxes of large steamed buns from the shelf into the shopping cart. Done, she said, clapping her hands. Chen Qi was stunned. That's it? Suanan nodded. I've always bought steamed buns to make bread. Anyway, buying any food is the same, so of course, I buy the cheap ones. Chen Qi advised, you should still buy more different kinds of ingredients. Have you ever thought that you haven't found a single advanced food in over a month, perhaps because your ingredients are too monotonous? Suanan felt that what Chen Qi said made sense, so she picked out some other foods. Chen Qi noticed that she picked relatively cheap items, so he directly helped her grab many expensive ingredients. Suanan said strangely, did you strike it rich? I'm not using my money today. Chen Qi pulled out Wu Furin's phone and shook it. Wu Furin's WeChat still had a lot of money. Chen Qi didn't know the password and couldn't transfer it out, but he could directly use the payment code to spend it. Seeing this, Suanan also stopped being polite, getting a bit of all the food she usually wanted to buy but couldn't bear to. After they paid, they went to a nearby store to buy a few changes of clothes. Chen Qi also bought the latest model of phone at a mobile phone store. The backup phone he was currently using had been phased out before, it was a bit laggy and not very good to use. All expenses today were paid by Wu Furen. As he left, Chen Qi directly threw Wu Furen's phone into the trash can. Modern phones all have GPS functions, and he didn't want to be tracked by Dr. Zhao because of it. Chen Qi dropped Suanan off at her residence. Her house was generally similar to Chen Qi's, and it was close by, with the two communities separated by only one road. Coffee had arranged these low-rise foreign-style houses for them, clearly taking safety into consideration. The higher the floor, the denser the population, and the danger increased accordingly. After leaving Suanan, Chen Qi returned to his own residence and lay on the unfamiliar bed, feeling a long-lost sense of peace. In this city where he had grown up, he finally had a place to call home again. Then he started tinkering with the new phone he had just bought. Not long after switching to the new phone, he received a message from his good son, Yang Keiji, reporting that he had successfully arrived in Japan. As a newcomer, work and life would take time to get used to. Chen Qi knew Keiji would be very busy during this period, so he didn't chat much with him, only reminding him to be careful. Terror has no borders, so foreign countries might not be safe either, right? Chen Qi browsed some recent news on his phone and also checked foreign news, but he couldn't find any discussions related to eating fear. He kept scrolling on his phone until past 5 in the afternoon, when messages came through in the group again. Bread, I made advanced food bread. Juefeng, 2 joys at once. Today, 2 people in our group ate advanced food. Juefeng, no, counting biscuit, that's 3. 3 joys at once. Biscuit, Chen Qi, I told you to try more different ingredients. Bread, it was made using the steamed buns bought today. S-level contaminated area. Chen Qi's expression stiffened, and he replied, it's going great. My efforts with the manto haven't been in vain. I must have opened at least 100 manto blind boxes, right? I finally got an SSR. Unlike Chen Qi, other odd food consumers can only rely on luck to find high-grade food. Before a strange food item is transformed by their ability, no one can tell if it will be a high-grade food. Therefore, it's like opening a blind box, you can only rely on luck and try many times. Coffee, bread, what kind of improvement did you get? Bread, it seems to be body flexibility. Based on experience, the first 2 times consuming high-grade food only result in some subtle improvements, mostly slight enhancements in physical fitness. For example, Juefeng's enhancements are speed and coordination, Gonshui's bite force, Coffee's is mental strength, with only Dabing being an exception, gaining animal affinity. It's not surprising that Suanan gained body flexibility enhancement. After some casual chat in the group, silence quickly returned. Chen Qi, meanwhile, was pondering, now that Dabing, Suanan, and I each have a derived food in hand, which is equivalent to 3 ultimate moves. Can we go explore Jinghai Medical College? He originally thought he would have to wait a few more days for his teammates to find high-grade food, but he didn't expect progress to be this fast. However, this matter still needs to be discussed face-to-face tomorrow. Chen Qi stopped thinking about these things. Having nothing to do, he initially wanted to rest but found himself wide awake and unable to sleep. He lay on the bed, eyes wide open, when a sudden idea struck him. He began searching online for various combat tutorials. During his daring venture into the sealed ward in battle with the security guard, Chen Qi also realized that his fighting lacked discipline, relying mainly on his immense strength, quick reflexes, and the hardness of his baguette. If he could systematically learn, it should improve his combat effectiveness. Anyway, he was idle, and it was foreseeable that future battles would only become more frequent, so practicing more would always be useful. He started learning and practicing while watching tutorial videos, first practicing unarmed combat and watching various practical combat tutorials. Then he watched staff combat tutorials. After all, a baguette is also a staff, though a baguette is too short and very different from a traditional staff. However, there were still points of reference. The effect of Super Cola was truly exceptional. Chen Qi was full of energy, and his mental state was always very full. However, his physical strength was still rapidly depleting. As he practiced, Chen Qi gradually felt his body grow tired. At this point, wild food came in handy again. Wild food not only replenishes the body's deficiencies but also restores physical strength. After consuming a portion of wild food, his physical strength was fully restored. Chen Qi found himself becoming a perpetual motion machine. He practiced tirelessly until 10 o'clock at night, stopping only when his phone rang. Momo sent a file in the group. Momo, this is the information I've collected about Jinghai Medical College, and it's not comprehensive. Momo, but just from this information, you can see how dangerous it is there. You'd best stay away. Chen Qi downloaded the file and opened it to view. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became. There are currently more than 5 known parasites within Jinghai Medical College. Huang Jihai, professor of clinical medicine. Chen Qi looked at the kind-faced old man in the photo and immediately recognized him. This was the old man he encountered at the hospital, a domain-level parasite. Xia Huiyun, director of the nursing department, confirmed to be a domain-level parasite. Lu Miao, lecturer in the Department of Oral Medicine, strength unknown. Dian Zihan, student council president, suspected domain level. Yan Shui, student, strength unknown. These 5 are just the confirmed parasites. How many more parasites are among so many teachers and students is unknown. It is indeed fraught with danger. Chen Qi continued to scroll down, and suddenly his pupils contracted. Jinghai Medical College and several other locations have been officially marked as the highest level S-class pollution zones. This means the authorities believe this place could be the source of the terror in Jinghai City. It is said that an official odd food consumer, fully armed, entered the medical college late at night and then disappeared. There was no sound of combat, they vanished silently. Chen Qi put down his phone, but his brows remained furrowed. It seems that restoring that missing memory will be much more difficult than he anticipated. Even with 3 derived foods, they had no certainty of success. But where did Momo get this information from? Could Momo be cooperating with the authorities? The next day, Chen Qi picked up Suanan early and went to Coffee's house. He hadn't slept all night yesterday, having practiced combat techniques all night, but he was still full of energy today. This gave him a sense of satisfaction, as if he had lived several more hours than others. The file Momo sent in the group yesterday made everyone except Dabing feel the pressure after reading it. Dabing, that fellow, was carefree, and his thought process was a bit different from normal people. He only found the information exciting. Today, as soon as he arrived, he even demonstrated his human-dog unity ability to everyone. He was seen eating a piece of hot dog sausage with a missing section, and the next moment, he stood there motionlessly. Meanwhile, the dog at his feet immediately became active, running around wildly and frolicking near everyone. Juefeng pressed down on the dog's head and asked, "Are you Dabing?" The dog nodded repeatedly and even bared its teeth, showing a very human-like mischievous grin. Gon Shui pouted and said, "I thought it was some amazing ability." "Isn't it just you possessing the dog's body?" Coffee thoughtfully said, "This ability is good. It's very suitable for reconnaissance and scouting. The downside is that it causes the main body to lose consciousness and self-preservation ability." The next moment, the dog lazily lay down again, and Dabing regained his mobility, laughing, "I'm back. How is it? Isn't my ability strong?" Chen Qi's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked, "How long does this effect last? Can the dog move away from the main body? Is there a distance limit?" Dabing seemed unreliable, but he had actually tested all these things and replied, "Eating food once can last for about half an hour. After half an hour, the human-dog unity state will automatically end. However, if the time isn't up and you want to end it early, you must control the dog to return to your body's side. I haven't found a distance limit yet. Anyway, yesterday I controlled the dog to run several kilometers to help me get things from home, and there was no problem at all." The more Chen Qi listened, the brighter his eyes became. Coffee saw something and asked, "Are you thinking of having the dog go to the medical college to help you find high-grade wild food?" Chen Qi nodded. Coffee frowned, but that's impossible, isn't it? Even if Dabing controls the dog, he won't be able to find your high-grade wild food. Only you can see that stuff, we all instinctively ignore it. Dabing scratched his head and laughed, but I can control the dog to scout the terrain for you. Suanan said faintly, no need. I'm very familiar with that place. I can draw a map directly. Chen Qi smiled, what if it's me and the dog in human-dog unity? Would I then be able to see high-grade wild food? That's true, but how would you do that? Unless. Juefeng paused, then suddenly understood, you want Dabing to reprocess your wild food? Money can overcome all difficulties. When they said secondary processing, what they actually meant was having the dog eat wild food. As long as Dabing was nearby and the dog took a bite of wild food, it would be considered processed by Dabing's foraging ability, and theoretically, it would come with Dabing's human-dog fusion ability. At that time, as long as Chen Qi ate the wild food that the dog had eaten, he would also be able to use human-dog fusion. Juefeng asked, didn't you yourself say that this is impossible to achieve? Dabing also quickly said, if the dog doesn't eat it voluntarily, it's useless even if you force it into its mouth. Chen Qi smiled, I did say that dogs don't eat wild food. But it's not impossible to overcome. Wait. Biscuit, you're not going to use your ghost face cookie, are you? Dabing exclaimed. Juefeng, hearing this, also quickly advised, you mustn't. Isn't this like using a high-altitude cannon to shoot a mosquito, a complete overkill? After Chen Qi ate the ghost face cookie, he could control his appetite, so he could indeed control the dog to eat wild food. Chen Qi said helplessly, you're overthinking it. How could I bear to? Dabing, you can use human-dog fusion to control it to eat. Oh, right. How did I not think of that? Juefeng suddenly realized. Coffee looked at Juefeng and Dabing with a speechless expression, shaking her head. Dabing asked curiously, so, when should we try it? Chen Qi thought for a moment and said, don't try it here. Dabing, take the dog and come with me later. I need to find more wild food, and then we'll find an empty, secluded place for you to taste it. When wild food is eaten, it attracts nearby people who are protective of food, and these protectors will not give up until it's completely eaten. Considering that Dabing would only take one bite this time, it was highly likely that the attracted food protectors would keep chasing them. So, to reduce trouble, Chen Qi still planned to find a secluded place to try it. Okay, no problem. Dabing readily agreed. Chen Qi asked Coffee, do you have any other arrangements now? If not, Dabing and I will go out foraging. Coffee said, you two go. The main reason I called you over today was to formulate an upgrade plan for Gonshui, Juefeng, and Bread. Coffee looked at the three of them, all three of you have only eaten high-grade food once, and your progress is a bit behind. Next, I will fully assist you in obtaining high-grade food. Gonshui asked, how will you help with that? Coffee smiled and said, you wouldn't think I found 3 servings of high-grade food in a month purely by luck, would you? Juefeng's eyes lit up, there's a trick to it? Coffee curled her lips, if there's a trick, it's just one, throwing money at it. Over the past month, I've bought over 3,000 boxes of various beverages, all from crowded places like malls, wet markets, and supermarkets. I also prepared dozens of stoves and dozens of pots. As soon as one pot of coffee was poured out, another pot of coffee was boiling, a seamless transition. Every day when I woke up, it was making coffee. I basically spent all my time on it. Juefeng gave a thumbs up, I didn't realize you were so dedicated. This wasn't just about spending money, it was also about effort. Coffee said with a hint of disinterest, what's the use of being dedicated? Later, I found that even if my ability underwent a qualitative change, I still had no combat power, so I temporarily rested. However, you guys all have hope. I can spend the money for you, but you still have to do the work yourselves. Suanan's eyes lit up, this method is very suitable for me. She could directly adopt Coffee's method, as the restrictions on their food transformation methods were both very small. Coffee nodded and smiled, the factory building where I used to make coffee is still there. It has all the stoves and pots you need. You can start working as soon as you get there. I'll also have people send over the ingredients you need. Gong Shui shrugged. Even if you pay, what can I do? Spend money to recycle other people's Gong Shui? Is that all the brainpower you have? Coffee rolled her eyes at him. I started investing in a company specializing in kitchen waste disposal a while ago. The process is almost complete now. Later, I'll arrange a position for you, and you can go there and dig for gold in the waste. Clearly, Coffee had been planning this for a long time. This time, Gong Shui didn't argue with Coffee and obediently nodded in agreement. Zhuweifeng said helplessly, my situation is troublesome. It's not just about money, the key is too many rejections and bad reviews, which will limit my ability to accept orders and even freeze my account. That's easy to handle. You can use someone else's account. As long as you participate in the food delivery process, it's fine, it doesn't have to be your account taking the orders. It's not that easy, you have to do facial recognition. Can't you just follow the writers and deliver with them? If you give them more money, would they be unwilling? Find a few writers for long-term, fixed cooperation. Zhuweifeng pondered it, and it seemed indeed feasible. He hadn't dared to think in that direction before, mainly because he didn't have money. Now that he had a backer, he could totally operate this way. Sure enough, money can solve most of the problems in this world. Next, Suanan and the other two went off to busy themselves under Coffee's arrangements. Chen Qi also took Dabing and his dog, the two people and one dog heading out to collect wild food. The two arrived at a rather large park. This park had an artificial lake, and in the middle of the lake was a very small island. Chen Qi first searched all around the park, and after finding 8 pieces of wild food, he and Dabing rented a small boat and went to the island. It was a weekday morning, so there weren't many people in the park to begin with, and the island was completely deserted. Dabing ate the bitten hot dog sausage and immediately possessed the dog. Chen Qi first took out a wild fried chicken leg. The golden retriever, now possessed by Dabing, immediately came over and took a bite. Immediately, the dog began to retch continuously, and saliva flowed from its mouth, dripping all over the ground. But Dabing was also strong, and he swallowed it down forcefully. At the same time, Chen Qi noticed that the chicken leg in his hand seemed to have changed somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what the change was. At this moment, the golden retriever suddenly started vomiting into the nearby grass. In a short while, it threw up all over the ground, expelling the chicken leg it had just eaten along with everything else in its stomach. Dabing's soul immediately returned to his body, and he saw the poor little golden retriever lying miserably on the ground, looking utterly listless. Tui, Tui. Dabing, back in his own body, instinctively kept spitting. It was too disgusting. I've never eaten anything so disgusting in my life. How could a fried chicken leg be so unpalatable? Dabing kept wiping his mouth, then looked at the fried chicken leg in Chen Qi's hand again, and suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? The mold spots on the chicken leg are gone." Chen Qi, hearing this, immediately smiled. It seems the processing was truly successful. This means that as long as the dog eats the wild food, the secondary processing can be completed, and it doesn't matter even if it vomits it out. Afterward. Look, what's that? Dabing shouted, pointing at the golden retriever's vomit. I experimented on my mother. Chen Qi looked in the direction Dabing was pointing and saw tiny things wriggling in the golden retriever's vomit. They looked like small worms, or perhaps active bits of meat. Chen Qi pondered, recalling Sun Xuecho's words, wild food can alleviate pollution, essentially fighting poison with poison. Chen Qi tilted his head and asked, the dog must be contaminated too, right? Dabing nodded. Of course, the dog isn't an odd food consumer, it can only eat strange food every day. Speaking of which, he worried a bit. Actually, my ability isn't tied to this dog. I could use another dog, but Biscuit has been with me since he was a puppy, and we have the best chemistry. I'm really afraid he'll be controlled one day and stab me in the back. Chen Qi chuckled, if you don't want that day to come, let him eat some of my wild food occasionally. Dabing looked puzzled. What do you mean? Chen Qi pointed at the active substances in the vomit and said, "These should be some of the contaminated substances from the dog's body." At this moment, he roughly understood what Sun Xueqiao meant by fighting poison with poison. For ordinary people, contaminated substances are poison, and wild food, as a source of contamination, is also poison. There should be some connection between the two. Currently, besides Chen Qi, no one seems able to digest wild food. After eating wild food, they quickly vomited out, along with some of the contaminated substances from their bodies. After listening to Chen Qi's explanation, Dabing, who had initially felt a bit sorry for the dog's suffering, immediately changed his attitude and said, "Biscuit, feed him more wild food." Chen Qi nodded. "This time, I'll try the mandog fusion." With that, he quickly gnawed clean the remaining fried chicken leg in his hand. The next moment, he immediately felt a connection form between himself and the golden retriever at his feet. With a thought, it felt as if his consciousness drilled out from the top of his head, his vision flickered, and then everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found his perspective was extremely low, almost touching the ground. Chen Qi turned his head and examined his body. A new and unprecedented sense of novelty arose in his heart. "I've really become a dog." Looking at his own body, thin as a monkey, next to Dabing, he felt both familiar and strange. His body stood there motionless, eyes vacant, like a wax figure. Chen Qi moved the dog's body, still not quite accustomed to the feeling of being on all fours, always subconsciously wanting to walk upright. It took him a while to overcome this instinct. Furthermore, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that after possessing the dog's body, his food detection ability did not disappear. Instead, he brought it with him to the dog's body. He could clearly sense the wild food items he had brought with him. This was very important, making his plan to use the dog to find high-level wild food feasible. As expected of a mind-based ability. Woof woof. Dabing waved, "Biscuit, come eat." Chen Qi's dog eyes showed dissatisfaction, glaring at Dabing. Was he really treating him like a dog? Dabing chuckled, "Sorry, it's a habit." Chen Qi went over and looked at the wild food he had brought, finding that even though he was possessing the dog's body, these foods still appeared normal to him. There were no signs of spoilage. He randomly chose a wild spring roll and took a bite. He actually found it delicious, not hard to eat at all. However, after he swallowed that bite of spring roll into the dog's stomach, an uncontrollable feeling of nausea came over him. He rushed to the grass and vomited again. It seems my soul can completely accept wild food, but the dog's body cannot. Having already emptied his stomach earlier, this time what he vomited out was only the spring roll he had just swallowed, along with active substances the size of ants. Subsequently, Chen Qi took a bite of the remaining wild food items one after another. Each bite resulted in a vomit. After vomiting a total of 5 times, no more active contaminated substances were expelled. Was it already clean, or were deeper contaminations unable to be expelled? Chen Qi didn't know. However, one thing was certain: the contamination on the dog should have been significantly alleviated. At least for a short time, Dabing wouldn't have to worry about being backstabbed by the golden retriever. Chen Qi's dog face showed a thoughtful expression. This method of fighting poison with poison should only alleviate the contamination from strange food. It has no effect on nightmare eaters. Parasitism. However, contamination is a prerequisite for parasitism. For those in the process of being parasitized, alleviating the level of contamination also affects the progress of parasitism. Chen Qi estimated that Sun Xueqiao's situation was like this. Because he ate wild lychees, the progress of his parasitism was delayed, allowing him to maintain his sanity for a longer period. But this method is ultimately a temporary solution, not a cure. The inability to clear the contamination means they still have to continue eating strange food, and the level of contamination will deepen again. Chen Qi immediately thought of his mother. Mom hasn't been completely parasitized yet. If I feed her wild food, will it make her regain consciousness? Even if it's just temporary? And if she eats wild food long term, will she be able to maintain consciousness for a considerable period? Once this thought appeared in his mind, it stuck like a dogskin plaster, impossible to get rid of. However, most of these were just Chen Qi's guesses. The actual effect would only be known by trying it out. Not only Chen Qi, but Dabing, after learning about this effect of wild food, also discussed. Biscuit, can you find me some more wild food? I want to go back and feed it to my dad. And my mom should have some too, plus my grandpa and grandma, my maternal grandparents, my uncle, and my aunt. He earnestly counted the people on his fingers. Chen Qi's mind stirred, and his consciousness returned to his own body. It's not that easy. Chen Qi shook his head, they won't eat it. You'd have to force feed them, and while they're eating, it will attract others around them to protect their food, which is very dangerous. It's better with ordinary people, but if you want to feed it to a parasites, it's even harder. Chen Qi thought for a moment, then added, however, we can first select a target to use as a test subject. Our entire team will go together and feed one person first. If the effect is good, then we can apply it to more people. Dabing excitedly said, okay, should I share this news in the group? Yes. Chen Qi nodded. When Dabing organized his words and posted their discovery today to the Jinghai foraging group, the group immediately exploded. These people remained in Jinghai City precisely to save their family members. Now, although Chen Qi's method was a temporary solution, before this, there wasn't even a temporary solution. Seeing the enthusiastic discussion in the group and everyone's high spirits, Chen Qi had no choice but to pour a bucket of cold water on them. Biscuit, Chen Qi, this method was actually first used on Sun Gu, but he didn't accept my suggestion of long-term wild food consumption, so it definitely has limitations. Biscuit, even if it works, we don't know how long it will last, and whether it can be used repeatedly is also uncertain. Biscuit, so I suggest we first choose a test subject, feed them some wild food, and observe the situation. Coffee, I think we should prioritize selecting a parasites as the test subject. For ordinary people, the significance isn't great. Parasites merge with Nightmare Eater and can share some of Nightmare Eater's memories. After regaining their sanity, they might be able to provide us with more useful information. Juefeng, then we should definitely prioritize family-level parasites, it's less difficult. Biscuit, then let it be my mom. Biscuit, however, this matter will be put off for a bit. I plan to go to Jinghai Medical College tonight first. The person behind. When Chen Qi said he wanted to find a parasites as an experimental subject, Juefeng, Dabing, and Coffee were all eager to sign up their family members. However, when Chen Qi mentioned his mother, they could only swallow the words they were about to say. After all, this method was provided by Chen Qi, so it was reasonable for Chen Qi's mother to have priority. They also hoped that the wild food would have a good therapeutic effect on Chen Qi's mother, so their family members would also have hope. Soon, their attention was drawn to another thing Chen Qi said. Coffee, you're going to Jinghai Medical College tonight? Aren't you going to wait? Biscuit, Chen Qi, I'm just controlling the dog to scout ahead, there shouldn't be any danger. Chen Qi's food detection range was only 5 meters around him. It would take an unknown amount of time for him to find high-grade wild food in such a large campus by himself. So, this trip was truly just for scouting, without expecting to find high-grade wild food on the first try. He had already prepared for a second or even third exploration. After replying to the messages in the group, Chen Qi and Dabing went ashore with 7 pieces of wild food that had been bitten. Seeing the crowds coming and going in the park, Chen Qi subconsciously became more vigilant. He was afraid that the eaten wild food on him would attract the food guarding team. But fortunately, his worries did not materialize. The wild food bitten by the dog did not trigger the food guarding mechanism. This might be because the dog had already vomited the wild food it ate. Chen Qi and Dabing were not in a hurry to go back. The two changed locations and continued to look for wild food. Chen Qi directly merged with the dog, controlling it to find wild food, and also practicing his control over this dog's body. The wild food found now was prepared to be stored for his mother's food therapy later. It wasn't until the afternoon that Chen Qi and Dabing returned to Coffee's home. Not long after, Zhuifeng, Gan Shui, and Suanan also returned to the villa, dragging their tired bodies. Today, all three were extremely tired, having converted an unknown amount of exclusive food throughout the day. However, not a single high-grade food was produced. Despite their fatigue, all three still perked up to offer advice for Chen Qi's evening operation. Based on her memory, Suanan drew a rough layout of Jinghai Medical College and told Chen Qi some important details about the school. Gan Shui, Zhuifeng, and Dabing, the three cobblers, also brainstormed and offered some useful and useless suggestions. However, this time it was mainly Chen Qi's solo operation. His teammates could at most provide him with protection. After a brief discussion, Coffee made the decision, then it's settled. Everyone go rest, get some good sleep, and we'll act together tonight. After 11 p.m., Chen Qi and his team were ready and set off for Jinghai Medical College. Everyone was well fed and well rested, in top condition, including the golden retriever, the main character of the night. The reason for acting so late was, of course, for safety. Jinghai Medical College dormitories closed at 10:30 p.m., so after that time, there were very few people walking around on campus. Most faculty members had gone home, and students couldn't leave their dorms, which indeed reduced the danger level of the medical college. However, according to the intelligence obtained from Momo, the officials apparently thought the same way and also chose to enter the medical college at night. And then they disappeared. Clearly, Jinghai Medical College at night was not as peaceful as it seemed. By the time Chen Qi and his team arrived at Jinghai Medical College, it was already midnight. Dabing parked the car next to a secluded outer wall of Jinghai Medical College. Only he, Chen Qi, and the dog were in the car. Coffee and the others drove another car and parked across the street. Dabing got out of the car, led the golden retriever out, and untied the leash. Chen Qi didn't get out of the car, he just opened the passenger door and hung his spare phone around the golden retriever's neck, making it convenient for him to stay in contact with his teammates outside once he entered the medical college. Although it was difficult to operate a phone with a dog's body, he could at least see messages from his teammates and know the situation outside at all times. Then, he quickly ate the wild food in his hand that had a bite missing. There was no one around, and before the food guarding people could arrive, he had already finished the wild food in his hand. The next moment, his consciousness entered the dog's body. Dabing picked up the golden retriever, held it high, and Chen Qi's two front paws lay forward, resting on the wall. With a kick of his hind legs, he leaped over the wall. Upon landing, there was a soft lawn on the other side of the wall. Chen Qi controlled the dog's head to shake left and right, observing the surroundings. Once he confirmed there was no one, he immediately sprinted away. The campus at night was silent, not even a ghost could be seen, forming a stark contrast to the daytime hustle and bustle. As Chen Qi ran, he found a lot of wild food, even more densely packed than in the hospital. Indeed, the more severe the pollution, the more wild food there is. Combining with the map Suanan drew for him, he knew he was running on the path in front of the female dormitory building. This path could be seen to its end at a glance. Under the pale moonlight, many shadows of varying lengths were cast on both sides of the road, like guards standing by, some of them swaying slightly with the night breeze. The dormitory area was a zone Chen Qi couldn't search. He couldn't enter either the male or female dormitories. At most, he could circle the base of the walls on the first floor, and with the food detection function, he could barely search parts of the first and second floors. The dormitory area is inaccessible and dangerous. It's better to explore other areas first. Turn right ahead, it seems to be the way to the laboratory. Let's go there and see. Chen Qi sprinted on all fours. As he was about to reach the laboratory, he saw light emanating from inside the laboratory, and human figures were faintly moving at the entrance. Someone is still in the laboratory this late? He instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately slowed down, hiding in the shadows and cautiously retreating. He had no intention of going forward to investigate. Possessing a dog's body, he had no combat power. If he encountered danger, he should just walk around it. But before he could retreat 2 steps, a voice suddenly came from beside his ear. "How come I've never seen you?" Are you new? Chen Qi was startled. When did someone get behind him? He was a dog now, how could someone hide from his ears and nose and approach him silently? Before he could clearly see what the person behind him looked like, he felt someone pick him up. Let's go in together. Chen Qi was thus lifted by the neck by this sudden person, who carried him directly towards the laboratory. You haven't been bitten by a dog, have you? I don't care who you are, I'll give you a bite first. Let this be a lesson to you, don't just touch unfamiliar dogs. Chen Qi opened his mouth to bite the hand holding him. Caring for the corpse. Just as Chen Qi tilted his head to bite down, the blinding lights of the laboratory shone through the door, landing directly on his face and making him instinctively squint. When he opened his eyes again, he found a young man who looked like a student standing behind him. He wore glasses, smiled, and had a few freckles on his face, making him seem a bit naive. This male student had one hand on Chen Qi's shoulder, as if they were good buddies. And Chen Qi was opening his mouth, preparing to bite the hand on his shoulder. That's not right. How do I have shoulders? Am I not a dog? Chen Qi suddenly realized he had turned back into a human. He still instinctively pulled his mouth back, not biting down. Without his dog skin, he felt it was a bit strange to attack with his mouth first. He looked down at his hands, then at his body. He had really turned back into himself. This is impossible. Chen Qi was certain he was a dog just a moment ago, and his body was currently outside the medical school wall, in Dabing's car. It was impossible for him to turn back into human form in the blink of an eye. Illusion, it must be an illusion. He ignored everything he saw and turned to walk back the way he came. He wanted to try leaving the vicinity of the laboratory first to see if he could escape the illusion. At this moment, the male student called out to him, "Where are you going? Class is about to start. This is Director Xia's class, do you dare to skip it?" Director Xia? Chen Qi thought of the information given by Momo and blurted out, "Xia Huiyun, director of the nursing department?" That's right. But I'm not a nursing student. Chen Qi replied verbally, but his steps did not stop. He continued walking back the way he came. The student behind him was still saying, "Neither am I, but to save patience, there's no need to be so particular." Save patience? As Chen Qi walked, he glanced into the laboratory and saw several figures moving inside. As a result of this distraction, he suddenly bumped into something soft. Chen Qi looked forward and saw a woman in a nurse's uniform standing in front of him. She was probably in her late 30s, but she was well preserved, her skin looked good, and she had exquisite makeup on her face. "Where are you going?" the woman asked with a frown. "To the restroom," Chen Qi casually replied, telling himself it was all an illusion, and bypassed the other person to continue walking forward. "We're short-handed, don't run around." Without another word, the woman pulled Chen Qi back. Chen Qi felt as if he was being dragged by an ox, completely unable to resist. The male student at the entrance saw Chen Qi being dragged back and showed a gloating smile. "I told you not to run around. No one can escape Director Xia's class." Can't escape? Then how to get out of this illusion? Chen Qi took another look at this woman who had inhuman strength. So she was Director Xia, a domain-level parasite. Why would she appear in an illusion? In a flash, Chen Qi was dragged into the laboratory by Director Xia, and Chen Qi finally saw clearly what was inside the laboratory. There were 7 or 8 students inside, as well as 2 middle-aged men who appeared to be teachers. In addition, there were dissection tables, and on each dissection table lay a corpse. Only the entrance of the laboratory was lit. Further inside, it was pitch black. Chen Qi couldn't see anything with a glance, not knowing how many dissection tables or how many corpses were placed here. Is this a laboratory or a morgue? Chen Qi thought to himself. Director Xia Huiyun said loudly, "Let's begin. It's the same as before, if you have any questions, just call me." Chen Qi didn't know what he was supposed to do, only to see the other students busy themselves, gathering around different corpses, some pulling open eyelids, some checking for breath, some listening for heartbeats. What is this? Chen Qi looked at this scene, feeling only absurdity and strangeness. At this moment, the male student from before came over, pulled Chen Qi along, and said, "Don't just stand there like an idiot, get to work." Chen Qi followed him to a corpse and, mimicking others, pulled open the corpse's eyelids, listened for a heartbeat. While doing these things, he was thinking about how to get away. That Xiao Huiyun was standing at the main entrance, so it was impossible to force an escape. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked the male student next to him, "What's your name?" "Bian Zihan." Sure enough. Another familiar name, Bian Zihan, the student council president, suspected domain-level parasites. Are they all parasites here? Chen Qi's heart pounded. Had he stumbled into a parasites gathering? But why would they treat me as one of them? Instantly, Chen Qi had a guess, because of the nightmare eater parasitic on him. To some extent, he was like these parasites, they were all parasitized by nightmare eater. So, it seemed entirely possible that he was being treated as one of them. After figuring this out, Chen Qi suddenly became a little suspicious. Was this really an illusion? He continued to follow suit, pulling open the corpse's eyelids, checking for breath, and listening for a heartbeat, though he didn't know the meaning of it all. The two corpses he handled were both very well preserved, as if they had just died. Chen Qi felt he needed more information, so he casually asked Bian Zihan, "Are all these corpses cadavers for teaching?" As soon as he spoke, everyone present suddenly looked at him. Chen Qi's heart sank, realizing he might have said the wrong thing. The scene instantly fell silent, the atmosphere as heavy as thickened soup. Xiao Huiyun quickly walked up to Chen Qi, her gaze fixed directly on him. In her hand, a giant syringe had appeared at some point. The needle at the tip of the syringe gleamed coldly, looking even thicker than Chen Qi's blood vessels. "She's not going to poke me with a needle, is she?" Chen Qi's peripheral vision scanned around, already thinking about what to use as a weapon. However, at this moment, Xiao Huiyun suddenly seemed to relax, saying, "So, it's a newcomer, no wonder. This is your first time in my nursing class, so don't get hands-on. Just watch and learn more." Chen Qi nodded, "Thank you, Director Xia." Xiao Huiyun taught with a stern face, "The ones lying here are all patients. My nursing class teaches you how to nurse patients. What exactly are they going to nurse a bunch of corpses for?" No sooner had Chen Qi thought this than he heard a female student raise her hand and say, "Teacher Xia, this patient's pupils are dilated." Xiao Huiyun was very calm and said faintly, "Go invite the ophthalmologist." At this time, Bian Zihan also raised his hand and said, "Director Xia, this patient has developed lividity. Should we invite Director Gao from dermatology?" Xiao Huiyun nodded approvingly, "Good, go ahead." So, the female student and Bian Zihan hurried out of the laboratory to invite the doctor. Chen Qi wondered if he had eaten some raw mushrooms, feeling like he couldn't even dream up such a plot. However, he was suddenly startled, remembering the two corpses he had just handled. He hadn't paid attention at the time, but now, recalling it, their pupils indeed did not seem dilated. Are they dead or alive? There's no going back. Chen Qi was startled, becoming even more confused about his current situation. He wondered if this was a dream, a hallucination, or if everything was real. However, seeing Bian Zihan and that female student run out, his heart stirred. If I find a problematic corpse, can't I also escape under the guise of finding a doctor? So, he looked around, searching for a patient with an issue.